there's so few of us. And worldwide, there's maybe 500 of us on the planet. You gotta be real generous to say 500 because it's really probably about 50. You think about the billions and billions of people on the planet, there's a little smidgen of us.
The Joe Rogan shit-o-matic universe is imploding faster than a neutron star. Going on JRE used to be the opportunity of a lifetime. I don't know when or how this happened, but at some point Joe became the arbiter of comedy. If Sir Joseph anointed you, your career would pretty much be made. But for a lot of these people, they were kind of making a Faustian bargain. Sure, they became rich and famous for a while. Eventually, it would cost them their careers, their reputation, even their minds. So yeah, in this video, I wanted to talk about the rise and fall of Joe Rogan's orbiters. And I thought it would be fun to categorize them using the 7 deadly sins. Let's start with
lust enters a man's eyes first, then it corrupts his mind.
Chris D'Elia first got into comedy all the way back in 2006 when he was in his mid-20s. But it was never his real passion. He went to school to be a film actor, and he got a few small roles here and there, but it didn't really pan out. So stand-up was kind of like his fallback, but also a stepping stone to becoming a serious actor. As Chris was working his way up through the ranks of the 200, he also started booking some acting roles. Most notably in an episode of Workaholics where he played a pedophile.
Train system to ship some questionable Mobius cargo.
I'm actually gotta go.
I've been hired to destroy those trains, but I don't have the personnel to do it.
You know,
I'm thinking maybe you do.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Yeah, it's cool. Let me just get my fedora. And throw it over there.
Which would later become incredibly ironic. That same year, he booked a supporting role on the TV show Whitney, alongside fellow disgraced Joe Rogan alumni Whitney Cummings. And let me tell you, this show was no according to Jim, okay? It was not very good.
Wait, you're gonna wear a hoodie to a wedding? What were your overalls in the wash?
Luckily, this monstrosity was canceled after 2 seasons. Now, despite his moderate success, it wasn't enough for Chris. This guy had an insatiable appetite for for fame and attention. So, naturally, he started his own podcast in 2012 with fellow sex predator Bryan Callen. Now, Chrissy didn't know it, but this podcast was his ticket to the big time. You see, Bryan Callen was a member of the Death Squad, an elite group of comedians headed by comedy king Joseph Rogan. These guys were absolute killers, and also pedophiles, alcoholics, etc. Through his association with Callen, Chrissy was able to secure a coveted spot on the Joe Rogan Experience in 2014. The first of many, but this was only the beginning. The first time I ever heard of Chris D'Elia was from the roast of Justin Bieber back in 2015. Apparently, he was selected to be on the dais because he was Justin's favorite comedian. I remember watching his set and thinking to myself, I mean, it's alright. He's no Tom Myers, I'll tell you that much.
Baby is the most hated video online, like statistically, if you check that shit out, okay? And there are also ISIS videos online, okay? That means that someone saw a video with a guy screaming death to America and sawing someone's head off and thought, nope, still not worse than Bieber featuring Luda in a bowling alley.
This roast, along with joining the Joe Rogan cinematic universe, absolutely skyrocketed Chrissy's career. By the late 2010s, D'Elia was not only one of the biggest names in comedy, but he was also becoming a rising star in Hollywood. On top of multiple successful Netflix specials, he was also getting cast in blockbuster films like Army of the Dead. But I think his biggest role by far was in the TV show You, where he played a stand-up comedian who also happened to be a father.
Looks like the enemy is heading for us.
Okay, man, this is like predictive programming at this point.
And a twist of GHB for roofing the teenaged girl.
2020 was his best year. His career was taking off like a rocket. But unfortunately, it was the Challenger rocket. That was in bad taste, I'm sorry. His career was about to blow up, but in a bad way. On June 17th, a Twitter user named Simone started sharing screenshots of her alleged conversation with Chris from when she was 16. He was asking if he could make out with her during a meeting. The convos were dated to 2015, when Chris would have been 35 years old. Pretty soon, another allegation hit the Twitter timeline. Multiple women reported their own experiences with Chris, claiming he had requested nudes from them while they were underage. Another girl reported that he blackmailed her with her own nudes to fly out to LA and spend time with him. Now, you guys might say this guy is like a disgusting pedo or whatever, but really, he's just the greatest method actor of all time. Okay, now, to be fair and balanced, most of these allegations weren't substantiated, but
Boldly.
it didn't matter. In the court of public opinion, he had been branded a pedo.
Brace
So
yourselves.
the only thing
Enemy
he could do
forces
now
are
was
inbound.
explain himself, and maybe the public perception would flip back in his favor. So the first thing he did was talk to teens. Number one rule, never talk.
Incineration aura is now ready.
No fire setting. Never knowingly. This had no effect. Everybody started dropping him like a bag of dicks. Comedy Central removed the Workaholic Predator episode, and not long after, he got kicked out of the Army of the Dead movie. Meanwhile, the allegations continued to pour in. An actress named Megan Druss came out in September of 2020 and recalled an alleged incident in 2011 when Chris had asked her for a ride home. He allegedly flashed his pee-pee. He must have learned that move from Brian Callen. Pretty soon, even other comedians, fellow members of the 200, were turning on. They were talking about how he had a habit of exposing himself. He was always surrounded by then old clips and started freaking out after he realized that people could screenshot Snapchat as
We
videos.
require
Hold on a second. How did it come out? Like, how did they
The boy's mother ended up finding it.
finding it? What do you mean? It Snapchat goes away, right? How do they?
He probably saved it. We can just screen record it.
You gotta know that that's gonna happen. Some people do some crazy.
Yeah, so Chris was pretty much everybody had turned on him, so the only thing he could do was disappear, which is what he did for a whole year. Then, in 2021, he finally came out with a response. The thesis of the whole thing was basically like, I was just having so much sex, women wanted me so bad, and I didn't know what to do with it, and some of them might have been underage, and also, I'm a sex addict. As of today, he's still doing stand-up, and he started a podcast with CTE survivor Brendan Schaub called The Golden Hour. Not a good sign for somebody's career. Now, again, to be fair, one of his alleged victims had filed a lawsuit against him back in 2020, alleging he had slept with the plaintiff. She said that he had slept with her when she was 17 and was 24, but the lawsuit was after a month. So who knows how much
Incineration aura is ready.
Of all the people on this list, few of them owe as much of their fame to Joe Rogan as Burt Kreischer. Also, he did reasonably criminal at least 2 categories. Burt's long history of failing upward started in college. Rolling Stone was writing an article about Florida State's party scene, but Burt ended up being the most focused story. Here's a quote. It's taken the Florida State University student 6 years to become the man he is today, the top partier at the #1 party school in the country. Hey man, I can't even judge these 6 years of my after he graduated, Burt had no phone. For a man in Burt's situation, he really had only 2 options. Who offered to take his shirt off for money, or stand-up comedy. So naturally, he picked the second option. Inspired by his brush with fame from the Rolling Stone article, Burt started in the stand-up circuit hard.
I could never be a rap star with a name like Burt.
You
don't even want to hear that during
is
sex.
now ready.
Some chick on top of you in the dark, all, Burt, 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 shut up.
Now, he wasn't particularly successful, but it happened to put him in the right place at the right time. While working as a doorman for a comedy club, he was approached by Will Smith's agency, which led him to being personally invited to a screening of American Pie. According to Burt, he thought he was going to get molested by Will Smith, and he'd been preparing himself to accept that.
Moving fast. Must be a priority shipment. Intercept it if you can.
Our allies are in.
Now, a lot of that story's probably a load of baloney, but either way, Will Smith got Burt his very own sitcom pilot. So after just 6 months of doing comedy, which is insane, okay, most comedians have to be out in the trenches, walking through proverbial blood and bone, just to get a shot at a sitcom. Anyways, the sitcom crashed for the next several years. Burt was stuck in limbo. He was famous enough to keep getting random show deals like Hurt Burt, where you got to wrestle a drugged up black bear.
Not enough Vespine. Our allies are in combat. We require more Vespine gas.
I need answers.
Oh!
Speak.
But not famous enough to get any steady work. He kept bouncing around from one project to another. The most successful thing he did during this time was his travel show, Burt and the Hawkins. It was looking like Burt would do in 2011, he got the chance to appear on the
Trains are leaving both stations at once.
Episode 73. This appearance changed everything. Burt was officially a member of the 200 now. Not only that, but he was also inducted into the elite team of Comedy Central, the Med Squad. His first JRE appearance also marked the first time Burt ever told the famous Machine story. If you guys are unfamiliar with the Machine story, it is literally the funniest thing you will ever hear in your life.
It's time to assimilate.
If you ask Burt. In all honesty, it is a pretty good joke though. In 2015 or whatever, when I first heard it, out of my steam! But this one joke basically made and this is also when he came up with the hilarious bit of taking shit off. Burt focused exclusively on stand-up and podcast, becoming a semi-regular guest on JRE, and it was working. His career was starting to blow up, but for the catch, the more people heard from Burt, the more they realized he's kind of full of shit. As one of his worst habits is making up stories completely genuine. I think like my favorite story of his is how Mark Tremonti, the guitarist of Creed, wanted to join Burt's high school band, but Burt kicked him out.
And one of our fraternity brothers wanted to jump on in, and he was really like, so good that you like immediately, if you're in a band, you like, you ever have someone so good, you're like, oh, he's gonna realize how bad I am.
Oh, yeah.
So I kicked him out. And he was like, I'm the best guy in the band. I was like, yeah, and that's why we don't want you anymore. Because me and the bassist want a band, and if you're here, you're gonna realize we can get someone better. He's like, I'm gonna start a band 10 times better than yours. I was like, good luck, go ahead. He started a band called Creed.
Oh, no way, Mark?
Mark Tremonti, yeah.
No way.
Now, of course, you expect comedians to embellish stories, but like the way he does it completely straight, the way he comes across is like pathological self-control. All these stories are about how he's the smartest, coolest, most athletic man in the world. And again, you know, there's nothing wrong with confidence.
You gotta train to
but
catch commanders.
it has to be
Don't wanna miss it,
grounded
do
in
you?
some sort of reality, or else confidence just becomes delusion, right? Like Burt really believes he's like a prime physical specimen. One of his first videos that he uploaded on YouTube was of him doing 50 push-ups, by which I mean 50 half-hearted attempts at humping the floor. At one point, this man ran a whole-ass marathon when he was barely in shape enough to walk up the stairs, and this marathon damaged his body so much that he couldn't walk properly for weeks. But honestly, props to him for even finishing. I don't even know if I could do it. No, I could definitely do it. I could definitely do it. By around 2018, Burt was getting noticeably fatter and less healthy, and even his friends were getting very concerned. But Burt, being Burt, kept acting like everything was fine, things were great, he was like super healthy. Joe Rogan and the other podcast guys were eating habits, and especially his drinking, which was getting really out of hand. This led to Sober October. During this timeline, they still really were also trying to see who could lose the most weight, which Burt, of course, constantly lost. Despite losing every single challenge and looking like he was about to die every time he put his socks on, Burt continued to insist that he was above average physically. Now, this brings us to the real issue, Burt's drinking. His alcoholism is drinking before shows, after shows, between shows, on podcasts, off podcasts, constantly talking about booze. Like, drinking is this man's whole personality.
I will never quit drinking.
I will always make sure that I can keep my body healthy enough so that I can always swim. I love seeing a sunrise, cocktail, seeing a sunset with a cocktail, having friends walk into your house with a bottle of wine, getting on a plane and get you something. Double jack from the rock.
On the machine! First it was treated as a party guy, but overworking guy. The less running with the king. At the same time, Bert acts like he's the most hard-working man on the planet, and he constantly talks about how difficult it is to be away from his family.
It takes me 18 months to get ready for a special, and then that's just working on the material 18 months. Easy. I mean, with this next one, it's going to be 28 months. And then I go, and then I leave. Over a month out, I leave. I used to leave and fly to different cities every single night, even when I had kids. Now I get on a tour bus and I travel around the country doing every fucking show I can find. And I go, this guy just thought 2 weekends?
I don't know, man. Hearing some fat schmuck talk about how hard it is to get 8 million involvers to tell jokes and get hammered all day, it's kind of off-putting. I'm saying this as a YouTuber, which is, of course, the hardest job on the planet. You know, sitting here, slaving away in the YouTube mind, and I gotta watch this dog shit? Unbelievable. Now, all this stuff combined together to turn the audience against him. Videos criticizing Bert from comedy enforcement and various other comments point out that Bert is an annoying, unfunny, egotistical prick who's weirdly proud of being a slob. Okay, I'm not saying any of this stuff. This is what they're saying. And Bert's response to all that is saying stuff like
It's so funny. Like, a comic brain is so different than a pedestrian brain. And like what, you know, like I can't help. I went to
pedestrian is so funny.
Oh.
It's better than civilian.
that serious way. He's extremely popular with his fan base and all his comedy specials, it seems like nothing could shake a loyalty first. But then Bert's first feature film This was Bert's opportunity to prove that he was more than just a disgusting slob who took his shirt off for comedy. They had a $20 million budget and even got Mark Hamill to star as Bert's dad. Everything was lined up for his movie to be a success. This was going to truly test the loyalty of Bert's fan base. Well, it was a complete flop, got terrible reviews, and yeah, his audience didn't even watch. Yeah, so a lot of people really hated this movie, but still, nobody hates Bert more than his own body. Luckily, he is now sober, but it's not because he decided to get healthy, it's because he is so unhealthy. The guy was diagnosed with heart disease, forced him to give up food.
Is that from drinking or?
No, it's from passing out on a plane. I was on a plane like this.
What?
Yeah, it's like just inactivity on a plane. I flew back and forth from LA to the East Coast probably about 5 times from December 18th to New Year's Eve. Okay. And Nashville included. But and I got off the last flight I had from New York to do Kelly Clarkson. Man, on the plane I was like, God damn it, my fucking leg hurts. And it had been hurting for like a week, 2 weeks, over in different locations. And it was really awesome.
We gotta get you a peg leg, dude. That'd be
That's also more hated than ever. This podcast is now so hated that there's an entire shit on it every time an episode comes out. But you know, despite everything I just said, Bert really isn't that bad. It's just fun to make fun. You know, honestly, if I saw him out in public with no shirt on, I would probably give him a big fat hug. Okay, I'd probably rub his back and his belly at the same time. And you know what? I would probably take my shirt off too. Because come on, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like the guy is a sexual deviant like some other people in this video.
It's not that I'm lazy. It's that I just don't care.
Brendan Schaub is what you would call a jerk of all trades and a master of none. He briefly played college and then professional football before joining the UFC. Now, Brendan was not a very good, I mean, he was alright, but he wasn't a great fighter. With a 10-5 record, Brendan's future in the UFC was not looking bright. It was looking like he would end up as another brain-damaged homeless man on the streets of LA offering to punch people in the face for a few bucks. Luckily, Brendan was spared from that fate by his friend Bryan Callen. The two of them started the Fighter and the Kid podcast in 2013. So in 2014, Joe invited Brendan alongside Bryan. This was the first of many appearances. Now, the thing about Joe is that he knows a comedian when he sees one, and when he saw Brendan, he knew he was meant to be in the 200. In 2015, during an episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, Joe finally convinced Brendan that he would do more good in the world as a comedian instead of a fighter. After all, there's a severe comedian shortage in this world, and we need laughter now more than ever.
You're funny. Fucking funny. You're a funny dude, man. You're funny, and you're funny talking about all kinds of shit.
I know.
You're not just funny talking
maybe
about
one of the
fighting.
better storytellers I've ever met in some ways.
Dude, the shit we do in the Fighter and the Kid podcast, I mean, I've told you off the air, I've told you on the air, you're fucking hilarious. There's not a lot of people that are in fighting that are as funny as you.
At first, Brendan was apprehensive, but eventually he gave in and accepted his role. He was now officially a member of the 200 Comedy Assassins. After dedicating his life to comedy, Brendan's podcast, The Fighter and the Kid, was among the most popular in the world. He even started another one with Theo Von called The King and the Sting. I'm not sure which one's the King and which one's the Sting. Stupid fucking name. Meanwhile, Brendan started touring around the country, but over time, something interesting happened. People realized that Brendan wasn't actually funny, like at all. His podcasts were mostly carried by his more talented co-hosts, and his stand-up was, well...
What? Fajitas every Wednesday? Fuck yeah! Huevos rancheros. Carne asada.
In 2019, Brendan released his very own comedy special produced by Showtime, which you guys have to understand is fucking insane, okay? Most comedians have to wait 10, 15 years before they get their first comedy special, okay? I know I've been shitting on comedians this whole time, but it is a craft that needs to be owned. So the fact that this guy got a special right out the gate, it's ridiculous. The special is called You'd Be Surprised, which is fitting because you'd be surprised at how bad it is.
I was just minding my own business, driving down the highway happy. I was like, all right, we got this. Then, oh, shit.
Fancy seeing
I'm
you here.
starving.
Yes,
Wow.
it's my lucky day.
It's the
Dominion's
hungriest
hired
I've
me
ever
to
been,
destroy
hands
some
down.
trains carrying dangerous Mobius ordnance.
I need to eat right now. Yeah, I need to eat right now. Yeah, I have to eat right now.
As you can imagine, the special completely flopped. Despite years of working closely with comedians, Brendan never actually learned how to be funny. This was fine when he was podcasting because other people could mask how unfunny he was. But when he was on his own, everybody could plainly see that he was barely even an amateur. He didn't deserve to call himself one of the illustrious 200. But hey, at least he still had podcasting. The Fighter and the Kid was still doing great. Well, that is until Bryan Callen was accused of sexually assaulting multiple women.
Man.
Brendan now had to host the show.
The difference between medium and low on the graphics.
Previously mentioned problem about him being unfunny. This was the beginning of the end for Shaw. His popularity was fading fast, and this was exacerbated by a controversy from 2022. On an episode of the Trash Tuesday podcast, the three female hosts talked about their experiences with someone they knew. They didn't name him, but they talked about how this man tried to sleep with them despite having a wife and kids.
I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck with married guy, where I'm like, and we know him, I'm not gonna say who it is, but he's like, why don't you give me a walk, why don't you get, like, you should walk into my truck. I'm like, so what, I can blow you? Like, what?
Wait,
like,
who was it? Oh.
But it's just like, it's like, why would I?
Wait,
like,
I love that we had the same people that.
Yes, the same ones come for
want
us.
us to
He came
walk
for
into.
you?
Oh, he came for me so hard, and we know his chick.
Now, there was a lot of speculation in the comments, but nobody knew for sure who it was. That is until Brendan Schaub copyright struck the video, which pretty much removed all ambiguity. By this point, most of the internet turned against Brendan. His own subreddit was now dedicated exclusively to shitting on him. Hundreds of videos started coming out criticizing him, and Schaub only made things worse for himself by copyright striking a lot of these videos too, and even threatening to sue people for making fun of him. Just when things couldn't get any worse, another podcast was hit. Theo Vaughn quit The King's Thing. Viewership immediately cratered, and then came the final nail in the coffin. Brendan Schaub released his second special, Gringo Poppy, on YouTube. And somehow it was even worse than the first one. It's been described by comedy fans as possibly the biggest piece of dog shit in history.
Coming for us.
And the reviews are scathing, to say the least. Joe Rogan had created an unfunny golem. This special was so bad,
Unfunny
he had to
golem.
distance himself from Schaub. So Joe unleashed his golem on us, but he won't let us record his comedy. As of today, Brendan has pretty much fumbled every bit of success that was handed. Right now, he's involved in some lawsuit for trying to oust the CEO of this company by pretending to be a majority shareholder. Instead of putting his head down and grinding like all the other comedians, Brendan keeps trying to ride the coattails of his past fame, and he keeps putting out podcast episodes. Nowadays, his audience is pretty much made up exclusively of hate watchers.
Is this some sort of cosmic joke that I'm too rich to understand?
So let's move on from one of the unfunniest Rogan Sphere comedians to one of the funniest. Let's get one thing clear. Tom Segura did not need Joe Rogan. Unlike some of these other comedians, he had the chops to make it all on his own. He had been grinding the comedy circuit since 2007 and released his first Netflix special in 2014 to rave reviews. In my opinion, this is one of the greatest comedy specials of all time. Now, this isn't to say that being friends with Joe didn't help out Tom's career. He's been a regular on JRE as far back as 2010, and Joe convinced him to start his own podcast.
Enemy attacks on the
Became
way to our
wildly
base.
successful. People loved Tom because he was just like us, you know, normal guy who just happened to make videos that was genuinely funny. I used to think Tom was one of the funniest guys ever. He was on a comedy Mount Rushmore up there with
Assimilation aura is ready.
Tom Martin.
What, did she have a bong hit transplant?
So how did he end up in this video? It's simple. Success got to be This is where Bart Kreischer comes into the picture. Two of them started the Two Bears One Cave podcast, and at first it was going great. High viewership, great reception from fans. You know, at the beginning, Bert, for all his faults, came across as genuinely charming, but things slowly started to evolve. Bert and Tom got late. Eventually, it seemed like they were just like having therapy sessions. It was just two out-of-touch rich guys complaining about their millionaire lives.
If you can find a cheap private jet, which is what we fly,
yeah,
and if you can find it makes sense. So we are very well versed in planes that do not have a bathroom. Planes that, if it does have a bathroom, you have to then teabag your entire crew as you get out of there. You've seen that video.
When they weren't complaining, they were just straight up flexing, talking about wasting their money on expensive watches and private flights. The whole podcast just oscillated between flexing and complaining. The mask of the normal funny guy slipped off, and people started seeing Tom as yet another rich asshole. Eventually, people got fed up and openly started criticizing the duo. Now, here's where Tom made a very odd decision. Instead of just ignoring it or apologizing, he doubled down.
Every time we talk about
Not enough
like a
minerals.
watch or a car, I'll get like a
Our
bunch of
allies are
messages
in
from
combat.
losers that
We need
that
more minerals.
try to tell me that
Evolution
I'm
complete.
making them feel bad about their situation. You're in control of your own situation and your own feelings.
He just ramped up his rhetoric, and his whole personality basically became dunking on the poors. He quickly got backlash for this rhetoric. It didn't stop him. So absurd.
I think using watch rockets supports people
I agree. I think the washcloth is a poor
More
person.
overlords. Immobilization wave.
I've only met
Okay, honestly, this might be controversial, but I kind of agree. Okay, like I don't understand what they're trying to just use your feet. So Tom tried to play off these comments like he was just making jokes, but clearly some of his real feelings were in there. This became especially while he was flying commercially, he was
Out
asked
of
to
energy.
check in his carry bag, and this led him to having a full-blown meltdown at the airport called security person the C-word. Then he started fighting with people that were criticizing him for this meltdown, saying that the reason these people were poor is because they were okay with being inconvenienced in their day-to-day lives. I think that was the
Not
moment
enough
where
minerals.
Tom officially fell off. All of his newer stuff has not been great, including his latest Netflix special, which is pretty much universally considered a piece of dog shit. Not as bad as Gringo Hobby or anything, but still.
More
His
Vespine
once beloved
required.
comedy has now been reduced to like Bert Kreischer level.
The
farce.
assimilation
I
aura
loved him,
is
Tom.
ready, my queen. We
Broke my fucking heart. At the same time, I'd probably do the exact same thing in his shoes. I'm not even gonna lie.
Bro
the second
left.
I start making real money with this YouTube shit, I'm done
Evolution
with all of you, bro.
complete.
So please check out my Patreon or become a member of my main channel.
Bro was mad because he was out of position
Just kidding, guys. I would never do that. I'm too humble. I'm like
and rushing the target.
Anyways, let's talk about Brian Callen first became fame in 1993 at TV.
Out of energy.
I'm being sarcastic.
He met Joe Rogan around the same time.
Has been destroyed.
Callen scored himself a spot on the Death Squad. From there, Callen started picking up roles on major productions like How I Met Your Mother,
Our forces
Entourage,
have met
and the
the
first two
evolution
Hangover
combat.
movies. Now, even though he was a funny side character, he was never the star.
Brace yourselves.
That
Enemy
is,
forces are
until he scored
inbound.
himself a starring role in the
attack.
critically acclaimed comedy, the 41-year-old virgin who knocked up Sarah Marshall and felt super bad about it. Yes, this is real. Actually, it's one of the first videos on my channel
have
is
my
reviewing this movie. Genuinely, this movie's so bad it's good. Like, my review might actually have been itself. But anyways, clearly Hollywood wasn't Brian's strong suit. Broadcasting that's another story. But aside from Brendan Schaub, he's one of the most frequent guests on the show, and that's not exactly a lead
No,
part.
Carrie, get out of
Naturally,
there.
if you appear on Rogan and you're
The simulation aura is now ready.
so in 2013, he did the Fighting the Kid with Brendan Schaub. We all know how that ended up. Going into business with Brendan Schaub across a cursed Egyptian relic, it's only gonna ruin your life. But Brian made it work somehow.
Which
He
one of
carried the
these
whole thing on his
fuckers are
back,
detectors?
and it became a success.
Detector.
His stand-up was going good as well. He released a
Can
comedy
be
special
upgraded
in
to be a
2017,
detector.
which was decently received, and continued getting parts in movies, including a minor role in The Joker. By all accounts, he was doing good. Then, 2020.
Which one
Me
makes
Too
him a
era.
detector?
Chris D'Elia went down, and then Brian Callen went down shortly after. It all started with Catherine
Detector.
Tigerman, who accused Brian
What
of rape.
is it?
Three other women also made their own accusations, but some were milder than
I am
others.
the
Now,
spirit.
Callen was a known sexual degenerate, and
It's
many
time
of his
to
friends
And then one time we went to class and took Tuesday at like 7:30, and you were like, "Can I get a ride in my car?" And I was like, "Sure." You got in the car,
Good job,
And
George.
I literally like turned the
The
wheel,
intel I've
like
provided, I'd say half their stock anyway.
Ba ba ba.
You do not hear no a lot.
Yeah.
I do know that. Or you don't
Companies coming to
listen
our
to it.
base, and they do not
You don't
look
take
too
it
happy.
seriously.
Correct.
Yeah.
Assault.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think,
like I remember being like, oh, I'm just gonna have to have sex with him because it's not.
only way to kill
And
them.
I know. Like,
Right.
I'm just gonna.
Now, Brian acknowledged that he
Objective
was a
has nearly
degenerate at one point in his life.
Yeah, I'm
Now
not
he
worried.
was a family man
I'll let
with
one
11
go.
different kids, so he denied all of the accusations.
Our
Promised to
forces
fight
have
them,
met the
which
enemy
he
in
certainly
combat.
did. He actually sued his husband Gabriel for defamation, arguing that he was out to ruin Brian's career. Why? Because Gabriel stand-up and saying that these heavy security abusers. Brian thought he could just throw money at the problem, but he miscalculated. The Tigermans crowdfunded
They
the
got one
defense,
fastest.
raising
Can't let that happen
$30,000.
again. Got a
They
reputation
filed to
to
have the case
maintain.
dismissed, to which the judge agreed, declaring that Brian hadn't met his burden, demonstrating his claims were true. After this, Brian had no choice but to bury his head in the sand. So he
Assimilation
laid
aura
low.
is ready,
He
my
took the
queen.
break from the F and the K, which was not great for Brendan, as we established. His non-existent charisma kind of caused the show to fizzle out. Even Joe Rogan wouldn't have him on anymore. But eventually, things died down, and after taking a few months hiatus, Brian returned to The Fighter and the Kid. But the accusations combined with remnants and funniness made it a shadow of what it once was. After a 3-year absence, he started appearing on JRE again, and even though his career ain't what it used to be, he's still a member of the 200 at the end of the day. Up until recently, it was looking like people recently things have gotten weird again. During a TFATK announced the show about the whole Epstein situation. Instead of going with the normal response of, yeah man, that's so horrible, I can't believe that happened, I can't believe he was doing this to all these underage girls, he went in a complete other direction and downplayed it, saying that it was normalized back then. These guys, just a bunch of rich guys cheating on their wives with models.
All of it.
Yeah. Well, no, what's not weird, what's not weird is really powerful men like Bill Gates going to an island cheating on their wife. That ain't weird.
That ain't weird.
That's been going on forever.
100%. He denied all of it today.
Of course, but I'm saying, I'm reading, what I'm saying is that for the most part, it looks like that was the operation. Right?
Well, it looks like the operation, right?
It was a brothel, basically.
Even Brendan Schaub was in awe of what he was hearing.
What is your take? What the fuck is going on? Woody Allen now defend Epstein?
Woody Allen's a very good story. Woody Allen's
it's weird you're dating your stepdad.
It's still legal.
As you can imagine, the backlash to that responded in the next video, where he switched his tone completely and said he wasn't aware of the scale of the Epstein stuff. Which, come on, bro, fuck off.
Into that relationship. You gotta look more into it, because you would be so much more upset.
But I haven't looked.
But that's
I don't need to look that into it.
No, because you do if your take's gonna be they didn't know.
No, my take is this: if you knew.
They're upgraded, whoever they are.
Then you're a scumbag.
Then all these people were mentioned are scumbags. They all knew.
How do you know? How do you know they did?
There's emails in the. That's why you gotta look into it.
Yeah.
In the 3 million fucking
I don't have time
emails.
to look into 3 million, but yeah.
But then don't comment on it and say, well, they didn't know.
To this day, Brian still hasn't recovered from the accusations. Just when his career was but I mean, you don't feel too bad for him because the guy should be. Jordan Peterson and the University of Toronto, but he was basically unknown outside of academia, which all changed in 2016. First part is Professor of Canada's Bill C-16, which basically made trans people a protected class. Peterson argued that the bill was a pathway to compelled speech and eventually authoritarian. The video blew up, getting hundreds of thousands of views, and more importantly, it set in surveillance. 2016, he made his first appearance in court, with 12 million views, making JP a household name overnight. He used his newfound fame to launch a writing career. In January 2018, he released 12 Rules for Life.
Hey, get out of there.
He became like the embodiment of the center-right anti-SJW movement.
Redeploy.
At that time. After his book release, he went on Channel 4 for interviews with Kathy Newman on topics like the gender wage gap and gender equality and shit like that. The interview got over 50 million views because, you know, Jordan Peterson destroys SJW reporter. You know, it turned into a meme and it still gets quoted today sometimes. Soon, this guy was everywhere. Podcasts, book tours, lectures. He was unstoppable, but then everything fell apart. Jordan developed a crippling addiction to benzos. He was originally prescribed them for a food allergy, but when his wife was unfortunately diagnosed with ovarian cancer, he started taking them to cope with the stress, which snowballed into a full-blown addiction that almost killed him. By 2020, it had gotten so bad that he had to go to Russia for a rapid detox procedure, which is basically when you get put in a medically induced coma until you're with Wall Street. 4 weeks, and afterwards he could barely walk. The situation basically emotionally volatile, especially online. Twitter in particular was absolutely destroying this man's life. He basically replaced his show which one it is. This guy spent hours ranting and raving on Twitter. It got ridiculous sometimes. Like in this infamous moment where he was trying to make a video of a Chinese dick-sucking factory, some kind of forced fertility clinic in China. I'm not even joking. Like, that sounds like a joke, but I'm 100% serious. This video, which obviously I can't show you on YouTube, shows what seems to be a bunch of fat men. What's going on in China? Three-child policy? Jordan retweeted it and said, "Such fun and unbelievable techno nightmare CCP, hey, bucko." This has got to be like one of the most embarrassing things ever, and it really highlighted his completely unhinged obsession with communism and the irrational fear he had that America
Assimilation aura is now ready.
Full-on Marxist, communist, whatever. Also, his mental health probably wasn't helped by the fact that his daughter's a hoe.
I love that.
Husband and child behind to go
Bro left, but it was after I fucking reached critical mass.
Essentially, but then he went back to doom scrolling almost immediately. He was back on the same course. Meanwhile, the guy started appearing on podcasts and interviews again where he would cry, I shit you not, almost every single time. So clearly the guy was not doing well. You know, he's crying all the time, he's crashing out on Twitter, and this all culminated into the infamous woke moralist moment. Before Elon Musk came into the picture, Jordan made a tweet about Elliot Page where he misgendered her, which was pretty standard for us. The post was flagged and he was threatened with account deletion if he didn't take the tweet down, which obviously he didn't want to do because it was compelled speech. So he made a response video on YouTube in which he just completely freaked out. Now, honestly, you know, call me a chub, but I don't think you should have your Twitter account deleted for misgendering someone, okay? Well, I mean, these days you can just, like, straight up post Nazi propaganda, but I'm talking about back then. But Jordan's response was so
now we're gonna
ridiculously
message
over the top
them
that he just became a meme, and nobody really could take him seriously.
And I'm not taking down that tweet or acknowledging that my tweet violated the Twitter rules. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
After the ban, he became even more unhinged on Twitter, regularly complaining about troll demons.
See if he gets salty.
Jordan,
I'm just saying,
so
won that solo, by the way.
So upset with people trolling him
See
on
if they
Twitter
come
all
back
day
salty.
that after Elon bought the platform, Jordan begged him to get these people banned on multiple occasions. All this trolling was pushing Jordan further and further into the right, and he eventually joined the Daily Wire, completely dropping his whole centrism thing. This is when he started ramping up his rhetoric and became super pro-Israel for some reason. He even did a very softball interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, which is probably the worst thing since the Nelkoys interview. Even his own audience was giving him shit for this, but here's the thing. Jordan is terrible at handling criticism. He just gets super bent out of shape, and he dove headfirst into that comment section and started arguing with his own audience. This habit continued for years, and it spilled outside of comment sections into like appearances he was making on talk shows, like when he got into an argument with Piers Morgan that got so heated that Jordan started crying and screaming and pissing his pants. Like, I don't even know what the hell he's saying here, bro.
Broadly speaking, and sometimes specifically. And I could see the pathway to rectifying
Oh, he's crying again? What else is new?
The pathway to rectifying that, as far as I've been able to understand, and I've understood this more deeply as the year.
This was becoming such a common occurrence, like it was rare for Jordan not to cry in everything that he appeared in. Now, by late 2025, he basically disappeared and nobody really knew where he went. It was later revealed by his daughter that he'd gone back to the ICU due to chronic inflammation, which, according to her, had been caused by mold exposure. And sadly, he's still addicted to Twitter.
Pussy.
He's not tweeting as much anymore, but you can see him reposting stuff to this day. Honestly, man, I feel bad for this guy. You know, like, I don't think he's evil. I think he's just, like, severely mentally ill and unequipped to deal with the internet. Like, I genuinely hope he gets help and he gets off Twitter.
Got a contract you might want to help me fill.
You
are mine! Train system
Owen
that ships
Benjamin is
questionable
interesting
Mobius
because he
cargo.
might be the only person in history
I've been
to
hired to
have
destroy
canceled
those trains,
himself.
but I don't have the
From
personnel to do
2004
it.
to
I'm
2018,
thinking maybe
Owen
you
made
do.
a name for himself as an
What do you
actor
say?
and a stand-up comedian. He even starred in his very own Hollywood movie called All's Fair in Love, which bombed horribly, commercially and critically. Yeah, honestly, Obi wasn't great at the whole acting thing, or the whole comedy thing, which are two things you need to be good at when you're acting. His chances of making it big were slim. But that all changed in 2016. Owen, just like so many others, realized that it was easier to be a right-wing grifter than to tell jokes. So he went full-on political. Naturally, this led to him getting invited onto the Joe Rogan Experience, which skyrocketed his career. But then, things got weird. In March 2018, Owen went to a town hall meeting where he sat down at a piano to play his magnum opus. That N-word stole my bike. And when I say N-word, I mean, you know what I mean. You know it. Obviously, this pissed off everybody at the town hall, but Owen, being the asshole that he is, just doubled down and released an unhinged 2-hour rant to dunk on his neighbors. In it, he mentioned how a local church had actually refused his donation of $500 because they didn't want to be associated with him. This was just one of many examples of
I don't know
Owen
who this guy
crashing
is.
out, and he was testing the limits of pretty much every social media platform, just posting unhinged shit. It had gotten so bad that he was on thin ice on basically every platform. Like, this man's brain was so cooked that all he could talk about was about everyone trying to cancel him. But in reality, he was canceling himself by being a dick and an unhinged lunatic. Even Joe Rogan was telling him that he needed to relax.
So when I see this online and I see these blurting outposts, just outbreak posts, they're just like you got mental diarrhea. I mean, just let me see if I can throw the word in here for a goof. Let me see if I can, you know, say something that's.
Bro,
Owen did not
he
like
had
that.
him on after
And
he
neither
did
did his
all that
fans.
N-word
The
stuff?
comments were filled with insults hurled
That's
at Joe,
crazy.
be it for his weed addiction or the fact that he didn't let Owen defend himself, and the hypocrisy. To this day, this clip has 2K dislikes compared to 2.4K likes. This was the start of a long-standing beef between Joe and Owen. But I mean, really, it's more of a one-sided beef. More on that later. Since this episode, Joe basically cut off Owen and refused to have him back on the podcast. And this made Owen spiral out of control. He got banned on Twitter after mocking David Hogg, and in 2019, his YouTube channel was also banned. Yeah, this was kind of like the death knell for Owen's career. Content on like Rumble, Kick, basically, a joke. And there was one man that he blamed more than anyone else. Joe.
He had my back so strong when I was going through the trouble. And then he just bailed, and I was like, but he doesn't owe me anything. It's just like the guy that was fucking your mom. It's like, just out. And you're like, but what about Christmas? You know, like you're holding a mitt, and you're like, where's Rogan at? And he's like, hey, little buddy, I didn't even know you wanted to play catch. And I'm like, you fucked my mom.
These days, Owen spends like every waking moment of his life complaining about Joe. He talks about him during live streams, calls him a liar, and insults him for being short.
And I don't hate Rogan. I just think Rogan's a 5'6" guy, looks like a thumb, and he thinks he's a ninja.
After his Twitter got reinstated by Elon, he started doing the same stuff on there, taking every possible jab at Joe that he could. Even though most of the time it's not even relevant to the discussion, he'll just throw around a random insult like this. But the guy is a full-blown schizo. Either that or he's just engagement farming, but the sheer hatred and wrath that exudes from this man is on another level.
We've got to have money.
Very successful stand-up career. He was even right there on the Chappelle Show. And actually, Bill's podcast predates Joe's by a full 2 years. Still, I'm not gonna act like appearing on JRE didn't help accelerate his career even more. He's been a regular since 2010. Now, the reason people love Bill so much is he's like every man. He's, you know, your typical blue-collar kind of funny guy. He goes on rants, complains, he goes on tangents, and it all feels authentic. And even his reviews for movies came off like your uncle from Boston who's talking shit.
I really hope Netflix doesn't go to thumbs up, thumbs down, like I said, because it's so fucking stubbing your toe. Thumbs down. Adolf Hitler. Thumbs down. I mean,
early on, Bill built his whole persona around brutal honesty and authenticity. He was also a true man of the people, talking about how billionaires and politicians exploit us regular folk. He also criticized his fellow celebrities like Beyonce and Usher for taking blood money by performing for Muammar Gaddafi's kids, which is going to be ironic in a minute here.
Usher, Beyonce, and Mariah Carey actually did private New Year's gigs for $1 million. Did New Year's gigs for Gaddafi's kids. Can you fucking believe that? How much fucking money do you need to make? You know, you're gonna take a gig where you're gonna go dance with a goddamn fucking clown for a mass murder.
Is bro for real? Goodbye.
Started to lose his edge.
You just destroyed my hatch instead of opening your own.
Famous, his rhetoric kind of softened a bit. I mean, he still criticized the ruling class, but just didn't hit the same. Still, though, he was incredibly successful. That is until September 2025, when he performed at the Riyadh Comedy Festival in Saudi Arabia. An event that was specifically created to whitewash the country's human rights abuses. You would think that the pro-free speech, pro-working class Billy Burr would never do a show for a regime that puts people in prison for criticizing them and has literal slaves. But hey, if the money's right. Oh, and by the way, this event was also organized to overlap with the 7th anniversary of the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi, who was murdered by the Saudi government for speaking out against them. Really rubbing salt in the wound there. Almost instantly, Bill's fans turned against him, to which Bill replied with outrage, refusing to admit that it was a bad idea to go there, calling his fans and critics a bunch of losers and racists who don't know anything about anything.
Yeah, I think the general consensus is how dare you go to that place and make those oppressed people laugh, you fucking piece of shit! I can't believe you went to that place I can't find on a map! And this box said I was upset about it, so now I am!
Yeah, it turns out calling your audience a bunch of dumb racist idiots isn't great. Since this whole thing, Bill's YouTube views are half of what they used to be, and even now his comment section is full of people shitting on him. Now, this probably won't affect his career too much, but it's impossible to take anything he says seriously anymore. He's just as much of a greedy schmuck as the rest of them. Now, I've always said the worst thing about Jeffrey Epstein is the hypocrisy, and that's the worst thing about Bill Burr too. This guy was an absolute legend, a comedy hero. Unfortunately, greed got to him, and now he's washed. My goat is washed. I swear, bro, the only real comedian left is the goat, Tom Myers.
None of his teammates came to the poor guy's birthday.
Dave is one example of the all-too-common failed comedian to right-wing grifter pipeline, except Dave added a step in the middle where he was a left-wing grifter first. When Dave started his stand-up career, it was not great.
Really? That many straight here, you sir? Obviously straight with your 4 chicks.
Not
a lot of straight people, really? I was gonna have security remove like 3 or 4 of you, but I guess we can't do that.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks! He tried to make a name for himself for years, but it didn't pan out, so he switched strategies. He started co-hosting a radio show called The Ben and Dave Show, later renamed Six Pack, where he finally found some success. In 2014, Dave joined the Young Turks. Now, just to be clear, I'm talking about the left-wing political YouTube show and not the group that perpetrated the Armenian genocide.
Oh my God.
You would name your show that. That's kind of like if I made a YouTube show and called it the Nazi Party. Anyways, this was Dave's first foray to the world of politics, and it was a big shift from his previous I have no opinions era. His stint on the Young Turks, still an absolutely insane name, by the way. Didn't last long.
So Dave's been a great part of the network for a long time. The Rubin Report obviously appeared on the Young Turks many times. He's going to do it again tomorrow.
But after that, he is leaving the network. He's got a great new job at Riot.org.
After the split, Dave became more of a centrist type. The kind that was like, oh, I'm above the partisanship. You know, he's just a guy that wasn't picking sides.
Number 4, I won't be a partisan.
The enemy has mobilized.
One of the worst things on
We
cable
should
news
move
is
to
that they think
intercept.
debate is taking a Republican operative and a Democratic strategist, sitting them across from each other and letting them go at it. That is not debate. That's American rhythm. Yes, I tend to agree more with people on the left, but I'm not in this for the Democrats. I think they're as sold out and as corrupt as the Republicans, and I'm going to call them both out for it.
That is until Joe Rogan happened. Dave went on his podcast and they hit it off. Then he went back multiple times, and during this period, you can kind of see him moving more and more right with each appearance, and his success continued to grow. But his transformation wouldn't be complete until 2017 with the famous PragerU video, Why I Left the Left, which is kind of funny because in the video he didn't say he left the left, he said he was trying to reform from within like a political Martin Luther.
Well, I actually never said the phrase "why I left the left," but I just talked about my frustrations with the left and why I believe in freedom and liberty. They titled it "Why I Left the Left," and actually the first half hour when it dropped, I was pissed because I was like, man, they just like blow my gig. But I really felt at that time, I feel a little differently now, that I was trying to fix the left from within.
But PragerU slapped that title on it anyways, and once Dave saw those views rolling in, whew, he fully committed.
And then quickly I realized that video went so viral, it's their #1 viewed video on YouTube, that I was like, you know what, I have to just kind of embrace it.
Just like that, the rebrand was complete. Dave Rubin became a classical liberal, which in reality is just a conservative. Pretty soon he became a member of the intellectual dark web, which is an even more exclusive group than the Death Squad, okay? If the Death Squad is like the Freemasons, the intellectual dark web is like okay? So he lumped himself in with people like Sam Harris, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, just like the minds of our generation. These were the people that were supposedly representing the dissenting voices on the internet against the mainstream media. Then something weird happened. Joe started getting a little suspicious of Dave. In their last podcast appearance together, they had a little bit of a confrontation. Full-on splits up a libertarian and said that there should be 0 regulations on everything, including building codes, as the free market would weed out people who cut corners.
You want the government to tell you how to do all these things and all the regulations that you gotta have your electric thing this far from this, and like all of
The regulations like that for construction are important. You have to make sure that people don't just scoop their shit. But you don't have a power line that's near a water line. There's a lot of.
But I would put most of that on the builders, though. They want to build things that are good. Now I get it.
Oh, that's not true. Listen, people
people are
cut
going to build
corners all the time. Like you have to have regulations when it comes to construction methods, or people are going to get fucked.
They cut corners when there are regulations anyway.
They do. They would cut a lot more if there weren't regulations.
I'm not
You
totally.
go to third world countries and look at construction methods. They're fucking dangerous.
After a brief back and forth, Dave folded almost immediately, and it was this moment that kind of convinced Joe and a lot of other people that Dave didn't really have any political conviction. The guy was just going with the flow. It kind of came across like he hadn't really thought out any of his beliefs and was simply parroting what he heard other people in his space say. This was the last time Dave would ever go on JRE, and not from lack of trying. He's attempted to go back on multiple times just to get ignored. He even made like a whole ass video crying about how Joe won't let him back on the podcast anymore.
Will I go on Rogan's podcast? I asked him, and our PR people asked him about a gazillion times to go on to my book. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened.
After this, he sort of became a joke. His popularity not only stalled, but a lot of his former fans started to back away from him. And things only got worse. In 2014, the DOJ revealed that Dave, along with a number of other conservative creators, were being funded by Tenet Media to the tune of millions of dollars. Dave, in particular, was receiving $400,000 a month for post-war videos. The problem is Tenet Media bypassed sanctions against Russia after the Ukraine war. Now, in all fairness, Dave is very dumb, so there is a chance he's been duped into it, but I would be surprised if all these people were aware the whole time. Still though, my biggest criticism is that you're a grifter and getting paid. Not a good look. So Dave is jealous that you can't go on JRE. Kind of a stretch, but hey, I have to put somebody in the heavy category. Now, lastly, let's take a look at the man who started it all. The king of comedy himself and the leader of the Death Squad. Now, I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school here when I say that Joe has never really been that funny, which is kind of crazy since he's one of the most successful stand-up comedians of all time. Like, I don't think any other career path has this phenomenon where you can just be mediocre and also extremely successful in your field. It's like imagine if Albert Einstein wasn't that good at math, you know? Just doesn't even make sense. Anyways, Joe's true talent wasn't in comedy necessarily, but in podcasting. His childlike curiosity and willingness to talk to anyone really appealed to a lot of people, myself included. Like, I'm not even like 2015 JRE was peak. Okay? As a young man who just discovered podcasting in the mid-2010s, that's like all I was talking about. Joe used to be the guy who questions everything. But he even had a show called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. And all of a sudden, his questioning is a lot more selective. Instead of the diverse cast of characters that used to appear on his show, nowadays it's just like billionaires, members of the Trump administration, and his comedic sycophants. Let me give you guys an example of what I'm talking about. In one now infamous episode, Joe had on the FBI director, Kash Patel, who you might know as the guy who is actively stifling the Epstein investigation. Now, this is probably one of the worst podcasts I've ever seen in my life. Joe barely pushed back on Kash at all. And when he was criticized for that, he literally said, "What am I supposed to do? Push back?"
The Epstein stuff is so weird because when Kash Patel was on, he was like, and I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, people were like, why do you push back? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there on the internet because there's nothing I can... The guy's saying there's no...
Joe's also had on Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, two guys that were all over the Epstein files, and he didn't ask them shit about it. In fact, if any of his guests ever try to criticize these guys, Joe all of a sudden gets real quiet or just tries to change the subject or just downplays it.
I know a lot of people hate it when Peter Thiel says it. Like, Peter Thiel is a terrible person, he's evil.
You think he is?
No, I think he's just telling you the truth.
Truly amazing stuff. And it gets worse. Around the time the Epstein files were released, he invited on Mike Benz, a former State Department official, on the show to talk about the files. You'd think this would be the perfect opportunity for Joe to go down one of his famous conspiracy theories. Because, I mean, Joe and Alex Jones were talking about Epstein like years and years before this got big. But unfortunately, that didn't happen at all. Mike spent the whole podcast trying to convince Joe and us that Epstein's whole business was not that sinister, just rich people networking and cheating on their wives and partying with mostly adult-aged women who were there to juice deals with them.
Because this is an international enterprise, and many of the clients are like, in countries that don't necessarily have the same norms about that that we do. You can very easily see someone getting involved in that just because girls juice deals.
Bro, I swear, this guy said juice deals so many times. Now, to be fair, Mike did admit that there may have been some weird stuff going on with underage girls, but it would be like finding a needle in a haystack.
People talk about it. Everyone says, "Fuck kids on the island." This is the big conspiracy about it, and this is the reason why people are so outraged about it.
My concern with the runaway train on that is that it's a massive manhunt for something that it may be true. To me, it's a needle in the haystack. It might be true. Good luck looking for it.
Now, you don't really have to be a schizo to understand that this is completely absurd, and the fact that Joe barely had anything to say about it is insane. This guy just nodded like a nod at this government stooge. At one point, he even concedes to Benz that it probably wasn't a blackmail op. Speaking of that, you guys should watch the Epstein video I posted on my main channel. Anyway, it's not just the Epstein thing. A few months before this, Joe had on Theo Von, who is a recurring character on the show. And every time Theo tried to bring up Israel or criticize the U.S. government, Joe just kept steering the conversation away from that.
That's why I think ICE that's why I think all the ICE stuff happened. Because I think they have to get everybody on the books. This isn't about, they have to do an inventory now of everyone because they're going to need, otherwise when it's a surveillance state, it's all going to know if you're not like documented or on the bill of sale or whatever, it's going to be, you're not on the inventory list. If you're not inventoried in the country, then it will know, the machine will know immediately, oh, this isn't, you're not even supposed to be here, right? So that's why I think that the ICE stuff is happening, because I think one of the reasons is they have to get everything inventoried.
I see what you're saying. I think the ICE stuff is happening, a lot of it is because of political power. It's congressional seats. Because the census just counts people, they don't count legal citizens.
So it's pretty clear to anyone with more than 2 brain cells that Joe is compromised. He used to speak out against the government and the mainstream media, but now he's essentially become a propaganda arm. He has a rotating cast of members of the Epstein class and allows them to gaslight his audience and spew lies with barely any pushback. And people are starting to notice. A big part of Joe's audience has completely turned against him, and his podcast ain't on top anymore. I mean, it's not like the dude's struggling, okay? He's rich, so I'm sure he doesn't even care. The money he got from the Spotify deal is enough to feed 16 generations at least. So he's just become a typical out-of-touch boomer. It's gotten to the point where this guy is regularly getting fooled by AI.
You see where he had a fuck Trump shirt on? Yeah. And he's dancing and going down an elevator? Have you seen his video?
I haven't seen. Please play it. I haven't seen it.
Really, this him? It's real. Yes, it is. No, it's real. I love it. It's real. It's gotta be.
It has to be real.
That is so real, Jamie.
By the way, if this was real, he might have won.
It's probably a real person. It might not be Tim Waltz. The fuck Trump is AI generated.
No, he slaps his ass.
I mean, that is hilarious.
Oh, it's definitely him. This is all 100% real, Jamie. You're a plant by the
Jamie's
government.
compromised, and I'm worried about Jamie, and I'm worried about Grok.
So essentially, Joe has trapped himself in a pocket dimension, his own reality where only things he likes are real and nothing else exists. Or at least that's the opinion I formed after watching Health and Graveyard.
I've come this far.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Trump Tuesday blasted U.S. media outlets saying on Truth Social, if Iran surrenders, they would portray it as a, quote, masterful and brilliant victory over the United States.
We can't allow it to escape.
It comes as Iranian officials signal that negotiations to reach a ceasefire deal are ongoing. Tehran's top negotiator, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, returned from Qatar on Tuesday. According to Iranian officials, his visit to Qatar aimed to secure the release of $24 billion, a quarter of Iranian funds frozen abroad. This comes as Iranian authorities partially restored internet access after a nationwide blackout that lasted for nearly 3 months. Israel said Wednesday it had killed Mohammed Odeh, Hamas's newly appointed armed wing chief in an operation in Gaza on Tuesday. A family statement Gaza said 6 people, including at least 1 woman, were killed and more than 20 others wounded in the same Since last October's so-called U.S.-brokered ceasefire, Israel's killed some 900 Palestinians in Gaza.
Well done.
This is a resident of Gaza City responding to Israel's airstrike Tuesday.
There was a
sudden airstrike by Israeli warplanes. It was a surprise. They had a rooftop apartment in a building with 3 missiles, 3 simple missiles that were heavy missiles. There is no ceasefire. Day and night there is shelling. The shelling is constant here. They say there is a ceasefire, but there is no ceasefire for us. This is the Eid atmosphere, as you can see. It is Eid now.
Israeli strike Tuesday, according to Lebanon's health ministry. Israel launched more than 120 airstrikes Tuesday alone, one of the heaviest days of bombing in weeks. An Israeli military official confirmed troops had begun operating beyond the so-called Yellow Line, which is a boundary running roughly 10 kilometers inside Lebanon. The escalation comes despite the ceasefire in place since mid-April. Since March 2nd, over 1 million Lebanese have been forced to flee their home, and more than 3,100 have been killed in Israeli attacks. This is a resident of Tyre.
Kids, women, all sitting here. Suddenly, the Israelis send evacuation warnings, and these people get thrown into chaos. They pick themselves up and leave. Half an hour, 45 minutes later, look what happens.
The U.S. military carried out another strike Tuesday on a vessel in the eastern Pacific Ocean, killing 1 person, leaving 2 survivors. The Trump administration once again claimed the vessel was carrying drugs without providing any evidence. Video shared by the U.S. since September, the Pentagon says it has killed nearly 200 people in strikes on boats in the Caribbean and Pacific. The attacks have been widely condemned as illegal.
Explain yourself.
Hundreds of immigrants detained at the ICE jail known as Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey, are continuing their hunger and labor strikes to protest inhumane conditions and call for their release. Delaney Hall is operated by the private prison company Geo Group. Outside the 1,000-bed jail, ICE agents combined with pepper spray. 3 people have been arrested during the days-long strike. Even as Homeland Security denies there's an ongoing hunger strike, so-called border czar Tom Homan vowed to force-feed the immigrants on hunger strike if the situation at Delaney Hall, quote, gets bad enough, unquote. Newark is a sanctuary city. DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen has threatened to halt international flights and stop processing travelers to Newark International Airport and other major U.S. airports in sanctuary cities. We'll have more on this story. The Trump administration is expediting the use of mass immigration.
Our position is more secure by the second.
NPR reports immigrants are now being scheduled to appear in front of what's known as master calendar hearings with an unprecedented 100 or more people at a time.
Assimilation aura is now ready.
For many immigrants, this is the first time they would appear in immigration court to plead their case. Immigrants without legal representation have been disproportionately targeted for these new hearings. Lawyers told NPR the practice is already underway in cities like Chicago and Boston. The Supreme Court decided with the Trump administration of involving federal immigration judges. The conservative majority justices overturned a lower court ruling that had allowed the challenge to proceed. In 2020, a group of immigration judges filed a lawsuit over a federal government rule that limits their ability to speak out on public policy. The National Association of Immigration Judges said in a statement, quote, "Justice is not reward when judges are intimidated into silence, nor can a nation remain free when the rule of law is subordinate to the whims of political ambition," unquote. Mass protests have continued in Bolivia for nearly a month as thousands take to the streets demanding the resignation of President Trump. Lawmakers this week moved to approve the possible deployment of armed forces to suppress the mobilizations. Farmers, teachers, and others have joined the protest, calling on Paz's government to roll back austerity measures amid soaring living costs.
Destroy everything we have built.
We want the government to solve this problem, to fix it once and for all, and to do so wholeheartedly. The babies are starving. We can't afford to buy food. We seniors no longer have the money to buy food, and I have my granddaughters who are orphans. I'm asking for a solution.
Assimilation aura. The Trump administration has public officials to Kenya in an effort to quickly staff a potential quarantine center to send U.S. citizens who have been exposed to Ebola. That's according to the the Wall Street Journal, which said some members of the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps have received deployment notices to Kenya. The World Health Organization says there have been more than 900 suspected Ebola cases in the Democratic Republic of Congo, over 200 suspected deaths in just under 2 weeks since the outbreak was first announced. This comes as healthcare workers gathered in the eastern DRC city of Bunia on Tuesday for the burial of a doctor who died while treating Ebola patients. This is the president of the Ituri Medical Association.
We are indeed afraid. We're seriously afraid because all of us are supposed to take care for the sick. Today there are sick people coming in. Tomorrow there'll be more sick people coming. We're afraid. We're really afraid. But we cannot abandon the sick because we're afraid. No, we will treat them while respecting
taken out about after
the Trump administration is pushing a new non-disclosure agreement that would apply to all federal workers. The Office of Personnel Management posted a draft to the Federal Register on Tuesday, prohibiting workers from disclosing non-public, confidential, or proprietary information. It would also bar them from sharing sensitive internal materials not currently available to the public. The draft goes beyond standard classified and unclassified categories of information. The new rule targets leaks to news outlets and would broaden non-disclosure agreements already in place at the Pentagon and other federal agencies. Esha Bandari, director of the American Civil Liberties Union Speech, Privacy, and Technology Project, said, quote, such broad gag orders would leave the public in the dark about how the government works, preventing the kind of informed debate that's critical to democratic accountability. The government cannot shroud itself in secrecy in a democracy, unquote. A federal court blocked Alabama from using its new congressional map in this year's midterm elections, ruling it intentionally discriminates against black voters. The three-judge panel wrote in their ruling,
I did say that was the hardest cup.
Clear to requiring Alabamians to cast
the Zerg
their
Air one
votes
is hard
in the 2026
too,
elections under a districting plan tainted by intentional race-based discrimination.
Although
unquote.
his
More than 1 in 4 residents of
big
Alabama are
cannons
black.
lead
Alabama's
the
Attorney
liberating
General vowed
speech,
to
which
appeal
is
the
nice.
ruling to the Supreme Court, which last month struck down Louisiana's majority black congressional districts. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, the state Senate wrapped up its session Tuesday without voting on a new congressional map that would have dismantled the state's only majority black district. South Carolina's lawmakers quietly defied pressure from President Trump and the GOP to join the ongoing redistricting battle ahead of the midterm elections. And in Texas,
The Goliaths
the
are
state's
just
Attorney
too
General
strong
Ken Paxton, backed
against
by
the
President
Needlist.
Trump, defeated 4-term incumbent Senator
And then I'm
John
not
Cornyn
sure
in the
if
Republican
their
Senate
missiles have that
primary
missile
runoff
spread
Tuesday.
ability.
Paxton has previously been indicted on charges of felony securities fraud and was impeached from office on allegations of bribery, dereliction of duty, obstruction of justice, and abuse of public trust. Paxton is the first primary challenger to defeat an incumbent U.S. Senator from Texas since at least 1980. The Republican candidate spent nearly $130 million, making it the most expensive Senate primary in U.S. history.
What is this
Paxton
week's
now
rotation of
faces
freebie? It is
Democratic
pretty
nominee,
easy. You've been
State
very successful
Representative
with it.
James Tallarico in the general election in November. And those are
Kills
some of the
frames,
headlines.
though.
This is
The
Democracy
fire
Now!,
effects.
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more. We begin today in Newark, New Jersey.
How much do you make? You just had tax issues, right? So you probably know how much you make.
I
That was a
know how
rounding
much I
error.
owed. I owed over $4 million.
Recently, in an interview with Caleb Hammer, Asmongold said that he's paid about $4 million in taxes just
taxes alone. That's not how much he earned. It's not how much he's earned over his lifetime. We just know he paid that much in taxes.
Okay, so $4 million. Was that after estimated taxes? Was that the back pay?
No, that was my estimated tax.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so $4 million. So you probably make after taxes. What was that?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the answer is. I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Penguin Zero, Charlie, also recently shared on his AdSense revenue alone, he made $34 million, I think in about 5 years, if I remember the timeline.
I'm going to show you my YouTube earnings. So be ready, because here it is. Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million.
As a full-time creator myself, just disclaimer, I'm not making that kind of money, but some people are, and the question is, do they have to be evil in order to be that rich?
That one does, apparently.
Old man. Jesus Christ. I can't believe you're a millionaire. How did that happen?
Because if you know anything about Asmongold, I would say that he's engaging in a lot of philosophical evil in order to stay relevant and trending.
All of the Islamic identity politics people are going to start immediately playing for, sympathy or something like this. We don't even know what the who the shooters were. Like, they could also be Muslim. Like, this is the thing, it's like, as soon as this happens, they're trying to pre-flight and craft a narrative, proactively. So who knows? Never waste a crisis, yeah.
Federal law enforcement officials tell CNN they believe the two teenagers who attacked the Islamic Center in San Diego, shooting up a mosque and a school, may have intended to attack other targets that same day and may have been stopped because the armed security guard at that mosque wounded one of them. The security guard, Amin Abdullah, was killed in the shootout.
Never waste a crisis, yeah.
That was my best friend. He's the kindest person you'd meet, best dad you can ask for.
Never waste a crisis, yeah.
When I learned that, his actions saved all the kids in the school and deterred them from even, going to the kids. I felt proud and I felt comfort because I know that's exactly how my dad would have wanted to go out, was, protecting people.
Never waste a crisis, yeah.
The fact that he was a front line, trying to defend the kids and the innocent people, that makes me feel good. So, I feel like that, calling him a hero is the least, the least we can call him,
Never waste a crisis, yeah.
My name is Hawa Abdullah. Brian Matthew Climax, known as Amin Abdullah, was my father, my dad. He was a loving father, husband, son, brother, and uncle. To me, my dad was a role model. He was the best friend. He was the best, absolute best dad in the world. He would want our community to stand together as one. That's exactly what he would want. I hope this moment we can all come together and to be kind to one another and to remember who he truly was. Regardless if you were a Muslim, okay, if you were Christian, if you were Jewish, if you had no faith, he didn't care. He would treat you as a human. He would smile at people he did not know. You could see the happiness and just who he was as a person, just looking at his face.
Never waste a crisis, yeah.
Charlie, on the other hand, I think engages in probably less philosophical evil. If you've never heard me talk about philosophical evil before, it's just something that I've been saying as a counter to your philosophical joy. So, we move through the world thinking we're good people, we're ethical, we have values, we know right or wrong. But because the world is so diverse, it really can be, person to person. So let's say you as an individual maybe act out of turn or do something you're not proud of, you can call that your philosophical evil, and then it's on a spectrum. So maybe you are driving home from work and you get upset, and maybe you flip someone off. That is like a philosophical evil that on a spectrum is like not the greatest. It's not something I recommend, but you know, at least you're not Asmon Bull doing extremes, making fun of minorities and punching down on marginalized communities. I would say Asmon, as an example, is like deeply in his philosophical evil, and that's how I want you to think about it as we have this conversation. Charlie, on the other hand, I think engages in probably less philosophical evil, but what he does engage with is trending topics, often within themselves filled with philosophical evil.
But I've started to recognize over the last few months that some of the things I do just really aren't fun for me to do, and I've been doing them out of obligation. Mainly internet drama. When I initially started covering drama so many years ago now, it was fun, because it wasn't as serious, like the stories were a lot, you know, more quirky. It was easy to get invested because it was kind of just like a soap opera, like a really dumb soap opera.
Carrie,
but recently it's been much more serious, and I feel the need to talk about these things because a lot of them are extremely serious with very important topics to discuss. But it has become draining. As much as I never wanted to admit it, I've started to recognize that my mood is immediately impacted by whatever I read on Twitter in the morning.
So it does exhaust him to cover it, but it also does bring in the views. This is truly the struggle as creatives in this space, people who cover trending topics or politics, to kind of have to make a decision about the ethics around what we cover. Even last week, even though you guys really received it well, my Tyler Catastrophe video was something that I really had to sit on for a while because I was worried that I was going to engage in some sort of online bullying towards a person who honestly probably needs more compassion and needs to be held accountable for the wrong that they did as well. It is a fine line between engaging in personal, direct evil and sort of reviewing evil that puts a lot of us in a really uncomfortable position. I also want to point out that some of the largest voices in political spaces like Hassan Piker rose to fame and continues to go trending for the philosophically evil things that he said.
August 21st, 2019 comes around, and I say something.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
Which, by the way, politically speaking, I think he was trying to make a point and he was being hyperbolic, but I think there's something bigger here that's what people focused in on.
Hey, what do you think of the Dems turning Hassan Piper's live stream into some weird witness test? What's going on with that? Because didn't they want a Joe Rogan for the left? They kept saying
They kept saying it, but they didn't mean it. We have a war, illegal war in Iran, where we're massacring schoolgirls, threatening the end of civilization. You have the Israelis massacring people in Beirut. You have prices at home sky high. You have ICE rounding up American citizens. CNN is doing multiple segments.
What were you trying to get across when you said that comment?
You know, the 20th year, the 20th anniversary of 9/11 really was an interesting moment for me because everything that I said on that broadcast was reinforced through every documentary that came out.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
And then some of those groups became the Taliban, right? They started infighting, some of those groups became the Taliban, and America was directly involved in this, and very openly. So that's what I was talking about, because it was in response to what Dan Crenshaw was saying about how, 9/11 happened because they hate us.
Some of my own party have said that it was a mistake to go to Iraq in the first place, and believe that it's not worth the cost. Every benefit may flow.
Man, might watch this again when Jack gets here.
But the cost of not acting against Saddam, I think, would have been much greater. And so is the cost, and so will be the cost, of not finishing this job.
They hate us because they hate us. That's it. And it was very frustrating for me to see like a dude who went, served overseas, got his eye blown out, right? To come back and just like keep reinforcing that same cycle of violence. And even using his like veteran status as a way to just like send more men and women overseas to get their shit blown off.
Only once. Shame on you. fool make a fool again.
I mean, the Democrat Party is literally attacking Hassan Piker for something he said that at the time they couldn't even say themselves, because the Democrats supported the Iraq War and they were more than happy to engage in the killing of 100,000 Iraqi people in the name of whatever bullshit George Bush sold us. So I can see why, in many ways, Hassan Piker might be a good person using philosophically evil rhetoric in order to go viral or stay relevant, in order to push out a generally better idea. And even as I say that, I do have a lot of issue with the way that Hassan Piker engages in misogyny and ableism in order to push out his leftist politics.
Doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean?
I think what I'm trying to point out here is this question that even over on my stream channel we've been having: can you be rich, famous, and ethical? Can you be a good person?
I early on recognized that if I wanted any kind of sustainability, I knew that I had to be a subscription-based model.
Hassan Piker, aka Hassan Abi, is one of the biggest political commentators on Twitch with 2.7 million subscribers, but he says 50,000 of them are paying subscribers, sending in $6 a month.
The revenue structure on Twitch is they take a 25% cut of all the subscriptions.
If you do some quick math before taxes, that's over $200,000 a month and likely over $2 million a year.
This is the home that got me canceled for my field up my family.
Why do you think that is?
I think people have a very silly, I would say, understanding of what it means to be progressive, what it means to be a leftist. I just make fun of it, honestly. I try to use the house or all these, like, different controversies as a teachable moment to just be like, listen, this is not a poverty cult at all. I pay my taxes.
So the question is, how much philosophical evil do these often men engage with in order to stay relevant compared to those of us who are still engaged in this space? We make a living, but we're not doing the same thing they are. Are we better, or are we making worse choices? Are we bad at capitalism, or are we just anti-capitalism?
I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day.
The reason I want to use Charlie and Asmin as the first examples is because they counter each other so perfectly. They both sort of look similar, but yet are very, very different people, and their content is very, very different. At least Charlie attempts to be a good person.
As you just said, it changes. What if a 12-year-old went through puberty early, the parents consent, the 18-year-old and the parents consent? Can they do it?
Most likely that's not going to happen. You know why? Because Islamically, if
we're not talking most likely, just say it.
If the families have consented, the kid is mature, the kid is ready. Why should I stop?
At 12 years old. At 12 years old.
If the kid is physically mature, the parents consent, both parties are happy.
A 12-year-old being physically mature.
If that's the only line that actually makes sense.
Again, I don't think a 14-year-old can ever be physically mature.
Well, Asmin completely gave up. Charlie also did something really amazing, which was, and I know this sounds crazy because he's, you know, worth over $35 million, but Charlie gave up the right to monetization, meaning he turned off monetization on his YouTube channels and did everything he could to stop his viewers from giving him money.
I won't be sticking around. What I'm turning off is pretty much every way of donating money to me. I'm disabling YouTube channel memberships and super chats.
Which, considering the state of the world, is, you know, the bar is in hell, but it's something, and I appreciate it, and I think it's a good gesture. Unlike an Asmin, who would never think about doing this, because Asmin, at the end of the day, is a ruthless capitalist. This sort of swings into a conversation around even like a Trisha Paytas, or someone who stays relevant by sort of being controversial. Trisha will say, oh, they're just making content for fun, it's, you know, they're artistic, it's just an experiment, but the way that they rose to fame and prominence was basically through personal and sort of cultural exploitation, right? Cultural appropriation. I mean, doing some of the worst, most unethical skits, art performances, if you will.
It was supposed to be like this artistic piece or whatever, and it was like whatever. It, like, looking back at it as like, yeah, I was like, in 2022, it doesn't like fit the flow, but like back in like when I made it in like literally like 2010 or whatever it was like, you know, meant to be like artistic or whatever. It's just like people hang on to that, and it's like always spam.
I look pretty. Do what you're told. Mommy, Daddy, proud. Mommy, I don't want to play in the basement. Wow, the washing machine's going. What are you doing? No. No. Daddy, stop. Stop.
Pretending to be victims of murder and engaging in racism. I mean, singing lyrics that I don't even want to repeat myself.
He could whip me every night, just like Django.
And even now, current day Trisha is still engaging in what I would call sort of a PG version of the same thing that got them famous in the first place. And again, it's all about using other people to get ahead, to quote, do it better than the original or more controversial than the original in order for people to be shocked, and then in order to make you trending, basically.
I think it's due to the K-pop charts.
Wow.
I think they'll get to the K-pop charts.
On where? Oh. I would.
People. Anyway, I'm looking into it. I'm looking to see what's happening before.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm very excited about this. This is all really new to me. I don't have time to tweet about any drama when I'm in. If a K-pop drama wants my song, though, let me know because I'm down to have it in a show.
So the question is, if your goal is to stay trending, is that the philosophical evil? And because you're trending, you get money. So maybe it's not even chasing the money, it's chasing the views. Recently, Dr. K even talked to Lacey, and they had a conversation, and Lacey had this realization that, you know, he hates himself.
So, like, let's go back to the cut chair for a moment. Okay. So, did you ever feel like you were in that chair? That's the feeling. Prior to being a streamer, like life was passing you by, like you weren't doing as much, right? So I have an idea in my mind, which is I'm envisioning a 300-pound person who's kind of going to college. Dad thinks he's wasting his time. Life is passing you by. You know, you're supposed to be in college. You're a freshman in college. This is when you're supposed to be partying. This is when you're supposed to be getting laid, right? And I can imagine a scenario where you feel like you're watching from the cuck chair as life passes you by, and that doesn't feel
yeah,
good.
When you say it like that, 100%. I definitely felt growing up like very left out, very isolated. Like I had friends, but I was nobody's best friend. I was kind of always just like there.
And a lot of these streamers, a lot of content creators, I think a lot of us are definitely fighting demons. I think a lot of us grew up a little bit traumatized. I think everyone's kind of traumatized, but I do think there's something about a creative in which we, you know, try to express our feelings through the things that we make.
I didn't realize that basically told me because I was so rejected as a kid that I rejected myself now. And that's why I stream so much, because when I'm live, I don't think about how much I hate myself. And that basically, that's why I just open the stream, because it takes away that thought in my brain of not liking who I am.
And I think that goes for everybody. I think Asmongold and the way that he was raised is such a testament to that. I think Hassan and his relationship with his body. I think even Ethan Klein or Trisha or any of these people that, you know, we can talk about, whether it's in entertainment space or political spaces, at the end of the day, the creative element is a cry for help.
It's just totally fucking fatty ass food. And on
Pros,
top of that,
long
he
distance
goes, you know what?
mining
I'm in the
through
mood
most of
for
that.
a cookie dough cheesecake.
But that's the exact type of game that like shows like how some of the like that dude definitely shouldn't have been playing on brutal, but he was at least good enough that I could fucking maintain the momentum I had. And that's the thing with Kerrigan is if you can't maintain the momentum, you'll drop. And she can never be the one who carries. Like, there's certain people who just can't carry. She can late, you know? Like if that was the Zerg Air Comp with the Devourers and Guardians, though, no way we would have won. Like, it was Roaches and Ultras versus Mutalisks, so... But, like, the Zerg Air, they have the Devourers and Scourges. I don't know what's harder, that one or the Terran mech with Liberators. It reminds me. Is his innate ability. Damn, he doesn't get the instant warp until level 11. Is his SCVs by default? And he gets the Harvester at level 5. Chat's complaining about how easy the mutation is.
And he just fucking busted out a cookie dough cheesecake and propped it in front of me and went and looked at me and went,
"Listen,
aren't you in the mood for it too?"
I will say this in his defense. It's the fucking holidays.
Yeah.
If you don't gain a 10 spot during the holidays,
I can't.
Can't.
I can't because like I've been doing so well.
So you got into looks maxing prior to
Yes. Yeah.
You getting chicks. Yeah. Was that a motivation? Those like message boards?
That was, but you know, that wasn't necessarily the only thing I was thinking about at the time. It was more just like an objective, this will improve the quality of my life mentality.
Yeah.
And that was just one of...
That's bullshit. That's the biggest bullshit anyone's ever said. No one gets into looks maxing for improving your quality of life. Every single young man that is straight abso-fucking-lutely gets into it because they want to get laid and they want to impress women. Where they go from there, depending on their, you know, mental faculties, is an entirely separate story. His endpoint might be different, but his start point absolutely was because he probably had a crush on a girl or something and he wanted to impress her. Bro, you were fat when you were a child? Yeah, I was. What kind of fucking point is that? Yeah. And I was absolutely all up in these fucking forums trying to figure out how to lose weight my whole life.
I stopped caring about the way that people saw me because I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public. I gave up on living a normal life or, you know, having a family or anything like that. I based off of my experiences that I had. I was worried about, you know, number one, my mom dying, number two, being homeless, and number three, at that point, I had always assumed that I would kill myself after high school. Like, that was my plan. But, you know, Wrath of the Lich King came out, and I just got distracted. I forgot. Ended up not doing that. And because of that, I never brushed my teeth in high school. Never really gave a fuck about it. Never cared. And this caused, guess what that causes? It causes your teeth to rot out. Right now, I only have 5 real teeth left in my whole mouth. And I think you start with like 32, which is kind of crazy to think. So, you know, missing half your teeth and, you know, living in a dump with a dead rat alarm clock. You don't know if your mom's going to be alive that day.
With a dead
You've
rat
got no
alarm
money,
clock.
You have to support her. She's never going to be able to support herself. And things are just basically slowly getting worse and worse and worse. And I started doing YouTube, and things started doing a little bit better. I started doing streaming, things were doing better then. I mean, I guess it's nice, right? Having money is way better than not having money. I don't believe there's any light at the end of the tunnel. I definitely don't think so. I just try to make the best of being in the tunnel. And so that's why I live the way that I do. That's why I do the things that I do. That's why I say the things that I do.
At the end of the day, the creative element is a cry for help. And I say that as myself as well. I mean, I definitely came to the internet many
What is the OnlyFans hack?
Oh, YouTube glitching out.
Are you at risk of being exposed? Well, to start, if you were never a member of OnlyFans, you don't have anything to worry about. If you've performed for OnlyFans, or you are a member, or even were a member, you might have a problem. Now, before I get started, make sure you're subscribed and hit the bell to get notified. Only like 5% of my viewers are
Shut up,
subscribed
Ryan.
with notifications. So, for those of you who don't know, or who are pretending not to know, OnlyFans is an adult website where models make content as independent contractors. They set their own prices for access to their pictures and videos. The model keeps 80% of the revenue, and OnlyFans gets 20%, you know, for their hosting charges. So, what do we know about the actual hack? Well, it wasn't really a hack. The seller posted a database advertised as 340 million OnlyFans records pulled from internal systems. However, he never touched an OnlyFans bit of private data. Instead, he built the data set by scraping public profiles from Twitter, Instagram, Spotify, and other public websites, and then he matched that data against OnlyFans usernames. With this, now you have a correlation of people who have account names on Twitter or Instagram or whatever with people who have the same account names on OnlyFans. So far, nobody's actually hacked anything. We just have a correlation. NoteByte or NovaByte on X might be a different person than NovaByte on OnlyFans. So how do we figure out whether this is the same person? Well, good thing I work in the intelligence community finding bad guys. Surprisingly, the way I find bad guys as a contractor isn't all that much different than what this particular attacker is doing. And by the way, if you want to find bad guys or just hate meetings, this meeting could have been Signal's intelligence shirt. You can get that at Bunker Branding. So honestly, you get the correlation by going out to the dark web and just buying data breaches. There's a whole cottage industry of real-life hackers who break into corporate computer systems or message boards or forums or whatever, websites, and they sell that personal data that they collect. The cost for the person buying this data, it varies. So we're talking anywhere from like $1 for data that might be a few months old and let's say came from like an anime forum to thousands of dollars for something like the Coastal Carolina healthcare system where names and social security numbers were stolen. Now, if you have one or more data sets of stolen data, and in this case, I generated a fictional data set here. I have a name, an email address, an address, and a year born. All you have to do in that case is write a quick Python script to take the usernames that you scraped from Instagram and Twitter and OnlyFans and compare them to the email addresses in the database. And in this case, what do you know? Spurs fan 1988 has accounts on OnlyFans, Instagram, and Twitter. And he was born in 1988. And that has a pretty high correlation to his username. So now I know this guy's username and I know this guy's email. And this is what's called a correlation attack. And you can create a pretty accurate picture of that person's pattern of life with this information. You know, in the same way that I've figured out when people are awake, when they go to sleep, and when they go to lunch from how they post it on Twitter, you can create a crazy accurate pattern of life from this. So when you assemble all of this correlated data into your own database, then you offer it for sale. And I believe this particular bad actor set the price at $67,000, which tells me that this is just some dude looking to make some Bitcoin, looking to make some money. He's not like a state actor. Like, I don't think this was done by China or the government of Russia. Now, essentially, this becomes cybercrime as a service. If you're an extortionist, you don't have to go out and learn Python. You don't have to hack anyone. You just buy the correlation data from somebody else and just go down the list extorting people. Hi, Daniel Reyes of 809 Harborview Lane, Tampa, Florida, 33602. If you don't pay us $10,000 in Bitcoin, we're going to tell your wife, your employer, and your priest that you have an OnlyFans account. Think someone's going to respond to that? Whether you have their wife's information or not? And the more socially unacceptable the content that victim may have been consuming or was subscribed to, or perhaps even creating, the more likely it is that that victim will pay. And if you want to dig deeper, if you posted on a white supremacist website or the Antifa forums or message boards of certain sexual proclivities, well, then the sky is the limit to the harm that can be done to you. Now, the past, that can't be undone, but you can kind of reduce your footprint before someone starts to map it. I've worked with Obscure IQ before. You can find them at the link below. They're basically a firm that removes executives from the internet and removes their personal data. They actually didn't pay me any money to say this. I'm just friends with Colby and Jeff, and Obscure IQ handles my personal internet footprint.
So cringe.
So how do you kind of move past this in the future? If you wish to view adult material in relative anonymity, at least use a different browser and a different email address that is solely used just for browsing adult material. That way, the data breach of the company you sent, like your TV warranty,
don't be a little bitch,
doesn't reveal the adult websites that you.
Nobody would be shocked at the shit I'm watching.
The real danger is that you used the same username, the same email address, the same browser,
or
the same
posting.
phone number, and the same identity across 10 different parts of your life that were never supposed to touch each other. And that's what a correlation attack does. It brings those
like stroke
together.
buddies.
So it
aren't supposed to.
The bad
touch
guy
each
doesn't
other?
need to break into your house. The bad guy just kind of walks around your neighborhood, looks in your windows, checks your mailbox, reads the name on your Amazon package, and goes, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the same guy." So if you don't separate your identities, eventually someone else will separate you from your money. So again, this wasn't a hack. This was a correlation attack. This was just a very persistent dude who knows
gonna
Python.
blackmail me with the butthole I post publicly?
Data together that wouldn't mean anything separately. And again, Obscure IQ, I'll put a link to him down below if you're looking for executive level reduction of your personal data. Thank you guys for watching. Stay safe out there.
Oh man, I have to work in this. Yeah,
Cringe,
maybe I'll
cringe,
just
cringe, 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 cringe.
One today.
Do we have a Jillian? Do we have a?
I can find the Jillian one. I think the AI thing was the most amazing part.
The AI thing went out through. I have not watched the whole debate, and I don't know how much they cut around it. But this was happening throughout the entire thing, and
her holding up the laptop at you to show you what the AI is saying is maybe one of the most amazing single frames of debate I've ever seen.
I honestly think that I had disassociated so much that it didn't even occur to me what she was doing. Like, I think I was had moved into the deepest recesses of my brain. Let's play
I think this
whatever
is
you
the
got.
end here. I think this may be the tail end. I'm not sure.
Okay, how long is the time frame to get from?
Okay, honestly, I gotta go. This has been great, very edifying, and I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
That's great. I'm just curious. The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks.
No, I want to.
We gotta go back. Okay.
Yeah.
So she's saying they have 60% uranium enriched, highly enriched uranium, and it is the case that it doesn't take that long to get to 90% enriched uranium from 60. Particularly if you've gotten to 60, I suspect it's sort of like if you're age 70, your chances of living to age 80 are much higher than if you are 20. Just statistically speaking, and I think if you have and because of all the things that go into that, you've gotten this far, and so you have the capacity, so you could enrich to a 90%. That's what you need for a weapon, and that may only take a week, couple of days.
Do you just pour that into a water bottle and then throw that at somebody?
That's the point. You need to have an entire weapon delivery system. So it's not the same thing. And we've been hearing this over and over again. The Israelis have been saying Iran is days away from a nuclear weapon for literally 25 years.
Evolution.
And but so I was like, they're not 2 weeks away from a weapon. And I don't know how you. She had already told me the USAID the cutting back only killed 8 people. That's all she could find. But what it did do is it funded the organization that did the gain of function in Wuhan and created COVID. And then she was telling me about how, all the benefits from RFK, because I think she sort of conflated having SNAP requirements for what SNAP recipients could, restrictions on what SNAP, on what food outlets that sell to SNAP recipients, what they had to supply, etc., as if there was going to be
make it quick.
The FDA or USDA is going to go into 250,000 bodegas and say where are your fresh apples? I don't see them. So, I mean, these institutions have been cut dramatically. The idea that they're going to be able to enforce this is just absurd. So continue on.
I would just clue people into the way she has to retake a sentence here because it's clearly the first time she's reading it and doesn't know any of the context she's spouting.
Rich, thank you for having me on. Great. I'm just curious. The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks, Sam. That's the answer.
Days and weeks away from a nuclear weapon. It's amazing how many years,
Sam, that is
decades I've been hearing that.
Sam, they had 60% enriched uranium. It takes, literally, the short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. And I did speak to somebody from this. Yeah, no, okay. All right. How long is the time frame to get from 60% enriched uranium to weapons grade? The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. Because the law of physics and nuclear engineering, because of the laws of physics and nuclear engineering.
Yeah, so there it is. This is, again, for folks just listening, this is the Google search AI response on this.
Nuclear engineering, because of the laws of physics and nuclear engineering.
But she's not asking how far are they from getting a weapon. Which is what you're debating.
I mean, she has no context for that. This is the thing Israel's been saying forever. She has AI psychosis, really. The confidence she had to say that stuff that was just horseshit about the school bombing and stuff like that.
And then we were talking about Iran and Mossadegh, and I said, you realize that the CIA could Mossadegh, and
debatable,
who was the elected leader of Iran, and she goes, "Well, that was Sam. That was
in the name of common ground.
That was 27 years before the Shah came. I mean, before the Ayatollah came in." Okay, so are we still gonna get blamed for that? Are we gonna get blamed for all the time that he was a dictator? Yeah. It was one of the most sort of like, honestly, I was disassociating throughout the entire thing. And apparently she cut into she got a good production team. Fine. Like they cut into, they keep cutting in.
What'd you say?
Clips into the thing. But the very beginning, can we get to the very beginning of it? This was the part where she had said, she had emailed, maybe someday we'll release the emails. She emailed and said, like, what would Santa like to discuss? And as I had said on Twitter to her, like, I wanted to revisit the USAID and the Doge cuts, babe, because that was the last time we talked. And she wanted to do more current things like transing kids. But we ended up, I don't know if we ever settled on anything. I don't know. But the first, 10 minutes, maybe more, of the interview was her production team having put it together like a super cut of every mean thing we've said about her.
Oh man, this is great.
And at one point, she's mad. I stopped listening, and we got to get to the yup part. That's when Matt speaks, and I may have said yup at the end of the clip, and then I had not listened to the play.
Okay, so this is right as she's about to cut to the nice compilation she made of our work.
Oh man, it's amazing.
And we will exchange on Piers Morgan from a year ago.
Promise you we will. That's why I'd like some of your time. Okay, SOT 3.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser, go F yourself. Take your maha and shove it up your ass. She now has a YouTube influencer channel. Even bigger loser. Everybody knows.
Is this a meeting of...
All right, pause it for 1 second. Just pause it. Don't keep it up. But that last clip was literally from after she made her challenge. When I was mocking, let's keep it real. But this is like such a short cut. Like I'm not even sure what the point is. Good.
Just kidding. Straight gay. They're both gay.
Snake oil. It's snake oil sales when talking about politics. Totally. I'm sure she read that book 2 weeks ago.
Did it have pictures?
Here's someone who quit her show because of criticism of Israel was happening.
Talk to me about Islam. Tell me where we're getting it wrong.
Please come on my show and justify why Muslims aren't bad. 3 hours ago. Nothing. Have we heard back anything? Nothing yet. Oh, my God.
She's a fool.
Her role in media is to defend Israel. I think she's a TERF, right? So she doesn't like trans people and thinks it takes away from feminism. And then there's also a Maha person.
They want to get rid of free lunches in schools.
Sorry, does Jillian deny that she's exclusive of trans people within her family?
I think she probably would deny that she's a radical feminist.
Okay, so that's the part that she's taking issue with. Okay,
according to the logs, she found out what TERF meant from Emma in that comment, according to what she told me in an email.
Well, that's not very nice to make somebody look up a word.
All right, let's keep going. Wait, you got to keep going because at one point she makes me account for what you said, Matt.
Okay.
Both here and in Africa, which I know I care about both. She cares about neither, but is pretending to care about the kids in America. Okay. Wow. So first, let me address the fact that I'm sorry I did not get back to you within 3 hours.
Great producers.
Well, you gave us a lot to work with, Sam. Having said that, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you within 3 hours. A man of your stature, I apologize. But your followers spammed the email I put out. SOT number 2.
Not sure how to reach you. Email our podcast line, and then she puts her email there. If you guys, want to send her an email, now you know what her address is. Go wild with that shit.
And they did. Graphic number 1.
Well, hold on for 1 second.
Yeah.
Those guys are on a completely different podcast.
I totally get it, but it seems like they're your followers, though. They like you quite a bit, along with, like, I didn't even know Hassan Piker calls you Uncle Sam.
They do a show about beefs, but I guess
so. Yeah. So then we get, okay, so graphic number 1, so we got We did, in fact, get those emails, and it made it very difficult to find yours. LOLOLOL. I think they left off the last O. You're
Pause
such
for a second. I mean, can you, like
I hope Cedar guts your...
I hope people can understand my state of mind at this point. I'm like, this is... I haven't been through something like this probably since, I don't know, junior high. Where, you know, like she wants to come on and just make it about her aggrievement. She's so upset at the way that people who like me have sent emails to her. Zach and Gavin, they were laughing at her. That was so rude. I mean, I at this point am like just questioning everything I've ever done in my life that led up to this moment.
So I've kind of had to, I believe, the next supercut of things we say about her.
It doesn't
everybody.
Stop. You've seen Iranian people in the streets here telling everybody, listen to what we are saying to you. Mamdani sounds like the Ayatollah.
Wait a second. There are Iranian people in the U.S. in the streets of the U.S. saying that Mamdani sounds like the Ayatollah?
I'm assuming in 1979, like they're saying, like...
The phrase.
I guess.
What? No. The Ayatollah was in exile in Paris, I believe, when the revolution hit.
The people that have a lot of credibility right now is the conservative Iranian diaspora. Yeah, let's see what they have to say.
And I would like for some specifics about what Mamdani has said that makes him sound like the Ayatollah.
A lot of people picked their Mamdani 47 years ago in Iran, which was Khomeini at that time. If you watch if you just listen to what Mamdani said in New York, it's verbatim what Khomeini said 47 years ago in the Islamist lefty committee at that time. And people got fooled because it was at the end of 70s and they just wanted to be hippies and free, and that's how it looked like at that time for Iran. So they picked their Khomeini that was supposed to just come and help people have free everything and give the oil money.
How could you say no to free everything?
It's free and all of that. And you watch what he said and listen to Mamdani.
Find Iranian people on social media.
Okay, I'm gonna skip through the.
Well, but understand. So, Jillian was showing that we lie, and that there was an Iranian protester who said that that Mamdani was like Khomeini. And so
that's why I
said
insulted the conservative Iranian diaspora as idiots. That's why I said what I said.
And I said, well, wait a second. And first off, we should tell people, Khomeini was not elected. Mamdani was elected. It was what? That's like a slight difference.
Potato, potato.
Potato, potato.
Enemy forces are inbound.
Khomeini, I think probably offered stuff like, water, transportation, electricity. You'll be able to get those things. I guess free buses is sort of like Khomeini. But there's other people who've been helping.
Now you're getting it.
But I asked her, I said, I said to Jillian, I said, look, I will stipulate that we lied. That there was a person on the street, it's not hard to find somebody who's going to say that, who said he was like Khomeini. Well, you tell me, how is he like Khomeini? And she wouldn't engage in that part of the conversation. But we got to get to the point where she says she plays a clip of you.
1 second.
Because how far into the debate are we now?
I mean, we're about 15 minutes, so let me look. Give me just a second to search the transcript.
And the amazing
here.
thing is, at this point, like, I'm completely disassociating, and I'm not listening to anything, and I'm just like waiting for this whole thing. They had so many videos that they had cut. They were so excited about, or she was. I can only imagine what her editors.
Oh, it does reduce the research time. That's why she
they weren't
so fucking fast.
And then she
And
played
everyone else
this
seems
cut
so slow in comparison.
of Matt. I don't know what context it was. I honestly was not listening anymore.
I think I might have found it. Okay.
Okay,
let's see.
go a little
Give me
beforehand
one
so we know the
second.
context.
Oh yeah, here I am. Oh yeah, I got the Left Reckon hat on. That's great. Good little merch plug.
Very lucky for that one.
What does Sam want to talk about?
The turf
Let's
comment.
talk about the only thing that I accept.
Catastrophic.
Number 7.
Grown-ups.
Let's do SOT number 7.
She's
I'll
laughing.
say that organic-y type of thing that she represents, it would be catastrophic. There's an article in Foreign Policy Magazine 2022. In Sri Lanka, organic farming went catastrophically wrong. Nationwide experiment is abandoned after producing only misery. Basically, they tried to go pesticide-free, and it caused food shortages. So these people have no real solutions other than they have a perverse incentive in that when people are sicker and aren't covered by public health, they turn to quacks like them.
Yep. Okay, so that's exactly what we're talking about. That was in relation to USA. Did you read the article?
Did I read the article?
Mm-hmm. You said yup. So did you read it? Because it doesn't support
I
any.
don't even know what you're talking about.
The clip
I
that
honestly,
just
Matt
aired.
was
Did you
talking there.
read-
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
said yup. Are you not? Okay.
I said yup just
well,
now.
In the clip when you read it. This
I do
ties
3
back
hours
to.
a day. I don't know when that clip was.
I like how your
Don't you want
shirt
me to
is
be
less
wrong?
buttoned and your hair is getting more messed up as this thing goes on.
I don't even know what.
So this ties back
I'm
to
not
USA.
listening to this.
This
You
ties
can
back.
play it. It's for show. I'm here to have an adult conversation. You're not.
You are.
You're just
I think you're
talking
in a
about
free fall
how
because I'm going to bust you in lie
believed you are.
after lie
Listen.
after lie.
That's great.
So
you can.
in the article, what
Here is. Now let's start at the beginning.
That is
shall
the
we?
beginning. That's
we
USA.
were on Piers Morgan. You said to me that when I brought up that there were going to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people over the course of the next decade who are going to die because of cuts in USAID. Your words to me were, quote, and I'm sure you have it sought, whatever number it is.
I do.
Your words, that's a red herring. And then you said to me, read a book.
And if you had,
specifically
I think
named
you'd
the book.
know what I was talking about.
You remember what book it was?
Save 3 Lives by Rodale.
Yes, I did read that book.
Did you? Then you should
I
get
bought
it.
that book.
Okay.
I have it right here. It was an okay book.
But it should
there was a lot of
explain
stuff
to
in
you
there which I
how
agree with.
ongoing
Do you know
food
when
is.
that
I
book
would
was
think
written?
you would, Sam.
Do you know
this
when that book
actually,
was written?
Not only do I know when it's written, it actually started in the 50s.
1991.
Sam, can I explain it to
And
you?
that was 35 years ago. And so I read the book. It mentions USAID once on page 65, where Rodale actually speaks sort of positively of the USAID representative at a conference who was discussing the
What does
the
food aid
troubles
run
with
through?
getting,
What does
with
the food
getting,
aid run through, Sam?
the supplies needed to grow food in Africa. It was actually I can't. And the Her energy is the most. She's so oppressed. She's so oppressed.
I'm just trying to reach you.
It's there's like a kid thing where like you kind of get on them for something like clean up their room or so, and they like.
She's
They're
so
like,
exasperated.
God, okay, I'll do it.
Oh, Sam, you're caught up in your whole. Fauci's really done a number on you. Fauci has you in his pocket.
Booster brain.
I mean, I.
Did she read the current affairs article that I mentioned? That's what I want to know.
I will highly doubt that she did. I didn't. I wasn't listening at that point. Like I was not listening to the clip, so I had
You
no
were in
idea.
frame.
I
get more and more disheveled, and it's really cracking me up. Every
I'm trying
time
to
we
think
cut
of what
back.
I was doing. I think I was trying to like reach a tissue or.
You were trying
see
to find
if
the
there was
book.
Oh yeah, I was trying to find the book. Just amazing.
People that continue to watch somebody exposed for relying on AI that heavily need to like look themselves in the mirror and wonder like, what am I doing with like the brain that's in my head? What am I feeding it? Like, am I giving it the best type of content that helps me understand the world, or is this like actually a dead end that I'm going up to every day.
I don't know that there's really that many people who do watch, and I think there's a feedback loop here. I mean, she is very much. I don't think she was saying it was a pandemic. She said at Alliance Health, I think it was. We went deep into the Alliance Health stuff, which of course I was like, I am agnostic as to this question of Alliance Health. And the $30 million that Alliance Health got from USAID, which apparently justified cutting the billions of dollars that they send to deal with not just food, but malaria. I mean, we spoke to Mark Allen Derry about this. Early warning for Ebola, for just general health care that, both from a selfish standpoint, we get a return on investment, and also just, so that other people don't die.
What's up?
Nutrition, et cetera, et cetera. And then the rest that she was talking about was just, we need to wait and see. Oh, do you have the Iran clip? Let's play that.
About the school?
Yeah. This is the part where I was just like, I can't. I don't know how we got into this, because honestly, at one point I was in like, just sort of automatic, driver mode, essentially. And I think she was telling me that Trump was the lesser of two evils.
Explain yourself.
She didn't have much to say about maybe the PFAS hadn't come out yet, or whatever it was, but lesser of two evils, because Trump was not a war president like Biden was. And I'm like, he started a war in Iran. Biden didn't start a war. And she argued that Biden didn't do enough during the Minsk II negotiations in 22. I think she was saying to keep a war from happening. And do we have it?
Oh yeah, I think I got it. 1 second. There's a couple Iran things here, but this looks like I can. Yeah, I'm gonna put this up. Brett, just wait 1 second. Let me full screen it.
I mean, it was one of the more frustrating experiences I've ever had in my life. But I mean, Donald Trump is waging a war right now. We just played a clip of him saying that he's waged multiple wars.
You're going to say Trump is a president of war? I don't actually agree with you. I don't think so.
I'm talking about Iran.
Okay, let's talk about Iran.
We attacked Iran. We did. We did not attack Russia.
True.
You understand? You're comparing providing defensive weaponry to Ukraine.
Is this
literally bombing another country?
My feeling on Iran right now is that we don't really know how it's going to turn out. So far.
What do you mean we don't know how it's going to turn out?
Okay.
We already know right now.
I don't agree with you.
That we have killed thousands of civilians. We have expended...
with thousands of civilians? We've killed thousands of Iranian civilians on the street?
We've killed thousands of Iranians, yes.
Civilians or the IRGC?
Civilians. I don't think that's controversial at all.
Really? All right. Team, have we killed thousands of Iranian civilians? I know there was some skepticism over a school.
There's skepticism over that school?
Yes, because
I don't even think the U.S. government has denied it. They just said that
they've said that they think that it was probably an IRGC missile potentially
Megan.
hitting the school.
Tomahawk.
Not Megan, it's Julie and Michael still.
Megan.
I tried to ask AI if there was a defined answer. I mean, it's just I don't know if this is willful ignorance or just ignorance.
I'm telling you, she sounds exactly the fucking same.
It's just the level of delusion. If you want to understand
that same
the way these
cunty cadence that Megan has, she has it.
This is a perfect example. I tried
Where's
to find
Megan
something
from?
definitive. From who? From God?
Right.
Like I asked Google IA, artificial intelligence, and it said, well, we're not 100% sure.
Illinois, it's the Midwest.
I mean,
that makes sense.
This is the way that they operate.
Where's Julian Michaels from?
Bad sign for the future.
California.
And just to speak of
That doesn't make any
let's
sense.
just say skepticism.
Yeah, skepticism about a school.
I guess Megyn Kelly's probably trained to have that North Atlantic voice, like the standard voice, the standard accent.
There it is, Julian Michaels.
Well, the good news is AI is doing all sorts of other good things for us, like for our drinking water.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5
Added a bunch of
hours.
stuff to the list.
We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Speak. No time. Explain.
Graham Plattner is now the presumptive nominee for the Democrats in the main Senate race.
Yeah,
He's
play
already
this
been
video.
acting in that manner, going at Susan Collins really since the start of his campaign, but ramping it up recently because there are things like polls that show him. An Emerson College poll had him over 25 points over Mills. That was released last month.
She never really had a good showing at all.
Well, I mean, I gotta say, one, I think people are really sick of those Oppo dumps. They want to hear what you're going to do for me. What are you going to do for me? And two,
What have you done for me lately?
You know, some of the Mamdani advisors worked or set up that Plattner campaign. I believe Morris Katz is one of them, and they were immensely strategic in getting out ahead of any other candidate. Like, it's not been discussed enough how much Plattner benefited from the fact that he got the head start in this race. And he was able to define himself before the Oppo dumps from the DSCC were able to define him. And Janet Mills seemed completely, like, half-hearted the entire time as well. She also is indicative of the exact kind of politician that people are disgusted with right now. Old and clinging on to power, not fresh with new ideas, an institutionalist that believes in things like the filibuster. And it's not what people are interested in. Plus, I was reading that
Look away for 2 seconds.
despite having the backing
Whole
of the
Muta
DSCC,
army goes down
meaning the Democratic
to a
Senate arm,
fucking
for
size
all of their
store.
fundraising prowess and everything. She's lagging in fundraising both behind Plattner, who took home over $4 million in the first quarter, and Susan Collins, who raised $3 million in the first quarter. Mills is lagging behind all three, and she only had $1 million in cash on hand. She raised $2.6 million, meaning she had spent a lot of it too. So no one wanted to fund her campaign. She was running out of money, and she bowed out. So just like an immense humiliation to Schumer and Gillibrand and the DSCC and their horrific candidates. The only ones that are having success that they've backed, by the way, they backed Haley Stevens, we'll talk about her later. The only ones that are having success are like, yeah, already good candidates with statewide name recognition, like Sherrod Brown, who's already a senator before, like Peltola in Alaska, who already had a statewide recognition, and but even in like Angie Craig, isn't that the DSCC candidate in Minnesota? Or we can look that up later. But either way, it's been between Stevens and Mills in this instance. It's been really embarrassing for the DSCC, and there you go. I hope Peggy Flanagan pulls out in that race. Like pulls it out. Sorry, not pulls out. Pulls it out.
Craig has the advantage. Get out of the race.
Yeah,
Peggy.
no.
I mean, Craig has the fundraising advantage because of the DSCC, but Flanagan is pulling ahead from everything I've seen.
So, with all of that context and celebration that Plattner's going to be the Democratic nominee against Susan Collins.
Sorry, just to jump in here again. This is from the AI overview, so take it with a grain of salt. But Craig is perceived as a moderate, quote, battle-tested leader. Craig,
They love that term.
That's the new term for moderates who aren't going to offer you anything. But
it's funny that Mills is also running against somebody who's literally battle tested.
Yeah, war theaters. Anyway, sorry.
No, but battle tested, they've used that over and over again, which is just another way to say an institutionalist. As people want freshness, they don't necessarily want the scars from, the previous kind of establishment politics.
Plattner's making the rounds. He went on Jon Stewart's show, and here he is talking to Jon Stewart. What number is this? Oh, here it is. About how DNC leadership, despite the fact, and this was a day or two before Mills dropped out, DNC leadership has not reached out to him.
The Democratic establishment has certainly put their Kalshi money and their poly-market money on Janet Mills, and that, you know, is there? Have you felt any sense of any curiosity? Has there been any? Hey, Graham, I'm a more establishment guy. You seem to be resonating. What do you think is going on? Or do they view you again through the prism of insurgent? This insurgent must be stopped.
As of late, past few months, there's
Is this
been
the
a
guy
lot
with the
more
Nazi
reach out
tattoo?
from, like, individual people, kind of in the like senators, honestly.
I didn't know it was a
I think
totem
lot of
cop.
Senators, now, a bunch of senators like Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, Chris Van Hollen, that whole crew.
I guess if you're an
Martin
ignorant Marine,
Heinrich in New Mexico.
maybe an
I've been-
excuse.
they reached out early on and have been big supporters really the whole time.
They felt a fellow progressive who they thought, okay, I understand where this fella's coming from.
So that's been going on since the beginning. Past couple months, though, there has been more reach out from, I would say, more kind of like establishment folks. However, this is the important part. Not from like the DSCC, not from the DNC. Like nobody in the places of power remains interested.
But they're lost, dude. Like
it's so bad.
They're lost.
And the thing that bothers me the most isn't like I'm not asking for you to like be my friend. But you should be curious because I'm pulling 40 points ahead.
Right.
Like at least just reach out and be like, hey, what are you actually? Because they've never spoken ever. I've never gotten a phone call. Like no one's ever reached out. I've never talked to anybody in leadership. No one's ever been interested in which is like kind of baffling.
I think it's because they only know two stories. The two stories are this: you're either a moderate Democrat or you're a left-wing firebrand. And so what they're saying is, oh, sure, the left-wing firebrand, that does well in the primary, but that'll never travel. You know, there is that idea that, well, electability, and there's something crazy about this, as though you are the equivalent of you're the Democratic equivalent of a MAGA loyalist who has come out with wildly controversial positions. And then you talk to you for 5 minutes, you go, oh no, this is based in historical precedent. It has a very literate and literary foundation to it. It has a foundation of lived experience. Like, they should be, again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with Stewart's analysis, which has been kind of off for the past year, about, like, what...
Do we believe Graham Plattner when he claims that he didn't know?
I don't care.
I know, but do we believe him? Is it possible that people don't know the SS symbol that was on their hat is a Nazi symbol? What's the likelihood of that happening? Where did he grow up?
He thought it was a skull and crossbones.
Mm.
Like a pirate.
Yeah. Like I get what he says about like, oh, I thought it was this. He said he got it when he was drunk. He was born in Maine. Blue Hill, Maine. Where the fuck is that? Oh, it's like right on the border. He's basically Canadian. No. What is that border? Oh, it's a fucking road. Okay, so he's right near the water. What's the main city of Maine? Portland? Not that far from the main city. Close-ish to a big-ish looking city. Man, the environment of Maine is cool as fuck.
Maybe you'd like to step up to the plate.
Okay, so not like super rural. Maine. Do you know whether
Maine
the
is
Maine
very
education
rural.
system
Maine
teaches
is very rural.
the whole place?
There's Portland, and that's it.
Okay.
That's why there's. That's the thing is, Maine already has an issue with Nazis too.
Yeah, because when we spoke to your mate, we spoke about Maine, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Or just the northeast in general. Yeah, I don't know. His answers just feel very politician answer. And like, and this is not me like browbeating, and I'm just curious whether it's literally an excuse, like, oh well, I didn't know it was just a skull and crossbones. In 2007, sure. Do Maine schools teach World War II history? Surely they do.
I don't think they teach you what a Totenkopf is in school.
But you would see the imagery, no?
We need more minerals.
No.
Maybe I was just like autistically interested in World War II as a kid, and I'm just aware of this before of all of this. I don't know. But I feel like, along with the SS bolts, the Totenkopf is like one of the more noticeable Nazi symbols.
Not enough minerals.
I don't know.
Of Zuckerberg in sandals, this one of Jeff Bezos, and finally this one of Greg Brockman, the co-founder of OpenAI. The answer, I think we can all agree, is bad taste, which is ironic because the newest trend in Silicon
Peter
Valley
Jackson
is precisely this, taste. Now, is that a joke, you might be wondering? Well, I did the research for you, and I'm here to report it is not a joke. After nailing the slobification of everything, the tech elite is now warning us that in this new economy, taste is the currency. Now, taste itself can mean anything, right? I just finished reading a book titled Bad Taste about the reasons why we call some things bad taste and others good taste. Taste is so much more than a personal judgment. At one point in the book, Nathalie Ola describes it as a form of status anxiety. And I thought that perfectly encapsulates the current state of the tech elite. Status anxiety. For decades of tech optimism, people and even governments are being forced to reckon with the fact that the tech elite isn't on the side of humanity, quite the contrary.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation.
The backlash against tech giants and their leaders is unprecedented, and it extends far beyond left-wing critics. Whether it's data centers, involvement in the military, or attacks on users' privacy, people are fed up. But the tech industry is never short on ways to market itself. In the last few months, companies like Palantir and Anthropic have launched their own merch lines, drawing on knowledge maxing and the aesthetics of the Industrial Revolution. The New Yorker called it taste washing, Dazed called it techno-fascist fashion. The idea is to extract the last remaining bits of human creativity and regurgitate it in the form of corporate merch for a cult-like following, or perhaps something more like in the form of a lifestyle brand for the visionaries of the AI world. Now, if this was just about fashion, just move on, right? But the reality is that this isn't just about fashion. Whether it's Palantir's merch or Bezos' donations to the Met Gala, tech's obsession with becoming the creator of taste is symptomatic of a much deeper cynicism toward human life, work, and creativity. And that's what we're going to explore in this video. In the last year or so, I've developed a bit of an obsession with privacy, and honestly, for good reason. There are people out there who will gather whatever information they can find on you to threaten, to stalk, to cross lines that should never be crossed. It's scary, I won't lie, but I'm not gonna stop making videos because I love this too much. What I can do though is make sure I'm taking every possible precaution to protect everything outside of this frame. I mean, after doing a lot of research myself, I realized something pretty concerning. No one's really safe. Our data is constantly being collected, bought, sold, and repackaged
searched by companies you've probably never heard of. Your address, your phone number, even information about your family can just exist online. And that's the part most people don't see. It's not just out there, it's being actively traded, which is exactly why I started looking for ways to take that control back. That's where today's sponsor, Incogni, comes in. Incogni is a service that helps remove your personal data from data brokers and people's search sites, basically all those places collecting and selling your information without you even knowing. They reach out on your behalf, request removals, and keep doing it over time because this stuff can pop back up again. And with Incogni, a custom removal feature, if you find a site with your information on it, just send the link over to Incogni and they will deal with it for you. So this is how simple it is. Step 1 is setting up the account. Step 2 is to authorize Incogni to remove your personal data on your behalf. And step 3, you just relax and let them do the hard work. Those data brokers, scammers, they can't harm you if they can't find you. So take your personal data back with Incogni, use code CAPELLE, CAPPELLE at the link below and get 60% off an annual plan. That's incogni.com/CAPELLE. Thank you Incogni for sponsoring the video, and now let's go back to it. 1984 won't be like 1984. In January 1984, in what would become an iconic commercial directed by Ridley Scott for Apple, the promise was clear. The technological revolution would be emancipatory, anti-authoritarian, the very opposite of the dystopia imagined by George Orwell.
On January 24, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh, and you'll see why 1984 will be like 1984.
This narrative became the founding myth of Silicon Valley. Technology was liberation, driven by creative individuals seemingly positioned outside traditional structures of money and power, wearing flip-flops, grey t-shirts, and living in garages. I mean, look at this 1996 illustration taken from Mac Addict. On the one hand, you have the Windows user, a typical white-collar worker, a bit normie, a bit boring, let's be honest. And on the right, you have the Mac Addict. He's cool, he's casual, you want to be friends with him. This is marketing. It's the myth of the laid-back tech entrepreneur. The reality behind these images is much darker. I want to use this first part to debunk the idea that California, and more specifically Silicon Valley, has always been a progressive stronghold. This simply isn't true. California was for decades a deeply conservative state. From the post-war period until 1992, it voted predominantly Republican and served as a strategic center of the American military-industrial complex. It's in this environment that institutions like California Institute of Technology, Caltech, and Stanford University developed their reputation. And to be honest, these institutions reflected the political and social context in which they were created. They were never merely neutral scientific institutions, they were also sites of ideological production. In the early 20th century, both played a role in legitimizing eugenics and hierarchical conceptions of intelligence. At Stanford, under the presidency of David Starr Jordan, ideas of group selection and sterilization were explicitly framed as tools for social improvement. Across California, tens of thousands of forced sterilizations were carried out between 1909 and the late 1970s with the support or scientific endorsement of major academic institutions. The work of Alfred Binet on intelligence testing, imported and transformed in the United States, fed into these logics, helping naturalize racial and social hierarchies through the language of science. Later, figures such as William Shockley pioneered the transistor and, central to Silicon Valley's industrial expansion, extended this legacy, combining technological innovation with openly racialized theories of intelligence and productivity. You see the legacy of this ideology today with the tech elite's obsession with IQ and, more recently, the promotion of AI, so artificial intelligence. And more recently, the Palantir 22-point manifesto, which states that some cultures have produced vital advances, while others remain dysfunctional and regressive. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Following the Second World War, this ecosystem was massively funded by the federal government through what could be described as military Keynesianism. California became one of the primary subcontractors of the US military, and much of its economic prosperity was built on public money flowing through defense contracts, aerospace, and research in general. Yet this dependency was largely obscured by a media narrative centered on entrepreneurial genius and innovation. It is within this context that Reagan's politics trajectory becomes instrumental instrumental. First elected governor of California in 1968 and then president in 1981, he successfully articulated a libertarian hostility to the welfare state with a massive expansion of military and security infrastructures. Drawing on economists such as Lester Thurow at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Reagan promoted the transition from sunset industries to sunrise industries, therefore positioning high technology as the engine of both renewed growth and geopolitical supremacy. So Silicon Valley became the site where two apparently contradictory projects converged: market fundamentalism and national security. While libertarian ideology framed the state as an obstacle to freedom, Silicon Valley's development remained deeply dependent on state funding, including military funding. The myth of the solitary entrepreneur coding the next tech revolution from their garage is nothing more than a myth, but it's through those myths that tech remains culturally relevant. For example, Bill, like Ronald Reagan before him, recommending bold propaganda for biblical final battle between good and evil, preceding the end of the world. Peter Thiel used it to convey civilizational collapse, survivalism, or posthumanism. Reagan, on the other hand, used it in the context of Cold War politics. Actually, 1 year after the Berlin Wall fell, so in 1992, Bill Clinton won California, which marked a major political shift. The state became democratic and remained so for decades. But Clinton did not break with the existing trajectory, he just repackaged it. Under his administration, the internet was deregulated and transformed into a market, while simultaneously being framed as a democratic infrastructure, the information superhighway. This is actually when the architect of the tech founder fully crystallized. Young, idealistic, motivated by passion and ideas rather than profit, this techno-optimistic consensus extended well into the 2000s and 2010s, particularly under Barack Obama, before being destabilized by revelations of Edward Snowden with WikiLeaks, and later the election of Donald Trump and the post-truth era. Only then did mainstream discourse begin seriously interrogating the relationship between technological infrastructures and democratic erosion.
Senator, we run ads.
I see.
Today, as global capitalism faces a renewed crisis of legitimacy, Silicon Valley is once again positioned as the source of a new frontier, this time through artificial intelligence. Its integration within state and military infrastructures continues to deepen, even as it maintains the rhetoric of innovation and liberation. This configuration has led some theorists to describe our current moment as one of techno-feudalism, emphasizing the extraordinary concentration of power in digital platforms, as well as their capacity to govern economic and social life. Yet this framework is contested. The concept of feudalism suggests a return to an earlier mode of social organization, a different reading defended by historians like Sylvie Laurent, who's the big inspiration for this first part. She wrote a book on the Copernican counter-revolution, but also philosopher Frédéric Lordon reject this backward-looking framework. They say that what we are witnessing is not a departure from capitalism, but its mutation and intensification, an authoritarian, militarized form of capitalism that finances and instrumentalizes technological development for broader political and economic ends. From this perspective, Silicon Valley is not an autonomous feudal center, but a strategic node within a larger system. This is not rupture, but progression. Capitalism adapting to crises by tightening its alliance with technology and defense as it pushes increasingly apocalyptic imaginaries.
Not enough minerals.
For the new generation of AI executives, taste has become a magic word. OpenAI co-founder Greg Brockman recently declared that, quote, taste is the new core skill. The phrase appears everywhere now, in startup manifestos, design discourse, venture capital podcasts, and dinner parties populated by young workers from OpenAI, Anthropic, or Y Combinator. What is striking is not simply that Silicon Valley has discovered aesthetics, but that it has done so precisely at the moment when it has lost the ability to sell a convincing collective future. The old mythology of Silicon Valley promised abundance for everyone: connection, democratization, meritocracy. Tech once justified itself through visions of universal emancipation, but today those visions are kind of lost, or they're not convincing enough. With platform monopolies, mass surveillance, gig work precarity, and the endless production of AI slop, that utopian horizon has collapsed. The industry no longer speaks convincingly about building a better society. Instead, it speaks about taste. If everyone can generate infinite images or text, then value no longer appears to reside in production itself. It resides in choosing, in curating, in saying this matters and this doesn't. This is why taste has become so cautious. AI enthusiastic dinner summarized the new ideology as follows. Quote, companies will spend less budget on engineering and more on marketing, less on building and more on positioning. When everyone can execute, the competitive advantage moves to distribution and differentiation. Now, sociologically, taste has always functioned this way. Long before Silicon Valley rediscovered it, philosophers and sociologists understood taste not as a mysterious personal gift, but as a learned social mechanism. In 1757, David Hume argued that taste has delicacy. This means that trained individuals perceive distinctions invisible to others, much like an experienced wine taster can detect things that an amateur wouldn't. Taste for Hume was not innate superiority, but cultivated perception. Now, Edmund Burke, on the other hand, argued that taste emerges through exposure. Your preferences are formed by what you repeatedly encounter. Taste is not essence, it's about experience. And then Immanuel Kant identified the contradiction at the center of aesthetic judgment. When we say something is beautiful, we experience it as personal, while speaking of it as if it was universal. We don't say, I like this, we say, this is good. Taste transforms subjective feelings into implicit authority. But it was Pierre Bourdieu who revealed the real social function of taste. In Distinction in 1979, Bourdieu showed that taste is fundamentally a system of classification. Preferences signal exposition, education, and social belonging. Taste differentiates groups from one another while making those differences appear natural. You see, what people call good taste is often simply the aesthetic style associated with dominant social groups. This is crucial for understanding Silicon Valley's obsession with taste today. Taste is not just about aesthetics, it is about distinction. The tech elite increasingly define themselves not through technical competence, which AI threatens to universalize, but through supposedly refined judgment. They are trying to separate themselves from the masses of AI users producing generic content. You see, if AI democratizes production, elites retreat into curation. This is the status anxiety we're talking about. Look at this picture there. This is a dinner called In Pursuit of Taste. It's a dinner series organized by young AI workers in San Francisco. Just gathered around scallops, edible flowers, custom napkins. The pictures coming out of the dinner have that retro vibe to them. One organizer has explained that, quote, the biggest thing with tastes at a high level is figuring out how to stay differentiated. This explains why Silicon Valley suddenly sees taste as a trainable discipline. Anyone can develop it. Brand designer Jamie Gannon claimed that, quote, if you watch every Wes Anderson movie, spend an hour a day on Pinterest, and work on your personal style, in a year you will come out with better taste. Taste becomes a productivity, another optimization problem. But not everyone agree about personal style though. Tech investors and writer Paul Graham tweeted this picture of Einstein with the following caption, quote, taste increasing isn't important.
mutation.
And the people who think, well,
Who's
should rest
Einstein?
in comfort. So it's not really about knowing what clothes look good, but knowing what ideas,
Just
products,
making
startups
fun of her
will
for being
become
French.
valuable. It's a core skill the tech elite needs to develop to stay afloat in the sea of slop they have enabled. That's how they keep monopoly. That's
title?
how they keep extracting value.
No.
Cultural capital turns into economic capital. And this is where this essay against taste by Will Manidis comes in. It's a very well written piece. I think it got a little bit viral, and I think it glamorizes a little bit patronage, but regardless, there are some great points in there, so I want to share some bits with you.
What do you want
The
for
essay
title?
argues that contemporary taste discourse mistakes consumption for creation. Taste, it says, is what you call the patron's function after you have removed
Hello?
the patron from the
Whatever
process
you want,
of making. Now let me explain what he
I don't
means
know
by
what we're
this.
covering.
In earlier
No,
historical periods,
The one
patrons
thing I
founded
need you to do
cathedrals
is just
and
put in a
discourse
creative
oriented
title.
toward collective or transcendent purposes, whether it was God or any other idea. You see, there was friction between patron and maker, shared investment in building something beyond immediate consumption. Patron trusted artists make something good
You just
enough
said
in
you
order
added
to
a
be
bunch of
prized in the
stuff.
process. Today, by contrast, the collector replaces the creator replaces the maker. Taste operates retrospectively, selecting an archive of already existing possibilities. It does not generate the genuinely new. Now, I'm not an artist myself, I'm more of a writer, researcher, and I can say that we observe the same phenomenon in academia. Increasingly, researchers are expected to make their research impact-driven, which means that to get grant money, they have to show how their research will have direct impact on society. And while this may sound logical to you, the reality is that this limits the potential of research by containing it to expected outcomes. You see, the greatest discoveries, from the invention of penicillin to the delicious tarte tatin, these things were born out of mistakes. They were discovered by people who had enough resources to faff around and make mistakes. This is how we grow as a people, as a civilization, by making mistakes. I'm not the only one saying it. Even Stephen Bartlett wrote about it in his Diary of CEO, to the point where it becomes caricatural. You know, it's like, you have to fail again and again. But anyway, that's not what the taste-obsessed tech leaders preach. The dream of the AI elite is that the role of curator becomes the highest human function. The machine generates, and then the human exercises taste. And Manidis' essay points out the impoverishment hidden within this model. Taste can only recognize what already resembles existing categories of value. It cannot truly create rupture. It cannot produce the thing with no precedent in the archive. Even when the remix is beautiful, it remains backward-looking. In fact, don't look further than the recent Met Gala to see a clear example of this. We had a lot of beautiful remixes,
my
for
bimbo
sure.
dream.
And we also had less successful remixes, like Lauren Sanchez's Dress, for example. This very woman, who's just as eager to be a hit girl as Emily in The Devil Wears Prada 2, was wearing a dress inspired by John Singer Sargent's Madame X. As I said, many other celebrities had nostalgic looks. Some were great, some less great. I'm not here to judge. But you see, this obsession with nostalgia, that makes taste discourse...
Yeah, you are.
Haunted. Yeah, haunted. Why? Because it keeps repeating itself. It's what philosopher Max Fisher called hauntology. Culture, trapped within repetitions of past forms, becomes the dominant condition of AI capitalism. And beneath all this lies a deeper political transformation. The tech elite no longer imagine themselves as builders of collective futures. The 1984 won't be like 1984 tech optimism is over. Unlike patrons who helped build cathedrals toward futures they would never live to see, the AI elite's version of taste is intensely self-referential. What they call taste is often simply consensus among elites trained within the same networks and aesthetic codes. AI can generate endless possibilities, but the people selecting among them remain trapped inside the same bubble. Taste, far from asserting human creativity against automation, risks becoming the final ideology of a culture that no longer believes in making anything genuinely new. And let's be honest here, taste may be the new core skill in the tech venture capitalism world, but taste is not relevant to most jobs. So if the world gets divided between machine creation and those who can curate, those who have taste, what happens to the rest of us? Here is Palantir's official merch website. You've got the blue and black chalk coats, a book titled Mobilize, How to Reboot the American Industrial Base and Stop World War III, and you also have a US flag patch and some caps as well. It's giving industrialism, it's giving US baby. After decades of pretending to be a progressive force, Silicon Valley tech giants are going mask off, revealing how interconnected they are with an authoritarian government and its military operations. Palantir's merch, especially the blue worker jacket, which, as internet fashion historian Derek Guy rightly pointed out, is not even American style, but French style. If you go in the 10th or 11th arrondissement in Paris, you'll see a bunch of those in bobo shops sold for hundreds of years, but anyway, I digress. The jacket was meant to represent a specific era of Western history, the Industrial Revolution and the economic boom it generated. What Palantir is saying with this collection and that book is that they are the new workforce ensuring America's economic prosperity. Their coders, computer scientists, and engineers are the new blue collar.
Who are you going to play? What kind of map we want?
I don't know who I'm going to play. Pick whatever.
Okay, what kind of map you want?
I like using Navy. But, like, so useless. I want to be able to circumnavigate with the Navy, so... continents? Like, I want to be able to send a ship and have it circumnavigate. Forgot about that. How do you avoid that trap with Hammurabi where you end up with too much shit and not enough production? Surely there's a way to avoid it.
Yeah, you win major wars early.
Oh, that's it? Well, I'm probably pretty set up for this solo game pretty well then. Because I spawned on an island with just Alexander and China. And both Alexander and China hit a dark age. Sorry, Egypt was here as well. And I went back about 10 turns because that bitch put a city exactly where I wanted to. So, I put my city down. She had her settler out. Surprise war. New settler. Got 3 cities in 20 turns. Which is fucking great. Then I... loyalty pressure took a Chinese city. Then she waged war on me to take it back. Couldn't take it back. I built walls, and she lost her entire civ to loyalty. And then Alexander waged war in Auckland, and Auckland raised Alexandra. So I had to giggle at that. But so I think I'm probably pretty set up for a domination victory in this game, which I don't think I've actually ever won a domination game where I took the cities. So I'm interested. But give me a second, I'm joining the lobby. Zuckerfuck, yes. Yes it is. Unfortunately. Of course it crashed. Wouldn't be Civ if it didn't crash while closing. Yeah.
Color workers. Yeah, I can't take it seriously either, but there is something serious about it. When tech giants are coming up with blue-collared inspired collections and takes like taste is the new core skill, what they are saying to you is that you're replaceable and you'll be replaced. Blue-collar jobs were dismantled in part because of globalization, facilitated by the tech boom in the 2000s. And we know AI is in the process of dismantling many of the jobs we were told would shape the new technological economy. You are the new proletariat by the means of exploitation,
more
my friends,
AI.
in the form of
Like,
a
put more
$239 choker.
enemy
If you
civs.
didn't go to school, or you went to
No,
a
I'm
school
doing
that's
less,
not
so
that
it
great,
doesn't
or
load
you went to
forever.
Harvard or Princeton or Yale, once
Or
you
make
come to
the
Palantir,
map really
you're
small then.
Palantirian. No one cares about the
I
other
already did.
stuff. That's a quote from Palantir CEO Alex Karp. He also added, quote, "We are making a new credential, independent of class and background at Palantir." Their book, Mobilize, is partly a critique of US defense bureaucracy, partly a manifesto for AI-enabled manufacturing and defense, and partly a call for a new alliance between engineers, startups, the military. The themes of industrialism, decay, empire, and war served to create the right amount of anxiety to fearmonger us into accepting a Palantirian reality. But the real reality is quite different. Even if AI could be employed in ways that would boost employment in manufacturing and infrastructure building, major multinationals will find much quicker paths to making money by using the technology to lay off office workers while they automate as much of their operations as possible. Now, we're reaching the end of the video and I don't want to sound alarmist. You know, things are pretty bad, I agree. But as we said in the first part, hyper-focusing on tech power is giving tech giants too much credit. Those guys need government contracts. They need government bailouts.
The federal government is kind of the insurer of last resort.
They need low taxation. They need users like you and me. They need competent engineers. These are all levers that we can use to curb their power and discipline them a bit, to put it bluntly. I mean, they want us to become the new proletariat, but let's flip the narrative around and unite against them and the government forces that enable them all around the world. Thank you so much for watching. Before I leave, I would like to say a big thank you to Incogni for sponsoring the video. Take your personal data back with Incogni. You can use my code CAPELLE, CAPPELLE, at the link below and get 60% off your annual plan.
Did you look at this?
Hmm?
Did you look at the list?
Yeah.
Because there's a... I want to watch the Boomer AI
From the
video.
first stirrings of life beneath water, to the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars.
Daring Gitacha, Majapahit, queen of 10,000 islands, Indonesia's seas are your greatest strength. As exalted goddess of the three worlds, you shall spread your divine influence to all waters touched by the sun. Rely upon your loyal fleet, bold queen. Unleash a frightful storm upon those who bring strife to Indonesian shores.
Is Sean Bean in the next Civ? That's what's important. Where would we be without him going, money?
I'm not a fan of pigs.
I Beheld the Wretch is another one of my favorites. Big loading.
Did you see this?
One of whom was born in New Orleans. The state of Louisiana in 2025 deported multiple children, one of whom was born in New Orleans and had brain cancer. Donald Trump got the pro-life, Bible-thumping Republican Party to say, yes, we want more of that. So I have no doubt in my mind that the map's gonna pass. If y'all can give us less than 0 seats, you would do it. Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different farms. If you wasn't with this map, you wouldn't be underneath this president, you wouldn't be in your party. And I believe the country as a whole is rebuking your party. Y'all are in a death spiral. That's why y'all have to redistrict. That's why y'all have to cheat. It's because y'all know what y'all doing is abhorrent. But the beautiful thing is, the children that y'all have made and the people that's younger than y'all don't support none of this racism that y'all want. The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy. And I'll be happy to see millennials and Gen Z bury y'all. There will be no more of your party. The midterms gonna come, y'all gonna get wiped out. Trump gonna get dragged out of the White House, and I'ma love every second of it.
you watched
Because
the
y'all
spawn
loved
next to
every
it.
second of the suffering that he caused
wonder,
for
yeah.
everybody in this country. And worldwide, we starve in Cuba. We bomb Nigeria. We holding Zimbabwe and Zambia hostage for their minerals. We don't want to give them aid support. The pro-lifers that say all life is special, y'all letting kids die of AIDS. What part of your Bible say that? Point out the scripture. I think everybody would love to see it. And we would love to see y'all in the midterms. The
Yes,
state
I
of
have
Louisiana in 2025 deported multiple
Okay, so that was the statement, which I hadn't seen the statement. But the response to this guy is pathetic.
Your hat says Trump was wrong about everything. It should say you are wrong about everything.
That's adorable.
All right. The board is clear.
Just laughs in his face.
Pam Bondi wrote that for you?
And he leaves. That's fucking awesome. Like that is how you deal with these people. You mock them to their face. They can't deal with it. They literally cannot deal with it. Oh no, a cockroach. I can't hear him, thank God. What did I find here?
How much do you make? You just had tax issues, right? So you probably know how much you make.
I know how much I owed. I owed over $4 million.
Recently, in an interview with Caleb
Awesome.
Hammer, Asmongold said that he's paid about $4 million in taxes, just taxes alone. That's not how much he earned. It's not how much he's earned over his lifetime. We just know he paid that much in taxes.
Okay, so $4 million. Was that after estimated taxes? Was that the back pay?
No, that was my estimated taxes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so $4 million. So you probably make after taxes. What is that?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the answer is. I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Penguin Zero, Charlie, also recently shared on his AdSense revenue alone, he made $34 million.
A lot more
about
than that,
5
he
years,
says,
if I remember the
and he
timeline.
still looks like a cockroach.
YouTube earnings. So be ready because here it is. Huge fucking number, an unfathomable amount of money. From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $35.8 million.
As a full-time creator myself, just disclaimer, I am not making that kind of money, but some people are, and the question is, do they have to be evil in order to be that rich?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
He is a revolting human being.
How did that happen?
He's repugnant.
Because if you know anything about Asmongold, I would say that he's engaging in a lot of philosophical evil in order to stay relevant and trending.
All of the Islamic identity politics people are going to start immediately playing for, you know, sympathy or something like this. We don't even know what the who the shooters were. Like, they could also be Muslim. Like, this is the thing. It's like, as soon as this happens, they're trying to pre-flight and craft a narrative, you know, proactively. So who knows? Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
Federal law enforcement officials tell CNN they believe the two teenagers who attacked the Islamic
You
Center
put fucking
in San
walls on the
Diego,
city-states.
shooting up a mosque and a school, may have intended
Yeah.
to attack other targets that same day and may have been stopped because the armed security guard at that mosque wounded one of them. The security guard,
Or else the
Amin
AI
Abdallah,
super annoying
was killed
and
in the
constantly
shootout.
takes the shit I'm investing in.
That was
The moment you take one, though, it's a
friend.
military emergency.
Yeah.
kindest person you'd meet, the best dad you can ask for.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
When I learned that, you know, his actions saved all the kids in the school and deterred them from even, you know, going to the kids, you know, I felt proud and I felt comfort because I know like that's exactly how my dad would have wanted to go out, was, you know, protecting people.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
The fact that he was the front line, you know, trying to defend the kids and the innocent people, you know, that makes me feel good. So, you know, I feel like that, calling him a hero is the least, you know, that the least we can call him, you know.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
My name is Hawa Abdullah. Brian Matthew Climax, known as Amin Abdullah, was my father, my dad. He was a loving father, husband, son, brother, and uncle. To me, my dad was a role model. He was a best friend. He was the best, absolute best dad in the world. He would want our community to stand together as one. That's exactly what he would want. And I hope this moment we can all come together and to be kind to one another and to remember who he truly was. Regardless if you were a Muslim, okay, if you were Christian, if you were Jewish, if you had no faith, he didn't care. He would treat you human to human. He would smile at people he did not know. You can see the happiness and just who he was as a person, just looking at his face.
Never waste a crisis. Yeah.
Charlie, on the other hand, I think engages in probably less philosophical evil. If you've never heard me talk about philosophical evil before, it's just something that I've been saying as a counter to your philosophical joy. So, you know, we move through the world thinking we're good people, we're ethical, we have values, we know right or wrong. But because the world is so diverse, it really can be, you know, person to person. So let's say you as an individual maybe act out of turn or do something you're not proud of, you can call that your philosophical evil, and then it's on a spectrum. So maybe you are driving home from work and you get upset and maybe you flip someone off. That is like a philosophical evil that on a spectrum is like not the greatest. It's not something I recommend, but you know, at least you're not Asmon Gold doing streams, making fun of minorities and punching down on marginalized communities. I would say Asmon, as an example, is like deeply in his philosophical evil, and that's how I want you to think about it as we have this conversation. Charlie, on the other hand, I think engages in probably less philosophical evil, but what he doesn't engage with is trending topics, often within themselves filled with philosophical evil.
But I've started
Oh,
to
good. I
recognize
literally
over the
cannot
last few
place a
months,
single
there's some
settler
things I
because
do
of fucking
just
city
really
states.
aren't fun for me
That's
to do,
great.
and I've been doing them out of obligation. Mainly internet drama. When I initially started
What a
covering
dog
drama
shit
so
spawn.
many years ago now, it was fun because it wasn't as serious. Like the stories were a lot, you know, more quirky. It was easy to get invested because it was kind of just like a soap opera, like a really dumb soap opera. But recently it's been much more serious, and I feel the need to talk about these things because a lot of them are extremely serious with very important topics to discuss. But it has become draining. As much as I never wanted to admit it, I started to recognize that my mood is immediately impacted by whatever I read on Twitter in the morning.
So it does exhaust him to cover it, but it also does bring in the views. This is truly the struggle as creatives in this space, people who cover trending topics or politics, to kind of have to make a decision about what we cover. Even last week, even though you guys really received it well, my Tyler Catastrophe video was something that I really had to sit on for a while because I was worried that I was going to engage in some sort of online bullying towards a person who honestly probably needs more compassion and needs to be held accountable for the wrong that they did as well.
Nah,
it is a fine
bully the
line
fuck out of
between
him.
engaging in personal, direct evil and sort of
I don't know who
reviewing
she's
evil
talking about.
that puts a lot of us in a really
Asmongold.
uncomfortable position.
No,
I also
she
want
was
to point
not.
out it is a fine. He probably really received it well. It also does bring in the views. This is truly the struggle as creatives in this space, people who cover trending topics or politics, to kind of have to make a decision about the ethics around what we cover. Even last week, even though you guys really received it well, my Tyler Catastrophe video was something that I really had to sit
I
on
don't
for
know
a
who
while
that is.
because I was worried that I was going to engage in some sort of online bullying towards a person who honestly probably needs more compassion and needs to be held accountable for the wrong that they did as well. It is a fine line between engaging in personal, direct
Haven't heard of
evil
them either.
and sort of reviewing evil that puts a lot of us in a really uncomfortable position. I also want to point out that some of the largest voices in political spaces like Hassan Piker rose to fame and continues to go trending for the philosophically evil things that he said.
August 21st, 2019 comes around.
Yeah.
And I say something.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did.
Which, by the way, politically speaking, I think he was trying to make a point and he was being hyperbolic, but I think there's something bigger here that's what people focused in on.
I think specifically I think he was trying to make a point in being hyperbolic. Is so good faith. Like, not actually carrying the conspiracy of blowback. But just being like, he was being hyperbolic and proving a point. And like, for the general public to act like, or the general politic to act like the general public is the same as like niche meme culture, where we have made 9/11 not a big deal.
I wouldn't say it's not a big deal.
And especially now to the online culture, the way that it's
online,
it's
sure.
just different. Like, it's not just this thing that you can constantly just be like 9/11, 9/11, and just like signal constantly. And it's because the people who were on the online politic movement saw immediately after that how it was completely captured and used to fucking push the global war on terror. Which is, you know, also, like, I wish a lot of these people who, because, like, yeah, you ever
Is this the
see
thing they
Close-
think? Is this the thing that the conspiracy theorists think is a massive tree?
Well, you know the movie Close Encounters?
Yeah.
That, it takes place there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is the wonder that's in my territory.
Yeah, there's this great scene where he makes it out of potatoes and his entire family leaves him over it.
Oh, that's funny. This is cool as fuck. How does something like this even come to be? Is it just a mountain that's been degraded by water flow? Like, what the fuck?
I think it's whatchamacallit, a plateau.
The story behind the giant rock in the middle of the field.
I think it's just a plateau.
Oh, it's PBS. Of course it is.
Thank you to Ren for supporting PBS.
The original Great Mystery is called Daku Shkan Shkan, the living energy that exists on all things, stones, earth, plants, stars, everything has Daku Shkan Shkan.
Devil's Tower, also known as Matotipila or Bear's Lodge, was formed over 50 million years ago. Rising dramatically from the Wyoming plains, this spellbinding monolith is a pillar of Lakota Sioux mythology and an enduring challenge to rock climbers worldwide. But through thousands of years of human fascination, one critical question remains unanswered. How did it get here?
That's what I asked.
Bear Lodge or Devil's Tower is this rock monolith that comes out of the sea of prairie all around it. It's this very unique rock feature, unlike anything else on the earth. It is the first national monument in the United States of America. It was established in 1906, thanks to Theodore Roosevelt, utilizing this thing called the Antiquities Act. This rock is 867 feet tall above the visitor
He's the
center.
national park
it's about
guy.
a football field in size on the top of the tower itself.
First of all, people thought it was a volcano. That didn't really hold any water because around this area,
No,
there's
it holds lava.
Pyroclastics, there's no tephra, lava, volcanic rock, or anything like that. What we think it is now is what's called a laccolith. The magma that came from deep within pushed up, and as it pushed up, it took the sedimentary rock, which is ductile or bendable, and it pushed it up into a dome. As it did that, the magma started to cool very, very, very slowly.
It crystallized in this very specific way to make this columnar jointing that we see today.
Millions of years later, the sedimentary rock got washed down the Belle Fourche, and we're left with Devil's Tower with its massive, massive columns.
So it was a volcano, is
There
what
are
they're saying.
so many things that have taken place here in our oral histories and our traditions, but the origin
And this is
story
solidified
of
lava?
Malkuth is one of the bears. There were 7 girls playing, and they went a little bit too far into the forest.
They ended up close to this mound. It was just a hill there. And that's when they heard the bear. They knew it was too far to run back to the village, so they climbed up on that mound.
They asked the great mystery, Wakhantanka, can you help us? Why is this happening?
And as they were praying, then out of the ground came this structure.
And they on top of it, and the bear's super upset.
By then, there's more than one
Super
bear. They
upset.
come running, and they would grab the top and they would slide down, thus putting the marks on the butte.
These rocks started falling on them, and the bears, one by one, started getting pummeled. So under us right now in this talus field should be the remains of giant bears.
This is preparing a smudging. We take sage or cedar and use it to start a small fire.
I like how they
We take
explained the
smoke,
science behind it, and then we're
and
also
this
respectful to
purifies our mind.
the importance of the
Of it in
ritual
indigenous
and the
culture?
folklore behind it.
As PBS, did we expect anything? Anything?
Well, that's the thing is like him even just saying there should be giant bears under here. Obviously, there's not, but you know, the point is like we've talked about with Christian relics being fake and shit. Peace is the true cross, enough to build an ark.
This fucking sucks. Can we restart?
What, you're
Audience
having issues
rep.
with the city-states?
Smudging the
No, I'm having issues with the fact that I have literally nowhere to put a fucking settler because there's 4 city-states around me. And you put walls on them. So in order for me to actually do anything, it's going to take me 100 turns to produce an army to be able to take these fucking cities, which are on water. So I can't even siege them. Just restart. This is dog shit.
Okay.
Literally the worst starting position I've ever had. Right in lowlands. Like, every fucking tile is gonna flood.
And next to a volcano. Which, you know, you could use to farm for some niche strategies and stuff.
Like, it might not have been so bad once I hit the part where I get all my units, like my unique units. And, like, the way that Alexander's
it wasn't.
is...
I was looking at it with the settler lens and stuff before I quit there. It was a pretty bad start.
Yeah, like, I was willing to, like, play through it. I was willing, because, like, Alexander's playstyle, you take cities, if they have wonders, your units heal, you get bonuses from taking cities, like, you get all these bonuses, but, like, I can't even put a fucking second city down. There's no spots for me to put it. And it's just, like, the only other option is putting it in marsh tiles, and then there's another city-state there that I have to then deal with the fucking walls. Fuck this start. Because at first, like, Monaco I saw there as, like, the city-state. I'm like, oh, well, that's an annoying fucking spot. I kind of wanted to put it right on the river there.
I even
Can't
set
put
it to
there.
legendary start positions, too. That's crazy. You know?
Stupid game. She's here.
It's something we do as a prayer, an acknowledgement of the great mystery in our lives on a daily basis. People come here for vision quests. People come here just to hang prayer
The fuck's a
times.
vision quest?
People come here just to
When you
pray
take peyote.
and touch any part
It is
of
that, okay.
It's almost like going to
Not
Sistine
necessarily.
Chapel
No?
and going in there knowing you
Isn't
are
it
in
like
the
a
sacred
ritualistic
place.
thing?
Yeah.
Where you're supposed to see visions?
Well,
Isn't
you
that the
go
whole
out,
spirit guide
normally
thing?
you go out into the wilderness and just...
Chill.
Yeah.
You're in. It's because there's other screens on. Here, I'll take John's screen share off. It should be fine. There we go.
Oh, I didn't realize I had myself on mute and was just kind of waiting. I didn't realize I was in already. I'm sorry, guys. What all of you guys covered already, just so I don't try and...
Nothing in particular, like, on topic.
This has been a crazy fucking week for news, guys.
Yeah. That's why I just got distracted looking at this this thing because it spawned in my Civ. That was next to my city, and I had no idea what it was.
Go in there.
And this is what it
pray.
is.
And you
So
know
this is what
that
we've been
when
watching.
you leave there, you've got some healing
And I looked up a video, and it was PBS, so I'm like, all right, I guess we're watching this.
passed on to you. That's the sacredness that we hold. Mantra Tipila.
I grew up going to different sacred Lakota sites, but I actually never came here until I knew I was going to climb it. It was like seeing a skyscraper for the first time. I felt like somebody who had never been
things
to
are
New York
fucking-
before and just looking up
They
at
really
all
are.
of the buildings. You just see this.
What's that?
I haven't seen them like this up close as he is, but those things are fucking massive. Like the plateaus out there. Like they're actually quite crazy like rock formations. And there's a whole group of conspiracy theorists who have convinced themselves and each other that instead of being like a specific kind of rock formation that we know what it is and have seen it elsewhere in the world because that's what it is, they've
Yep.
decided it's the stump of a giant tree, which is
That's what we were talking about.
That's what I
Oh,
said.
you're
I'm like, is
talking
this the
about
one
that,
that the idiots think is a big tree?
it is, well, this is one of them. Like there's multiple of them, but yes, the idiots think that this is a tree. It is
Hilarious.
not. It is.
It
a
does
really
look like
cool rock
the
formation.
bottom of a tree, though.
Like once we're done watching this, if you quickly want to look up the kind of rock formation it is, like it's a known rock
We already
formation.
did.
Thing.
That was part
Okay.
of this video.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, I was not paying that close of attention. Sorry. But no, it's not a fucking tree.
These fucking looks like people are pissing me off more and more and more. Because I saw... God, where was it? I'm going to have to find it. But there was a thing that I found online where someone was like, oh, well, this is this because it looks like this. I'm like... I've never seen it looks like pseudoscience extended out to like pop culture, but
Well, that's the thing.
fucking
Is
cool.
as soon as you have one thing confirmed,
begins your greatest quest.
it doesn't stop.
Yeah, it's I hate that they take people who like start being skeptical of things, which you should be. You should be skeptical of our government and large institutions and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But then they like
And
it's like AI
homosexuals.
psychosis before AI psychosis was a thing,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
It's some
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of psychosis for sure.
okay. It wasn't pop culture. I say pop culture because it was a vegan showing pictures of
Vegan.
teeth and being like, humans look like herbivores, so we must be herbivores. Fuck your looks like.
Oh my God,
We
okay,
are
actually-
omnivores. Shut up.
Okay, I'm gonna actually whoever the fuck that is. We have, yeah, we do have flat grindy teeth, but we also have sharp, pointy, and like bitey teeth. We have
Mhm.
teeth for both. Turns out,
Yeah.
a lot of animals can do both, and we are an animal who can do both.
Okay.
Also, we
Hang
eat
on.
cooked meat.
Hang on.
Like, we're not tearing
Hang
it
on.
off bones.
Hang on.
Well, here's the thing: you can
Hang
eat
on.
raw meat. You're just
Hang
more
on.
likely to get.
Hang on. Hang on. Some claims about teeth were just made, okay? And I need to be clear. Our teeth are evidence of a herbivore trend. That's like very clear. If you look at any other
Yeah.
primate, those fangs are pronounced for both defensive, and you know what they actually use them for?
I do, but I can't remember
Nuts.
right now.
For
Interesting.
opening things. They're used as vices. They're completely different than like a
Ah.
predator's teeth, which are pointed, right? But very similar to something like a bear, which is more of an omnivoric diet. That
Well,
said,
the
even
example
though
someone
our teeth
pulled up
have
was gorillas.
trended towards herbivore, it's
Mm.
also because what we've been eating has gotten softer. And you can look at more ancient humans to see how much their teeth have been ground down. Like, for example,
Mm-hmm.
there was that Neanderthal in Iraq that they know was cared for even though they were disabled and like basically missing a leg.
Yeah, that
because
was-
their teeth were ground down.
Yeah, well, there was also something that came out
So,
about a
what's
Neanderthal
important,
tooth that had dentistry.
What's important about this with,
Like
with
70,000 years
vegans and their arguments towards teeth trending towards eating more plant-like foods is the ability to cook meat is the reason why humans exist.
Yes,
The
and that's what a lot of
protein
people
that
are
we
saying.
got from meat is why our brains evolved. So, like, the fact we have developed brains defeats the tooth argument at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
So it doesn't
And that's-
fucking matter.
And that's exactly what everyone was
wait.
saying. And then
Not
someone
only
brought up a
that-
gorilla too.
Wait,
and
wait,
the gorillas
wait.
are a good example.
Not only that, like, there's also the fact that, like, while a lot of things have a primary diet, that doesn't mean that like we have deer eating meat, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh,
think of
yeah.
deer, you don't think eating meat,
But it's still a herbivore.
It is a herbivore. Like, I get what you mean, but my point is,
But that's the
like,
thing is
humans can
herbivore
eat-
teeth don't have like I can't
Humans
think
can
of a
eat
strict
both.
herbivore diet that has that like pronounced fang defensive tooth.
well, my point.
It's
well,
always
let me
molars
say-
and incisors.
My point is, most animals are like opportunistic eaters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like once we're talking about larger animals, specifically, like anything bigger than a dog, even like so, like you will find wolves eating berries and bears eating berries, right? Like that's
Well,
a
bears
big
are
part of their
big
diet for
omnivores, though.
or a big well I guess my point is like but like my point is so teeth don't necessarily entirely like it doesn't mean you can't and it doesn't mean you shouldn't, if that makes sense.
Like our teeth are
That
just
makes,
so
like-
abnormal.
We have
If
weird
you-
teeth. We also have super weird teeth. That too.
Like if you think about it, like every other like omnivore animal has those long defensive like fang teeth. But because also, you know what is another critical thing for humans? There's one thing we can do that no other animal can as well, besides cook meat.
Talk.
Throw.
I was gonna say talk, but
So the ability to
Oh.
throw
Monkeys can
rocks,
throw.
clubs, spears.
can't I was
Like-
gonna say can't some animals like toss things?
No, a chimp does it. They can toss underhand, but they can't
Yeah.
throw with dexterity.
Oh,
Ah.
Gotcha. Yeah, we
So
have
they can't
they
like
fling
throw to
shit underhand.
injure.
we have
but, like-
we have
Like even
arms
like
that
a
can
fucking
do
like
something.
big ass jawbone could be used to be like thrown, and like you fucking you take a fucking deer jawbone, right? and you fucking nail a fucking squirrel with that, that squirrel's gonna fucking die if you throw it.
It's a fair point. Because like a lot of people were basically.
Why would we have the dexterity for throwing if we weren't specifically developed into a hunter-gatherer diet? Like,
I mean,
it's
that's also
just-
defensive. Like, throw rocks is your number one defense if an animal's coming close to you in the woods that you don't want it around you. Throw rocks and sticks.
It's true. Look at Pokemon.
Like, there was one
The
time
safari
when I was
park.
out west doing some backpacking, and we had just gotten into camp for the night, and like they have rangers walk the loop of the basin, right, to make sure that people aren't hurt, to make sure people are at their campsites, to make sure people aren't camping illegally, whatever. So he stops in to check on us, but like he spent like 10 minutes like bitching about these mountain
Look,
goats
with
invasive
incredible
to the area,
accuracy,
and
losing
telling us
body hair.
and was telling us that it was like, no, you're allowed to throw rocks at the goats here because they're not supposed to be here and they might throw you off the mountain. So like we were like, oh, we hadn't really considered that. Like we had bear spray. We hadn't really considered the mountain goats that were invasive and new to the area. So like we picked up some rocks
Interesting.
and put them in our bag just in case, because we're like, we don't want to end up in this situation and not be able to find a rock immediately. So yeah, no, rocks are a legitimate, like throwing rocks is a legitimate defensive strategy as well as offensive strategy. Like it sucks to get hit by a thrown heavy object. Like think of a baseball. Like as hard as
Yeah.
a human can fucking chuck something, or once we have tools, think of a sling. Those things are fucking deadly. Have you ever seen someone use a sling? Look up a video. Those things are nasty.
Well, even then, like not even just slings, like a bunch of cultures developed the atl is how it's apparently pronounced. But you know, I'm sure
I feel
different
like I've heard
cultures
of
called
that.
it a
What is it?
different thing.
The spear eater.
The spear eater.
Yeah, but like if you look at it, they now sell them for fucking throwing balls for your dog.
Yes, they
like
do.
that's what atlatls have become. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
I love them.
And then
They're
there's-
great.
Well, then there's also blowguns, which are very simple. Like I don't know.
Oh yeah,
It's
blowguns
like-
are super easy to make.
I'm a
What's
super
interesting
fucking
about
big fan of
blowguns is
blowguns.
that they don't often develop alongside the atl. Like blowgun environments develop more in jungle environments.
Well, you gotta have like some easy to hollow out like reeds and things, right? I don't know. Look, all I know is
Bamboo,
I like
I would
blowguns.
imagine,
I
is
actually
pretty
don't know
good to
much
use.
about the history of them. I'm not gonna pretend like that is a thing that I'm super knowledgeable about. But I will say, if you are bored and want to have a good afternoon with your friends, get
Well,
yourself
normally
a blowgun.
blowgun cultures also develop poisons, which is super interesting as well because other cultures don't do
Yeah,
that. It
I
just
will
depends.
say that it would be less effective for hunting if you didn't have like you can hunt small game like squirrel with those things like crazy. And I know this because my friend who was an archer got himself a blowgun and was like, "You guys got to come over, smoke some weed, and play with this blowgun with me. It's so much fun." We almost accidentally like someone let his cat out of the room and it was like running around. Almost got hit one time. But like
Oh,
it was
no.
just scary, very scary. I was like, everyone fucking stop. We're putting the cat away. But yeah, he then proceeded to go out to his yard and get some squirrels for dinner. Because he's a hunter. And he was like, this thing will go right through their skulls. And he was right, it did. It went right through their skulls.
Crazy.
Yeah, and we were practicing to make sure that he was accurate enough that if he shot at one, he wasn't gonna like maim it and like then have to like find a squirrel with it, like running around with a dart in it, you know, like that's not fun. So like he was like, I'm pretty sure I can hit these things right between the eyes, and he did. It was crazy. I promise you, blowguns are so much like, I don't know how to put it other than it is one of the most intuitive like point and shoot kind of weapons because your face is pointing in the direction that
Yeah,
you're,
there's
you know?
I can like hit stuff like,
Yeah, like we were
from a
together.
football field length.
It also got, I can't hit things that far away. Like I don't have the breath strength for that. But what we were doing was like flipping bottle caps in the air.
I would
and then
make
trying to hit it with
blowguns.
bottle
I
caps.
would make blowguns and blow nails.
It was so much fun. So all I'm saying
great
is, if you
idea.
want to have a good, fun little afternoon with yourself or your friends, get yourself like a blowgun. It doesn't even have to be an expensive one.
You can just make it.
You can just make them.
They're super easy to make. You just have to be careful because if you make them wrong, you can inhale the dart.
If yes, that's if you buy one, they'll make darts that are not inhalable for you. Also, a side tangent: if you want ones that you can actually shoot at your friends, Nerf Whistler darts, the ones that whistle while they're coming at you, so it makes it even better. Fit in 1/2-inch PVC. So you can cut a PVC pipe, a 1/2-inch PVC pipe to any length you want, and then you can shoot darts at your friends with incredible accuracy, and they will whistle as they come in, so people hear them too. It's great. That was a lot of fun. We
You ever put Siggy filters in an air rifle?
No.
That's good
We
fun.
don't have an air rifle.
Okay, great fun. You roll them up, right? Stick them in the end. They don't hurt at all.
You ever put a paintball popper on top of a blowgun?
No, but that sounds great.
No, because we were trying not to get things like taken out of the game. We were playing HVZ at the time. That's how I know this. 'Cause I ran a blowgun. I had a gun on me, but I didn't really use it. I used my blowgun because it was so much more accurate and used so many fewer darts and went so much further. So
That's fair.
yeah, I was a blowgunner. It was a lot of fun. Highly recommend.
I'm sure it's highly illegal here.
Anyway, you can look at also like the ability to develop these tools with like major leap forwards in evolution. It's like Spore. You get more points to spend on evolution. We just continually got lucky and developed traits and like
I mean, it wasn't just. I mean,
figured out how to kill shit from a distance
a
and then cook it.
generalized gut that can handle both meat and like it can handle meat, it can handle fungi, it can handle like plants of all sorts, not all of them, but a lot of them, right? Obviously not all plants. Hashtag not all plants. But
You know what I find very strange about Australia?
But like we have a very generalized gut that can eat all sorts of things, and we also tend to underplay how much of the food that we eat that we like modified genetically over hundreds of generations to be the food that we consume today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
and it's just such a silly argument, even to post. Like, you're an
here's
idiot.
the thing.
Like, you're literally using it looks like arguments to argue evolution. Fuck
I also
off.
don't. Yeah, no. Here's the thing. I also don't really enjoy most like kinds of like schools of thought where like you spend most of your time defending that school of thought instead of doing something.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like if you have to come up with all these bullshit reasons to believe in veganism and convert people and like make these bullshit arguments.
Yeah. Just be a
don't know,
vegan.
Well, and it's not just that. Like, I don't know. No hate towards vegans because like there are a number of them that I respect. But there's a certain point where it becomes to them about being in an in-group versus an out-group and feeling better than other people. And like, I would rather have someone who's there was some rapper, some famous rapper who was a vegan for a little while, and they asked him about what he eats, and he's like, "Look, I don't like labels with my food. All I say is I'm a very conscious eater," and like he still continues to eat mostly vegetables. Like it's that whole like I prefer my meat if it came from a local place. Like there's a lot of meat raised around here, right? And there are local butchers. I have friends who hunt, but like. I'm not going to cut meat entirely out of my diet. I'm just not. I am going to try to be more, I try to eat less of it and I try to be more conscientious about it. And honestly, I think that people would make a much larger impact if they explained like factory farming and explain to people that the biggest impact they can have is just reducing the amount of meat they eat and trying to be a little bit more conscious about where they source their meat from.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, like, I just, you know how expensive it is to get all your protein without meat or meat byproducts? It can be
So
very
expensive.
I don't know. It's also like it depends on what you eat. I eat like a 2-year-old because I'm autistic. So like I'm like, look, guys, I can't give up. I can't give up, especially eggs. Like I eat so many eggs for protein.
Eggs are great.
Eggs are great. Also, like there are certain things like when they start yelling about bees, I'm like, look, bees don't. You give them a home and they will leave if you don't keep it nice enough for them.
That's true. Bees are
die.
chill. You know what I find really strange about Australia, though? Right? Like, you need a license for air rifles. I imagine you probably need a license for a blowgun. Paintball guns are all licensed.
Just
But
make
not
it.
This, not at all. Not even regulated.
That is quite literally insane. People underestimate, but look, my uncle was a bow hunter, and I have some friends who were bow hunters, and like an ex who was a bow hunter, and like very serious about it. And like, I can hit things like if they stand real still for me. I'd never gone hunting. I can hit targets, but like, I've watched people be bow hunters before and whatnot, and like, I don't think people are scared enough of a bow.
I completely agree.
like
this is a pretty serious bow, like compound bow, right?
Because like
I spent a lot of money on this for no reason.
Nothing like the bow in Rambo 3. What was that thing?
Like, you know how much
Right.
longer it would take
Bro
the
runs
crowd
around
of
shooting a fucking ballista in that
Do you
movie.
know how much longer it would have taken that crowd of people that guy shot like 50 people in to notice that there was a problem and where he was if he had
If
a
he was
bow
taking people
instead
out
of
with a bow and
gun?
arrow?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Just saying.
What a crazy
I'm not
event that
saying
would
anyone
be.
should do that. I want to be very clear. I do not condone violence. I do not condone mass bow shootings. I also don't necessarily
I mean,
condone
look
our
at that,
government
bro.
cracking down on bow ownership.
Where'd he get that thing?
I also can't do bow hunting.
Like,
or,
you see how fucking big that shit is?
That's
That's massive.
fucked up my rotator cuff, so I'm not.
Ah.
I had to have surgery.
It's about normal.
So don't worry, I will never commit a bow shooting. That's not for me.
Because, I mean, realistically, right? Like, my arm...
Like, aren't you supposed to take the bow to be stealthy? Why would you have a bow this big?
That's well.
I'm telling
I mean,
you, man, it's not that big. I'm telling you, this
it's
bow
first
is
of
about
all-
normal size.
First
Bro,
of all, it's not that big.
The
Second of
bow
all,
in Rambo 3 is massive.
it's also for resistance, so you can have a thwackier shot.
They made it bigger on purpose just so he would look
more bigger.
I mean, I'm not discounting that is why they did it. But that
Yeah.
looks like a normal size compound bow to me.
But that's not actually that big, is what I'm saying. Some bows are larger, like some of them are larger because they have a more I'm not a bow person myself, but they have a harder pull, so like a more like a heavier weight. I don't know what the official word is, but like
Heavier
the wording
draw.
is heavier draw. There we go. A heavier draw, like that has like more poundage for the draw required, and I don't know how to put it other than it makes it the wackier shot. Like goes faster, hits harder, probably
Something like that.
penetrates deeper, something like that. Again, not a bow person personally, but like there's a reason often that bows are that. I'm not saying that one particularly, but there are some large bows.
Oh yeah, the long bows are crazy big. They're like the size of a person.
Yeah.
Um,
Some
like
of them are
they're-
so
they're
big that like I
gigantic.
literally can't use them because I'm very small. Like I'm just saying, and some of them have such a hard draw that I can't use them because I can't do that.
Well, my problem is because
Maybe
I
it's a heavier
haven't.
load too. Okay,
I
cool.
haven't done archery for a minute.
I'll get
is
it
I
later.
don't think I'd be able to pull this back anymore. I would have to train up to it again because it's
I love
a
how-
60 pound draw.
What is? I don't know what a normal draw is. All I know is that I like lighter.
I would say
draws,
the
but-
average is around 45-50.
Okay.
That's
but they
not
can
too
go up
heavy.
over 100 pounds. Like,
Oh yeah, they can.
They can get like so much that I'm like, I can't do that. Like,
The craziest thing about bow tensioning is like some feel heavier than others because of the way that the cams work.
yeah.
That's if you get a cam compound bow, of course.
Hmm.
I rate it. I reckon everyone should get a bow. It's a great skill.
It's
But-
also easier to recover bows or whatnot than like recover arrows if you need to use them in some kind of survival setting than it is
Or
to
making them.
recover bullets.
But yeah, like.
Yeah, or making new ones. Like,
But you can
if-
also split arrows if they're not appropriate for the bow that you have. So you got to be careful.
yeah. I
Like
mean,
the arrows will literally break in the bow, like they'll splinter on release
oh yeah, no, and
because they literally don't have the tensile.
My biggest problem that
I'll
I
give you a
remember is
tensile.
sometimes I would like hold it wrong and get my fucking
Mm.
wrist with the string when I let it go. Oh, that fucking hurt.
Yeah, all that is gripping it too hard. You gotta like use it as a stopping point. Not put no tension on it, and then in theory, because like, right, brings the string in. If you squeeze, that's how I was told anyway.
I'll give you something to squeeze.
I was just told don't squeeze it because it brings the path of the string into your arm, rather than into the stopper, which makes sense, but it does suck.
Oh no, I think my microphone just disconnected for some reason. Nope, it didn't. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Anyway, we are way off on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. We're way
Little bit
off
off topic.
topic. Sorry about that. Anyway, these rock formations are not a tree.
Huge obelisk of stone, and me knowing I'm gonna climb it for a living, I had just looked up at it and like, there's no way. It's massive.
Rock climbers find this place a world-renowned site for climbing. We have anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 people that climb it every single year. The
Big
Lakota
rock.
people call this place Bear Lodge, Matotipila. Of course, this name Devil's Tower is disrespectful to these indigenous names, the original names of this site. So, I mean, there's always controversy when we talk about the name of Devil's Tower and how the name came to be of Devil's Tower versus Bear Lodge. And we want to have co-stewardship of this site. It is a very important part of management as we move forward.
The NPS have historically removed natives from land to preserve it in a sense. And that's how I assumed that the NPS was going to be when I came on to work at Devil's Tower. But seeing how the NPS and the
Government
tribes work
propaganda.
together and
Damn it,
the
PPS.
strides that we've made towards co-stewardship is really, really heartening.
So hopefully in the years to come, we're going to continue to build this relationship and be able to provide a site that these people can come and find that connection that they've had for thousands of years and support that.
It's one thing to see Devil's Tower through a phone or through a computer screen. It's another thing to see the wildlife and see the magnitude of the tower.
Watch
to
out.
smell
You'll get
the
leprosy from them
ponderosa and the
dogs.
sweet clover and the sagebrush. To walk around the
Can I
tower.
pet that dog?
When you're here, you're experiencing history, and the tower is history.
The best way I can describe is it's coming home. We came home. Spiritually, we came home.
Thank you to Ren for supporting PBS. Ren is a website where you calculate your carbon footprint, then offset it by funding projects that plant trees, protect rainforests,
That's
and
cool.
suck carbon from the sky. By
You are
answering
not
a few
fucking
questions about your
offsetting
lifestyle, you
carbon
can find
with
out your
fucking
carbon
planting
footprint and how you
trees.
can reduce it.
Depends how many
no
trees
one
you
can
plant.
reduce their carbon footprint to
Okay,
zero,
we
so
can
you
simulate it
offset
in
what you have
Civ.
left
Once
after
once we
reducing.
get to like stage
Subscribers
5
receive
climate
monthly
change,
updates from the tree
start
planting, rainforest
planting
protection,
trees
and carbon
and see
removal
how much
projects
it
they
takes
support. You get to see
until
the
you
trees
offset.
planted and what your money is spent on.
We can
you
do
can
that.
learn more about Ren's climate projects at ren.co.
Just a fucking feel good. It's just modern recycling, bro.
Mm-hmm.
These tree planting things.
Yeah, it makes people feel good though.
Yeah, so did recycling, but it was funded by fucking big oil. Where the reason recycling exists is to fucking. We watched the video on this, right?
Yeah.
All right, give me my shit back.
Sure. This one?
Yeah.
I'm fond of pigs.
So this is the best scene. Okay, you can tell. Look at just the wife's face. You can tell how exhausted she is with this shit. Okay, the husband's constantly saying that aliens are real and shit, and he's just been acting like a fucking crazy person lately. You know, and you're just so worn down.
Where's this from?
Close Encounters.
Okay.
Well, I guess you've noticed something that's a little strange with Dad. It's okay, though. I'm still Dad. I can't describe it. What I'm feeling. And what I'm thinking. This means...
What's with the paddle? You spank your wife with that back there?
Wait, what is this from?
Close Encounters.
Oh, I never watched
But,
that
like,
one. Oh, Cal, to answer your question, I haven't seen the specific ones that you're talking about, but I have encountered that before. Yeah, it's ecofascism. It's to catch the people that are concerned about climate change and turn them into violent doomers.
Anyway, you know, it's like you look at movies like that and you're like, wow, this guy must be making some really artistic movies after this movie. I'm sure he didn't sell out and just start making movies that are general mass appeal, but probably the best general mass appeal movies ever, you know? You're probably thinking like, wow, what a beautiful scene. That was so much visual storytelling with almost no dialogue. That's amazing, you know? Like, boy, I wonder what the director did from
He's building
there.
up to something. What was it? The baby?
No. Go look up who the director of Close Encounters is. It's in my
Steven
opinion his
Spielberg?
best movie. Yeah.
I thought it was.
I think
It
it's
was
his
something
best
like that.
movie.
Mm.
It's very good.
Better than King Kong?
He made King Kong?
Didn't he? No, that was Peter Jackson, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was about to say. Well,
My
there's multiple
mistake.
King Kongs.
Better than Jurassic Park, wasn't that Spielberg?
So
Yeah, Jurassic Park's good. I just think Close Encounters is better.
Okay.
I
there a
think
way-
there's a lot more to like.
It's okay being wrong.
There's
there
a
a way
lot more to like
request
just
what
sit
we
back
watch
and
next?
take in.
Guys, can I request what a thing that we watch next?
What?
Jack, earlier I sent you a link to a news article. In that news article is 2 videos. And I would like to watch the first one and then the second one, but we do not have to watch the whole second one. We can kind of click through it. It's a little bit long. Because a Nazi was murdering people down in Louisville, and the police finally said something to the public about it today.
The homeless one.
Yep, that one.
It says page not found.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. 1 minute.
We were literally talking about this as well. Fucking motherfuckers taking articles off the internet and shit.
Okay, 1 minute. I have to find my phone. 1 sec.
I'm assuming you archived it.
Maybe I might have cut off too much. Look, I delete the tracking thing at the end of links, and I might have
Oh,
deleted
yes.
too much of the link.
That'll do it.
1 minute. 1 minute. Let me find it.
Anyway, Jack, literally, here's a minute-long trailer. Remember when I said, what Death Race? And I said, have you heard of Death Race 2000? And you said, nope. Look at this trailer. Look it up. Look at this shot already. Like, you see that opening shot? Like,
Okay.
look at this
That's
opening
cool.
shot. You see there's
Looks like
like little
Star
zip things going in the background?
Oh no.
2000 is in the year 2000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it?
This is a Death Race!
Or not at all. Death Race 2000. Every car a deadly weapon.
This is so frustrating.
Every spectator a potential point.
Aha.
It's a cross-country road wreck, and the traffic is murder.
Is this just wacky races, IRL?
No, but like this is the movie, the Death Race that
No,
is
no,
a
I know what
remake
you're
of
showing me.
this. But yes, it is just wacky racers.
Who are you anyway?
The best driver on earth.
I don't want you to die.
It's Speed
It
Racer.
was built by the world's finest surgeons to drive the fastest car ever designed, and nothing can stop him now.
Built by surgeons.
Death Race 2000, rated R.
Rated R.
Doesn't that look like a kick-ass movie?
It does look pretty fun.
It's an acquired taste.
Do I have a Pantheon yet? Nope.
Okay. So copy the message in the chat. That is the headline. If you search for that in a search engine, it will bring up headlines. So you're looking for WLKY is the local news channel. And there are 2 videos on that news article. The first one is
What do you
a
think
couple
with
minutes.
turning Hassan Piker's live stream into some weird litmus test. What's going on with that? Because didn't they want a Joe Rogan for the left? They kept saying
They kept saying it, but they didn't mean it. We have a war, illegal war in Iran, where we're massacring schoolgirls, threatening the end of civilization. You have the Israelis massacring people in Beirut. You have price at home sky high, rounding up American citizens. CNN is doing multiple segments. Hassan Piker.
Okay, what link do I click from here after the search? Do you want me to click the news radio or just the YouTube link?
There shouldn't. I don't know if they. I haven't seen it on YouTube. I was looking at the news article from, what is it? WLKY. And that's I gave you the exact title of the news article.
Okay. Well, they have a YouTube channel here.
Oh, okay. They probably have it on their YouTube channel then.
Wilkie.
Let's see. 1 minute. I'm looking at their YouTube now.
Yeah, I have it
videos.
up in another tab.
Okay.
What were you trying to get across?
I'm looking for
You know,
the
20th
well, there's 2. There's a
the
2-minute
20th
video,
anniversary-
there's a 54-minute video. There's 2 videos. There's a 2-minute video and a 54-minute video.
How long? A 54-minute video?
Yes, again, we don't have to watch that whole thing. It is the police press conference. This is what I would like to cover tonight. Is going over this, because I would like to analyze what's going on with this whole thing. And the police got in a standoff with this guy and shot him. So the only information they really want to give to the public is this hour-long press conference. And there are some key points in here that tell us about the shooter and his motives. That I don't think are being broadcast enough, in part because the police are withholding a bunch of information. So, I don't know, we'll get into it.
John, do you know that thing you sent me? Was someone talking about something? I can't remember exactly. But I looked in the comments, and you know what I saw? Because it was somebody talking to CNN about something. And I look in the comments, and people are saying, mainstream media won't cover this. Literally in the description it says, subject of video told CNN. Come the fuck on. Yes, there are things that the media doesn't cover for specific reasons. But this is literally
like I said, people
from
don't
CNN.
actually watch the videos.
It's insane.
Anniversary of 9/11 really was an interesting moment for me because everything that I've said on that broadcast was reinforced through every documentary that came out.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces
Who are those
in the
hoes
early
behind
stages of
him?
military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
And then some of those groups became the Taliban, right? They started infighting. Some of those groups became the Taliban, and America was directly involved in this, and very openly. So that's what I was talking about, because it was in response to what Dan Crenshaw was saying about it.
It's so funny because he's on this podcast
From grave
this
danger.
guy. What's
And
his
then
name? You know this guy? He's a economist, and we watched one of his videos where he talked about how every civilization dies every 100 years, and this graph shows that America's downfall is coming. And then at the end, he just said, "Nah, I don't give it much credit." And I was just yelling about how all of this was him making a fucking video. He got to 10 minutes and then said, "Anyway, that's a bunch of bullshit. Here's the video. Pay me."
Hilarious.
But he's an economy math guy, but he's kind of on the right. So Hassan is here masking, and trying to, like, you could tell that he has looked at so much criticism of himself that he has modified it to this degree that when he sits down with right-wingers, he can come up with something that, like, can't be factually disproven and isn't anything involving blowback. So, like, if he modifies his opinion this much for this guy, then he acknowledges that blowback doesn't exist. And that's not why 9/11 happened. But, like, his initial take and stuff was all about blowback. But I guess now, when he knows that people could make him look stupid by, because, like, these people would probably challenge him on stuff like blowback and, like, all this stuff.
Yeah. That he can tailor the arguments.
Yeah, so if he just does it, if the Taliban weren't there, then Al-Qaeda couldn't be in Afghanistan. But, like, if not Afghanistan, then where?
What do you
That's
mean?
the thing. I think Islamic fundamentalism it was kind of an inevitability.
Yeah.
Like, the way that the Muslim world largely developed were this nationalist government and then leftism and fundamentalism, Kutubism and stuff. And, like, if you look at certain governments, like the Shah is a good example, but, like, how Japan, they basically are trying to, like, Americanize themselves. Well,
Haven't they always?
Euro-size themselves. No, like, when Hirohito comes, like, he starts adopting these policies that made the West, right?
Yes.
And so, like, that's the thing, is when you have something like a Boko Haram, like, their name literally means against the teachings of the West.
Western education is forbidden.
Yeah, it's like, abbreviated, it's just West bad. But, like, if you actually understand the culture,
I have
and
always thought
significance
that was
behind
kind of
it.
funny.
What, that it's just West
No,
bad?
I know, but it's yeah. Yep.
It is pretty funny.
I remember looking up what that meant
Well, it's like,
at one point and being like,
what's that?
But you
group
have to
that I
also
love?
understand that haram doesn't just mean bad. Like, there's a much deeper. I don't know. It's deeper than that, like you said.
What's that? The anti-Balaka.
What?
The anti-Balaka?
Is that a guy?
No, it's just one of my favorite groups. Sometimes I'll put them on a tier list just to be.
Just for memes.
Okay, so anti-Balaka is a group in Kar, right? That's a largely Russian imperial state being exploited for resources like gold and stuff. Similar to similar to Chad, but the Central African Republic is continually in, like, the bottom 10 states of the world year after year. It's just not. It's like Sudan has a better chance of, like, recovering than something like CAR at this point. You know what I mean? South Sudan is what I mean too, if I didn't say South Sudan. So the group is, that's what I'm telling you. So the group is the Central African Republic group. Okay? What do you think their name means? Anti-Balaka.
I mean, it could be literally anything. What are the ideas of the group?
It would really help if I knew the language, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I have
Like,
no
there's
idea.
no clues. Like, how am I supposed to guess?
It's actually the name is entirely in English in a way.
So anti-black.
No, it's just like kind of how Pidgin English is.
Ah. Interesting. I still have no idea.
Okay.
Another awful start.
What does the group believe in? They don't actually have an ideology. They're just they committed a massacre here. Let's see. 2014, more than 100 people were killed by anti-Balaka militants. So the Salika fighters withdrew from the city, and anti-Balaka went in and just cut people up. African
lovely.
peacekeepers evacuated 190 people, but 65 people were left behind, including women and children, people with disabilities, who were unable to climb into the trucks. France was still around. April, France forces came to the town. Anti-Balaka fighters dismantled their checkpoints and returned to their local villages. So the French came in and said, "Get out of here." And
Classic
then
French.
2017, another massacre in the same place. Anti-Balaka militants launched an attack. 600 to 700 anti-Balaka fighters entered. They literally attacked the UN.
Okay.
United Nations Multidimensional Integration Stabilization Mission in the Central African Republic. Is what they attacked.
What was this Benghazi without Hillary Clinton? They attacked the UN, you said?
Yeah,
Instead of-
so one UN soldier was killed, 25 injured. And then it says 115 people were killed, 3,000 displaced.
Crazy.
2.5 years after the clashes, 5 anti-Balaka commanders and 23 militiamen were sentenced for years in prison. That's not very descriptive. 4 years in prisons? FOR. 4 years in prison? I mean, it's a pretty obscure wiki page, so that, errors are understandable.
It's funny because little things like that are like, but is it for how many years though?
Okay, so then the next clashes with anti-Balaka were with... So the first massacre was the Salika militants withdrew, and then the anti-Balaka went in the city. Then the next one, it was the French UN troops who took over that city. They attacked them, and they withdrew, and that happened again. Now, in this series of clashes, the anti-Balaka are fighting the ex-Salaka. So
Sounds
the
fun.
people who used to inhabit the village and were the opposing faction. And then, okay, then from December 2018 to January 2019, the anti-Balaka fought with the UN against these fucking this whole new group.
Weird.
Honestly, I'm finding that civil wars are way more confusing than they taught us they were in schools.
Something like that.
So, any guesses?
No clue.
No idea, dude. Especially after that explanation. Oh no, I have the hiccups.
Yeah, I think that made it worse.
According to Human Rights Watch, Congolese peacekeeping forces operating under the auspices of the UN murdered a number of anti-Balaka, including mass murder of 12 people, and tortured others.
I think it's auspices.
Yeah, asbestos. Some commentators said that village militants... Okay, so some people say that it was village militants formed in the 1990s to protect against highwaymen, who were the precursor to anti-Balaka. Unable to provide security throughout the remote areas of the country, the president organized self-protection groups in 2009 to combat crime on the village level. These took the name Anti-Balaka. Any guesses on what the name means?
Oh shit.
Let's break it down.
Anti-state?
Anti-bandit?
I mean, okay, we're getting close. So we figured out that the first word is anti.
I think we
Right.
got it from the start.
Okay, that's what I've been trying to.
We're halfway
get there.
there.
You're halfway there. So
we've progressed.
What do you think?
0%.
Jack?
And you said that it was to
What
fight
do you think-
highwaymen. I said anti.
What do you think a balaka is? When I say balaka, what comes to mind? Picture it in your mind's eye.
Literally nothing. I have no idea.
I have no.
Think
I've
of it
never
as a
heard
sound.
this word before.
Think of it like what's an onomatopoeia? Something that's
Balaclava?
like something that sounds the way it's
Anti-gun?
pronounced. Oh, you're on the money now. A balaka
No
is an
idea.
AK-47.
It's literally anti-AK? What the fuck?
Yeah, so it's the name literally means anti-gun, basically.
Wow.
Man, their anti-gun lobby is so different than the anti-gun lobby in the U.S.
Do they use guns?
Yeah, but it's the CIR, so it's also a lot of like clubs and machetes and bladed
Okay.
weapons and stuff. It's brutal. Like I said, it's super underdeveloped, and so
Yeah.
the state failed, so they employed these people. So you would think that anti would be like, oh, they're probably against some state group. That's why they're called anti-Balaka.
Mm-hmm.
But because this was colonized by French, there's a little bit of French fusion in there too. And so what the name actually means is our amulets protect us from bullets.
I love them.
Because they like the.
I wish that they were our anti-gun lobby.
The amulets are called gris-gris, which is French for voodoo.
Okay.
Right? So they believe that these amulets are magical, and it makes it so they won't be hurt by bullets.
Fantastic.
And so, but that's the thing is with some of these wars in Africa, like they do this mythic
That's
thing.
not how bullets work.
Yeah, but it's also partly an intimidation thing.
Yeah, fair.
So like there's I think it might be South Sudan.
I mean,
where they have this
here's the thing. It's
thing called the White Army.
Here's the thing. It's intimidating until you drop one of them wearing one of those amulets, and you're like, oh, well then, never mind.
But you know, it's just like Boko Haram, where the name, if you translate it literally, it's really fucking stupid.
Or Al Qaeda.
I think the base is a fucking dope name.
The base.
Yeah, I think it's way cooler than anti-West and anti-AK.
I'm gonna be real. A lot of people who don't know where the term "based" came from annoy
Yeah.
the fuck out of me when they say, "Oh, based."
Yeah, it came
But
from Al
doesn't
Qaeda.
annoy me
Everyone
when
knows
John
that.
says it.
No, where does
No,
it come
a bunch
from?
of people do not. A lot of people do not
I don't know
that.
where it comes from.
But
It
here's
comes-
the thing:
it's
it
society.
doesn't annoy me. It's well, that's
6'7".
But like, but like, it doesn't annoy me when you say something is based because I know that you actually know what that means. If that makes sense.
It means
I'm
what
gonna be real.
society
Out of some of
decides.
the groups, well,
We all have a
never mind.
common agreement on what words mean.
That's what the dictionary is.
I read
it's
it to sound
literally
smart.
Nazi speak. It's literally Nazi. It's literally Nazi like language that has leaked into everyday use. So yeah, it annoys the fuck out of me when their vernacular makes it to mainstream and people have no idea where it came from. Like that's like, it's normal to be annoyed when the language of a specific violent subgroup of people makes it to the mainstream and most people have no idea what the fuck they're saying when they say it. Like, just saying. That is a fairly normal thing to like find frustrating. And most people annoy the shit out of me when they say based and have no idea where it comes from. Because of where it comes from. Because fuck Nazis and fuck, you know, any part of their culture or language being normalized. Like, but also people who actually know about Al Qaeda and like know that that's where it came from don't annoy me nearly as much when they say it because it has a different meaning behind it, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Have I talked about how I'm against using the term rage bait now? Have I talked about that, Jack?
Touched on it yesterday.
Cool. Just checking. Anyway.
Some of those groups became the Taliban, right?
Like, anyway, some of the groups becoming the Taliban, right? My question is, sure, the CIA was
Why did
involved
you
in
bring up
Afghanistan.
your thing about rage bait? I'm confused. Sorry,
I was
wasn't there
just
for that.
asking if I brought that up to Jack yet, and I shared my idea on it, which is just that I want to stop using it because when you look up a Nazi, like, maybe if you look up Nick Fuentes, it would say he's a Nazi, but like most Nazi posts that like do blackface or say the N-word online and stuff, if you look them up, the Google result will come back saying they're a rage baiter. Nothing in there to like. It's not Nazi first. It's always rage baiter.
I mean, it's the same
controversial
it's the
rage
same-
baiter.
Well, or it's things like Chud the Builder. Well, it'll be like controversial rage baiter instead of racist.
That's Chud the Builder
streamer.
is why I
Like,
started saying I'm done with this. I'm not saying rage bait anymore.
Yep. Yeah. It's also let me also say this. Part of it is because of how language works, but part of it is due to censors on social media. If you say this racist, violent person, the filters are going to treat it differently than if you say
That's
this
true.
rage bait streamer. So it's both. I feel like our language is being manipulated and narrowed by the internet in multiple ways. Like there's AI, there's like censorship. There's also then like, I don't know. There's all sorts of reasons for it. But I feel like overall it is so frustrating and then there's also the manipulation of our language by propaganda intentionally, right? So like all of those things put together, it can be very frustrating to try to communicate with people, especially online when you're not sure if they're a bot or not anymore. I don't know. The internet was a mistake, guys.
It's starting to look that way.
Did you see that Google is now like getting rid of like its normal search things.
Mhm. Pretty awesome.
Crazy. We're destroying.
Okay, so
what's left of
anyway,
the internet.
with the Taliban, right? If not the Taliban,
Oh,
then
yeah.
when? Is what I'm
What do
saying.
you
Okay.
mean?
So to
I'm about
just
to lose my city
say
to a single
to
galley.
reduce for him to reduce his take to this type of safety net, I can still kind of dismantle what he said about America deserving 9/11. You retreat to the CIA funded the Taliban. You know, that argument of funding the Mujahideen created the Taliban. We destabilized Afghanistan. Afghanistan wasn't stable to begin with, but like the context of the time, like Hassan being a leftist, he probably looks at it as like it was just anti-communist stuff. And remember
I'm
when I
hesitant to
said
call him a leftist.
that the CIA hated Brzezinski because he was too anti-communist in the Afghan operation? They had more goals than just like anti-communism there. Because Khomeini had just taken over Iran before this war breaks out. And the area is being defined by Islamic extremism.
God fucking damn it.
So the US starts to look at a lot of different Islamic extremist groups on, you know, like, hey, we can use these to do coups potentially, because that's what the US used to do. Afghanistan is really kind of the last of it, right? But like Al-Qaeda, like they kind of like signed the lease in Afghanistan, but they really like formed in Sudan. And like Sudan and Iran, like
Unfucking
Sudan and Iraq were the two primary foes for the US at the time. They specifically said those were the two biggest threats at the time. And basically, because of bin Laden's family, the U.S. was able to have their dicks rubbed enough that they allowed bin Laden to leave Sudan and go to Afghanistan.
We do
instead
love
of
getting our
arresting
dicks
him
rubbed.
and rendering him when they had him. Apparently had him in custody,
Fair.
from what I've heard from, but I don't believe Navy SEALs. You know what I mean? But apparently bin Laden was in custody, and they, during the Clinton admin, I think, and they were like about to put him on a chopper or a plane or something, and they got a call
Weak
to
on
cut him loose.
crime.
But I don't believe SEALs, you know? But that what it's like
They're
saying
weak on crime.
Seymour
No, just
Hersh's
kidding.
story about finding bin Laden. Point is, like, Sudan, like, was committing a genocide with an Arab government at the time. And then you have, like, Gaddafi, who has this, like, fusion ideology, who's also somebody that they were eyeing at the time as being a super threat. And then, even before these things happen, like, post-Afghanistan, there's multiple movements that the fighters in Afghanistan go to, and one of the major things that they go to is to end the genocide in Bosnia. Like, a lot of former Afghan Mujahideen went to Bosnia. And then those guys continued to fight the Soviets
Trump
after
just
that.
Trump just held a cabinet meeting and said he doesn't care about the midterms amid the Iran peace deal talks, and among other things. So I'm like looking at some highlights here. They just posted it, so it must have just happened.
They started infighting. Some of those groups became the Taliban, and America was directly involved in this, and very openly. So that's what I was talking about, because it was in response to what Dan Crenshaw was saying about how, 9/11 happened because they hate us.
Some of my own party have said that it was a mistake to go to Iraq in the first place, and believe that it's not worth the cost, whatever benefit may flow from our engagement in Iraq. But the cost of not acting against Saddam, I think, would have been much greater. And so is the cost, and so will be the cost, of not finishing this job.
Like, they hate us because they hate us. That's it. And it was very frustrating for me to see, like, a dude who.
But that's the thing they hate us because they hate us to a degree. That's why Boko Haram is called anti-West. But it's like any type of like fascist type organization are always gonna like use a common enemy, right? And so like if you hear anything Bin Laden says, it's like the Jews actually run America and stuff like that.
There's a lot of
so if he thinks the Jews run America, why does he say that 9/11 is justified because everyone voted for a system that oppressed people and stuff like that? Which one is it? So like that's the thing, is he doesn't fucking believe that Jews run shit and stuff. He just fucking says shit like that because
he knows
talking
what
shit
to
about
say.
the Jews. Like, why do you think Assad does the same shit and champions Palestine? So, like, this hatred of the West is distilled in there because they don't want you to shine away from the objective. If you look at something like Syria, right? The West tried to influence the jihadists. And they kind of told them to fuck off, right? Because, like, the whole point of the high control group thought of the jihadists is that you're rejecting both, like, the nationalism from the, like, genocidal state that oppresses your religion, but also these, Western people. And the reason why it distills that is because it wants its fighters to fall in line and not see any alternative but what the leaders dictate. Like, that's all it is it's a high control group. And to think that a high control group wouldn't attack America eventually is just kind of silly, because the only things that have actually attacked America are high control groups.
Hard agree.
I got a dark age. How you doing?
Really? Do you want to restart? Because I fucked up real bad.
Again?
Yeah. I lost a city to a single galley.
Served overseas, got his eye blown out, right? To come back and just like keep reinforcing that same cycle of violence.
I'm not going to play
even
Alexander.
using his like veteran status as a way to just like send more men and women overseas to get their shit blown off.
Only once. Shame on you.
Fool me,
Fool me, we can't get fooled again.
I mean, the Democrat Party is literally attacking Hassan Piker for something he said that at the time they couldn't even say themselves, because the Democrats supported the Iraq War and they were more than happy to engage in the killing
Bush.
of 100,000 Iraqi people in the name of whatever bullshit George Bush sold us. So I can see why, in many ways, Hassan Piker might be a good person using philosophically evil rhetoric in order to go viral or stay relevant in order to push out a generally better idea. And even as I say that, I do have a lot of issue with the way that Hassan Piker engages in misogyny and ableism in order to push out his leftist politics.
Doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean?
I think what I'm trying to point out here is this question that even over on my stream channel we've been having.
I'm
Can you be
saving this
rich,
fucking
famous,
config.
and ethical?
What a
Can you
take.
be a good person?
I early
Isn't
on
that great?
recognized that if I wanted any kind of sustainability, I knew that I had to be a subscription-based model.
Hassan Piker,
Rape is
aka
okay,
Hassan
but
Abi,
only if
is
it's
one of
other
the biggest
billionaires.
political commentators on
Cool.
Twitch with 2.7
He was making a
million
joke.
subscribers. But he says 50,000.
Yeah, that was a
dollars
shit
for
joke.
I thought comedy was illegal or legal again.
Which is they take a 25% cut of all the subscriptions.
It
If
is
he does a
legal.
quick math
That was a
before
shit
taxes,
joke.
The
that's over
opposite.
$200,000 a month and likely over $2 million a year.
This is the home that got me
You know what?
canceled for buying for myself and my
Even
family.
being fair to Hassan,
I think people have a
like,
very silly, I
he
would say,
he's on
understanding
stream for
of what
like
it means
such
to
a
be
long time. Of course, he's
progressive, what
gonna
it
make
means to be
bad
a
jokes
leftist.
sometimes.
I just make fun of it, honestly.
Sure.
I try to use the
He-
house or all these like different controversies as
He
a
does say
teachable moment
misogynistic
to
shit,
just
though.
be like, listen, this is not
Yeah,
a
no,
poverty
I
cult
do-
at all.
do not like Hassan. I'm gonna be very. I don't like the
So the
dude.
question is, how much philosophical evil do these
I
often
wouldn't even
men
call him a
engage with
leftist.
in
I'm
order
gonna
to
be
stay
real with you.
relevant compared to
But-
those of us who are
Alright,
still
join this
in
game
space
started,
who does
or I'll
lying, but
fucking
we're not
kill
doing
you.
the same thing they are. Are we better, or are we making worse choices? Are we bad at capitalism, or are we just anti-capitalism?
I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich. I have said from day one, I got incredibly lucky. I will never be able to put into words just how lucky I got with all of this shit here. I'm not special. I got lucky. I have always said that, and I still believe that to this day.
The reason I want to use Charlie and Asmon as the first examples is because they counter each other so perfectly. They both sort of look similar, but yet are very, very
Leave
different
Charlie
people,
alone.
and their content is very, very different. At least Charlie attempts to be a good person.
As you just said, it changes. What if a 12-year-old went through puberty early, the parents consent, the 18-year-old and the parents consent? Can they do it?
Most likely that's not going to happen. You know why? Because Islamically, if
We're not talking most likely. Just say it.
if the
Why?
families have consented, the kid is mature, the kid is ready. Why should I
At
stop it?
12 years old. At 12 years old.
If the kid if the kid is physically mature, the parents consent, both parties
Excuse
are
me?
happy.
12-year-old being
Sir?
physically mature.
If that's the only
12.
that's the only line that actually makes sense.
Pre-teen.
And I don't think a 14-year-old can ever be physically mature.
Well, Asmon completely gave up. Charlie also
Freak.
did something really amazing, which was, and I know this sounds crazy because he's, worth over $35 million, but Charlie gave up the right to
From the first
monetization,
stirrings
meaning
of
he
life
turned off
beneath
monetization on his YouTube channels
great
and did
beast
everything
of
he
the
could to
Stone
stop
Age,
his viewers from giving
to
him
man
money.
taking
What won't be
his
sticking
first
around, what I'm
upright
turning
steps.
off, is
You
pretty
have come
much
far.
every way of donating money to
Now
me.
begins
I'm
your
disabling
greatest
YouTube channel
quest.
memberships and super chats.
From this
Which,
early
considering the
cradle
state of the world,
civilization
is,
on
the bar is in
towards
hell,
the
but
stars.
it's something, and I appreciate it, and I
Daring
think it's a good
Gitacha,
gesture. Unlike an
Majapahit,
Asmon, who would
queen
never,
of
never, never,
10,000
never, never
islands,
think about doing this, because
Indonesian
Asmon, at the end of the
seas are
day,
your
is a ruthless
greatest
capitalist.
strength.
This sort of swings
As
into a
exalted
conversation around
goddess
even like a
of the
Trisha
three
Paytas,
worlds,
or
you shall
someone
spread
who
your
stays
divine
relevant by
influence
sort of
to
being
all waters touched by the sun.
controversial. Trisha will say,
Rely
they're just
upon
making
your
content for
loyal
fun.
fleet,
It's,
bold
they're artistic.
Unleash
It's just
a
an
frightful
experiment. But
storm
the way
upon
that they rose to
those who
fame
bring
and
strife
prominence was
to Indonesian
basically through
shores.
personal and sort of cultural exploitation, right? Cultural appropriation. I mean, doing some of the worst, most unethical skits, art performances, if you will.
It was supposed to be like this artistic piece or whatever, and it was like whatever. It like looking back at it as like I was like in 2022 it doesn't like fit the flow, but like back in like when I made it in like literally like 2010 or whatever it was.
But
I was, like,
Abraham
into, like,
Lincoln.
artistic or whatever. It's just like people hang on to that, and it's like all these spam.
Smile pretty. Do what you're told. Make mommy daddy proud. Mommy, I don't want to play in the basement. Loud. Washing machine's going. What are
Wow,
you
that's
doing?
creepy.
No.
Stop this, Trisha.
No. No. Daddy, stop.
You could have left this in the drafts.
Pretending to be victims of murder and engaging in racism. I mean, singing
That's
lyrics
not
that I don't even want to
who she
repeat
is.
myself. He could
That is true.
just like And even now, current day Trisha
Oh my
is
God.
still engaging in what I would call sort of a PG version of the same
I
thing
hate
that
her
was
so
famous in
much.
the first place. And again, it's all about using other people to get ahead. To quote, do it better than the original or more controversial than the original in order for people to be shocked, and then in order to make you trending, basically.
I get you to the K-pop charts.
Wow.
I think you'll get it to the K-pop charts.
On where?
Billboard?
K-pop charts on
Oh.
Twitter.
Oh, it's
they
its
have
own
like
thing.
over 1 million followers.
Oh.
I would. People's anyway. I'm looking into it. I'm looking to see what's
monitoring.
happening before.
Thank you. Oh
say
my
something.
gosh. I'm very excited about this. This is all really new to me. I don't have time to tweet about any drama when I'm in. If a K-pop drama wants my song, though, let me know, because I'm down to have it in a show.
So the question is, if your goal is to stay trending, is that the philosophical evil? And because you're trending, you get money. So maybe it's not even chasing the money, chasing the views. Recently, Dr. K even talked to Lacey, and they had a conversation, and Lacey had this realization that, you know, he hates himself.
So, like, let's go back to the...
You know
Who's
what I was
that?
thinking?
What you thinking?
Eating and biting your fingernails is literally worse than picking your nose.
Interesting.
It's just a fact. It's just
Your
a
hands
fact.
are significantly more gross. That is true.
Yeah, but it's also underneath the nail bed. The boogers are not dirty at all. It's just a gross thing. You know, it's societally gross.
It's no different than like snorting really hard and having a lump of snot go down your fucking throat. It's just hard.
Yeah, it's like that's the thing. That's like it's your body's made to be able to drain that shit into your system and filter it all around. You know?
It's an interesting point.
It wouldn't be able to drip down your throat if it wasn't set up that way.
Maybe that's why I don't get sick that much, is because I eat my filthy fucking fingernails. Bolstering my immune system.
cock chair for a moment. Okay. So, did you ever feel like you were in that chair? That's the feeling.
You probably don't get sick often because you don't hang out with children.
Fair point.
Because
I do not like kids.
People who get sick are people who have kids, and then the coworkers in their proximity.
Ah. Interesting.
It's all kids, bro.
Fucking filthy animals.
Like, there's certain things that I just like, I don't know. I just know certain things are where you can fucking... There's certain contact points that it's not germs, it's like infectious viruses, you know? Like, I can get sick if I interact with these elevator buttons. Because kids love to push elevator buttons.
They do.
You just have to think, would a kid touch this? Okay? Go to a doctor's office at any time, you know? And if somebody has to bring their kid in there, watch everything that kid touches, and then delete those things from your ever touching again library, you know?
I watch 5 children for a living, and I can confirm that they put their hands in their fucking mouths and cough on everything, and then they touch everything.
No
Just saying.
concept.
Like, I have
Yeah,
one of
if
them
you
that
have
every
kids,
time she is
you're-
sick, she
you're
finds a
gonna get
way to
sick.
cough directly into my mouth. It happens, like, I am sick every like this has happened 3 times now in the last year and a half, where one
Unreal.
specific child, one of the littlest ones, will get very sick and then like want to cuddle, and then we'll find an opportunity to cough directly into my mouth. Like, I'll feel it in the back of my throat and be like, shit, I'm gonna get sick now. Like,
That's
and I need you
awesome.
to know that, like, I also watch them all day, every day. So, like, I know that they touch everything. And, like, I am constantly telling them to take their hands out of their mouth and then go wash. Like, the punishment for putting your hands in your mouth is go wash your fucking hands. You have to stop playing, put your toys down, and go wash your fucking hands. Because I'm sick of everyone getting sick all the time.
Hey, that's fair, honestly. It's a good way to reinforce it as well.
It is not working at all. I need you to know. They wash their hands
I
like 20
prefer to
times
call
a day.
children. I prefer to call children what they are: plague rats.
They are plague rats. Crotch Goblin does not describe
Not
them.
Rugrats, plague rats.
Does in fact describe them. Like, for real, like COVID shit at the kids' school. Like, when COVID was oh my god, because only one of them
would've
was in school at the time.
gone
All of the
bonkers.
rest of them were too young for that. It was non-existent. It was a fucking joke. Like when we got COVID, it was because she went back to school. Like,
I fucking hell.
Change
That's
the title
just fact
to
life.
"Is biting your nails grosser than picking your nose?" Debate.
Yes, it is. Because you probably picked your nose before you bit your nails. Let's be real.
I fucking love picking my nose. I'm an avid nose picker. I'm fully admitted of it.
Look! If you got
Dude, the
crusties
other
in your
day
nose-
after a stream, I did my like post-stream, your post-work nasal clearing. I think it's
What?
more important when you have allergies. I swear to God, the biggest
Okay,
booger
that's fair.
of all my life came out. Like normally, it's like just like it's more like a flaky type of thing. They don't come off
Mhm.
in like a solid piece like this.
Like a
Oh,
goob.
interesting.
Yeah, no, look, all I'm saying is if you got shit in your nose, get it out, but also wash your hands. Like, don't put it in your mouth. Putting it in your mouth is how you get sick. Whether it's your fingers, your boogers, whatever. Like, please be careful about washing your hands and, like, not putting them just in your fucking mouth, please.
I will say, it is quite satisfying
Please.
when you get one of those... and this is gross, but it is very satisfying to get one of them boogers out that pulls everything out with it.
I am infamous
Those
at
are
this point for, like,
peak.
just the amount of phlegm, just the amount of phlegm that can come out of my mouth at once. Or my nose.
Like all the congestion, it'll pull the
I did-
snot, it'll pull other shit out with it. Delicious. It fucking
Okay.
the best.
Okay, so like
Okay, don't say delicious. That is
Wendy-
not
Okay, yeah,
the
poor
right
choice of
word.
words.
Wendy, you know when you're having an intense oral session and stuff starts to come out your nose?
It's been a very long time since that's been a problem, but yes.
No. It's not like, just you're breathing out your nose. So
Yep,
you
no,
start
I
like
know.
blowing snot all over the
it's-
place, right?
It
You
can
know
be
what
a
I mean?
Problem. Yep. Yes, it can be a problem.
So like after I was done, I like went to the bathroom to like blow my nose, but like I grabbed it and it was like spider silk.
Oh,
And like I was pulling and and then when I finally blew my nose, so much came out. I don't know if I've ever produced that much snot. Only in one nostril too. The other one was clear.
Wild.
I don't pull it out by hand like that, but I do. I have been known.
Oh, you're missing
to
out,
be-
Wendy.
To blow my nose. To blow my nose. To blow my nose and end up with like a fistful of snot. Like it's just phlegm. Like it will. I'll clear my entire sinuses
Uh-oh.
in one good into a tissue. Gross. All I know is as I get older, I get phlegmier, and it's gross.
See, Cal knows what I'm talking about. It's the best.
I normally use it. I'm gonna be real. I use a tissue for things
Prior
like
to
that
being
normally. If
streamer.
I have
Wait.
that
Wife
much
was
in there.
passing you
I was
by.
I get
on
it,
my
though.
way
Doing
to
in
the
my-
bathroom
so I
to
have an
get the
idea in my
tissue.
mind, which is
Look, I'm not gonna
envisioning
pretend
a
like I haven't
300
phlegmed in my
person
hands before
who's
on
kinda going to
accident.
college.
No,
It's gross.
it
Dad
wasn't
thinks
like
he's
that.
wasting his time.
I was like
Your
trying
life
to
is
like
passing you by.
grab it to like
You're
so
supposed
it
to
wasn't
be in college,
hanging
you're
out of my
freshman in college
face.
is when you're supposed to be partying.
yeah,
is
no,
when
I-
you're
Right, so
understand.
I didn't want to like
Right?
have it hanging, so I went to
can
grab it
imagine a scenario where you feel
because I was
like
going to
a
go to the
revolution
bathroom and
from
just
your
like
cock
wash
chair
my
as
hand.
life passes
If
by.
it
But like
hangs,
it
you
just
can
kept
do
coming.
this and
It just kept coming.
I definitely felt growing up like
Humans are
very
gross.
left out, very isolated.
We are such
it's fantastic.
had
I don't know
friends,
why
but I
people are
was
so
always
shy about body fluids and shit. Like,
always, like, there.
I don't want it on
And a
me.
lot of these
I
streamers,
think
a lot of
it-
content creators,
With an
I
asterisk,
think-
all right?
There's just certain times where it's like it was just
Gotta
kind
be
of
very quick.
it was a unique experience, okay?
Mhm.
And it was just one of those things that I'm probably never gonna forget the feeling of what it felt like to pull like a solid glob of mucus out of my body and like feel it coming from the back of my head and just
Every
not
time.
stopping.
Every time that you talk, like you've mentioned this, it just reminds me of putting a spaghetti down your throat and like hawking it up your nose and then pulling a string of spaghetti like Have you ever done that? Yeah,
I've never done that.
That's what
I've
I'm.
seen
You've
people do
never
it.
done that? Yeah. Okay. Well,
Never.
I have, because I'm a weird. Well, for someone who likes to pick your nose, maybe try it.
Maybe I will.
All I'm saying is that is what I'm imagining is that sensation, and it's I don't know, gross.
It's pretty satisfying.
All right, back to why Al Qaeda rules.
A lot of us are definitely fighting demons. I think a lot of us grew up a little bit.
Some people literally are fighting demons, like
traumatized.
Jordan
I think everyone's
Peterson.
kind of traumatized.
Is he
but
alive still?
I do think there's something
Life
about
check.
creative in which we
Hopefully not.
try to express our feelings to the things
I
that
think
we
he's in
make.
another
That
coma.
made me realize, like, he basically told me that
Yeah,
because I
isn't
was
he in a
so
medically induced
rejected
coma or
as a
something?
kid that
Based.
I reject myself now. And that's why I stream so much, is because when I'm live, I don't think about how much I hate myself. And that basically, that's why I just always stream, because
Wow,
it takes
bummer.
away that thought in my brain of not liking who I am.
I need
And I think that goes
external
for everybody. I
gratification
think Asmongold and the way
constantly.
that he was raised is such a testament to that. I think Hassan and
That's
his
what he-
relationship with his body. I think
he just
even
said.
Ethan Klein or Trisha or any of these people that, you know, we can talk about, whether it's in entertainment space or political spaces, at the end of the day, the creative element is a cry for help.
It's just totally fucking fatty ass food. And on top of that,
Huh?
he goes, you know what I'm in the mood for? A cookie dough
This is
cheesecake.
fucked.
And he just fucking busted
They
out
have
a
two
cookie dough
fucking
cheesecake
horsemen.
and propped it in front of me and went and
I have
looked
a
at me.
warrior.
Listen,
Aren't you in the mood for it too?
I
And
will
did you
say
eat
this in his defense. It's the fucking holidays.
Yeah.
If you don't gain a 10 spot during the holidays,
I can't.
Can't.
I can't because like I've
Then
been
you
doing so
can't.
well.
So you got into looks maxing prior to you know,
Yes, yeah.
you getting chicks. Yeah. Was that a motivation? Those like message boards?
That was, but you know, that wasn't necessarily
I am America.
the only thing I was thinking
Kabul
about at
is
the
very
time.
close.
It was more just
I'm
like
gonna
an
bomb it.
objective, this will improve the quality of my life mentality.
Yeah.
And that was just one of
That's bullshit. That's the biggest bullshit anyone's ever said. No one gets into looks maxing for improving your quality of life. Every single
Diploid favorite
young
pet
man that is straight abso-fucking-lutely gets into it because they want to get laid and they want to impress women. Where they go from there, depending on their, you know, mental
They're gonna have to fight
faculties,
Korea.
is an entirely separate story. His end point might be different, but his start point absolutely was because he probably had a crush on a girl or something and he wanted to impress her. Bro, you were fat when you were a child? Yeah, I was. What kind of fucking point is that? Yeah. And I was absolutely all up in these fucking forums trying to figure out how to lose weight my whole life.
I stopped caring about the way that people saw me because I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public. I gave up on living a normal life or, you know, having a family or anything like that. I based off of my experiences that I had. I was worried about, you know, number one, my mom dying. Number two, being homeless.
Oh,
and
I
number
was
three,
scared.
At that point,
Shut up,
I had always
pussy.
assumed that I would kill myself after high school. Like, that was my plan. But, you know, Wrath of the Lich King came out and I just got distracted. I forgot. Ended up not
Wrath
doing
of
that.
the Lich King
And,
came
because
out.
of that, I never brushed my teeth in high school. Never really gave a fuck about it.
How
Never
serious
cared.
were
And this
you?
guess
Wait,
what
pause
that,
it.
Guess what that causes?
How?
It causes
Wait. How serious were you about killing yourself if you just kind of forgot about it, though?
I no longer have a warrior.
I'm not gonna like look. I'm sure people have different experiences with it, but like I've had suicidal ideation before, and I don't just forget about it. Like, that was a weird way to word that. Maybe he just worded it weird. I'm not gonna say that he wasn't suicidal, but like that was a weird way for him to word that. Then Wrath of the Lich King came out, and I just forgot about it. Like, what? Okay, dude. I guess whatever saved you.
Hey, John, can you send me 50 gold?
Not in the first era.
Well, I'm probably going to lose my city. Because there's a barb camp 3 squares from me, and they have 2 horsemen, and
There's
I
a
have no...
delegation.
I have, no...
I don't think
money
you can lose
or
your
units.
capital city to barbarians.
Well, we'll see.
That's crazy. It's because of... who knows?
Out. right now, I only have 5 real teeth left in my whole mouth. And I think you start with like 32, which is kind of crazy to think. So, you know, missing half your teeth and, you know, living in a dump with a dead rat alarm clock.
That's
you
math.
don't know if your mom's going to be alive that day. You've got no money.
Look.
You have to support her. She's never going to be able to
Who's
support
counting?
herself. And things are just basically slowly
Not
getting
him.
worse
Not
and worse
him.
and worse. And
well, I
started
mean, he
doing
was. He
YouTube,
said he had
and
5
things
left out of
started
32.
doing a
He
little
was
bit better.
counting.
I started doing
Just-
streaming. Things
never
were way
mind.
better then. I mean, I guess it's nice, right? Having money is way better than not having money. I don't believe there's any light at the end of the tunnel. I definitely don't think so. I just try to make the best
Where'd
of
they go?
being in a tunnel. And so that's why I live the way that I do. That's why I do the things that I do. That's why I say the things that I do.
At the end of the day, the creative element is a cry for help. And I say that as myself as well. I mean, I definitely came to the internet many, many years ago in a very hurt place. And only about 7 or so years ago did I, after therapy and philosophical work, end up creating content that was much healthier and better. And I get better every year, of course. I'm always trying to be a less bad person every day. But I do see it. And I sometimes, I will
Where'd they
say
go?
that I, at the expense of my money-making
they
career,
left.
have absolutely made the
There's a
decision to
fucking
not
horse archer
exploit
here now as well.
my vulnerabilities. I mean, I'm
a
autistic. I
Saka
can make
horse
a
archer,
whole
though.
viral like video series on being autistic, right? I make adult work. I can make a whole viral series on that. I'm disabled. I have fibromyalgia. I could absolutely, you know, make that a whole thing.
Oh, good. They took one of my
I'm
builders.
a Syrian. Like, I'm a daughter of immigrants. Like, I'm one of 10 kids. I was homeschooled partially throughout my childhood. Like, I have so many stories I could take and create or mold or twist in a sort of marketing capitalistic way to go viral. You know, I could also cry on my kitchen floor. I mean, I made plenty of crying videos in my day. The only difference is that I took them down and I apologized and I got stable. I think the thing with Trisha as an example is, yes, she got mentally health much more stable, 100%. But I'm not sure if she ethically did. She still is pretty controversial. It's just because her mental health is so much better that people ignore it. But she was infamously known for being anti-family channels and literally has one. But, you know, everyone makes their own choices with their children. But I think because Trisha just, you know, doesn't really have any principled stances. At the end of the day, they're using whatever means possible to stay relevant, trending,
Yeah,
and
Trisha's a bad
obviously
person.
being an opportunist, basically. And I'm not saying that Trisha doesn't deserve success. I'm saying it's interesting that we keep making these people famous because, like, even with Asmongold, if you look at
she's
the
just a bad
trajectory of
person.
his
She's a
fame,
really
she
bad
Oh my
person.
god.
many
Every time the AI snipes the fucking barb camp from you.
Yeah, they do. They love to do it.
many years ago playing WoW. But even more than that, the reason Asmon stays so relevant in many bubbles is because he, as an example, has this really funny Tuesday.
Who,
Just
Trisha?
bad person.
Okay.
She's just, I don't know, kind of the worst person on the internet in her own way.
You would have to experience it. It's really
Kind
hard to
of.
describe.
But also, like, people don't even want to bother with it. But then she's also, like, super popular and has her own, like, community that's super toxic and stuff.
God, it's like it's a personality, and it's just so.
Oh, she's pre-TikTok.
I mean, she's been around for a while. There's a fucking Stan Lee superhero show that was a reality show, and she's fucking in that. She
That's
was like
crazy.
in
Okay.
LA trying to make her something of herself for a long time.
I have no idea who this woman. Sorry.
Count your blessings.
But I know.
Yeah,
I
count
do
your
know
blessings.
Tyler
Awful
Chastity
person.
is.
Oh, well, you know Ethan Klein, right?
I didn't know who it was for the longest time.
Yeah, but you
honestly.
know of him,
Yeah,
right? You
I
know
do
who he
know
is.
him.
You know who his wife is. Okay, so...
Who's his wife?
Well, she's like Israeli ex-IDF, but was like a tour guide or
All
some shit.
Israelis are ex-IDF, though.
Whatever. Her brother...
Who was a door gunner in a helicopter, by the way. So mowed down a lot of little Palestinian children with that machine gun.
So, his wife's brother, Trisha, decided to go and marry, adopted his Israeli identity.
Then got onto an Israeli reality show, and because Israel became controversial, demanded that she was removed from the show, but it was really about her husband, right? Because it's about, like, Zionists in California and shit, like ex-Israelis.
Oh, interesting.
So instead, they blurred her whenever she appeared in the show. And so it's like, I wonder who this is. I wonder who this person who's blurred is. Yeah.
Wait, buddy.
No, well, it's he sister-in-law now, technically.
Okay, cool, cool.
But she's had so many controversies. Like I don't know if I could say that she's not racist, but she's definitely not averse to using racial slurs to produce controversy.
Jack, do me a favor. Type in Trisha Paytas Hitler real quick.
Oh.
Whatever comes up.
She's gonna be like, he's fine, isn't she?
Hi, German. High on the hill was a lovely goat. Dankeschön. Ich liebe dich. So lately I have been fascinated by German culture as
I
of
hate it so
a week
much.
ago when I watched Inglourious Bastards on Spike TV. I was getting really into the whole Germanic way. I found it interesting. I found the men to be really sexy. Christoph Waltz is Germanic, and he's the sexiest guy in this world, I think, right now. So
She's actually not.
with like German culture. So
This
that's
is all
why
fake.
I don't know if this is
Gotcha.
This is how she acts and stuff. Like, she is like very like dumb in a way, but when it comes to like knowing how to fucking like she's like may not understand the gravity of why something is controversial, but she understands that doing controversial things, like, everything is very actually like tactically done by her.
I hate it. Thank you.
Like, she's always like manipulating shit. It's so fucking weird. She's very like, because this is, I mean, like I said, she like before YouTube even existed, she was trying to be a reality star. Like, this is like an entire personality she's been chasing and creating her entire life.
German or Dutch, but they're all kind of the same things. I've been fascinated with German culture, and more specifically the World War II era, because self-admittedly I was terrible at history. I didn't really care about history at the time, that we had to learn it through school. I didn't even know World War II came after World War I. I knew nothing about World War III. Like, I just didn't know any of this stuff. And if there's one thing I've learned in life, is that there's no stupid questions. And someone is texting me. Sorry about that. There are no
Oh my god,
stupid
she literally
questions
did what I thought she was gonna do.
in life, because if you
Hilarious.
don't ask questions, how are you supposed to know the answer? How are you supposed to get smarter and grow and develop? So I love coming to YouTube because it opens up debate, discussion, and we learn things from each other. You know, for instance, my Do Dogs Have Brains videos, like, you know what? I learned a lot that canines
Do dogs have brains?
have brains. They're just not able to like speak like we speak, like, you know. And it was great because even though I got like a lot of backlash for it and a lot of heat, in the end I became smarter and I bettered myself, and I think that's like what's the important thing. So anyways, today is going to be about Hitler. That's what the video is going to be. And I know it's a little touchy subject, but I think that, you know,
right,
it's been
moving on.
years, you know, it's not too soon, as they say.
Moving on. Would you believe it? That's, if you look up Hitler, there's also other videos right? Like her doing Springtime for Hitler.
Oh no, you don't have to show me anything else like her.
Oh no, but like
you've got
she
me.
is
I don't like her.
Awful.
Like, and you can just imagine the people who are fans of her, how somehow they're worse.
Fair.
Steak recipe that he makes, and all these chefs who are very prominent make Asmon steak videos, and then Asmon responds to those videos.
Today I'm here with my good friend Joshua Wiseman.
I don't know what's about to happen. All I know is there's a computer screen here and I got headphones in. So
we are going to be reacting to $2 steaks from Asmongold.
The cycle continues, and look, there's a lot of fun in watching people react to your weirdness, right? I think a lot of us who are millennials also who maybe were a little weird or were queer growing up or whatever, we I think show up on the internet and in our spaces, and we want to be seen in a way that maybe our conservative family couldn't allow us to be seen. And so there's somewhat of a almost like a prop we want to give people who manage to be so weird and still loved. And that's kind of what Asmon does. Even though he's so philosophically evil, there's something empowering about watching a disgusting man sleep in a roast-infested house with like a dead rat, talking about his $2 steak and talking about his trauma, and then becoming so rich that he owes the government $4 million. Like, I just can see why that is so appealing to so many, especially boys on the internet, who are, forgive my French, rotting in their parents' basement, and they are not doing anything with their lives. And Asmon sort of is this, look, I don't have to do anything with my life, and I could still be rich and famous, maybe.
What? I like the transparency to hold LARPers and Hassan accountable.
I'm going to keep subbing until you're number one ass.
Accountable for what? People giving him money?
Like, I literally have my fucking subscription count up there on the top of the corner. I am more transparent with this community, perhaps more than I should be. In a lot of instances, that transparency bites me in the fucking ass because dumbass parasocial dipshits think they know better about my situation than I do, and will literally be like, actually, you're not doing a great thing. Fuck you, whatever. But even then, I have everything. This is not surprising to many of you who have been in this community for a very long time, because I've had my fucking subscription count up there for years for this particular fucking reason. To be like, look, I'm a fucking leftist, and I make a lot of fucking money from subscriptions for content that is literally free. Let's watch this.
What is it? What accountable for what? Like, he's got his sub count on the screen. I don't know what it is about Hassan, but I actually really appreciate Hassan because a lot of the
yeah.
Like, fuck, that's why I don't like Hassan.
That's a good point. I think
Like,
Spain's gonna
and you know what? Let's
surprise
not
war me.
lie. When you get a high subscriber account and it on your screen, it is not to tell people don't. I have a lot of people who think we're donating to as well as a marketing tactic, so he can get that. Thing to say it constantly, it's another to like pretend like for people to see. It's like not it's how social media works, right? Like if you they have a ton of followers, so they must be worth listening to. Have a big, which is wild, but it works. Like that was a bullshit thing.
I fucking knew it.
Guys, but we have like 3 subscribers or 10 subscribers on the screen. That it's not what it's saying it's doing.
had arguments. Like Hassan is like tanking them for me. Because a lot of those people used to be mad about me and use those arguments against me. Then Hassan came on the platform, and now they're over in his chat donating fucking broken logic gotcha questions back to him, and I don't have to deal with it anymore. It's great. Thanks, Hassan.
And that's where this meme comes from, which is that like Twitter finding out streamers make money, Hassan, other millionaire streamers. Like I am the fucking vector of all the hatred. I am the place that you can direct all this anger toward. And by the way, I get the fucking anger.
And so again, can you be rich and famous and good? You know, and okay, so this is a philosophy channel, right? We do philosophy through pop culture. So even saying like good, philosophical, evil, like when we're talking about who we are in the story, we're asking ourselves, how does this relate to our principles? But then you'd have to have principles. And this goes back to Tyler Catastrophe in my last video. He doesn't know himself. And because he doesn't know himself, he doesn't see himself clearly, we can't trust him as a narrator. The reason Asmon feels more trustworthy as a narrator is because he admits he's disgusting. He admits he lives in a rat-infested house. Like, he admits. And so because he owns it so aggressively, we feel like we can trust him more. And I say we generally. I'm not talking about you or me. I'm just talking about the internet. I mean, he is one of the top creators, so whether we like it or not, some form of the internet has decided this man is honest and transparent. And maybe his honesty and transparency also.
Tyler Catastrophe is he's a trans man on TikTok who is just a chronic fucking liar for attention. There's a whole thing like, making a bunch of him, was just saying something to him. Yeah. Anyway, he's a chronic liar, so she's actually making a point where. Like, it is very obvious that he's constantly lying and making things up, making himself sound cooler to everyone around him. Clock with someone like Asmon here. Yep, I agree. You can keep thing now.
Comes in the form of his sort of like antisocial behavior, right? I mean, he really unapologetically says the most cruel and disgusting things.
And you're missing a press conference where some mayor is holding a press conference about George Floyd joke on the Kevin Hart roast. You can't insult St. Floyd. Oh no! We can make a million Charlie Kirk jokes, but don't make fun of St. fucking
lost
Floyd.
my city.
Oh my God! Give me a
Fantastic.
break. Well, I'm fans of racist jokes.
There you go.
I'm
Here's
fans
another-
of
It literally won't
racist
matter, John.
stereotypes. I'm not a fan of an actual racist.
I want to
wanna
say
be able to say
what
something.
happens
And I
here.
think there's something really raw
Just-
about that. The same
I'm
reason
just
I
gonna
think
get
Trump
knocked out of the
won
game. There's
is
nothing
Yeah, I
that
want to
can
see if
do.
it just kicks you out of the game or it makes you wait until like I liberate it or something.
The inside thoughts out loud.
Like what does it show you?
Somebody had to do it. The question is, why are those
just
your
says
inside thoughts?
defeat.
This goes to even people
Huh?
on the left, like Hassan Piker, who
Oh, okay. I was curious if it would give you a defeat screen. Specifically.
Of course it would, and if the barbarians took it, it'd probably do the same thing.
But I could totally liberate that city and give it back to you. So that's why I was thinking, what if it doesn't say defeat?
And what? I would sit here for 10 hours while
No,
you
I
do it?
wouldn't do that. I was just saying, like, because the technicality exists.
Every fucking time, dog shit spawns. Just dog shit. Like, why spawn a fucking barb camp two things from my fucking city? 10 turns into the game. That's moronic. Takes all my fucking units, all my production. There's nothing I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Unfucking believable. Play the video.
Hey, I'm reading.
I'm gonna make food.
again, his rhetoric,
here,
his way
start
of
this game.
owning the opposite, or his way of engaging, his desire to even say that he would debate Asman.
Let's check with the chat first. I mean, I feel
I'm
like it's such a
too
simple
boomer
question, right? What's the
to
probability
type
of it being a scam?
fast.
Why don't we talk then? No, I'm not. We're not gonna. Oh my god, bro, you're in the chat. Can you stop?
Are you worried?
Oh my god.
We agree. No.
It's just a simple percentage.
Stop begging.
Jesus, no,
really?
I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to go and argue with you about this or whatever. Because again, if you look at all of the evidence presented and you don't come to the conclusion that there's like a 99% chance that this is a scam, you're lying. You're lying. You're obviously lying. It's so clear.
Uh-oh, they're all saying he's a pussy now.
Such a debate. Yeah, it's not a debate.
You know, even recently is just another indication that these men, these boys who rise to prominence and power, utilize, I think, tools of patriarchy to sort of justify the violence of their rhetoric, to sort of engage with the enemy, to then stay relevant and trending, which is why even Hassan has engaged in like the philosophical evil in the way that he's expressed his upsettedness over real things that are upsetting, right? So when we use the language that we use, we're engaging in a framework that already exists to make a point. And even I've done this in the past, right? I've had to deconstruct a lot of my gender upbringing, a lot of the conditioning.
Taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars.
Daring Gitacha, Majapahit, queen of 10,000 islands, Indonesia's seas are your greatest strength. As exalted goddess of the three worlds, you shall spread your divine influence to all waters touched by the sun. Rely upon your loyal fleet, bold queen. Unleash a frightful storm upon those who bring strife to Indonesian shores.
I've experienced, like, I'm on this deconstruction journey of gender
We
fluidity.
should do a game of
and
tyrants
as I
one
look
day
at
where we
more
just
gender
use
and gender,
like the worst
or more and
people
more as
ever.
gender as a performance, you know, very Judith Butler. And
Like the worst
I do see
people in
that in the
history.
past, long time ago, made a lot of videos that were very, trying to be, short and punchy and, say go outside and make friends. Like, you don't have friends because you're not going outside, which was like obviously lacking in so much nuance about the human condition, right? Sometimes the men in this space, the male presenting people in this space, they engage in this behavior and somehow can turn it around to make themselves money.
I read your article about you were 2 weeks away from having a public debate with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I have
met him
debated
before.
Yeah, I've debated him before. Destroyed him.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
I mean, not as much
destroyed
as some people.
They're not actually genuinely like I read Rothbard. I'm a huge
They don't read at all,
libertarian.
Hassan. They don't read
Well,
at
I mean,
all.
I know that.
No, like when you talk to them about the books behind them on their shelves, like none of them read them. They can't tell you anything about the books behind them on their shelves.
So it's just LARP. They're just fed talking points, and they're just repeating
And
those
putting
talking
mud on
points.
their trucks.
I would go so far as to say, and I hate to, this is not even giving him credit at all, but like, I think that's part of the reason why Nick Fuentes has so much appeal is because he is like, he can demonstrate basic literacy and competence.
Tucker Carlson, Pat Buchanan, people like that, they're not calling for people to shoot each other in the streets. We're calling for some kind of reconciliation. We've brought in 60 million immigrants in 1965. That's a very big number.
Your
Whether you
family
think that's
members
a good
included,
thing,
right?
That's really funny. Whether you think that's a good thing or whether you think
why is that funny? Are you not? Are you not?
okay, minority? Whether you think that's a good thing or whether you think that's a bad thing,
I do think it's a
that
good
is a
thing.
very important change that's taking place in the country.
Old debate with Charlie's blowing up. Yeah, I know. I saw this and I reposted it recently.
Like, why are you trying to always take away their
hold
right
on.
to protest?
Hold on, I'll show you guys this one. Yeah, this one banged. It got 100,000 likes, and it's filled to the brim with pro Hassan comments. I couldn't believe it. Okay, we're back, baby. We're back. This is my first ever debate at Politicon with Charles Jebediah Kirk, before he became a prominent Trump administration figurehead. Here it is. Here, look.
It's so hypocritical. Because as soon you can peacefully protest. How is that hypocritical? Colin Kaepernick peacefully protested, took a knee. How is he doing that? You can't do that. Then if they protest on the streets, it's not acceptable. If they protest peacefully, it's not acceptable. It seems like you just don't want them to protest because I didn't hear you yelling at Tea Party people when they were burning Obama.
And so I wonder in many ways if a lot of femmes struggle to reach true prominence without engaging in these direct games. And I'm not saying that people haven't, and I'm saying that people haven't risen to prominence who haven't, but it's pretty rare, and I can't even for the life of me bring somebody up right now, especially since this relates to capitalism as a whole. So philosophical evil isn't just the words we use to stay trending, and it's not just the cruel things we say, it's also the way we utilize monetary gains. So even with women who claim to be more left-leaning, the way they engage in capitalism, or the way that they humble brag about buying their second house, or the way that they don't understand how this is confusing for people who are struggling to buy groceries to listen to them spending $130,000 on, clothing hauls or makeup hauls or whatever else. It is sort of this tone deafness that happens as you rise to prominence.
So, I blacked out. Not a question.
5,900.
Every day on the
3,650.
Oh my god. I blacked out. I may or may not have totally blacked out. I may or may not have blacked out. So I went grocery shopping and completely blacked out.
I think the point of this video is to make the pattern that I'm not sure you can be rich and famous without being philosophically evil. And pay attention that I say philosophically evil because it's different. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in spiritual evilness, which means I don't believe in demons or God or Satan. So when we say philosophical evil, we're talking about ethics, morals, right? This is a philosophy channel. And we do philosophy through pop culture. And right now in pop culture, there is still a very strong disconnect between being capitalist and anti-capitalist. And as an anti-capitalist, there is also a line I cannot cross in order to engage in wealth building that I think a lot of these people like to engage in, even though they say they're on the left, which is confusing. And that is philosophical evil in a form of rhetoric, meaning that they say things that they know will go viral. They do things that will go viral. They just act totally.
So let me get this straight.
Irrational on purpose. It's an act.
This entire
in order to go viral.
Philosophy journey that you must have given a lot of thought on is just a fancy way to say Hassan is LARPing.
It's taking a long time to say something that. I said from the very beginning, I wouldn't even consider her leftist, and people who aren't actually left. Because to me, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, call yourself a fucking leftist and not just like someone who it makes sense. Is also like engage in it and be a part of a community. Like, you just read some books and I call you a fucking left. I'm gonna call you like a person with a name. And I wouldn't call leftist either. Most people online, I wouldn't like 9% of them like what people like niche. At some point, there were not many people calling themselves less online and making fucking content. A bunch of people who don't actually engage in the actual culture of it, right? As someone who's that's where loves me, like, sure, as anyone can call themselves, it's like have an attitude. I'm hesitant to call you one because you're gonna fucking miss this eventually. Hassan isn't an actual leftist. I wouldn't consider this person one either, even though I don't disagree.
Gatekeep.
No, honestly,
I'm waiting to move on when Jack comes back.
We just start fucking gatekeeping, and I will like
We've spoken about this, I think, about Nazis. Yeah, I am completely with you. Like, we should be gatekeeping certain things, but it needs to be done tactfully, I think.
Gatekeep, girl
or
boss.
tactically, more so.
I'm the most tactful person about it, but
Yeah.
Girl boss.
there is something to
gatekeep, girl boss.
Gatekeeping what like consider themselves part of communities. It's just a weird populist thing that that actually exists. Like having a leftist online is like attempting to capitalize on it. And there are a few of them I would say are actual leftists. Like people when they want to know about leftist thought all the time, you know? And she's... I have friends who make actual anarchist and leftist content. Like, who have... And, like, they are between... Even those... And... From the community they're attempting to represent. Part very few that we work with or work through, and one the public eye they really do other things anymore, right? So like all I'm saying is it's just online. I'm like, okay, wow, there's gonna be a lot of I can do here. That they aren't, who don't even live up to the things that they say. Like,
A lot of them would just be watching Second Thought and
whatever happened
Hakeem
to
and
people
shit.
radicalizing in real fucking life. I don't know. It's sad.
Scared to go on campuses and talk about it openly, I think. There's a culture of fear around it. Like they're always very timid when I encounter them online. Oh, not online, in real life. So I don't know, maybe that's a factor, but
Bro, Sydney Watson has the video here. Idiocracy is the warning we ignored. Bitch, that movie is about you. She's got furries on the fucking thumbnail.
Oh my god.
Where is
please put
furries
that on.
in Idiocracy?
We weren't part of Idiocracy. That wasn't the problem.
It's also Sydney fucking Watson. Like, Idiocracy is a critique of you.
Like, literally, Trump fucks with watering plants with it.
It's got electrolytes.
Like, quite literally brought it up. Your fucking name running the school system now.
Well, also, Trump did do wrestling.
Yeah, Trump was part of wrestling, and they literally had fucking or put the ring.
Oh,
out.
did it happen? I thought they were building it.
Building it and having it the same day. I made assumptions. I don't actually.
Nah.
Yes, is like that movie called more shit than it meant to, but also that
movie's fantastic.
Is also eugenics.
Good point.
That is the part that most people aren't.
I'm cooking bacon.
Oh, okay. I was like, it's more sense.
Some time ago, at the request of the editor of the Rutgers Alumni Monthly, William H.F. Lamont created a definitive list containing the 100 greatest novels ever written. The list would evenly contain American and British and continental and South American works. The year was 1947. Asian writers did not exist. With this list, William H.F. Lamont created a firestorm of discourse. Except I don't know if he did, because this was a random journal article I found on JSTOR. But the list reveals a few interesting things, mainly that there's a Chilean novel called Brother Ass, and And that social realism has fallen off a cliff. Studs Lonergan and Babbitt found dead in a ditch. Here's the full list of Mr. William H.F. Lamont's top 100 novels in case you're curious. Fast forward to the year 2026, and The Guardian has embarked upon a similar project, similarly impossible, but with very different methods. The results of this list of the 100 greatest novels published in English are interesting for a few reasons. I am fascinated by personal canons. I mean, when a person sits down to list their 10 favorite movies, favorite albums, favorite anything, it says so much more about the individual person than it does anything about the books themselves. It also says a lot about cultural trends and what type of group is voting. In the words of Lisa Alardis, the Guardian's chief books writer, never has such a list been more needed. Dwindling attention spans, screens, Netflix, whatever we blame, reading for pleasure is a dying pursuit. We are here to help. So, does this list help? Let's take a look at the list. First off, this is a fantastically accessible and fun to explore list. I will give them that credit. We polled 172 authors, critics, and academics for their top 10 novels of all time published in English and asked them to rank their choices in order of preference. We scored the titles according to how often they were voted for and then added a weighting based on individual rankings to produce the overall list of 100 greatest books. This is almost identical to the way Sight and Sound publishes their list of greatest movies of all time. So when you click on a book like, say, The Road, you can see who voted for it, then see that individual's list of 10 best books. And if you're wondering, yes, only 3 people voted for The Road, and it still made it on the list. That gives you an idea of how small the pool of voters truly is. You can see Stephen King's list if you want. You can see Salman Rushdie's list if you want. In fact, quite a few noteworthy writers participated. But is this list helping? The end of the list is where it's probably most interesting. You get a few newer books like The Vegetarian. Ragtime is a book that I like a lot, but I'm kind of surprised it's here. The Left Hand of Darkness and The Talented Mr. Ripley are, I think, the only two like straight up genre pieces. I've never heard of Nervous Conditions and Half a Yellow Sun, so it feels like pretty fresh, right, for the most part. But then like Blood Meridian at number 68 and The Sound and the Fury at only 57, it's not ideal. I mean, personally, Faulkner belongs in the top 10. Then you have Two Wolves back to back. My Brilliant Friend was recently voted Best Book of the 21st Century by the New York Times, so it's no surprise that it's here. Okay, now, knowing that The Sound and the Fury is back at 57, I can't help resenting anything that sits in front of it. The Brothers Karamazov doesn't even crack the top 20. Lolita and Pale Fire seem to be splitting the...
The lists say more than do about the book. Oh, different that like they're with this book so far back. Same fucking thing. I don't know. Just saying. Like also personally,
Nabokov vote. He'd probably crack the top 10 if there were a consensus on his best book. 1984 at number 16, I'm gonna be honest, that's a little too high. And then Moby Dick is not even in the top 10. Like, look at me, I'm sweating, I'm getting furious. Bleak House seems to be the highest ranking Dickens. Okay, top 10. Number 10, Madame Bovary. 9, Pride and Prejudice. 8, Jane Eyre. 7, War and Peace. 6, Anna Karenina. 5, In Search of Lost Time. 4, To the Lighthouse. 3, Ulysses. 2, Beloved. 1, Middlemarch. You can tell this list was not curated at all because Tolstoy takes up 2 spots in the top 10. And that's the magic of putting out a list like this based on individual lists and just throwing them all together. Okay, a few huge takeaways. Beloved at number 2 had people fuming. It's not surprising to me. People love that book. But putting any book from 1987 above some of the most, titanic works of literature will be divisive no matter what. But again, putting isn't really the right word. It just happened to land there. I feel like if all of the 170 something voters worked together, they'd vote to create a different, like a completely different list. But working in the dark, they can't help making something kind of idiosyncratic, but slightly boring. Like Middlemarch at number 1, that makes sense. I've never read it. I've only read around 20 from this list. And if anything, this list just reminds me there's so many iconic classics that I've never touched, even though it feels like I have. I haven't read Madame Bovary. Really? Am I sure about that? Feels like something I've read. Before I get too deep into the ranking system here, let's go over some notable omissions. This is probably why it was such a controversial list online. Lisa Alaris writes, noticeably absent are the big beasts who stalked the late 20th century literary landscape in the US, Mailer, Updike, Roth, and their British descendants. Perhaps this reflects a post-Me Too discomfort at so much female objectification, no matter how dazzling the prose. However, the morally contentious Lolita by Vladimir Nabokov, long hailed the supreme stylist of English prose, survives even the toxic...
Yeah, Who the fuck was that? Don't like.
I just put it on because I figured it would piss people off.
Also, Vonnegut should be on that list with player piano pretty high up. It's not. It was his first work, and it was about automation and people fighting back against it. So I think it's quite relevant. I think they had like the Shah of Iran come over like in the book as well. But then people are giving it credit for it. By that I mean people start talking about it because it's so old. It will also make you laugh. Okay, wait. You want to play?
Body
wait,
camera footage shows the.
Okay, I was gonna say play the shorter one
This is
first.
3 minutes.
Okay, there's one that's like
Moment Louisville police shot and killed a murder suspect they say had a deeply troubled past. A SWAT officer shot Michael Ristov nearly 2 weeks ago following a lengthy standoff near Churchill Downs.
The 21-year-old is accused of mutilating a homeless man, but WLKY's Alexis Matthews explains the other concerning information police uncovered about the suspect, Alexis.
Yeah, Jennifer, Rick, today LMPD took us on a rather unsettling journey of how their homicide investigation into Michael Ristov led to him being shot by police. Now, I will warn that some of what you're about to see and hear is disturbing.
Drop the gun! Shot.
Video from May 14th shows Michael Ristov being shot by SWAT officer Bo Gatagard as LMPD tried to serve an arrest warrant. Police on Wednesday unpacked the series of events leading up to this moment, including a brutal murder the 21-year-old was indicted for.
Getting him off the street was paramount to the safety of this community.
LMPD uncovered the suspect's alleged violent crimes through witness descriptions, officer encounters with Ristov captured on body camera, cell phone data, and DNA evidence.
The homicide victim's blood was found on Michael Ristov's backpack.
Police discovered Ristov, who reportedly idolized serial killers, stabbed 2 people in separate incidents in December of last year. One of those victims survived. The other was Michael Howard, a homeless man whose dismembered body was discovered near railroad tracks by the fairgrounds. Deputy Chief Emily McKinley calls Ristov evil while explaining the gruesome
Regular
murder.
American psycho.
Various symbols that were carved into his body. 8 of his toes were cut off. 7 of his toes were recovered at the scene.
The senseless violence led police to Ristov's South Louisville home 5 months later, where it continued.
We'll explain it to you, bud. Just come on out. Because we have a warrant.
He ignores officers' commands during the lengthy standoff. He then shoots towards them, striking neighboring homes and cars. Wearing body armor, Ristov also shot down an LMPD drone and made a cryptic call to 911 that alluded to how he intended for this situation to end.
I am not here to kill 4 officers. I'm here to show it.
Now, LMPD goes on to tell us that some of the items they collected from Ristov's home had Nazi and white supremacy symbols on them. Now, this case is still under investigation, and the SWAT officer who shot and killed Ristov is on administrative leave. Live from police headquarters for you tonight, I'm Alexis Matthews, WLKY News.
Okay, so go to the police press conference, longer one, because I kind of want to analyze this from the perspective. So that gives you an overview of what's going on here, right? Someone was arrested who murdered a homeless man, who mutilated the body. He also carved symbols in the body, allegedly, right? and they don't tell us what those symbols are and where in any of this. So I find this interesting from like an analysis perspective because there's a 54-minute long press conference and I listened to the whole thing trying to get as many details as I fucking could, right? And this press conference is not to tell the public about the threat. It is to justify the shooting, right? And if I'm going to be 100% real with you, they probably were not going to take this person alive. But also, that doesn't mean that the situation in which they shot this person was like... They shot him when he came out on the porch with or came to the porch with the gun to his own head and pointed it at any of them.
Intriguing.
Doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that they were going to take him alive, but also let's just acknowledge that that's what police do. Call them if you think someone's silent. And argument will always be we told them to drop the gun. They did not drop the gun. They could have very easily and quickly pointed that at someone else and shot it. And while it's correct, it's like they were all hiding like a fire at that point anyway, because he had already been firing a guy. He'd already been firing his gun. I don't know.
A lot of assumptions and happenstance to justify that.
He also, and not only that, they shot him with the gun to his own head after he called 911 saying, I am not shooting at them, but I'm here to have them, they're going to have them kill me or something like that. It's in they play the 911 call in the video. We can get there. So she's going to talk for a few minutes and get 20-something minute long. Most of this, 20 minutes of it, is body cam footage that we can kind of poke through because most of it's pretty fucking boring. And there's no gruesome whatever. But it is also interesting to watch how they this guy, right? And keep track of like how they are finding these people. But also once we skip through the body cam footage a little bit, skip to the last 2 minutes because that's where the rest of the information where reporters can start asking questions. They ask a couple questions and then it gets off. But those couple questions tell me a lot more of what I needed to know. They told me most of what I needed to know about this conference. But yeah, let's play it and then I can go over some things I noticed while I was listening to it.
Oh, of course the space fire doesn't play it.
I hate these fucking in the articles. I hate them. Just send me to fucking YouTube, please. They also have a YouTube channel. Why isn't this?
Just embed YouTube.
This is not a YouTube
The victim
link.
reported being attacked near the 2500 block of Crittenden Drive,
Resume the game, John.
which is around the I-65 Crittenden Drive area.
You paused it.
I didn't pause
In
it.
surveillance
So
footage
it's game
captured
paused
an individual
by-
believed to
It
be the
doesn't have
suspect
any
in that stabbing
unpause
on a
option.
motorized
Press the
scooter
pause
leaving
key
the
on your
area, and
keyboard.
that person appeared
the
to be a
fuck is
white
that?
male. So at this time, this is what we had for that stabbing. That victim survived that stabbing, and so that stabbing was handled by the division detectives that night in our 4th Division. The very next morning, December 26, 2025, at around 10 a.m., the body of Michael Howard was found deceased in a wooded area near 65 and Crittenden Drive. He was homeless. He lived in that area, and his injuries were horrific and deeply disturbing. His naked body was found covered with a blanket. He had multiple stab wounds and lacerations, including various symbols that were carved into his body. 8 of his toes were cut off. 7
Seems like
of
a
his
curious
toes were
number.
recovered at the scene. 1 of his toes were missing. And his genitalia was also cut off. The investigation and timeline would later reveal that Mr. Howard was likely killed on December 24th, 1 day before that stabbing assault that we just talked about. And at this time, we had no suspects, we had no witnesses, but homicide detectives recalled that Reddit post from a couple days before, and they learned of the stabbing the night before, so they started to talk to 4th Division detectives on scene. And what happened next was and are pretty incredible when it comes to police work and communication and working together to find the suspect in these cases. So while they were on scene, one of the patrol officers recalled that they had spoke with some homeless individuals over the past several months, and they had told them about people or a subject who was attacking or harassing homeless individuals in the area. And they described this suspect as a younger white male, and some of the officers said that some of the people that they talked to described the suspect wearing tactical gear, black tactical gear. And then in that conversation, another officer that was on scene recalled that back in June, he was approached by someone matching that description while he was working a traffic collision. And so that officer was able to find some body cam video from that interaction. Homicide detectives watched this body cam video, and in that body cam video, they were able to determine that this subject lived in the 700 block of West Whitney. They were able to determine exactly the address that the subject lived at from that conversation with the officer in June. That address, they were able to link to a subject named Michael Herstoff. And from previous encounters that Michael Herstoff had with law enforcement, both local and federal law enforcement, homicide detectives were able to determine that Michael Herstoff had a fascination with serial killers. He had a history of torturing animals. He was known to idolize mass shooters. And he had made quotes about a desire to hunt homeless people. Detectives were also able to comb through body cam video, and they found a scooter crash that officers observed. Officers observed this scooter crash in the middle of December, and they realized that it was Michael Herstoff who had crashed a scooter. Officers stopped to help and render aid when they saw Michael Herstoff crash a scooter, and they provided some medical attention in that scooter crash. So they were able to find body cam video of the officers interacting with Michael during that scooter crash in December. But even with all of this information, we didn't have enough at that point to directly connect Michael Herstoff to being the suspect in the stabbing video, nor did we have any information to connect Michael Herstoff to the death of Michael Howard. However, all of this information put together, detectives did have enough to get search warrants for Michael Herstoff's cell phone records. And detectives were able to go to businesses and locations in the area and collect video on December 24th and 25th and look for the suspect in that scooter, on that scooter. With all of this information, detectives were able to overlay the videos that they were able to collect of the suspect on the scooter with the phone pings of Michael Herstoff. And this map is just a demonstration of that. So the red circles show where detectives were able to recover video from those dates of who they believe was the suspect
Fucking
from that
olives
stabbing
everywhere.
on that scooter. And then the blue circles indicate phone pings from Michael Herstoff's cell phone that they knew Michael Herstoff to be using that coincide with the time of the scooter traveling in that area. The yellow square at the top of the screen is the scene of the homicide in the stabbing area. The orange square at the bottom is Michael Herstoff's residence. All of this takes time. This is a lot of work to receive phone records, map phone records, collect video.
Well, I'm glad I'm
comb through
playing
video,
America and I
map
have
video.
5 olive
While this
tiles.
seems very simple, this map,
That's
this is
great.
a very intricate piece of work tying Michael Herstoff to potentially being the suspect,
Well-
potentially being the suspect of the homicide.
Potentially, I can still harvest them depending on how
So with
the
that
loyalty
information-
No, we'll just we'll just intertwine.
Detectives were able to draft
Because,
a search warrant.
Like anything that requires the plantation kind of leave open.
Well,
'Cause
that's
I get
everywhere
bonuses
around
from
me.
Coast anyway, so if I grab there, this tobacco is too close to you, obviously, up north here.
There's 2 up here on the river, but I'm not giving you that.
What, the tobacco?
No, the olives.
Oh yeah, I see. It depends on who's over there. Gotta explore.
That's what I'm doing.
For Michael Herstoff's residence as well as his person. And on March 7th, detectives were conducting surveillance in the area of Michael Herstoff's residence, and they observed Michael Herstoff leave his residence on a scooter. They were able to stop and detain him and recover his scooter. During the execution of the search warrant at his residence on March 7th, they
Thought they were
collected
about to say
numerous
during
items,
his
one of them
execution.
being a backpack.
Found more olives.
They also did multiple search warrants on iCloud accounts that they knew to be connected to Herstoff. And on one of those iCloud accounts, they found a photograph of a severed toe. They did not recover the actual toe. It was a photograph of a severed toe, which appeared to be the toe of Michael Howard, if you compared that to the rest of his body. They were also able to determine through the IP address of the Reddit post that the IP address was connected to the address of Michael
Pause it real
Herstoff.
quick. Because she didn't describe the Reddit post very well.
They sent the DNA that
there was a Reddit post that was claiming that there was a serial killer in the Louisville area who was carving satanic symbols into people's bodies the day before a body showed up, and he happens to have a toe on his iCloud account.
Oh.
Yep. So they wasn't involved in this, but that post was a thing. And he made it fuck himself the day after he felt like, what a fucking idiot. But alright.
Like he's trying to create the serial killer behind him.
Yeah.
Which is like what serial killers used to do.
Yeah.
They would write the press and stuff.
Yep. Well, and what do you do other than write Reddit and start chatter about the people who are going missing?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I think he underestimated, like, or I guess, like, how much people would give a fuck about a homeless person missing and how like, you know what I mean? Like, really, if he doesn't make these posts himself, like, no one fucking who know how they know.
Yeah.
Friends with that homeless person, and if they're doing something to the press to make it in the newspapers, how would anyone even know that someone got stabbed, let alone had symbols carved into them? I'm going to assume that, and again, the police did not tell us what these symbols are. We have not seen any photos. We have not seen any drawings of the photos of the symbols. Like, we have not had them described to us in any way other than in the post. And I'm going to take him at his word point. I'm assuming he was carving satanic symbols into them. Or into the one person,
Who knows?
Because there was only
Who
one body
knows?
that one body that they have found so far.
Maybe he had his
Yes.
own symbol that he wanted to look satanic.
We're going to listen to the last 2 minutes of the press conference, and I'll check back in and see if you said that. Yes and no is what I would
they
say.
collected from Herstoff, as well as that backpack, off to DNA Labs International. Within a few weeks, we were able to determine that Michael Howard, the homicide victim's blood, was found on Michael Herstoff's backpack. At this point, on May 13th, 2026, this information was presented to a grand jury, and Michael Herstoff was indicted on murder, abuse of a corpse, and assault first.
Alright, there's Vietnam.
This ultimately led to the May 14th warrant service, which ended in the officer-involved shooting of Michael Herstoff. And we will show that body cam video here shortly. Before we show that video, As with majority of our body-worn camera releases, we will go over our safety priorities. At LMPD, all life is sacred. We make decisions based on who is most in imminent danger and who can control this situation the most. It goes on this: the victims and hostages have the least control of this situation. A suspect has the most control. They can ultimately control that situation by surrendering and peacefully resolving the situation. These principles guide our tactics. They guide our decision-making throughout all of our high-risk incidents. Gram factors are the factors that a court considers when looking at use of force and justification of use of force. Just a reminder that these situations are often tense. They are rapidly evolving, and they are uncertain.
I just think, like, you know, like, you're kind of, like, choosing not to have a trial. You know, I think, like, he was like, oh, no, I'm not going through trial and going to prison. Like, fuck it. Like, it's basically, you know, like him giving himself his own trial.
I don't think that
you know
like
what I mean?
said, there's some people who come out with a gun to their head that you could talk that the police wouldn't necessarily need to shoot at. Of all the people that they just shot, I'm thinking about this one because I don't think that person was coming with them alive one way or another.
No.
But that's because of some of the other things that they said at the end of this press conference. Do you guys want to make any assumptions about the shooter before we jump through that?
White.
She said that. She said that, like, the one thing that they knew about from the first bit was that he was white. Definitely white. What does that mean to you?
I don't know.
We have to judge them based on what a reasonable officer would do. We cannot judge based on 2020
again,
hindsight.
this press conference isn't to tell
And in
you
this
about the
particular
crime
case,
or the
if you
threat
look
to
at
the
the severity of
community.
the crime,
It's to
you have the
justify the
homicide of the
shooting.
mutilated body. It is a very extremely serious crime. The immediacy of the threat, you'll see that Herstoff begins shooting and continues to shoot through the course of this
It's funny because her heart's
interaction in this
barely
warrant
in
service.
this. Like, she's not even having to convince
He
you.
barricades
she's
himself
exactly
inside of his
a bad
home.
dude.
He's wearing body armor and shooting at officers. So this is pretty much the highest level of resistance that you could get with a subject.
I'll show you a higher
So we're now going to
level
play the
of
body-worn
resistance.
camera video of the search warrant on Whitney Avenue. This video is approximately 24 to 26 minutes. The full body cam video will be available on YouTube. This was a high-risk warrant that required the SWAT team to serve it based on the nature of the case and the facts of the crime. The SWAT team was fully briefed by homicide prior to the service, and some of them are present for that first search warrant on March 7th. So they were familiar with Herstoff, they were familiar with the layout of the house.
But it was honestly one of the best and most professional, like, police, like, let's pull up with the SWAT team and serve this guy a warrant, and then an actual, like, one shot. Like, he was not shot 57 times, he was shot once. You know what I mean? Like, and they show you the body cam of the police officer or the SWAT officer who shoots him, and, like, you can tell that, like, he took the safety off, like, right before he shot. Like, his finger was, like, they wrote the fucking book on this one. So it's actually, like, kind of interesting to watch this in the face of, like, watching so many times where they didn't. You know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway, this was a very by the books, try and serve a warrant, tell him to come out. He didn't, and then he had a gun, so we shot him, kind of thing.
Well, I think it's also, like, they were prepared.
Yeah, so because they knew. Here's the thing. That's the, like, I know that they will roll up with SWAT for just damn near any reason, but, like, they this guy for months. Remember? This stabbing happened right around Christmas. I remember hearing about the stabbing. We didn't hear about the Reddit post or the thing. Like, I remember hearing about the stabbing because we were paying attention to when homeless were killed. But I didn't hear any of these details until this today. They put in a camera. So some of the footage that they show you is from a hidden camera that they installed to watch his house, and they watched him since December. It is May. They've been watching him for damn near 6 months. And not only that, she mentions at some point, I don't know if she already did or she mentions later at the end in the questions, that like they had his house to question him previously about stuff. So he was known to them. Like, so you're right, they did show up prepared because they knew that this guy was actually dangerous. And not even normal, like, oh, he murdered someone dangerous, but like chaotic and dangerous. That makes sense. Anyway, keep rolling.
And on the morning of the 14th, our fugitive detectives were conducting surveillance at the location, and they did observe Herstoff's mother leave the house. Detectives were able to stop her.
Okay,
Jack,
Jack,
home with
just
his
real
mom,
quick
too.
Pro tip. Do not ever hope that the AI is just going to leave you alone and you can build, because they never will. It's all determined by your military strength. So if they like know that they have a higher military score than you, they're gonna attack you if you're their neighbor. It's just inevitable. You know,
Most of the time it's fine.
the only way to actually have peace in Civ is deterrence.
Okay.
With the mom out of the house and intel from her that Herstoff was alone, the SWAT team decided to serve this warrant around 1 p.m. on May 14th. This aligns with the safety priorities so that she is not in the middle of this potentially dangerous situation. So the video will begin with SWAT arriving on scene, and they are exiting the Bearcat, which is the tactical armored vehicle.
It's
And
called
once they are in
Binturong.
position, they begin to announce their presence using a PA system. You will hear a siren, and then you will hear a flashbang, just to get attention. They will hail Herstoff out of the house, giving him very clear directions and stating why they are there. You will hear them make verbal contact with him, and you will hear multiple shots fired by Herstoff. You will also hear the SWAT team deploy multiple canisters of gas into the home, with the goal of forcing Herstoff out of the house to surrender.
For once, this is actually really
The SWAT team also deploys 2 drones inside the house to gain a visual of Herstoff and the interior of the residence. You will see Herstoff shoot down one of the drones. He does shoot down both of the drones. There's a video of him shooting down one of the drones, and we'll show you that video.
Because the other one wasn't watching.
You will also hear a 911 call made by Herstoff during this, expressing his intent to be killed while he is engaging with the SWAT team. You will then see Herstoff exit the home armed. You will hear officers give command for him to drop his weapon.
The
and
one
when
thing
he does
she's not telling you is
he
that
is
the
shot one
gun to his
time by
head.
Officer Gattagard. You will see this from Officer Gattagard's
The one
body
bit
cam,
that
as
she's
well as
not
from a covert
accurately telling you
surveillance
about or
camera that
leaving out or
detectives had
admitting is
installed
he had the gun to his
during their
head.
homicide investigation.
She already said
So
that.
now I will play this video
Oh,
for you.
okay. I guess she was just describing it in the way she omitted it in that description, but and then they go to the video.
Yeah.
We can watch it. We can skip the 911 call is. I was gonna say most of it is listening to them talk, and even then, they're being like super like professional about it, like throughout the whole thing. Now they're in his house. Drone.
Oh, that's the drone, is it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they get the layout of the house before they go in there. They know
Amazing.
where. Yeah. They honestly, this is kind of scary because it was not until recently that they could make it that drones could fly through your house like this. You know.
Is this not a breach of the Fourth Amendment? If they were to employ this a lot?
if they have a warrant, this is keeping them safe in their view of it.
Yeah, they're not gonna only use this.
They have a
with
warrant.
warrants.
They have a warrant. Well, of course not. Of course not. I mean, they do. They use drones all the time. The use of the drone and whether or not it would be called for or ethically called for are like all separate arguments, right? But I will say in this case where they know that someone is armed, they know that someone has, he has been tried. They have good fucking reason to believe that, like, you know, all he does it because, like she said, he doesn't leave his fucking house. All he does is hang out online. That is also a thing I would like note that. And what kind of person hangs out online, loves serial killers and like mass murderers, and like decides to go kill homeless people? Just what we're building, like a bit like, you know, what's the word? A profile on this person, like from what limited information she's given us. Do you have any guesses?
No.
On what?
On who, what, or like what kind of rhetoric like prompted this attack?
Oh, I mean, like I assume the typical neo-Nazi shit about Adam Waffen, Rape Waffen, 098,
Yeah.
764,
Oh, definitely.
all that shit.
It's the I would say given the homeless rhetoric, that tends to be Telegram, which is a specific subset of that milieu online. However, we have such limited information. There's no fucking way to tell. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
the problem.
I think skip to the video call or like where he called.
Well, I wanted to go back because I was looking at the drone footage because it's like, it's literally like a horror movie where there's a ghost in the corner.
Pause real quick. Wait. So it is. It kind of is. Look at that. Like, with
Watch how spooky this is. It's like, it's like a YouTube ghost hunting show where it's like, do you see the figure in the corner? And then they circle it for you.
got some real Blair Witch Project energy to it, right? And this is creepy as shit. No wonder why he
Like, that's so spooky.
Why, they act like he shot it out of the air. No wonder why he shot a drone. I don't know about you, but like if a drone flies into my house at any point,
Oh yeah, it's dying.
it's dying. I might not shoot it. I might hit it with something. That drone is not so, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that drone does. I don't know if it's armed. I don't
Yeah.
know if it's dangerous. I don't know if it'll explode, because also, I need you to know the police have decided that there was the one man
To bomb people?
Yeah. There was the one man who had shot. It's usually after they've killed an officer or two and they've just decided this person is too dangerous. Like there's Dorner where they burned down a cabin where he died inside. And then there was that one man that killed a couple cops that was in a garage, like a car, and they sent in a robot to blow him up. That's what the robot did. It went and it floated near him, so they didn't have to fucking kill him. There were court cases about that. Like, that is crazy. Anyway, yeah, this is a reality, though. The cops are after you at this point. Whether you deserve it like this guy, or jump at the state is after you just because. This is what we're looking at. I will also say, another thing to remember, we just listened to her tell us about how they a cop. Here's another thing to just note about humans versus computers. They had a cop who happened to the description, right? Because he stuck out just enough. He wore tactical gear and rode a scooter around. Okay? Stuck out just enough that a cop was like, holy shit. I interacted with that guy from this description. Like the one like vague description we have. I think we might have him on my body camera, which they would have if we didn't force them to wear. But also, they had to go back and dig through and figure out what day it was and watch the footage and blah, blah, blah. Which also means, by the way, they have that footage a lot longer than they like to tell us they do. Right? Like, we don't request fast enough. Like, sorry, we did it. That's shit. Anyway, there's also, like a cop happened to fucking remember this guy. I need you to know, they have over
Vietnam's about to invade you.
they have hundreds of flock cameras in Louisville, right? I just like Googled it, and there was an article from a few months ago that was like over 600 flock cameras now. And then I've seen a couple since that are like, we're adding 16 more flock cameras, even though the community doesn't want them. Like, they have hundreds of flock cameras, and they couldn't and they like to boast about how this AI can find specific vehicles and specific people. How much more specific can you get than wearing tactical gear? And they have long and not mention using those cameras. They mentioned one of their officers on the ground out in the community happened to remember this guy. And in the wake of that mock shooting, where they had 2 fucking hours before a bullet flew after they got a call from one of the moms, and they said that they used the cameras, and they still couldn't locate a vehicle when they make and the model and what the people looks like and the license plate number. Fucking crazy.
What do they pay them for?
Also, like, it's just, I don't know. All I'm saying is, I feel like there's a side tangent of all these communities have flock in them, and it's not crime or solve.
Destroy.
Oh, stop it, yeah.
Destroy.
Like, the time that they commit would prevent crime, right? Like, we need to find a specific with 2 people in it. You would think flock would want to use that as like some kind of advertising thing. Like, that sounds like something they would advertise, right? In real time, we use AI to find the vehicle, all the license plates, and yet, and then this, they had months, right? They were watching this guy for at least 5 months. We don't know what happened before this, or how long ago exactly the feds went to talk to him already. So, like, all of these, they were already on our radar things. I don't know. I'm just so mad about all of it, because the flock cameras are bullshit and are not actually helping prevent or solve this crime, right? And, like, I don't know. Just fucking all of it makes me so mad. And the fact that they are forthcoming about these groups and how they're so interconnected. This is what I mean by when you follow the 09A rabbit hole. It's really hard to figure out what all crimes are connected to them, because these are like, I'm showing you the obvious cases as they come up. Like, to me, your average middle-aged person watching has never gone down the 09A rabbit hole, who doesn't pay that
Isn't gonna know.
attend these school shootings with this little amount of information is not going to know that. When I saw this, texted people who are better at FOIA requests than me. They're like, look, we can definitely get a hold of the warrant. Hopefully that has some screen names in it, but probably not. And because at the end she says they handed it off to FBI investigators, one of the researchers I know that does go down these kind of rabbit holes a little bit more, was like, look, we can request things, but they're not going to give it to us because they're considered an open investigation still, even though they've had months to go down this rabbit hole and they just had. Anyway, keep going. Sorry, I'm so mad about the thing. I hate the cops, I hate flock, and I hate Nazis.
So yeah, his hands were just up in the video here.
Yep.
Like he was trying to surrender the drone or something.
Well, then he shoots it.
Yeah.
They also don't give you audio for certain parts of it. Upsetting and feels edited, you know?
Well, the drone doesn't have a microphone on it.
Usually they do.
It might.
And a way to talk. Like, all I gotta say is I've had police drones talk to a crowd before.
Wow, good.
If you want to go up, I'll be on your outside.
Fade to black after suspect hits drone.
Which window do you want to use?
One operator Miller.
This is where they shoot him.
Yeah.
We're not gonna listen to the 911 call.
We've heard clips of it and descriptions.
Bobby, you take him and make entry into the first room. Stay up.
Make sure he has full mag.
Just in case he needs to make sure they can't talk.
No, even though he has a harder shot. Fingers on your. Like I watched. It is by book. Not even saying sure like on their phones or doing the shit. It's only 20 minutes. Yeah. They busted his windows and sent still duty, you know. Silly, but closed doors.
Yeah.
Take him, Bobby, take him.
Oh, was he already dead on the porch there?
You missed it. Like, it literally was the most...
Shot.
Oh, yeah.
houses as well as his neighbors' vehicles. There was also a school about a block away that was in session with kids playing at the playground.
Okay.
I went to specific.
So you knew you were serving a warrant and you were just like, hey, maybe don't let the kids out. Why'd you?
Yeah.
Everyone keeps saying your audio is messed up, but it sounds fine to me.
Oh, okay, 1 minute. I'm gonna reload the page again.
It sounds always fine to me.
You won't make it over the coast before Vietnam expands. So I'm gonna put my city here to cut her off. And then build up to the tundra. As the, Vaduz and Chetroketl will be sort of the barrier.
Well, there's a whole fucking mountain range here in my way.
Yeah, like that'll be sort of the barrier for me. I might put a city down here.
I'd worry about producing an army right now.
Yeah. I might put a city down here.
You're not gonna have a chance to put down a city.
Well, she isn't invading me, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, she's been building military. She's up to 155 military strength.
Specifically recognize the professionalism and the restraint shown by the SWAT team and their coordination during this incident. These officers were serving a very high-risk warrant on an individual accused of an extremely violent homicide, and they immediately came under gunfire in a residential neighborhood in the middle of the day, and they knew what to do, and they took care of business. This was a very dangerous situation. They remained disciplined. They were coordinated and focused on protecting innocent residents. You hear that in their conversations about the neighbors and shooting at houses. And that they were ultimately able to bring the situation to a safe conclusion. This is an ongoing criminal and administrative investigation. Our officer is on administrative leave. He will undergo a psychological evaluation prior to returning to duty, as well as any training that is deemed necessary. This incident will also be reviewed by our Performance Review Board for any department-wide training needs. So this is an image of the weapon that Mr. Herstoff had. It is also an image of one of our drones that sustained gunfire during this incident. This is an image of the body armor that was worn by Mr. Herstoff during this incident. There's a helmet with headphones, and then a ballistic vest with several rounds full of ammunition. These are photos of a neighboring home that was struck by gunfire by Mr. Herstoff. Shows how dangerous this situation was for our community. This could have easily resulted in innocent people being injured or killed.
Hello.
There's also pictures of vehicles that were parked on the roadway that were shot by Mr. Herstoff as he was shot out of his residence.
It was
I'm
fine
not
for me
asking
the
you guys.
entire
I'm
time.
asking chat. Chat, can you hear me?
I want to commend the
Also,
SWAT team, patrol officers,
Hello,
the drone
welcome. Now that you're home from work, to
operators, the supervisors of the MetroSafe dispatchers who responded with professionalism under extreme pressure and prevented any innocent people from being injured, and this incident becoming more tragic than it was already. As with all of our critical incidents and officer-involved shootings, this case will undergo multiple layers of review. The Public Integrity Unit is conducting a criminal investigation, which will be provided to the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office upon completion. An additional review will occur through our Kentucky State Police, as well as the Office of Inspector General.
Right.
And then we also have our professional
I don't really
standards
have
unit
much
review this.
control over that.
I said my
Sorry.
scout is stuck.
Administratively. We are committed to transparency, accountability, and ensuring that every aspect
The
of
rest
this
of what
incident
she
is
says
thoroughly
until the last
reviewed.
2 minutes is just more bullshit.
Cases like this
to be
remind
honest.
us that evil.
Like
before we
skip
had
the
this
last like couple
technology,
minutes where she answers questions.
Right. So has LMPD been in contact with Eve? That gave them the opportunity, circumstance in executing that warrant on March 7th. They did see him leave, and so that was their opportunity to serve that warrant safely. When he was indicted on the 13th for murder and abuse of a corpse and assault first, getting him off the street was paramount to the safety of this community. And detectives continued to conduct surveillance on that house, hoping that he would leave and they could get him out of the house and get him away from the house. That would have been optimal. But when they saw his mother leave, that gave them the opportunity to serve that warrant at the house where they knew that he was alone. And it was a safer place without her and his mom at the house.
Yeah,
for
he
them
would
to
have
serve
taken
that
her
warrant.
hostage
So
for
that
sure.
went behind their decision.
Because, like,
Oh, definitely.
you tell by how it ended that
definitely.
he's like, well, I have nobody to take hostage but myself.
Yeah, right. No,
You know?
he definitely would have. It's well, and I think it's funny that he never fucking left the house because, like, it does tell you how online he was, but also, like, damn, were they like? It's kind of funny how they were like, yeah, no, we were watching the house for 5 months, and he just like literally never left for us to grab him.
Do you think he watched Asmongold?
He probably watched harder stuff than that. I like, if you want my honest opinion, he probably sat in on those super long live streams that are like that
Just one shot fired,
culty
that's all.
indoctrination
The
type
rest
stuff
of
that they do.
The noises and shots that you hear are the SWAT team deploying chemical agent, and that is a plastic ball that will go through glass. But a lot of the glass had already been broken, or the door was broken from his gunfire. But it shoots a plastic ball, and then it's powder that comes out of that. CS, yeah.
Like a poof.
Right. So has LMPD been in contact with the homeless groups and homeless advocates related to this? So I know when the Reddit post came out, detectives did speak with some people in the homeless community and some activists in the community to see if they knew of anything that would match this description. But again, I think a lot of times, especially if we're talking about minor attacks or minor assaults or just simply harassment, a lot of that goes unreported.
Yeah, like that
so
other stabbing he did.
For homeless individuals to be encouraged to report when they feel that they're being attacked or harassed. I know there was a lot of, I believe that there was a lot of incidents that Mr. Herself may have done against homeless individuals that were not reported. And so trying to find ways to encourage people to report so that we can have the most evidence that we can, because like you saw in this case,
If you criminalize
an
homelessness,
officer's
you're never going to
interaction
get them to
with Mr.
report to
Herself
you.
6 months ago is what closed this case out. And so every little bit matters, and so reporting
None of those
is
people.
important. It would have been nearly impossible. I think, you know, that is what that officer remembering that contact, finding that body cam video,
Cool.
remembering that day,
Fucking
and then
powering for a dark
homicide
age.
detectives combing through that video,
That's great.
being able to connect him with an address and then a name, and then conducting surveillance.
AI could never.
Combing through more video, was able to find this.
Realistically, going Dark Age in the first era doesn't matter. If anything, it's better than a normal age. Because you at least get the Dark Age
but no-
policies. They
But
can be
also,
really
no,
powerful.
seriously, realistically, go back a couple minutes and listen, a couple seconds, and listen to what she just described the police work as. And AI could fucking never, but that's exactly the kind of shit that they like to pretend AI can already do.
Scooter accident, all of that really compounds. They wouldn't have been able to get the phone records if they didn't have all of that evidence together. And so it's just really solid police work and collection of evidence, documentation by officers that really put this case. We didn't have any witnesses. We had no video from this homicide. And so that is what solved this case. And again, we talk about it in other homicides where we ask for information and we tell the public, if you saw
I don't know
anything,
what
even
Vietnam's
if it's
doing,
the
but
color of a
they
car,
must be pushing
or
south,
somebody
'cause
said
I don't
something,
see
or
any of their
you
units
recall
in the
something from a
north
couple
right
days
now.
ago. Every little bit matters
Well, they just-
when you're trying to
there
piece
must be a
together
city-state.
investigations like this.
They just expanded another city.
I know, I can see.
They went to
Question about
war
his
with the
day-to-day
city-state,
life,
the
if
red
I know
one.
anything about his occupation. I don't know if he had a job. We can try to find that information for you. I don't have that in front of me. But I do know, in talking with Homicide, they had surveillance on his house, and he very rarely left his home during the time that they watched him, from the end of December until the warrant. So keeping an eye on that house that entire time, he very rarely left that house during that time. You know, I think this is scary to know that there are people in our community, or there was somebody in our community that was walking around.
She slipped up.
Daily,
There are
That
people.
mountain
with
range
us
that
and
divides
had
us
these
is a
intents or these
continental
ideas.
plate.
And
is it?
you know,
Yeah.
if you looked at
So
him
if you
and saw him
expand
riding
left
the scooter, you
and
saw the
along
videos of him
this
riding the
river,
scooter, you
then
wouldn't think that he was out
you'll get
to commit a murder or to
into that continent.
attack
But we also don't know what's over to
homeless
the right of you.
individuals. And so it's scary to know that there
sending
are
my
people,
warrior that way.
and there is evil in this world. But I know that it's very rewarding
These
for
next
these
couple
detectives,
questions are the most
to really
important
solve this
couple
case,
that she answers.
and to get people like this out of our community. I do think that, you know, that officer that remembered that body cam video and the detective work that followed, and then the search warrant that day, I think that we saved the lives of other people in our community and potentially prevented a mass shooting or some other type of activity that he could have been capable of.
Wave to my scout as you go by.
Yes. So when that warrant started, they did put that school on lockdown for a short period of time.
Okay. But you just said the kids were on a playground.
This is
Yes. So, I mean, we did collect that backpack that had the DNA, but there were several other items that were collected. There was a lot of white supremacist ideology content that was collected. There was some, a lot of Nazi symbolism that was also collected.
Like
and
what?
other documentations and other evidence during that March 7th
Good question.
search warrant.
Go on.
So the question was he connected to anybody else online discussing this? He was involved in some chat rooms and some exchanges online, and again, those investigations are still ongoing with the FBI. So the FBI is involved in this and continuing to follow up on any leads there. But I do not know of any people here in Louisville that he was communicating with or would have been in cahoots with him here.
There's Ocean to the right.
Yeah. I remembered the way she said that. I'm like,
that would be organized like that.
Like, pause real quick. I think it's funny because I guess this is the end. She doesn't say anything else after that's worth anything. Those 2 minutes of her answering questions being like, there was a lot of Nazi symbolism, being very vague, just like the carved shit into him. Did not mention did not even go into how the Reddit post that claimed that the killer made, that said that there was someone carving satanic symbols into someone. Didn't mention that. Didn't actually say what it said, didn't mention that they're satanic symbols, didn't tell us what the symbols were. Now she's saying, oh yes, we found Nazi stuff and what at his place, but didn't say like what Nazi stuff exactly. What Nazi stuff though? Was it like Iron Gates? Was it Siege? Was it like any specific pamphlets? Was it a specific flag? Was it like, O9A? Was there an O9A altar somewhere? Like, what did you find? I know we didn't see that on the drone footage, which we did watch, but like, I don't know. It makes me wonder what they did find, because he lived with his mom. So we didn't get to see what I assume was his room in the basement, quite literally, right? Where he was shooting at the drone from. So we didn't get to see how he decorated his own space in his mother's house. We got to see what the upstairs looked like. And we didn't get to see. So we don't know shit other than he spent all of his time online. He almost never left the house. And when he did, it was to harass and kill homeless people. Like, with all of this information, I feel comfortable being like, I would put money on Polymarket on this being an O9A rabbit hole related killing. Like, he might not be directly O9A, but one of those splinter groups from the internet where he was groomed as a child who never left the fucking web, right? It's another one of those. He didn't write all over his gun because he didn't plan this. But her standing there saying things like, we could have stopped a mass shooting. And her saying, no, there's no one else that would be in cahoots here that would be in the area that would be in cahoots with him. I'm like, oh, you mean so we wouldn't get a mosque shooting like we did last week because two of them found out that they lived together last October, and then, a few months later they shot somewhere up together? Like, sure, that doesn't mean that there aren't other people. And no, I do not trust Kash fucking Patel. And here's the thing. Even if it was Biden's FBI, I wouldn't trust them to
well,
fucking...
they're busy investigating Trantifa.
Nope. Because for 18 years, they paid one of the people who literally ran the publishing company that started popularizing those texts online and infiltrated and spread O9A shit throughout the right and helped develop that online culture. They were paid by the FBI. Didn't come out in a court case until 2024. So all I'm saying is, like, I don't trust the FBI to handle this, even if it wasn't Kash Patel. But on top of it, it's Kash fucking Patel, that fucking drunk that doesn't give a shit about this. Anyway, this whole thing made me very mad, because if your average person might hear this story about how someone who killed a homeless man, you know, was shot by police, but even if none of them are going to listen 52 minutes into that press conference where we finally hear her say this is Nazi related.
Yeah.
And that he was online constantly, and that there were chat rooms.
Literally nobody.
Literally
Except for maybe
nobody.
journalists.
Well, yeah, right, except for the journalists who were there. And even then, here's what I will say. There are some journalists in Louisville who we do trust, that because they have the AMREN, American Renaissance, a Nazi get-together, is down in that area every year. And so there are a couple journalists that we will work with who we will tell things to help out with framing and help them understand who specific people are and what their like history is before they write and edit their, or like put out their pieces on AMREN every year. So there are some journalists in Louisville who asked some good questions at the end, and she dodged the shit out of answering them. Like, they were asking the right questions. Who was he talking to online? Right? Did he know anyone out? Like, was he with any groups? Was he like, what are these chat groups about?
Well, you heard it. It's all FBI now.
Yeah, but it's all FBI now. And that's what I mean by, like, we'll be able to get the warrant, but we won't be able to get probably anything else other than the footage that they didn't show here, the couple extra minutes of footage that they post on YouTube or whatever, and the warrant, because he's dead. So he's dead, and there's an FBI investigation. So we probably won't get anything other than the warrant. We're working on that, but I don't know how much that will actually give us. So
that's
anyway,
how I feel. He's dead. That's like when a Nazi dies, when they get domed by a cop. This is the sound.
I love Hitler.
So yeah, that was my big thing for today. There's also some Pope news. Did you guys hear about the Pope and AI?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, we literally covered it. What are you talking about, Jack? You were the one who talked about the Butlerian Jihad.
Yes, that's right. They yes,
Bro,
yes.
Can you smoke less reefer?
No, you
don't
fucking
smoke your breath.
Pope AI is so fucking vague. Like, you expect me to know exactly what the fuck you're talking about when somebody says two words.
This is you.
Pope AI. Pope AI. How the fuck am I supposed to know when you say Pope AI?
Stop, you're digging yourself a hole and making yourself look worse, because no major religion has come out and said anything on AI before, and neither has the Pope. So the Pope coming out and making a very large statement in an ecclesiastical release is like the one time the Pope has ever addressed AI, and it just happened. And so yes, that really should tell you about one specific event, dude.
I don't pay attention to what religious people do.
Okay, well, I'm asking you to pay attention to the Pope for 2 seconds. So, popes put out these ecclesiastical releases, right? And these releases are meant to be read.
Release.
They're meant to be read church-wide, right? So globally, and think of them almost like executive orders from the Pope, right? They may not be enforceable, but like they tell you how the church feels about a thing that may not have been addressed, or we need to readdress it. And he put out a big old release. That's where he like officially, for the very first time, he did two things. He didn't just come out against AI. He addressed, acknowledged, and apologized for the Catholic Church's role in slavery in the past. And I want to go over that real quick, because you know how I was going over saying like, oh, Vance loves St. Augustine. It's because St. Augustine was pro-slavery, guys. It's like the problem with St. Augustine. And so so that belief that he had and the philosophical school of thought are somewhat intertwined to some people. Not to people like the Pope who are like, no, we take the good parts and we leave the bad parts that are historically like we're not taking those into the future with us. And those Augustinians are a little bit different than what you would get when you talk to Vance, right? So the Pope came out because like Vance has been going around like throwing St. Augustine's name around and was like, no, we are officially acknowledging and like apologizing for and denouncing slavery as a fucking church finally, which I hate that that's happening in 2026. And I hate that I have to say this, but that is a big step for the church. It gives Vance no way to skirt around it. And I appreciate that we have an American Pope that's an Augustinian that sees what he's doing, if that makes sense.
And making statements about it.
In that same ecclesiastical release, it was like thousands of words, and the person who helped him write it was one of the founders of OpenAI with Sam Altman. And he was on stage when the Pope read it out loud to people. So like, to form this opinion, he talked to someone who was there at the heart of it and at the founding of it and in there with all of these tech bro people. And then he wrote a thing being like, now we can't lose our fucking humanity to AI. We need to disarm it. Like, go read it. It's actually pretty fucking good. I'm being honest with you. Like, I'm not going to say the Pope is perfect, but I will say I'm not normally American #1 kind of person, but American Pope is best Pope. Also, third bit of Pope news to keep up on. We got a new Pope mobile. It's a Porsche.
Has it got a dome?
Nope, it's a Porsche that costs $600,000.
That's great.
And I have decided that because the Pope has been pretty good about genocide and war and slavery,
he deserves it.
And AI, that he deserves a nice Pope mobile as a little treat for himself. That is just my personal opinion. You can believe whatever you want in terms of that. But honestly, sure, he can have a little Porsche for himself. It's
That is very funny.
American Pope, guys.
Not even an American car.
I was gonna say, I wanted to go through that
Yeah.
really quickly.
Why would you buy an American car outside of America?
Did you not hear Ford
There's
saying
literally only 2 American cars left.
the CEO of Ford was saying that he drives a Chinese EV?
Yes, I did say that.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
I know, right? Well, I will say, if you listen to the whole thing, he says, yeah, of course I do. I drive all of my competitors' cars. And if we're
Sure,
doing
okay.
like EVs, I want to drive it so I know what's good and bad about it. So I will say it was kind of taken totally out of context.
Isn't it always though? Makes a
Yeah,
headline.
it always is. Yeah, it did. It made such a better headline saying just that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like, I don't know. But anyway, I just wanted to go over that analysis today of like, oh, hey, look, another O9A shooting that unless you know what you're fucking looking at, you would not see this as that, if that makes sense. So,
Yes, yeah.
there's also some other Nazi news, but it's a little bit more obscure, like Aryan Freedom Network is flying around the Midwest. But they...
I was going to ask about that. How effective are these flyers? Or is it more just a threat?
The flyers are always twofold, right? I think it's hilarious that they now write on all of their flyers and this was not like distributed with like nefarious intent or whatever.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
That is
right.
hysterical.
It's so that when they end, so that sometimes when they end up in court over it, they can be like, clearly it says right on the flyer that this was not exactly what it was. So the flyers are twofold. They both, like you said, intimidate, right? And they help recruit. And I
Okay.
guess threefold if you want to also do marketing, because if you get one on your doorstep and you post it on your Facebook and all of your friends see it, all those people know about them now. Even if there's only 3 of them in some guy's
Then
basement.
guess who's coming to the party? Everybody.
Right. Well, and then like the offhand that you do get a new recruit out of it, I will say that seems less likely to be the thing here. It's probably more marketing and intimidation, in part because these flyers started showing up right after. You remember the Tim Hortons incident? Where
Yes.
the older black woman was...
Where their coffee tastes like soap?
I mean, okay, so she came in to complain about the soap coffee, and then the white man, she was 70-something years old, and then the white manager killed her.
Yeah, we talked about this last time.
That one. Okay, so there were protests following that incident, because turns out, this is so fun, like, I know it's not actually funny, but it's actually, like, it's ironic, kind of comical. They dug up an incident. It wasn't in Tim Hortons, it was in a different donut shop. Oh, I'm trying to remember what the donut shop was
Tim
now.
Hortons coffee.
It wasn't Krispy Kreme. Like, it was... Well, Tim Hortons serves donuts and
It's a
coffee.
Canadian coffee.
Yeah, I want to say it was Dunkin'
brand.
Donuts.
So it competes mostly in the northeast and the northwest with
Makes sense.
Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
But I mean, it can get down in... I'm sure there's Tim Hortons
There-
in Southern California and Florida where there's
Tim
actual
Hortons has
populace.
over the last decade, Tim Hortons has really been on a move south, for real. Like, we didn't have one a decade ago here, but we do now.
Well,
And so
what's
does
interesting
Heinz.
is we passed like a higher minimum wage for fast food workers, and right after that, every Tim Hortons closed except for the one that just opened nearby.
That's
Like
funny.
literally overnight, people showed up and couldn't even get their paychecks. They
Oh,
pulled
that's
ops
crazy.
overnight because they're located
Wow.
in Canada. They don't give a fuck, right?
Yeah.
And so,
Yep.
like, when I was working at Dunkin', I told the manager this, and she's like, "Nah, it's because we ran them out of business." And I'm like, "Lady,
Oh my
you're
God.
you're fucking delusional. You are
Yeah,
fucking
that's
delusional."
what corporate said. That's funny. But no, I'm pretty sure it was Dunkin' Donuts. But
You don't
they found it
like
so
getting run out
after
of
the
business. You don't close all of your businesses that have been open for like the only business that didn't close was one that hadn't been open for more than a year.
After the police said that Anita Gray that they weren't going to charge the manager and it was fine, and people started to get upset about it, and it was a huge topic. It was like a regional topic of like, I cannot stress enough how much the Midwest has been talking about this case. I know the rest of the world is not, but it has been a very hot topic of debate. Turns out a couple counties over in Dunkin' Donuts a few years ago, there was a black young manager working and an old white man who actually did throw fisticuffs at that black man who ended up dying after the altercation, and that young black manager was arrested and tried for murder. So the fact that we've got women and the like race is reversed in a different donut facility where the manager was the first one to touch her and whatnot, like, I am just saying there's some righteous anger there. Not only that, there were like the scenes of like police on the fucking rooftops with drones and snipers and shit at the protest. Right, at the peaceful fucking protest of liberals holding signs, because they're worried about
Classic.
George Floyd. Yeah, they're worried about another George Floyd starting. It's because they know they're not doing their fucking job. So anyway, these showed up in the wake of that. They showed up the next day, like that night. They showed up. So whoever put them out that night after that protest. In Fort Wayne after the Anita Gray protest in Fort Wayne outside the courthouse over there. And then a couple days later, up in Huntertown, Indiana, which is nearby Auburn, Indiana. It's closer to Auburn than Fort Wayne. And there were more of them found in some neighborhoods. And the ones in Fort Wayne also said straight pride on them. So Pride Month is coming up. So it was like in the wake of it was right after this like protest with racial tensions, and it was right before Pride. And then they showed up in Huntertown, which
I didn't
tells
flip
me,
my governor.
which like I already knew who these, but like I don't know who exactly threw them, right? But I can tell you who they're related to, because Anthony Berry is the brother of Tanya Berry, and Tanya Berry and her husband are the ones who started and run Aryan Freedom Network down in Texas. It also allows them to throw these flyers. They're Klansmen. Like he belongs to a Klan like group and a secondary Klan group that calls themselves the Goon Squad. And so like he's part of Silent Knights and the Goon Squad, and potentially this other third Klan group that I haven't quite confirmed it yet. But like he's a Klan man, right? Because his dad was a Klan man. Like he's a Klan man through and through. And so like his clan belongs to Aryan Freedom Network, which only accepts groups, not individuals. So like when I see Aryan Freedom Network flyers, I know that Anthony Berry lives in Auburn and they showed up in Huntertown as well, and that his sister runs Aryan Freedom Network, and this is probably marketing and intimidation more than it is recruiting, though recruiting could always be a thing, right? They're always recruiting because it's money in their pocket. That's how these people were raised, literally. And so like I think that it was more about intimidation with the secondary, like we're not using our clan name, we're using this secondary thing that no one's heard of to make it seem like there's more people that they don't know of in the area, right? Because they've all heard about the Klan, and if Klan shit starts getting spread around, people will know it's him. Not everyone knows that his sister's doing, you know what I mean? Takes a little bit more knowledge. So I think that this was more marketing for Aryan Freedom Network as well as intimidation than it was recruiting. Normally I'd say it's recruiting. This time I think it was more the other two reasons that they do this. So that's my read on it. And it was definitely Anthony Berry and his Goon Squad, one of his goons. Him and or one of his goons. They normally make new people do this too, by the way. Anyway.
Okay, topic change.
Can't hear them.
Can't hear
Don't
Oh, wait, guys, I would say do not do Ashley St. Clair, because I want to do a whole Ashley St. Clair night. Like, where I have you watch specific videos that she's, like, explained things and analyze some shit, because I have such a bone to pick with that woman. Like, I believe her, but I don't trust her. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've been liking watching her interviews to see how she...
Oh, okay. I will say those are the most telling about how she, like, has
we
not
watched
actually
her
worked on
interview
herself.
with Hassan.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was fascinating because we always make fun of Hassan's inability to interview, but because she's like, I mean, she's literally an industry plant that got burned.
She's media trained. Yep.
Yeah. So like when she was done talking, she would look at the chat and start reading the chat, which led to this thing where they weren't like talking over each other, and it flowed very well because she's used to like being in that environment. It was very interesting.
It's okay. So I saw her get ready with me before she did this interview, and I know that because she's wearing that shirt. And it was very recent. And her get ready with me that morning was her talking about her interview with Hassan and them flirting the whole time. I don't know. Anyway,
I think she's.
We will have to do a night.
You ready? You ready? I'm gonna use it properly here. I think she's rage baiting Elon because she's like.
Oh yeah, no, it was a joke, but
That's why she gave him the stepdad shirt.
Yeah, no. It was very cheeky, and I'm sure that she is very much like, I agree. It was not, I don't know. Anyway, I did not watch the Hassan thing. I just saw
I think
her
it's very
joking.
interesting because it like gets into like how she was literally just like
did you see- she
injected into the
started- so-
TPUSA shit.
So some of, yeah, I've been watching them. Not all of her videos are released on Instagram or YouTube. Some of them are only on TikTok. And she did that because Elon didn't have a fucking TikTok. Elon created a fucking TikTok account so that he could watch. Did you guys not hear this? He created a TikTok account, most likely so that he could fucking watch her videos.
He unfollowed Ian Miles Chong.
Oh, crazy.
Over this.
Over
Isn't that-
Ashley St. Clair?
Yeah, because he posted about it or something.
What did Ian say?
I don't know. That they had
Oh.
sex or something. Who cares?
Oh, Ian Miles Chong had sex with Ashley St. Clair?
No. The people are saying Hassan and her had sex.
That guy is a virgin.
Oh.
Honestly,
okay. I was
well,
so
I was about to say
confused when
she's
he
too
said
young
that.
for him, but I mean, she's Elon Musk's baby mama.
Look, okay, all I'm saying is, yes, she knows exactly what she's doing, and she's not as healed as she is good at pretending to be, which is what it is. That's the angle that I watch her from. I have not seen this interview. I've seen clips of other interviews where I'm like, girl, what is with you? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, she currently fascinates me.
We can do a night where we watch her get ready with me's, and I'll pick out the good ones for you guys to watch.
Can do that.
But yeah, we can watch her interview if you want to, because we can contrast
they're
that
just all
too.
reaching out at the same time.
So you've been making the rounds on the left-wing media ecosystem. Walk me through what changed in you from, I know you were young when you fell prey to the right-wing kind of cult stuff, but what clicked and what changed where you were like, this is bullshit?
Well, let me be clear too about, I am doing left-wing media, but no right-wing media has reached out because they know that I'm telling
Why?
the truth about MAGA. Not a single one. They will talk about me. They will do all this, but they haven't reached out. And I've been on their shows before. There wasn't any one moment. It was very cumulative that I saw.
Cumulative?
Things. I got involved very
That
young.
is a cumulonimbus cloud? You know? You know what that quote is from?
No idea.
Up. It's when he turns off his hearing aid. Russell's in the background talking about, that cloud is a cumulonimbus cloud.
I haven't seen that movie for a long time.
There's just quotes from it that really stick with me more than a lot of other movies. Like a lot of other, like, kids' movies.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I think the fucking Boy Scout is so funny. But he's funny because of the relationship to the old man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the dog is very funny, but I think if you're a kid, that's the best character.
I would agree.
Years old on my college campus, and I get involved with Turning Point, and to be so insecure and so young. I was homeschooled in high school, so then I go to college.
Oh,
It
the
makes
homeschool.
it always makes sense. It always clicks for people.
Yeah.
But then I go to college, and I'm like, people kind of like me, and I'm in this, nerdier side where I like the politics, and I get involved with Turning Point, and it was within a year that then I'm driving Charlie Kirk to the airport, and he's telling me I'm doing great work, and that to an insecure 18, 19-year-old girl is really formative, and I, for whatever reason, needed that validation and got it through the worst means necessary and got caught up in it. But the issue with them is that then you get caught up and they tell you don't need college. So then I drop out of college. Then I'm financially dependent on this cult. I'm cut off from information because everything is fake news. I'm told not to trust my professors, not to trust anyone except, Twitter and Fox News. And you just get caught up. I explain it in the way that changing, it's not just changing your mind when you want to leave, it's blowing up your entire life. Because your social
Yeah.
circle, your finances, everything is tied to it. So it's very hard to just
That's
leave
high
when you
control
get
groups
as
for
deep
you.
as I
Mhm.
did. So I saw things that were uncomfortable, particularly as it relates to women and the treatment of women within the right wing. I had experiences of my
depending
own, like
on
with
what's
members
going
of
on, there
Congress,
might
like
be a
Madison
special
Cawthorn.
movie. It depends
While I was working at Republican
on
companies,
if
I
Jack
had
wants to
horrible
focus on an
experiences with
actual
people
movie
like
that's
Bennett
really
Johnson.
good.
I saw
It's a
things
girl
that were
movie,
uncomfortable,
but it's
I
really, really
couldn't
good
leave.
and relevant
And
to
then
our lives.
eventually, skipping through a few chapters, I get
It's
an
one of those
offer
movies.
for $40 million.
One of those
pause real quick.
movies that I walked in
She-
and I was just like, I don't know, I'll watch it because this girl wants to watch it, and then being like, this is one of the best movies I've ever fucking seen. This movie is so fucking good.
What movie? What movie?
It's called The Joy Luck Club.
Oh, Joy Luck Club is great. It's also a great book, by the way.
Yeah, you can tell it's based on a book. That's what makes it so good. Is the writing is really fucking good.
The writing, yeah, Joy Luck Club is worth a read or a listen or a watch, however you consume your media. Anyway, she is, I will also, this whole I couldn't leave, I want to say, before she had Elon's baby,
But that's
before she
so
was that
common
deep
with
in,
high control
wait,
groups.
like, I know, but also I want to say, like, ooh, she had a supportive family, unlike a bunch of, like, I don't know, man.
Wait a minute, I just remembered something happened.
She's down. I will say she had more of opportunities to leave than your average person would. Like, I don't know, man.
I knocked my mic cover off because I remembered.
She also totally downplays her own, like, I don't know, actions and how much she actively took part in, like, creating and spreading like shitty rhetoric.
Of course she does.
Like,
it's a
it's-
PR campaign at the end of the day.
Yeah, and she's very good at it, and that's part of what is so upsetting. And the way that there's even one where she's so close to being the thing is, I think she's almost more self-aware than she like even lets on camera sometimes, if that makes sense. Like, she explained in one video, she's like, yeah, most of my audience is middle-aged white women who are like ready to be like, yes, we accept you, we forgive you, but not the people that she hurt.
Exactly.
Or, you know,
It's always the
like-
white liberals that accept first.
and it's as well, and it's like, it's the people who aren't actually leftists, it's the liberals. Hassan.
The thing is that
Hassan.
if you
I'm
actually
not gonna
take
call him a liberal,
into her
but, like-
personality and her history and context, okay, so like she basically, like a summary here, right? So she says that she was homeschooled and then all of a sudden was at university, and she's like a really big nerd, and there was like things that like she said that it was clear that she was like more of like an actual nerd than like a politics person. So she says cosplay instead of LARP. You know? Like that's like a really like key indicator of somebody who has not been engaging in politics for like as long as they were engaging in like that geek and nerd culture. And then she said that she was really into debate club, and the reason she was conservative is because she wanted to be like a contrarian because it made her feel cool. And then she was immediately pulled into this entire sphere of influence, but she had no political basis to build on. Right? She's exactly who they want. It's like, that's the whole point.
Oh, I
She's
know.
literally like the
Oh, I know.
virgin in the fantasy, you know?
I know.
And then,
I'm aware.
So like now
And
she's
she ended up
realizing
dating a
all this stuff on the
40-year-old.
left. Like please let me finish. So like as she's going to the left, she hasn't been built on any political foundation. So like we don't know where she's gonna settle politically. She just said that she hasn't been invited by right-wing shows, which I don't know if I believe that, but like we don't know like what her actual ideology is going to be because she doesn't really know who she is yet. Okay.
I'm
done.
upset about.
Thank you.
I'm upset about how many people are so fast to platform her and act like she's reformed, because
it's
like you
campism,
said,
Wendy. Campism.
she's and it's.
I
and
think
it's,
that they're
well,
trying to like also do a control group thing where they're like, it's like organized religion. They're like, oh, sorry, you got burned by that other religion. What you need is our religion. You know what I mean?
Aye.
It's
Like-
quite literally the fascists that have infiltrated on the Democratic, like the third positionist groups that have been pushing the Democratic Party towards the center right for 15 fucking years, that met with a bunch of people right after they lost this last election and told them to ignore the left in Palestine and other things, and like, seriously, no, I get that. Yes, you're right. Democrats are now starting to recreate it because they're trying to they're trying to join them because they don't know how to beat them. Not because you can't beat them through other means.
Yeah, this
but because
is
they're
why
like, well,
liberals always
that's,
end up
yeah.
collaborating with fascists, because they're
But also, like, as someone who has done, like, and seen and like watched a lot of like people doing like outreach and dealing with like pulling people out of these fucking lifestyles, I know that she disappeared for a year, but it's too fucking soon. Especially for her, like, individually. Like, for her to come and have a spotlight. And I'm going to give you an example. Do you remember the one person who left, the daughter who left the Westboro Baptist Church?
We
And everyone was like, oh my gosh, welcome back to the world. And then, like, less than a year later, she's like, oh no, why is everyone hating on J.K. Rowling? If you're mad at her, then she'll never change her mind. Plus, she makes some sense. Like, it's like you don't know where they're gonna settle. Like, I'm glad she got out. Good for her. But she's not giving us hard evidence. She's breadcrumbing people along for content.
Well, I think at the end of the day, her goal isn't anything political. It's to create a foundation for her career. I think everything she's doing is a career move.
You know, for someone who like tells me not to interrupt you, you interrupt me a lot. She has been switching up like her like cadence and tone and code switching depending on where she is and who she's talking to. She has been creating a brand for herself and building a platform for herself because that's what she knows how to do. That doesn't mean that she deserves one. That doesn't mean we should trust her. That doesn't mean she even necessarily has some kind of master plan, right? But she knows how to sell things. She knows how to tell a story. She knows how to get sympathy. She knows how to downplay whatever she needs to downplay. And she knows how to play woe is me, little victim. And here's what I will say. People who are still recovering in any way, whether it's like from an addiction, from whatever, but specifically leaving a social group like this, putting them on any kind of a pedestal whatsoever is setting them up to fall off and end up in a bad place. And she's creating her own fucking pedestal.
I feel like it's a cycle done on purpose.
And people... Yeah, and people who, well, I don't know, I can't say she's necessarily doing it on purpose, but it is a cycle, but like it's a thing where like if you treat someone like they are totally reformed when they haven't even fully processed everything that's happened,
exactly, that's
they're
what I'm
gonna
saying.
start acting like they are. And like this isn't what I'm getting to is this is not ultimately healthy for her. And it's crazy how her fans, the white women who kind of wish they were her, right, are like defending this platform that she's building, and people that I can't stand like Hassan love to have her on because why not?
Well, it's gonna get him clicks. At the end of the day, he's a media slut too.
Exactly. Again, none of these people will fucking save you. Go make friends with the kind of annoying people in your neighborhood instead. They're,
But like
the end of the
honestly,
day,
I
they're
think
far
like
more
a lot of
interesting.
it really with her has to do with Elon. That's specifically why she wanted to talk to Hassan, because I don't think Elon is like that Destiny guy. Can't stand him.
Oh yeah, her get ready with me thing was about her interview with Hassan, and then how right after she even said, and like, here, this is what I mean by like, I don't trust this woman, but I believe her when she says things like, you guys, when I say that like he's the one that they fear most, it's not like, oh, they don't like his opinions, it's they want him locked up because he's too effective, right, at spreading ideas that they don't like, right? And I do believe her when she says things like that. And then she mentioned, again, she still feels very, like, I'm not going to say she's not important, but she is also very self-important, self-centering in the sense that she said, like, oh, I did that interview with Hassan, and then suddenly they arrested, like, they, you know, or indicted him a few days later or whatever.
I think the indictment shit was happening before the interview, but I'm not sure.
It was. It definitely was, and they like tried to pass a bill about him and blah blah blah, but she took credit like, did you guys see? Did you guys see I did an interview, and then they went after him.
Like I said, I think her
Like-
priority is building a career for herself.
And that's why I don't trust her. I believe a bunch
It's
of
like
the things she's saying,
you know,
but
like
I don't trust her.
I can like I don't know where she'll settle, because like I said, it's like she's not hanging out with Destiny because Elon didn't
She's
cry
not.
about him.
And
But
you
like
know what? I'm
she
not
could
gonna
be
say there isn't
the next
hope for
Anna
her.
Kasparian, you know?
I don't like her either. I hate her.
That's what I'm saying. Is like because Anna Kasparian doesn't actually have an ideology. Her and Jank grift to the market that's open to them. That's why they sold their fucking studio to fucking Polymarket and call it Polymarket Studios.
Are you serious?
You didn't
I
know
didn't
that?
even know that.
Yeah.
No. Oh
Yeah,
my God,
the
that
Young
tracks
Turk
so
studio
hard.
is
Oh
called
my God.
Polymarket Studios. I don't know. There might be a Polymarket Young Turk studio or something. I don't know.
Oh my God! You want to know what that tracks? That tracks exactly like me finding out that the the Occupy Democrats crowd.
I fucking hate them all.
The Dems that co-opted Occupy,
Mhm.
right? Back in the day. Did you know that they just this is just as laughable, but when you think about it, you're like, yeah, that does track. That is kind of like the where this would ultimately play
I'm
out
fucking
to.
better than you.
They just released the Occupy Dems just released an AI chat that is solely on your phone, just for activists and organizers, so that they can use computing power to their advantage without Big Brother watching. It's a fucking snitch in your phone. I know. But when you think about it, you're like, wow, that really is like yeah, that tracks.
I'm with the
Instead of saying
Nazis. How about that?
don't use AI and computers to organize, Occupy Dems would be the ones to be like, hey guys, we made you this AI snitchery to put on your phone and talk to you about your organizing. Crazy. But also, like, yeah, that tracks with Occupy Dems. And you know what? That fucking tracks with the Young Turks. I've never liked them.
Mm-hmm.
Something off.
I mean, they gave us
Yep.
Jimmy Dore
They
and
did.
Dave Rubin.
Oh my God.
Both of those are soulless people. Like, both of them
Wait,
didn't
and-
want to work.
Well,
That was
and
their
here's the
issue.
thing, but here's the thing. How did those awful, terrible people find a foothold into the quote-unquote left? The least principled
Because they were
part
hired
of
by
the
Junk
quote-unquote
Euchre.
left.
Don't care about your interviews. Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter.
Well, because they were hired by the quote-unquote left that didn't actually give a fuck about anything. And then they were hired by the fake left, and then they got to, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't keep gates, right? And you let people like the Young Turks call themselves leftists, eventually that word doesn't fucking mean anything anymore.
It's true.
You know what I mean? They might be co-opting our rhetoric, sure. For an audience, sure. But also, like, that's not the same as being a leftist.
Mhm.
They're just saying, like what John said, they're saying that to get themselves views. And that changes depending on the time, right? Anyway, I've never liked them. Fuck them. They were never leftists.
I'd rather be a social
lot
justice
more-
warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
I would rather be a gatekeeping leftist, being like, no, you don't get to call yourself a leftist, than sit next to people like Hassan Piker and the Young Turks and fucking this bitch.
I'm fucking
on the
better than
screen. I am better than them. Fuck them.
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
I wouldn't say that, but I would say that they are not leftists, and they are co-opting a like language and like a word so that they can get views, and then eventually, because they're the one getting the most views with that hashtag, people are like, whatever Hassan says is the leftist opinion, which could not fucking be further from the truth, because we don't live online like him and all of his fucking viewers. And if he was an actual leftist, he would not be encouraging them to sit there and watch him 10 hours a day. But that's what he does. So fuck Hassan, but also that doesn't mean that he deserves the way that the government is coming after him. And also fuck this bitch, because yeah, she had an interview with Hassan, but this, like John said, this was in the works before they got on stream together.
Are you doing a religion?
Yeah.
I must be
I
next.
wanted to. It does. It just. I'm trying to figure out the.
I dropped behind you on the religion points a little bit. How did Japan get a religion first? They didn't take the upgrade that you like either.
I got it.
Interesting. Government Plaza. Commercial.
Okay.
We need money.
Anyway.
Anyway.
I think that most of these people are gonna platform her because she's blowing up and going viral, and it's gonna get them clicks on their show, and they're gonna sell ads, and it's all driven by capitalism.
True.
Yeah, which is part of the reason I can't stand any of it. And she hasn't actually given us hard proof of anything, nor has she like given us a bunch of names or information that she's implying that she has, which is ultimately just a special kind of frustrating.
Fuck are you doing in Vietnam?
Her interviews are where you can really see her like code switch, though.
Vietnam's struggling with the city-state. I am fond of pigs. Oh, you stupid fucking warrior move. What do you mean by code switching? Like, what is she changing specifically?
She changes like the verbiage that she uses. She changes her like tone. She changes the pitch and register of her voice.
Okay.
And she talks differently to different audiences. Like, I saw her being catty with this one woman in like a short clip on social media a few days ago, like in a way that would not fit in with directly with any of the Get Ready With Me videos. If you went from like watching 3 or 4 of those, saw her being a catty bitch, and then went back to her being like, woe is me, oh no, I was just kind of there. Oh, my work at Babylon Bee was like just such a normal job, guys.
The
like,
white stuff I'm
you know,
thinking about is
What the fuck was that?
So
anyway,
by code
I
switching,
decided
I mean she
fuck
switches up
Ashley
how she
St.
acts and
Clair
talks.
because
Wait, so
something
we're
else
not
happened.
actually gonna
No,
watch
no, no.
Hunter
This
Biden.
This is better.
Welcome to the Candace
Okay.
Owens show.
It's wonderful to be
People
here.
are just going to be like, how on earth did this happen?
I know.
I got to give them a bit of a backstory. So I went to dinner with a fellow podcaster, and we were just talking.
Talk about somebody. So here's the thing. I think that clearly.
Wait, what happened?
I think Trump is taking the shit down, possibly with MAGA, and there needs to be off ramps. So people are gonna abandon it, and they're gonna be offered off ramps with things like the Bulwark.
Yeah, here's my
you know?
problem. Nope.
And then
here's my problem.
They're
problem.
gonna just kind of flood in, and all these Nazis are gonna be allowed to like wash their hands of their sins and crimes.
Here's my yes, I agree. Here's my problem with all of this. Just like with any kind of like work like that where you're giving people off ramps, you have to hold them accountable. Even AA does that.
But then we won't
right?
recruit them to get the votes for the Democrats.
But this isn't, I'm going to be real with you again. When you do DRAD work, it's not about counter recruitment. It should never be about counter recruitment. That's why I don't appreciate
This is
Ashley
show
St. Clair
business,
popping up
though.
and being like, I'm on the left now. I'm a leftist. And I'm like,
Did
this
she say
isn't-
that specifically,
That's
though?
not cute. No, but she specifically,
She's mostly just
No,
talking
but she
shit
hit-
about
oh.
the grifter right.
She is playing to the crowd of liberals who like to call themselves leftists really hard.
I mean,
The
that's
ones
true.
I can't fucking stand.
I mean, that's undeniable.
She knows who her audience is. And so she mentions doing, reparative like work in her own community that she doesn't want to talk about on stream, which, okay, but you just did. And like, then she also like talks about reading Black and Indigenous authors and like how, wow, this totally transformed my worldview after reading one book. Again, she should not give her 2 or 3 years to actually fucking unpack this shit and give journalists any hard information to actually do investigations with and bring forth to the public.
Yeah.
Like, this should not be how she's like.
Like, she could
the
easily
whole,
be using this to go to journalists to do a years-long expose
And she
article
claims,
after
she
article.
claims she has.
That's not going to get
She
clicks.
claims she has.
No, exactly.
She claims she has. She claims she has. And she was like, and she even like, because I'm one of the people who, I didn't leave her comments, but I was definitely thinking, and I'm sure people did leave her these comments because she directly responded to them, but was like, oh, and people who were like, why haven't you gone to journalists? They don't know how journalism works. I'm like, yeah, I do. Like, she's like, it takes time. And I'm like, yeah, it does. Why are you here breadcrumbing people, but not actually giving us the story? And instead of waiting for them to come out with their articles or their pieces
It's a
or
bunch
their
of liberal
whatever
bullshit.
you want them on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, she was definitely doing it on purpose for her own... Like, as John said, it's a career move.
This is show
Like,
business.
It is.
If she was actually genuine about
is.
it, she would be doing it like that. She would be going to an independent journalist and doing it in... Like, Ken Klippenstein would be fucking happy to work with her.
Not even just Ken Clip. She could go to any major news outlet and say, I want to do a series. She could have a Netflix series if she wanted to. She could have whatever. She could have just about any investigative journalist, right, that is into that kind of thing. Work with her on a podcast, on a written
But if
series,
she does it all herself,
on a
she owns it
documentary
all.
series. Yeah, but she's also not actually giving out any information. She's just she's making people aware of herself and trying to build sympathy around herself and trying to downplay everything that she did.
Do you think she's gonna?
I also,
do you think
by the
she's
way,
gonna
I
do a
also,
Hawk Tuah type
when someone,
podcast launch
if
and then
someone,
create a meme coin?
if someone, oh my god, that would be hilarious, but no, I don't think she is. If someone is going to like, I don't know, leave these kind of groups,
bag of secrets.
They have to be honest and accountable. And if she is constantly having to, in order to maintain this public persona, downplay everything that she did, she's not actually addressing it. And even if she's pretending to be addressing it in her private life, she's not actually addressing it. She's just downplaying it. She's not being held accountable. And it means that going forward, she will then have an audience who claims that she apologized and atoned, even though they have no proof of any of that, other than they believe her without proof because she sounds believable. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like it.
I just think that because it's show business, people aren't going to care that much. It moves so fast. I'm
so sick of every. The internet was a mistake. That's where I'm landing on this. The internet was a mistake because you're right. This is so dumb. You're right. She's building a brand for herself so that she can do her makeup in the morning and make money saying whatever she wants.
It's
because
easy.
she has a group of people that will defend her no matter what and pay her money no matter what. That's what she wants. And it sucks that that's what she's going to get because that will not hold her accountable. That will only hinder her actually growing. Like, that sucks on so many levels. I really hope she did give information to some actual journalists that are investigating this, though.
Me too, honestly. But not hopeful. I doubt.
I would assume that she has talked to at least someone if she came out saying she did. Like, she claimed that she gave all this to a journalist, but they have to, like, fact check, which fair, they should fact check it.
Yeah.
Right? They're journalists, they're not. But also, like, I don't know, man.
Hunter Biden.
About interviews, 'cause we don't do too many interviews on the show, and he first asked what was the best interview I ever did, and I said,
wait, pause it. So what's happening here? Sorry, what are we dropping in on here with Candace?
Well,
I have not watched this woman since she went off the rails about Charlie's
You mean
death.
Candace?
She just previously did a super
Yes.
controversial interview before this. I don't remember with who.
What was it about?
I don't know.
I would love to watch her interview Ashley St. Clair. That would be crazy. You think she'd giggle like with Hassan?
But what's interesting, because Candace, okay, so you want to talk about somebody who understands the business and the show business. I think Candace
for real,
Owens
though.
is fundamentally one of the best content creators from, like, if you look at it in, like, the soulless ecosystem of the industry, you know what I mean?
Yes, and she has, like, okay.
She's so
going back
polished.
to the one woman.
She's a woman, and she's black. Like,
yes.
regardless
Wait,
of her
going back to
politics,
what-
she would be huge.
the curly-haired woman that was explaining that didn't really have a deep thesis that we were watching earlier, when she was explaining that like people believe him more than like Tyler Catastrophe because it seems like he's more real. Candace has that down to a fucking T. Like, she has humanized herself to her audience who don't want to be racist, but they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But then also
Like-
just like her views are
And she's
insane
she's
because
gone off the fucking deep
and
end
that's why
lately.
we remember it was only a few weeks ago we were having a debate whether she's actually crazy.
Or she just knows that this will get clicked.
Yeah.
I think it's a little. I think that you do this long enough and it's a little bit of both. I don't think she believes everything she says. I think she knows it'll get clicks. But who knows for sure? We can't actually know. I want to know what the fuck's up with her husband who just will not be in the spotlight.
That is interesting. I honestly,
There's so
I
many
wouldn't want
rumors
to
about
either.
that on the right. There's so many rumors about that on the right.
I bet.
So many. And there's no way, and I'm like, because she's black and because she's a woman and because like I hate to say this, but like because she's a black woman who has popularized white supremacist conspiracy theories better than most white supremacist men who've been doing it for decades. They
It's
hate
because
her.
she can deny it.
They hate her. Like, you know what I mean?
But it's she
Like, there's
also
so
has
many
clearly
white
built up
supremacists who hate her.
like she's good on her own, but clearly she's built up a very good team around her who's
yeah,
you know?
No, for like I think you're correct with the entertainment value and the like she knows the entertainment business and how this works and how to get views and how to keep people watching a series where she talks about the same thing over and over again and like she knows how to do that. I'm just saying there are a bunch of white supremacists who are jealous because a black woman pushes their shit better than they do. Like they hate her because she's
they hate
better
her
at it
because
than
they
them.
ain't her.
Yeah, I almost said that too. They hate her because they ain't her. Like they're like, oh, she's inferior to us, but look at her getting like her bag, saying literally the same shit about the Jews. Which is wild. Like Candace is weird to watch, man.
Yeah, she is strange.
But it's just like when
I
Candace,
think she's
like,
just
does-
like a surgeon, man. She just knows where to cut.
She knows where to cut. But like I wouldn't trust her redemption arc the same way I don't trust Tucker Carlson's anti-capitalist arc. Right? Did you see that recently?
Well,
It was like a broken clock was right
Hilarious.
once of the twice a day, where he was like asking, who's like, oh well, it seems like capitalism is working then, right? I'm like, oh dude, you guys don't understand that he's saying that for a totally different reason than you would say that. The future he wants for you is so different, guys.
Yeah. I wouldn't be taking that to heart.
He's co-opting your language and you're falling for it. Oh, that's crazy. It is wild how people will just like follow anyone who uses the same language and
Mhm.
assume that they know what they're talking
Yep.
about. It's the deep level of reading comprehension that a lot of Americans just don't develop.
Without question,
Like,
the U.S.
reading
Liberty
the
Survivor Phil
words-
Turney.
I was gonna say, just reading the words doesn't always tell you the subtext of what people are actually saying.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And it allows people to co-opt using religious language or co-opt using leftist language or co-opt using liberal language very easily just by using your language, even if they're twisting the words, right?
Mhm.
And that's what they've been doing. I don't know. And I will say Candace is also very fucking good at that kind of shit. She is quite a good propagandist. I also like I respect her game, but also fuck that bitch.
Oh, I don't respect her game. I just acknowledge, like, you know, she's kind of like the Wendy Williams or the Jerry Springer of our time, you know? Like, it's that daytime TV slot that all the fucking, you know, people who work at home, moms, doctors' offices, you know? It's just that vibe to me. She's that era.
The games.
I guess she is, yeah. She is like the new age, like Ricky Lake.
Even Oprah,
but like,
you know, Oprah is
Nazi.
also that mid day talk show thing, you know.
Yeah, man, fuck, I hate her so much. I hate how good she is at it too.
Yeah, and like nobody gives a fuck about The View. You know what I mean?
Damn you.
I think it's
Damn
funny
you,
whenever
Candace.
people are like, "Oh, and someone on The View said this." I'm like, people still watch The View?
Apparently.
Who?
Apparently.
I don't know. Oh shit! I need to go to bed.
And then he
soon.
said,
It is
"What
very
would be your
late."
top interview that you'd want to do?" And I said, "Oh gosh, we're in
What? You leaving?
Real soon here, yeah.
We're like
probably
such a different time now. Like I'm not interested in politics. Like it would have to be something so different." And then I said, "Actually, Hunter Biden." And I said to him, "I watched your sit down with Andrew Callahan."
Yeah.
And it was kind of the most refreshing interview that I had seen in politics in a very long time, because we're so used to being gaslit about various things happening. Everyone's trying to hide stuff. And we read a lot about you. I couldn't really hear anything from you. So this was kind of the first time that I heard you in your own words, just totally owning your addiction issues, also going after Jake Tapper and George Clooney. And when we were kind of expecting the typical Democrat, like, these are great guys, these guys are amazing, Jake Tapper should, you know, win a Pulitzer, I don't know. And I would just, it wasn't what I was expecting, is what I would say. So, and then that person just sort of made this happen.
Yeah.
So I want to just sort of get into the Hunter Biden story. I will say to the audience right now, I have already made the pledge right when I got on the phone with you that, like, obviously I'm not going to make you say anything bad about your father, because that would just be completely demonic to be like, say something terrible about your father. Everyone knows my opinions, my political perspectives. They're already out there. He is your dad. So that is separate from my viewpoints.
Because there's no way I possibly could.
Yeah, of course. I totally get that. But there's a lot to be said about you, and a lot that I guess hasn't been said about your journey. And I guess I want to start with just one question for the culture. The cocaine that was found at the White House, was it yours?
No, not only was it not mine. No, number one is thank you for having me here. And one of the reasons is to be able to answer these questions. You know, the one thing I am, after 6 years of this, I've been sober since June 1st of 2019, clean and sober. Verifiably so, by the way, and verifiably so by the Bureau of Probation, in which I was drug tested
Verifiably sober.
randomly for over the course of 2 years while I went through my trials and things like that. But beyond that is that, directly to your question, I wasn't even there. Not only there, but people have to understand is where that cocaine was found was, you know, the visitors entrance underneath that is where visitors come in, and they come over from the old executive office building staff to go to the Oval or go to the chief of staff's office or to the offices in the West Wing. And it was found in a cubby in right outside of the Situation Room. And it's like no possibility, not even remotely, beyond the fact that I wasn't even there. I mean, I spent probably, you know, over the course of 4 years, maybe 25 days at the White House, like 25 nights, 30, if I, you know, am being fair. And so it's just a, you know, it was an easy, you know, I'm an easy target, and understandably so.
Right.
I mean, I've been, I think, probably the most famous addict and famous person through the grace of God in recovery for 7 years. But or close to 7 years, June 1st.
Most
Yeah, I
famous
definitely thought
addict.
you were on drugs while your father was in the White House. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think it might have just also been the timing of the laptop coming out and then people just assuming that you were still on drugs. I don't know. That might have been why in our heads we thought that.
I think that it was that they purposely conflated. I wrote a book, which came out in April of 2021, in which I did something that very few people I think ever in that are kind of like similarly situated to me do, in which I was
There we go.
100% frank about the fact
I
that
fucking
not only was I an addict,
make a deal
not only
with
was
her
I
for open
alcoholic, I
borders,
don't
and now
really
she's
see the
more
distinction
friendly
between the
with
two
me. This is
when
good.
they're both drugs. But I was a crack addict. Like I was a degenerate crack addict. I mean, I've heard you call me a crackhead many times, and the truth of the matter is, I was a crackhead.
Yeah.
And
That dude is
and I
still
say
doing
that not to
crack.
shock people
I
because
bet
it's
you
really
$5.
shocking.
I bet you he's still doing crack.
I don't know about that.
Just the way he was like, I'm verifiably sober. I don't know, man. He's at least thinking about it constantly still, man.
Yeah. He's a crack addict.
Like he
Of
has
course he's
mentioned it
thinking
every
about it.
5
He has to.
seconds. I'm just
Catholicism is his
I
Catholic
don't know,
guilt is
man.
the only thing holding him together now. Also, what is this ET behind him? Femboy ET back there. Is that what that is?
Look. Okay, two things. First of all, I mentioned Candace's husband. I would not be surprised.
There he
if it
is,
was
the
another,
husband.
Like, the situation. I would not be surprised if it was another situation like Christy Gnome's husband. And second,
I bet she pegs the shit out of
I
him.
don't know, man.
Imagine if her husband was trans.
I don't think she has the time.
Can you imagine?
Christy Gnome has the time because she's just doing press conferences and not really working. I think Candace actually does things.
You
if
think
that
he's a
makes
yes
sense.
honey type of guy?
I would need to know who came into the relationship with more money.
I don't see. That's the thing is, I don't think about money. I just think about how dominant she is.
I think nope. I think a lot of this would also have to do with, did he have money before he married her? Because if not, yeah. But also, a lot of times people's public persona is not necessarily their bedroom persona or their private persona. If that makes sense. So I don't think I've ever seen her husband or her interacting with her husband in any way. Like, he actively avoids, as far as I'm aware, the spotlight. I'd actually have to look it up. I've never really tried. But I don't think I've ever seen or heard anything about him. So I would want to know, like, did she marry into his family with money? Like, what does he do? Does he have a job or a career? Or does he just live off his wife's money? What does he do?
Baller.
I don't know. Does he work on her media team? Does he have his own career? Does he have a real
He's
estate
a lunch
portfolio and his
lady.
own family's money?
I don't think
Is he?
Candace
That would be hilarious.
I feel like Candace is the type of person who wouldn't date somebody who doesn't make more money than her.
Well, they have kids.
You would be surprised.
I think he's a stay-at-home dad.
I doubt it. They probably pay people to raise their children. Let's be
Yes.
real.
Oh yeah.
That is exactly what happens.
All of even
Her
if
kids
he-
have
even if
British
he is a
accents
stay-
instead of being iPad kids who have American accents. Because it's just all these like elegant nannies and shit. Like they got
Hilarious.
like Bruce Wayne accent. Because they're hanging out
I'm
with
looking him
Mr.
up.
Pennyworth all the time.
Are there any YouTube videos on Candace Owens' husband? Oh, it's a white dude.
Yeah.
That I did
I
know.
forgot about
I knew
this.
that.
Oh, I have not looked this up in a long time. Sorry. I forgot how white he is. He's so white. He's creepy white. You know what I mean?
Aren't we all?
He's
Where are
like,
the bodies, Mark? His name's Mark, right? I'm just guessing.
is that his
I-
name?
no,
I
I'm
don't
just
remember.
guessing.
It could sounds right.
I'm just guessing.
Look, it looks right with the pictures. Okay, but what about this guy? What does he do? What is his job?
Did you see my religion name?
No, I'll see it when I get over there.
He's a businessman.
Entrepreneur.
He's a British entrepreneur.
Entrepreneur.
Oh, he's fucking British.
Oh, he's the former chairman of Turning Point UK
Oh, good lord.
and the former CEO of Parler. Oh my
Oh,
god.
no.
He owned Parler.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot. I knew
Mhm.
that deep down in there somewhere and I forgot. That's why I was like, there's something about that guy and I don't remember what it was. It was Parler. Oh, that's so embarrassing for him. No wonder why he stays out of the fucking spotlight. Oh, that's funny. That's good. That's good. His let's see, Michael Farmer and Baron Farmer were his dad and granddad. As well as husband. I love how it says as well as the husband of American political commentator Candace Owens.
Candace Owens' husband.
He was born in 1990. Holy shit, he's younger than me. How old is she?
40s, isn't she?
She's our age, I thought.
Huh. Surely not.
She's not much older than us, but like I thought she was old. Well, I would have thought early 40s.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking. 37.
Oh my
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought she was closer to me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she's super young.
Okay, she's a couple of years younger than I thought. Okay. But, well, okay, sure. Then I guess they're the same age. I thought she was a little older than him. Never mind. He attempted to buy the Catholic Herald in 2024. I'm telling you, they're trying to fucking get the Catholics.
Why? For what purpose?
It's a market they don't have.
Voting. Yeah, it's a market they don't have because the Pope is on high and it's down the tracks. And also, think about this. Like, we're a Christian nation by a thinning margin. And
Catholics are a huge base.
20%, one out of 5 voters in the United States is Catholic. 1 out of 5. And that does not count people like myself that were raised Catholic and aren't Catholic. Like roughly 1 in 4 people in the United States was raised in the Catholic Church and or converted to it at some point. 1 in 4. That's a large percentage.
Yes, it is.
And if they want as much control over that voting base, now that, okay, here's the thing. You also have to remember, what's the one thing that they united on enough to get votes for the last 20, 30 years? Roe v. Wade. What did they overturn? Roe v.
Yeah.
Wade. So now that, and so now the Catholics, other than gay marriage, which the Catholics have been told by the Pope, like that's not, we don't really care what the state does. We're concerned with the state not forcing the Catholic Church to like force us to bless gay marriages, which whatever, that's a whole different conversation. But it is, they have distinctly said like church and state separation, dude. Right? As long as they're not making us perform these.
Yeah, you gotta
ceremonies or
save
whatever.
room for the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, or whatever, something like that. I thought it was save room for Jesus while you're dancing. Do
Exactly.
you guys do that at your school dances? Save room for Jesus. They
Yeah.
wouldn't let
No, it was
people
always the
dance
Holy
and play.
Spirit for me.
Oh, it was Holy Spirit for you
Yeah.
guys? That would have been more believable. They told us to save room for Jesus.
Amazing. America's a crazy place.
But like, all I'm saying is now that they have like taken care of the number one thing, quote unquote, taken care of, like in their eyes, taken care of the thing that like bridged Protestants and Catholics, there's a long bloody history. At the beginning of our country, there were multiple states that would not allow Catholics to own land so that they could not vote. Like, because it's a whole, like, there were literally riots over what version of the Bible would be taught in schools. Like, where people, like, dozens of people died. Multiple churches were
Incredibly
burned down.
stupid.
We've had multiple rounds of, like, fake news and personal stories that weren't true about certain institutions that made mobs attack them. Like, there was, like, a nunnery that was attacked once. Like, before there was the Jewish question in the US, there was the Catholic question in the UK that was printed all over our newspapers right before the wave of Catholic immigrants from Ireland after the potato famine arrived here. Like, there has been a lot, and that was a few hundred years after certain families had established themselves and decided that this was their country and they were natives now. They called themselves nativists.
Great.
And they hated immigrants, many of which were both Catholic and in this specific
like the Know
region of the
Nothing
country,
Party.
Lutheran, German Lutheran. So yeah, the Know Nothings were the biggest and most well known of these groups. So yeah, it's and that
But the
nativist movement
third-
was specifically
Fucking, what do we call them? We're in the 6th era of what?
Party.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Party, yes, the 6th party system era. Yeah, so I think the Know Nothings were the 3rd or the 2nd. They might have been the 2nd, and then the 3rd is the Jacksonian era.
They did talk about they talked about Muslims and Hindus, but they spelled Hindus with 2 O's.
That's very funny.
Occasionally. And they spelled Muslims differently sometimes too. But they did, like, here's the thing. When they did mention them, it was when they decided, like, when it was, like, people talking about freedom of religion and how important it was. Not just for the Protestants. In part because they weren't going to pick a specific kind of Protestantism. There were too many. And that would cause fighting among the states and make the Union fall. So the people who mentioned Muslims and Hindus, like, you know, and some of them mentioned, like, other, like, smaller religions occasionally, because I've read a bunch of these things, right? It was the people who mentioned it most were people who were talking about how we needed freedom of religion and how important that was, right? Because you had the Quakers, you had the Calvinists, you had the fucking, like, there were like 20 different ones, and each state had, like, kind of a majority, and each state handled the minority Protestants and Catholics and others, right? Because there were Jews here at that point too, just not many of them. Like, and others, right? And there were there's always been non-religious people about, and people of other smaller religions that just don't talk about it or whatever. And by the way, there were also this whole time there were indigenous people here, but they treated religion differently in every state.
Thank you.
Yep. And Catholics were
That's where I'm sending him.
actively discriminated against by Protestants for years. So I think it's wild how all of this is coming back around, where they're trying to influence the Catholic vote because they finally did the thing that, like, kept them as a tenuous alliance for so long, like, as a voter base. Because now that abortion isn't on the table, and we are in the middle of a very expensive war, and did you guys see the hospice decision today?
No.
Vance came out and gave a speech and claimed that they are saving $1.4 billion. It's funny how close that is to the J6 fund number. $1.4 billion by shutting down 780 hospice centers and then putting a ban on new Medicare and Medicaid hospice centers opening around the country for the next 6 months until after the midterms. Now, am I going to pretend like there is zero fraud in the hospice care sector? No.
What's that?
But am I going to pretend
Netflix
like all
movie,
700
like I Care a Lot? Isn't that about hospice fraud?
I don't know. I don't have
Never
Netflix
mind.
anymore, so I don't know.
Sorry, irrelevant.
Maybe. Like there is fraud in our medical system, period. I'm not going to pretend like there's not. However, this feels like, okay, so when Elon Musk was on stage with a chainsaw and yelling about Doge with the president, everyone was paying attention.
You have to move your Wario again.
He's moving. He's on auto move.
Everyone
Sorry.
Everyone was paying attention when Elon Musk was like making an ass of himself on stage, right? And doing this Doge shit and obviously lying about numbers. Well, no one was really paying nearly as much attention when they started a new fraud task force in the middle of March that just had JD Vance announce, we just saved $1.4 billion by shutting down hospice care centers. And having press that is very friendly to them highlight one or two that, again, don't have proof, but do seem like the strongest fraud cases they have. So that people will assume that all 780 of those needed
Hell
to
yeah,
shut down.
throw that
and
baby
it's
out with the bathwater.
Yeah, and that it's right, exactly. And that it's right for us to, like, not open any new ones for the next 6 months. They are cutting off end-of-life care to people.
This is stupid people behavior.
They want, who's not going to vote for us anyway? The people who are dying.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that age bracket wraps back around and becomes voting Democrat again because, like
Yeah.
the oldest tier bracket comes back around to be more likely to be Democrat again.
Well, because they're living off of the state at that point.
Yeah, Sam
They're at the
Cedar
whim of
debates
the
it and
state.
says it's something
Yeah,
else,
whether or
but I'm
not-
not familiar enough with the
whether-
argument.
Whether or not, well, it's because, who? Do you know how you get on Medicare and have the, it's because you sign over everything you own to the fucking state and you get the care they provide you at a certain point if you're not rich. And if we don't provide hospice care or we've shut down hundreds of centers and there's not enough room for it, you just might not get it if you can't afford it. And you can't if you're already on this kind of care because you've already signed over all your assets to pay for it.
Very cool.
Like, it's, yeah. I think once you get old enough, if you don't have money, you realize that you really do rely on other people. So, and more of those people have been surviving. Can't have that. But no, what can they, like, you know, like, I think that this is ghoulish to the nth degree and that people are just letting it happen and or accepting this because it's not Elon on stage with, this is what terrifies me after Trump, is a boring ass motherfucker like Vance who's just as fucking evil, right? Doing the same kind of lies that Elon was doing, you know, a few months ago about saving us money, right? When they've only filed a couple court cases and ordered some places to shut down, and none of those court cases have come to any kind of a conclusion or actually seen the inside of a courtroom or had discovery or anything like that yet. These are just their claims, right? And I do not believe them at face value. Like, he's doing it again, but not as showy, not with a chainsaw, right? And no one's batting a fucking eye. It kills me, dude.
Yeah, I say it constantly. For the country that always says, over my cold dead hands. Remarkably cucked.
Right. Remarkably cucked.
Like, the fact that, like, for the most part, people aren't really doing anything is just mind-boggling. It does not make any sense. Like, how much do they have to push? Is the question that I'm asking now. Because I was always expecting that, like, it would take nothing.
Oh no, our country can bend so much further before it snaps.
Mm.
Have you seen other countries that still hold their shit together with way worse shit going on in
I
them?
mean, look at Greece.
Our country can bend so much further
Bend it like Beckham.
before it snaps. Yeah, we can bend it further than Beckham, okay? We can do those the kind of things that are just normally mental gymnastics for people to get around problems. We can do that. We have so far to bend because we live such cushioned lives. And we have so much nationalism and patriotism to draw off of, and history of shit like during World War II, they did the heatless, meatless, wheatless. One day a week, you didn't eat wheat. One day a week, you didn't use your heating system in your house. And one day a week, you didn't eat any meat, so that all of that could be used to go to the troops instead of you. And that is the least of the programs that they did. We could go so much farther before we break. And I don't think that people who think that they're going to incite a civil war by shooting up a mall understand how much further we have to bend before we break. You know what I mean? Look at any country that's actively at war, that people still find some semblance of normalcy in their everyday lives, even the people on the front lines, because that's what humans and animals do. We can bend so much more before we break.
Hunter.
Crack cocaine carries such a stigma to it to begin with. But I say it because I think that there are so many people. I know. There are so many people. I think that there's, at any given time, 30 million Americans that are either in active addiction or in recovery. There's not a single person that I know that hasn't been impacted by addiction at some level, in some form, personally, or with someone that is one degree of separation from them that they love. No one that I know.
Least of all me.
Yeah, and part of that, one of the reasons I'm here, the stories that you tell about that in terms of
my family,
your family. And
yeah,
and
I guess she cares a lot about
and
this.
there is where the common ground is for me. I can 100% say this is that a friend of mine gave me this quote about 2 years ago, and it's become my mantra. It's Mother Teresa. It was attributed to Mother Teresa. Is if you want to change the world, go home and love your family. That's my everything now, and part of that is not just the family that you have by blood and birth, but also the community that you're inextricably tied to, and that community for me is the recovery community, and it's people that are still sick and suffering from addiction, and so. The biggest reason that I wanted to come talk to you, beyond the fact, and this is not me blowing smoke, I think that regardless of whether I agree with you, that you're probably the most effective communicator I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Behind a microphone. And it's really driving me crazy at times. It's really, really, really making me mad. Yeah. But is that I wanted to talk to you about those things and anything else you want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm most interested in the addiction story, and I was saying to you before we got before we started rolling that this was sort of something that I noticed when I would cover various topics, whether it was pornography, drugs on my show, drinking, how many men would write and say they were suffering with various things, and yet they don't often speak about like how they're quietly suffering, whether it's with addiction to pornography, addiction to drugs, and I don't think there are enough conversations about it. And so when I watched that interview of you just laying it out there, something that most people try to hide or they're shameful of, I was like, there actually just needs to be more dialogue about it. I grew up with tons of addicts in my family. I have people in my family who are still addicted, and I think there is a natural anger that people have when they, for some reason, believe, and I think this was part of the anger that even some that I had it toward you before I heard you speak about your addiction, is that you sort of think when somebody has money and political connections that somehow removes them from going through these sorts of barriers in life. So when I grew up, it's like, oh, okay, like you have uncles, whatever, that are addicted to crack. You have cousins that are doing crack, whatever it is, or experimenting with meth and drugs and those things. And then you see someone that has a life of privilege, and for some reason in your mind, you wrongly go, okay, that can't happen. And it did happen. And I'd like to hear like how you got addicted. Like what was actually the story,
Well,
your path
Candace,
toward addiction?
Yeah,
smoked crack.
Thank you for let me talk
And I
about
liked
that,
it.
or asking me about it.
So I
And
kept
really mean
smoking
it.
it.
It's one of the things that traps
Usually
people.
how it goes.
I can only speak about myself, but I think that people that are in that are addicts or that are in recovery, also you find out really fast is that you're not as terminally unique as you think you are. Is that and one of the things that that is really important about addicts talking to each other and talking about it is that realization, because one of the things that traps you in your addiction is shame. And you like me are Catholic, and we have learned that guilt is an appropriate emotion. Guilt is,
What did I
is
tell
an
you?
appropriate response to something.
What
when
did I
you've
tell
done
you?
something wrong. And you're
The Catholic guilt
God
is the
damn it.
only thing keeping him together now.
God damn it. No,
I
you
know my
called it,
fucking
though.
people, dog.
supposed to atone for it,
Fuck out of my
and you're supposed to seek
city.
forgiveness, whether the forgiveness comes from an individual or not. That is that's the lesson, is that it is in only through seeking that forgiveness can you release yourself from that guilt. That's appropriate. Shame is not. Shame is just absolutely corrosive. Shame is you telling yourself that you're not worthy, that you're never going to be worthy, that the things that you've done you could never be redeemed from. And I've done horrible things in my addiction in terms of what I did in terms of my relationships and decisions that I made, and more than anything is just removing myself from being present for the people that love me. And what happened to me, and I really mean this, is that the exposure, not piecemeal, but the total exposure, my entire digital footprint stolen from me, a 20-year digital footprint, every text message, every picture, all of the things that that you would be ashamed of became front page news for 4 years, 5 years, beginning in 2019. And it forced me into a choice. And the choice was, do I get out of bed and live, or do I die? And it became that much of a dichotomy. And I chose to live. And it wasn't easy. And maintaining sobriety in that kind of like a pressure cooker.
Hell yeah.
Is often the thing that triggers you, but something
you got second
broke in me in a
Was that
good
me?
way, which was that I no longer have any fear. I like, sitting down with you is, to me, an opportunity.
Nice.
For you to see
Perfect
me
timing.
as a human being and not, Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah.
I'm going to bust so hard.
Pictures that,
Not just a golden age.
Congressman Green,
Heroic.
put up in Congress, or the New York Post. I think I was on the cover of the New York Post in 1 year more than
she's strong.
anybody in the history of the paper, and none of it was good. none of it was good. And but what it's given me is the opportunity to own it all, is to own all of my story without shame or fear, realizing that I have a community of people out there that I want to be of service to. I really mean that, and so part of it is by me being able to be honest about it. We were just talking before we started this, is the hardest thing for any addict to do is not only get honest with the people that they love,
Fuck
but to
you,
get
you
honest with
greedy
themselves.
cunt.
And until they can, until they can really see themselves for
Fucking
who they are, all of it.
Chandra Gupta.
And
Chadra
He's like,
Gupta?
yeah,
Have you seen
take-
him? We call him
take open
Chadra
borders.
Gupta. I mean, look at him.
Like take
Bro
open
is built.
borders and horses in exchange for iron
Bro, look
and
maxing.
gold. Fuck him. Dirty dog.
Yeah, but he looks hot. Look at him.
Good for him.
He's a total Chad.
You big dirty dog. Fucking greedy cunt. Expects me to pay for him. For him offering me open borders. Bitch, you offer borders? Open borders? I'm not paying a cent. That is a gift. There's no exchange unless I need passage through the territory, and then I will pay you. You've got to pay the troll toll. It wouldn't let me click that fast.
decide to love themselves, then the cycle is just going to continue. It's just, at least in my experience, that's the truth.
I think one of the things.
Did I even answer your question?
Yeah, I want to talk about the first time that you got introduced to it because that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Oh, I know. I went into all the good
yeah,
stuff.
actually, do start
yeah.
with that. Like, how did
Yeah.
you actually get
So,
introduced?
okay.
First off, describe
Yeah.
for people who don't know the difference between cocaine and crack, because
Yeah.
crack is
Yeah.
a lot more addictive.
Yeah.
And so, just what is the difference?
I know. I
between-
got a lot of.
It's cooked.
No, it was fantastic.
yeah,
it was fantastic. I was like, well, he's
yeah.
actually very
It's like
educated on
raw
this.
meat
And
well, it was it's
versus
important.
real meat. One is bad for you. One is good for you.
No, no, one is not great for you, and one is really awful for you. Stop it.
Which one do I use for looks
RFK is
maxing?
gonna come for us because of you. Huh?
Which one do I use for looks maxing?
Depends on how
meth.
much weight
It's
you're trying to
not
lose.
neither of them. It's meth.
Yeah, it's meth. It's meth and GLP-1s.
Math?
And hormones. It's meth and hormones. It's always been meth and hormones all the way down.
It's always been.
I gotta do math?
Why did I get here at school?
To me, to make the distinction that there's this idea that that there's this kind of a secret kind of special enhancement to powder cocaine that makes it into crack, and you have to have some
It's called
technical
acid
degree in order
drop.
to be able to do that. And
Oh, on you?
let's start all the way at the beginning. I
like, what?
think that I'm
Who is a lore
genetically
drop
predisposed
on?
to be an alcoholic. I do believe that there is a genetic piece of it. I do believe that my
See
brain
my religion
works
yet?
differently as an addict in
Nah.
terms of the way in which
It's
my
funny 'cause I'm
synapses,
American.
fire once they're introduced to the dopamine hit and the serotonin increase that occurs because of an introduction of a substance. I believe that that I
Calendar
became
in a relationship.
acclimated and
Based.
physiologically dependent upon that when I started to drink in earnest when I was in college, in which you can control. And I made it through
Oh, bro.
Georgetown, and I went to Jesuit
Heroic
Volunteer
age for
Corps
you.
for a year. I've
Yeah, I
been
know.
and it's
Nice.
kind of like domestic peace. Well, the JVC. I was JVC for a year after college, and then I went to Yale Law School. Was married, had my oldest daughter when I was a first year
And
law
I
student.
did
Made it
crack.
through all of that, and
Huh? And then he did
And
crack?
I did crack. It would be dope wording right now.
it through my first years of employment, drinking probably more than everybody, than most people do, but completely functional. And one day I woke up when I was 33 years old to my brother calling me and saying, "This has got to stop. Like, you got to stop." And what he meant is that, you know, like a whole weekend was missing, kind of, and I said okay, and he drove me to the airport, and he put me on a plane in Newark, and I flew to a place that was started by Eric Clapton called Crossroads in Antigua, and I went to rehab, and I came out, and I went directly when I came out. My brother picked me up from the airport, drove me to an AA meeting, walked in with me, DuPont Circle in DC. I met my sponsor at that first meeting that I ever went to, and I stayed clean and sober for about 7 years, and then I relapsed, and it was just such a mundane, stupid story. I was on a plane by myself. Everything was okay. Things were looking up. It was, normal life pressures, but it was all good. And that's the real insidious thing about addiction and alcoholism. It never goes away necessarily. There's always the answer that is being presented to you by the thing that you trust the most, which is your brain.
Mm.
And what it says is, if you don't want to feel this way, whatever the way is, or if you want to feel this way even more, I have the answer for you.
I'm going holy sight.
And I was on a plane by myself, and I had a drink.
What class do you
that
want?
drink in 2010, 7 years almost of sobriety, started a cycle of relapse and recovery, in which it was really hard for me to be honest with the people that love me, because I just wanted to hide it. I just wanted it to go away. And I thought, okay, I'll get through this cycle, and I'll sleep it off this weekend, and that's it. I'm done. And that would last a week, and then it would last 3 months, and then I went back to rehab, and then it became then I came back, and I started, talk about, you talk about this all the time, which I love that you do, is big pharma, you know what I mean? I had shingles, and so somebody prescribed me like 52 oxycodone, ridiculous, and I started that, and then I started drinking again, and the prescription ran out, and then this cycle just started to happen. And, but when my brother died, it all fell apart. Bo and I were, and I don't purport that our relationship was unique, or that his loss was greater than my loss of him was greater than anybody else's loss of their brother or someone that they deeply loved. But when my mom and sister and my Bo and I were in that car accident in 1972, and we survived, it was the two of us every day. We're a year and a day apart. We talked every day. Except when he was in Iraq, I literally probably talked to my brother every day. And when Bo died, my marriage fell apart after 22 years. By the way, for reasons that marriages fall apart, but I take a lot of responsibility for. And it just started a really, really dark cycle. In the past, when I would have these relapses, there was always someone in such proximity to me that they would I couldn't escape. In this instance, Bo was gone. Right after Bo died, I ended up separated from my wife within the month, and my dad, for the first time in my life, who was my rock, was stuck in his own grief, deep grief. And I just went down into a hole, and
I'll go down in a
checked
hole.
myself into a rehab that year and came out, stayed sober for a while, and then relapsed, and then went into an outpatient program in DC where I went 4 hours every day for from 8 to 2 or 6 hours every day. Stay sober, and then I relapsed, and I came back, and they said, "Well, you have to." I admitted to them that I relapsed, and that in this instance I also used cocaine, and they said, "Well, you have to take a drug test," and I said, "I'm not going to take a drug test. I'm not going to put something on. It's because it's not protected by HIPAA in a rehab scenario, which is crazy, right?" Yeah. Anyway, long story short, they said, "You can't come back in unless you take the drug test." And I said, "I'm not taking the drug test. I'm going through a divorce. And it's not protected by HIPAA. It will become public. I don't want to do this to my family. I'm telling you, I used cocaine and I drank. Is that not good enough to come back?" And they said no, for whatever reason, and I'm not blaming them. This is not their fault. I walked out, and I knew Lincoln Park was a kind of open air drug market.
Great album.
I saw a woman
it was right
that
around
was
Meteora
kind of
came out,
famous
changed
in
your life,
the
huh?
area since I had been in college, literally for 20 years, that I would see in the streets around, DC in that area where I worked for a long time. And I went up to her and I said, "Can I get some crack?"
Wow.
And I think it was basically, I said, "Can you help me commit
I'll
suicide?"
smoke the crack.
I mean, I don't think, I know
Crack!
that now
Hooray!
in looking back, it was the coward's way. And I really mean
Poor
that. I was
people
a coward.
smoke it. It must be
I
good.
didn't go and just do it. I said, "Let me do it this way." And really, really, really drag everybody down with me along the way. Let me figure out the way not only to kill myself, but to maybe kill my dad.
If only.
Look, Samson, crack! Hooray! Poor people smoke it. It must be good.
Oh my
I'll say,
God,
hey,
Moral
Oral, you better
Oral.
try some. It's a sin to waste your money.
I love the show.
Great idea. I'll
Show's
smoke the
so
crack.
good.
I'll smoke the crack.
This show, Moral Oral, is so fucking underrated. If you don't watch Moral Oral, go watch it.
Dude,
it's so
it's
fucking
phenomenal. It's one of the best Adult Swim shows ever made, honestly.
funny. And it's claymation. I do love me some claymation. It was so well done.
Yay! Now, children, in a few minutes, we're gonna find out who ate the poison cookie. Won't that be fun? Yay!
That was Robot Chicken, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Really hurt my family. Particularly my 3 daughters who adore me and I adore just the fact. And I smoke crack. And the difference between crack cocaine and powder cocaine is this. And I really truly do not want to give a roadmap for people to be able to do this, because I swear to God, it'll kill you.
Too late, I'm
But
taking
it's
notes.
Sodium bicarbonate, which is baking
Crack!
soda,
Hooray!
water, heat. That's it. That's all. That is the entire difference of it, which allows it to be ingested through smoking. And the combination of those things makes it so that it affects your physiology much faster than it would be if you just use powder cocaine through your nose or in any other form other than intravenously. And it also allows you to ingest more faster than you could possibly ever ingest by sniffing cocaine up your nose. The combination of that, the combination of combustion, ritual, and the ritual meaning the way in which you have to, I can still feel my hands doing it, is, becomes this ritualistic thing with the combination of combustion, which is and you learn, I mean, if you really study things about addiction, is these kind of key components of oral fixation and things like that. It just becomes the most ungodly addiction that you can possibly imagine, to the point where I was smoking crack. You know, I mean, literally,
I'll smoke
I was
the
either
crack.
looking for or smoking or recovering, not even recovering. You don't recover. You just go find more for close to a 2-year period of time.
You don't
And
recover. Have you
it
not
took
heard
me
how
to
many times you
places,
said crack
you know,
in the
I wrote
last
all
20
about it.
minutes?
And I got made fun of about it.
What? Huh? What?
I
Why
was just
did you
saying, like,
Go ahead.
he definitely is not over the crack.
Yeah.
It's very clear from
He's
this
a
interview.
crack addict. Anyway, I was just yelling, Vietnam, why did you settle this city? That is the dumbest settlement I have ever seen of all time.
She's doing some wild shit.
Like, why didn't she take this island here that was right next to her territory? Why did she go all the way up here?
That is very funny.
She must
It was
need
never
horses.
gonna hold. That's very funny.
And people think that when I wrote my book, like clawing through the carpet to find crack cocaine and Parmesan cheese and I know it's a real laugh line, but anybody that's ever been in
Who's dropping crack? That's the thing. Is this like
Rich people doing
you
poor
you
people
didn't
drugs.
drop it, Hunter?
Rich
You're just
people
smoking
doing poor
carpet.
people drugs.
Yeah, that's right. He is rich. The bourgeois crack. What, you gonna tell me it's not?
I'm not. I'm just laughing. I'm not contesting.
like that. They don't laugh about it. It's devastating. Think that you were that person.
Fucking remedy.
It's like I unpaused and it's him. Look at his face. It's like he's disappointed in me making jokes and doing bits and constantly going, I'll smoke the crack.
Oh shit.
It's a sin to waste your
You
money.
can see yourself doing it.
Poor people smoke it. It must
Just
be
devastating.
good.
And so what happened?
Because it's I think as bougie as poor people smoke this. It must be good.
happens
I
in
imagine
addiction
that was
so
his thought
often
process.
is this: is people
I'm
not
gonna do
only
crack today.
they can't
Hooray!
admit that, they can't even admit it to themselves. They just block it out. They go, they get 30 days clean. They come out, they go back into the same exact situation that they were in before, and they think, "I'm just not going to do it again. I'm just going to stay. I'm going to make it.
He's
I'm going to make
talking
it."
about himself.
And what will come
Mhm.
up is that they'll wake up in the morning and they'll remember that time in the motel with the person, the prostitute that brought you
up
the
in
drugs,
the morning feeling
and
like he did.
that stole
Is that
your
a
wallet,
Sailor Moon,
and all your
E.T.?
and all your
Is
drugs
that what
and
that
everything, and you had to you were clawing through carpet to see if there was anything there, and you smoke whatever white that you found on the ground.
Oh, there he was clawing through the
Like, it's
carpet.
the shame.
He came back to it.
Just thinking of yourself
He
like that,
did
regardless
smoke
of who you
carpet
are,
crack,
regardless of
even
where you
though
came
he's
from. Where your
rich.
dad's the president.
Always happens.
He smoked the carpet crack even
You
though he
can't
was
escape
rich.
it.
That's what I'm saying. He's
I
so
will say
bougie
John did
that he
call
was
that.
dropping crack on the ground, being like, I'll find it later.
No, he's so bougie. No. He's so bougie that he was ashamed when the next morning he wanted the carpet crack when there wasn't other crack.
Couldn't get
Just
it
saying.
in time. Dealer failed him. Man, if I was dealing crack and Hunter Biden was my customer,
He thought
I'd
he
be
was
making
better
sure-
than that.
I would
What
be
I'm saying
making
is
sure
He thought he was better than that.
that man gets his feed. That is a reliable customer.
I mean, Kanye chose an addiction where he gets to have his dealer go around with him in public, you know?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Hunter thinks he's better than us.
I'm fucking better than you.
In the United States, or it doesn't matter. And they don't admit that to themselves. They don't admit it to anyone around them. Don't ever say it. And you know what happens? They never lose it. And it sits like right here.
The carpet crack?
In the back of your head. And it pops up. And you just feel so disgusted with yourself that your brain immediately tells you, regardless of how far away you are from a drink or a drug, like, I know the way not to feel this way. I know exactly how to feel this way. You're going to die if you keep feeling this way. You need to take a drink. And that's always how it starts. I mean, alcohol is the most dangerous drug in the world, just by virtue of the amount of destruction and devastation that comes personally into the people around people that are alcoholics. And I don't find any difference between being an addict and an alcoholic.
Fair.
And but that's where it starts, and that's where it started for me. That's my story until I met Melissa and got clean and sober, and I've been so, almost 7 years now.
All right, you guys, some moments change everything. And for a woman facing an unexpected pregnancy, seeing her baby on an ultrasound and hearing that tiny heart.
Ad read.
Maybe I just haven't found the drug that would do that to me, but I would say that I've just never been, never had something and was like, oh, I just need to have that again or want it again. And I've seen friends that they have something once and they're like, want to do this every second. And I go, that's very interesting. It's almost like you're
I totally,
made of something different.
I'm certain of that, and the science is certain of that. Anyways, I mean, we all can. I think that we all can associate with, understand addiction at more or less devastating levels. So, for instance, where's your phone? I mean, you basically have a packet of heroin.
Right.
We all do in our pocket. Yeah. Constantly giving us that dopamine, which, by the way, we can get to talking about that because I think that we are not nearly as divided as people as we think that we are. I think
God, he's just like his
bag
dad.
of heroin in everybody's pocket is feeding them a lot of that division. But so we can all kind of understand the compulsion to do things that aren't that clearly aren't benefiting us, like staying up until 3 o'clock in the morning and going through your For You page on TikTok.
The industrial zone bonus, where I just be getting
mother,
free units.
Father,
yep.
So I'm very excited. I'm about to fuck Vietnam's day up.
Do that and go.
America will
and
win.
They're going to take his phone away, and
this
then they
time.
turn back to their phone and they start going through their phone. I'm I am not any better. So we can kind of all understand that compulsion. It's when the compulsion becomes just.
How long did it take you to come up with that one?
The blast radius continues to grow.
Mm-hmm.
What?
So the difference between being addicted to your phone and being addicted to crack cocaine, I'm not saying are the same, but at least we can kind of get a little bit of an understanding of the physiology of that, of the way in which the brain actually works. But
it's like the micro versus the macro, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody has the micro.
But so you can see the micro impact of it. But I think
it works pretty well.
One of the reasons that why people are so shocked by my story. And by the way, and we're able to conflate. So if the New York Post every day for 6 years runs a picture on online. I mean, I think they literally at one point did 1.5 stories of me a day for an entire 18-month period. Okay, and each, it didn't matter what the subject was. It was a picture of me naked
with the prostitute,
with whatever, and with a crack pipe in my lips. So whatever. So I don't get mad at people when they go, was that your cocaine? Well, Well, number one, you
Yeah,
know the
Rob.
White House. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. I had 7 Secret Service agents with me at any given time everywhere I went. The idea that I was in the Situation Room and would decide to drop off.
Yeah.
I mean, that, but beyond that silliness.
Beyond that, I would not lose crack. I dig through carpets for crack. Okay? That's just silly. I get it now, Joe. I mean, Hunter. It makes sense.
Is I don't blame people for not realizing that I have worked my effing ass off.
Just swear.
I mean, in this environment, the proudest thing that I've ever done
Don't be pussy.
is stay clean and sober. Through all of that.
So if
Every
everything's
piece of
clean,
it.
clean.
Right? Both the trials, through the accusations, through the, Alexander Smirnovs and Gallups and Konstantin Kuliks and Lev Parnases and Rudy's and Steve Bannon's and all of that. Is it purely because of the love of the people around me and my willingness to own it all? I'm sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
And you're not taking that away from me.
Right.
No, and by the way, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
The realization at one point is that you can try. I have no fear. No fear. And that doesn't, and that's why I'm here. More than anything is because I probably, I'm certain that we disagree on a lot of stuff, but there used to be a time, Candace, where you and I could sit down together and disagree about tax policy and disagree about, the Catholic Church's view on abortion, or disagree with, whatever the subject may be, and still be able to go have a meal together.
Right. I talk about that often on my show. Like I back when I was left leaning in college, my best friend was Republican
were never
conservative.
left-leaning.
It wasn't so
She's a
at each
grifter.
other's throats and
We
hating each
established
other
that she
and wanting
stands
to
for
destroy
nothing.
one another. And you could kind of see the good and the bad and go, well, this is why I have this perspective, and perspectives could change, and that was allowed too. I think about what it was that, just revisiting what made a lot of people, including myself, so angry about you. Or I guess it wasn't really about you. It was the gaslighting. It was the letter that came from people saying it was Russian propaganda. That is what is driving us crazy about the Epstein files right now. It's what's actually leading, ironically, to the collapse of the MAGA support, is we don't want to be gaslit.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it wasn't you. That's why it was so refreshing when you were like, yes, I had a
Hunter
crash
Biden
and
helping
this
to
is me.
take
I did
down
this. I was with
MAGA,
hookers.
huh?
But you weren't speaking for
Okay, we all talked at the same time. That was crazy.
Oh, they love being gaslit. None of us, you know what? She's so good at getting people to be like, shut up, Candace. That's not true. That all three of us started talking at the same time. They love being gaslit, is all I said.
Well, I was going to say that they gaslight themselves. They don't need to be gaslit because they'll do it themselves.
Yeah, they
What
love
were you
it.
saying, John?
It's their kink.
Don't know.
It is.
I was doing
John
a
just
bit.
got bamboozled.
Other people had bits, so I started doing my clicks because they're still giving, as long as they give me 2 gold. See, it's actually faster to click it 8 times than to type in 8. There's just no. Oh, see, they're done. I'm not giving you 8 for 1 gold when you were just giving me 2 gold for 8. It's crazy.
And there were literally a bunch of people that were coming out and saying, this is not real.
Yeah.
And that is the most infuriating thing because everyone's average. Everyone can connect with addiction. Everyone could have this conversation. Actually, if you would come out and I probably in that environment, obviously, maybe there would have been a different result because we were at each other's throats.
No, exactly.
But that is
I
what
get your
made
point.
people so angry.
Yeah.
It was like, nope, he never smoked crack. It wasn't real.
Yeah.
The laptop is Russian propaganda. We're like, guys, what is this?
Yeah, by the way, here's the problem, is that Steve Bannon saved, and Rudy Giuliani saved the quote unquote laptop, which by the way is bullshit. Like, if we can agree on that gaslighting, I will agree on the gaslighting of this. Is that there was never a quote unquote laptop. There was a hard drive of stolen and hacked material, wherever it came from, whether it came from a Delaware repair shop or whether it came, like Lev Parnas says, from Dmitry Firtash, who was trying to sell a hard drive, Hunter Biden's, in Ukraine, that they were looking for before the laptop repair shop guy was ever the twinkle in the eye. Just go back and look at the record, okay? So here's the thing, is you're absolutely right. And and this is like the freedom of being able to say this. It's like, yeah, they should have let me go out and talk.
Yeah.
But it was 2 weeks before the campaign, and then then the election was over. Steve Bannon goes on and with his buddy Gao, the Chinese billionaire that's now in prison, and that is like a Chinese spy or whatever. Where he got arrested on his boat and all that crap. There is a. Go listen to it. Go listen to the recorded conversation in which they say, like, the laptop, like, we got him. We, so we we collected all the salacious pictures and we put them out there. And then Rudy went out and stood on the steps of the Newcastle County Courthouse with Bernie Carrick and said, this contains child exploitation. Like, pure, pure bullshit. Just bullshit. So on both sides, you have this reaction, which I don't think was necessarily a coordinated reaction in the sense that, what do you do in 2 weeks? And so they come up with this and they say, and I don't get to go out and say, no, I was. But you know what I did? Is that come April, I write a book and I tell everybody I was addicted to crack. And here's my story. And here's what happened. And here is all of the rooms that no one would ever want to admit to being in that I was in, and it was like a blip on the radar because everybody was now fighting about whether there was kind of a suppressed story on Twitter and whether there was this gaslighting from And by the way, I am not here to defend any.
But then it's part of like the political machine where they're like, we have 2 weeks to go to the election.
Yeah.
We're going to do this denial. Because we can't afford this right now, essentially.
Yeah.
And then we're going to table this, make it past these 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then by that time, first and foremost,
By
your
the way,
father won, right?
Yeah.
So, and so people are angry. They feel like the election's been stolen and that there was this entire collusion to cover a laptop, which if it was on the other side, they may have done too. This is what DC is. It's politics. But that is where I think the anger came from. Yeah. And it was just like,
I get it.
How dare you gaslight us? And then people then start making you this focal point of
it never had anything to do with me.
Right. It was kind of bigger than you at that point.
You know what the laptop proved?
That you were a crackhead.
There you go.
That you were deep in the throes of crack addiction.
All this other bullshit, bribery and all these other things that they investigated up and down during the Trump administration with a Trump appointment.
The thing is with Hunter here, I'm bored of this now, but the thing is with Hunter is that he's better at being interviewed than having a conversation on a podcast because he's just trying to talk. He doesn't want to actually hear what she has to say.
You reckon?
By the way, yeah. Just trying to constantly get in there. Let me tell you how much I love crack. Let me tell you about how much I love crack.
He does love that crack.
He's a little too excited to talk about the crack.
Look, I told you that. I called it from the beginning, okay? I called it from the very beginning, and you kind of downplayed it for the first few minutes. And I was like, no, this guy's like still either actively doing crack or it's literally all he fucking thinks about.
Yeah, it's all he thinks about. He used to try to smoke carpet.
Burn NDA. And
From whom?
from Elon.
Okay.
And so when you're
NDA, like, to never say anything about him ever?
non-disparagement into eternity.
Okay. 40 million.
40 million. So it was 15 million
When was
lumps.
this?
This was December of 2024.
I'll smoke the crack.
And it was 15 million lump and then 100K a month for 20 years, 21 years. So little over 40 million. And in that moment, you have to make a choice. You're like, do I want to be a good person? And there's like very hyperbolically, people talk about like selling your soul in Hollywood and politics, but they never
talk about
the moment
selling
that
your
you're presented
uterus.
with that offer. And to me, like that was that offer. It was like, sell your soul, take away your voice. No matter what I do, you won't be able to speak about it, but you'll have $40 million. You'll be materially comfortable. Your kids will be taken care of. And so that was right away. I said no.
Let's get into the Elon Musk situation. And you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but I'm just dying to know some details like girl to girl. Was
Girl
the
to girl.
baby, in vitro or old fashioned?
No, it was not in vitro.
So you all had sex to conceive the baby.
It was not in vitro.
Artificial insemination?
No, I think that would still be in vitro. I don't want to, discuss the sex life because I know his attorneys will be like furiously writing, but
Right. Okay.
they're very mad at me all the time. So.
Did you observe him using drugs?
Yes.
And is this pretty much like a daily addiction?
I wasn't around him daily, but there were multiple instances where I was around him and he used drugs. And he even texted me saying, Wall Street Journal did this piece saying I'm high all the time. I'm a little high. So.
Yeah, I mean, for me, my husband's in recovery, and it's been a battle for him. And when I see Elon in the one video that just blows my mind is when he took his little kid X into the Oval.
X gonna
and
give
he's
it
just
to you.
tripping. I mean, he's clearly messed up. He has the black eye, and the toddler with him. And I just think, why aren't people stepping in and getting this child to
What's very messed
safety?
up about that situation is, and speaking about this objectively, the mother of X, Claire,
Flowers
Grimes,
surround
has
me.
stated very publicly many times she does not want that child in the media, that she does not want him online. And so in my opinion, every news outlet who continues to post photos of this child and videos is complicit in going against what this mother wants. She's pleaded online many times. She's reached out to news outlets. And she can't have anything done.
But doesn't it seem like that, I mean, the media sucks, I mean, for so many different reasons, that Elon would be the most accountable there? And why is she allowing the child to be around somebody on drugs?
How do you hold the richest man in the world accountable when they have infinite resources and she has to fight him in a court in Texas where you might as well not have rights as a mother?
Yeah.
I'm thankful enough that I'm in New York. All of the liberal policies I made fun of, I'm now benefiting from.
Good for you.
Thank God.
Yeah.
But there are still very much like very archaic laws within this country that do
I
not
find myself in the-
recognize how controlling these situations can be in family court.
No, and you're right, because I'm from Oklahoma. And so I know that you can have judges that are very conservative in nature and very anti-woman. And so I certainly understand that, and I've seen it happen multiple times before. So when you were with Elon, would you say that y'all were boyfriend-girlfriend?
I don't know that it was ever exclusive, but like we saw each other and spoke very often.
And does he?
And I knew like who he was. I wasn't like, oh, this is my new boyfriend.
Right.
Like we're exclusive. I never expected any sort of exclusivity from that individual.
Is he?
That individual.
Appears to me like he just wants to breed a lot. Like he wants to have a ton of babies.
So the first time that I spent the night with him, he went to sleep listening to a podcast about Kublai Khan.
What's that?
A relative of Genghis Khan.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know what his deal is. I really don't. Did not inquire, but I know when I was pregnant, he told
Crazy.
me, we need to use surrogates if we want to have, if we want a legion of kids before the apocalypse, we need to use surrogates.
Before the apocalypse.
That's how we got Grimes to have the
So is
second
he? I
and
mean,
third
is he just
baby.
kind of nuts all the time? Like psychologically, what's going on with this man?
I think a professional should.
Does she still
evaluate
have
him.
those
So
kids
I mean,
with her, the
obviously
second and
something
third
is
one?
wrong, exacerbated by
sure.
drug use.
No, wait, pause
And
it.
then
Grimes
unlimited
has multiple kids with Elon.
Mhm.
The first kid Grimes actually gave birth to. And then there was the secret second kid that a reporter accidentally found out about when she was like visiting the house. And then there was another kid they were talking about. The second and third ones were surrogacy. Just so you know. So Grimes could keep having babies without having to have the babies. Yep.
So where are those?
Also, remember,
Epstein
was working. Also, remember, Epstein was working on having like his own little surrogacy farm too. It's crazy when you have so much money that you can be like, why not just buy babies?
Pretty cool. That should be illegal.
Could find. That would be my opinion.
I can't hypothesize, but I know I don't talk about the apocalypse and ask people to use surrogates.
It's weird. It's weird. Okay. And then Elon suggested to you in a text that
I'll offer you the same thing I did Hassan. You want to see the text?
I do.
Wait, do we have my phone? I do have the text.
That he suggested that he had a new plan for the election.
Hopefully you'll respect me more than Hassan and not read my pick-me-isms.
I will, Ashley.
Here,
She's acting so different than how she was
Let's
acting
just
with
search
Hassan.
lasers.
It's so funny.
I told you she code switches depending on who she's talking to in her audience.
Yeah,
She's
October
really good at
5th,
it.
2024.
Oh my God. This is crazy, you guys. It says Elon Musk. Okay. This is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised. Lasers from space, and you said finally a focus on the Jewish vote, clearly throwing shade to Marjorie Taylor Greene. I have over 10,000 lasers in space.
So he doubles down
right
and
now.
quantifies the number of lasers, which is very comparable to the number of satellites he has. But then what's very interesting is I say, you know, if this ends up being the reason, you know, Trump wins, and he puts 100. And then I
he
said,
does the 100 emoji.
yes, and I said I would ask more, but I don't want to be deposed. And he says, why? So, you know, there's all these people like, what did he do with the election? I don't know. Ask him.
So here's where my stance was on it, Ashley. Like, to me, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So I want to believe that the election was rigged because it's painful to think that 77 million people voted for Donald Trump, who was criminal,
She is currently
misogynist,
pushing
a
something
racist,
similar to the
incompetent,
Rockland case.
all this stuff, right?
was
Wears a full
for
face of
nothing.
makeup,
What
yet
do you
is
mean?
constantly browbeating trans.
We can look into the Rockland case some other night. It's a whole rabbit hole about that, about essentially people trying to start stolen election nonsense on the left instead of the right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying there wasn't election meddling, but these specific claims in the Rockland, New Jersey case were outlandish and didn't have proof. At least not at the time. We still don't have proof.
People.
They love gender affirming care at Mar-a-Lago.
And I want to add, this is not Ashley St. Clair saying it with some vague text messages is also not proof, guys.
Yeah.
And note, she tries to downplay her super anti-Jewish like remark that she made back. Like, oh, and of course they made this anti-Semitic remark back to him. That's just like, you know, part of the
she's
conversation.
Jewish, so
like, I just want to throw that out
I
there.
think that's the point. She was like saying like, "Oh, representing me."
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean she wasn't anti-Semitic a lot. Or anti-Jewish, or whatever you want to say it.
Why are you taking
Clearly love
Susan
it. So
to
I
your
want to believe
city
that.
states near me?
And then there was a lot of statisticians, like maybe a month after the election, I went down this rabbit
I'd
hole, and it was like
put
these
the guys in
statisticians were
and
saying
get the
like,
error score.
there's something wrong here, blah blah. And I was like, okay, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
I look at how many I
but
have,
it is something.
and then do the math on who gets error score. I don't really pay attention to where I'm putting guys.
Interesting coming from him. I do think that
I
if
think
they
there
could
just
do
needs
it, they
to
would
be more
rig it.
questions, like especially the role of
It's
a social
2 a.m.
media
Okay, I'm
platform.
gonna
Like, we have
leave.
Cambridge
I'll
Analytica.
see you guys later.
Right. Thanks for coming.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Facebook. And we can't ignore that someone who is the richest individual in the world, who's sending such text messages, owns what is essentially a behavioral inference model on X, and now has XAI, and is doing all of this stuff that, in my opinion, is like Cambridge Analytica on methamphetamines. And so they're just, at the end of the day, there needs to be inquiry from people besides me. I can tell them what I know and what I've seen and what he's told me and what those engineers have told me, but nobody's asking any questions about it, which is incredibly strange and will be to the detriment of us and democracy, in my opinion.
I completely agree. So let's talk about the layers of this cult. So I grew up and lived in Oklahoma City, so I understand the true believers, like the white Christian nationalists, whether they be country club Republicans that like racism and a tax break, or they be rural Oklahomans that really just they like Trump because they think he's a badass. Within the influencer class of MAGA, like clearly Elon Musk is not some Bible thumper. Clearly Donald Trump isn't a Bible thumper. Like when you get to Charlie Kirk and Benny Johnson, are these guys Bible thumpers? Racist, bigots? What's the psychology in the influencer class?
Some of them are, but they're also hypocritical because there's so much degeneracy going on within the MAGA circle and within these influencer circles that the people who are the biggest Christians in America First and all of this, all of them are completely degenerate. They're drunk, they're cheating on their spouses, they're closet homosexuals, like, which, more power to you, but they won't come out.
Right.
And
You reckon?
then they will advocate for the rights of these people to be taken away while they're living that way
Is this
themselves.
like a common thing?
And so
Well, she worked for
there's
Benny.
a mode of hypocrisy within MAGA
that's true.
that so many of these people that are like the influencer class, they really are failed theater kids. Like they really wanted to be something. They wanted to be famous. They were too ugly for Hollywood and not talented. And so then they get a show on like Newsmax and a show on Facebook, and they're making 6 figures a month on Facebook. They're making insurmountable amounts of money.
Vietnam's got her
off of
elephant
this,
over here to try
they're
and
getting
hold
foreign
this city
money,
down.
getting paid influence campaigns. Like the amount of money.
You brought that up. A lot of foreign money
Is she
is
still at war
being
with the
paid
city-state?
to MAGA
Yep, she
influencers.
is.
Yes.
Like
That's funny.
other countries, Russia, which
Yes,
we'd heard about.
Israel,
Right.
Qatar. Like there is so much foreign money flowing into, particularly the right wing. Maybe it's flowing into the left too, but I can only speak to the right.
Right.
It is so much. I'm aware of one conservative media outlet that was offered, I think it was 7 figures, to just run like pro-Israel headlines, and not even just sprinkle it in.
So it's just like total propaganda takeover.
And you will never know because of our current. My issue is with our current laws for disclosure. They don't have to disclose when they're paid for messaging at all because of our current laws and regulations. If I pay you right now to say Donald Trump is awesome, you don't have to disclose that you were paid $100,000 to do that.
Right.
There's nothing requiring that at all.
No, and I mean our channel, I funded it when we first started it, completely independent, and I want to always keep it that way because I don't want, first of all, I want to be the boss, but I don't want anybody telling me what I can and cannot say editorially. As it pertains to like the people in the cabinet, like in Trump's cabinet, and Elon was kind of, in the cabinet per se, initially with Doge. These Doge guys, I have a theory, and I know you may or may not be able to comment because of court and all of his lawyers and all of this, but my theory is that Musk
sue me again.
that Musk wanted to get into all of these agencies because they were investigating him. And he said during the election, if Kamala wins, I'm
got
probably
another
going to
satellite
jail.
coming in.
He had texted me, and I still have these messages. He said, I can't be president, but I can help Trump win. There's about a half a dozen initiatives, investigations of significance into me, and more smaller ones, like they're going to take me out. So that was very much, in my opinion, his motivation.
Self-preservation. And then I think once you start breaking as a person, I think then you can break to everything. Like I see it with Democratic politicians that say, oh, we care about trans rights. We care about anti-Black racism. We care about all of these things. And then when it gets to Palestinians, they don't care about little kids getting killed by Israel.
Well, I've
and then
noticed
they
that in my
take
own
money
life,
and then
too.
they're broken.
I've just noticed that in my own life too, because I'm Jewish, and so I have so many friends who are Zionist or pro-Israel, and these people who I thought were like otherwise empathetic people. When it comes to the topic of Gaza and Palestine, I'm like, you sound like a monster. You sound so inhuman that I don't even know who I'm talking to right now. And that was another thing that like
If
fractured
I
a little bit, because there was so
skip
much that I didn't
plantations
know.
and go
so
to
when
industry,
I took a
do I
break
get
from
the negative,
internet, I was like, I'm gonna read
population
everything.
pressure?
No,
I'm
you only
supposed to. I'm going
get the
to.
negative
So,
for
and I
building
went back
plantations.
to school, and one of the
Okay,
first
so
things
if I
I
build
did was I took a
industries
class
instead of
on
plantations,
Hegel, Marx, and race,
that's
and then
fine.
I took
that's a
another
good
one
question.
on the
I'm
making of
not
the
sure.
modern Middle East and how
because
we
like,
really
it doesn't
made
say
this
plantation, it
idea
says
of what we view as
industry.
the Middle East,
What
and
is
going
the
into the history of
debuff for it?
Islam and all of this.
-2 loyalty per turn. But I've got 364 up from me, so I don't give a fuck. I could probably build this tobacco plantation as well, actually.
I mean, it's just loyalty per turn. It's not bad. If you're secured, who cares?
Yeah. I can just destroy them if I need to.
Stuff that I had never consumed before. I was very sheltered from so much information, and my worldview was shaped on ignorance, really.
Well, I grew up with a lot of people that in Oklahoma that are told, this is your worldview. God created the earth in this many days. They're evangelical Christians,
Yeah.
but they weren't allowed to critically think or open their minds. You're being Jewish. Did the people in your early days and Turning Point, did they know this? And I also read online that at some point you went to dinner with Nick Fuentes.
And then I got canceled. So and that was another thing that kind of kept me in that, because then I have all these headlines saying I'm in a photo with Nick Fuentes. So I'm Jewish, and they're like, she's a white nationalist now. I'm like, what is happening? I was 20 years old, 21.
Okay.
And what had happened was I had come out against Alabama's recent abortion law. I was like, this is insane. They don't even have any exceptions for rape, incest, what have you.
And you're in the MAGA world at this time.
And I came out on what I thought was a reasonable opinion about reproductive rights. And Nick Fuentes had disagreed with me, and he was like, let's debate. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then everyone's like, no, don't debate him. He's XYZ.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, I'm not debating you. And then he, him and all his followers attacked me for being Jewish, being a woman. And it was like, I don't know if you've ever been attacked by his followers. It's a lot. It's
not his, but I have Elon's and Trump's, yeah.
So it's like that on steroids, really. And I was like 20 years old, it was my first time getting like an influx of all this stuff. And then a few weeks later, someone was like, why don't you just talk to Nick? And I'm like, okay, sure, I will. So I talked to Nick. We had a dinner. I have a few drinks, and then they're like, oh, we're all going back here. I'm like, oh, okay, sure, why not? And then there's a photo taken, and it's blasted all over, and then I'm like, all of a sudden, a white nationalist, and I was like, but then that's my Google search results, so I can't really get a job at Pinterest after that, or even Starbucks.
But don't you think, I understand your age and how because I know people that were raised similarly to you. And I know how difficult it is and painful for them when they start critically thinking, because they've been told Democrats are evil, Satan, all this crazy shit, right? But don't you think it's fair that anybody that's associated with the MAGA world, that we could say they're white nationalists?
I think now, yes. There were things that I didn't see, that they were a lot more covert about it. And I'm not saying that to say, I was duped, because I think people should stop saying they were duped by Trump. I think he's always been this way, but people weren't critically thinking about it enough. Like, if I critically think about it in retrospect, yes, those signs were there.
Right.
But in the moment, it wasn't overt, at least in my opinion, because there was this push against people they deemed as white nationalists or anything like that. I mean, to even consider the fact that at one point, Charlie Kirk's organization was like, we're not white nationalists, and we have to cancel the Jewish girl so that we're not deemed white nationalists, it's weird to think about, given how that evolved and how those open opinions of people like Charlie evolved over time.
And you said that like Nick was like, okay, this you fell prey to
she
attacks
thinks
of
Charlie
misogyny
deserved
and
it.
anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
From the group that basically, if I think of MAGA as a big tent, even J.D. Vance won't condemn Nick Fuentes, and the Heritage Foundation
Right.
won't condemn Nick.
What do you not want me putting envoys in? Bandai Brunei?
Yeah, just the 3 around me.
Let me just check Bandai Brunei's bonus real quick.
Oh, there's also Taos.
Bandai Brunei's, I only have one guy in there, but their bonus is really good for my build. Taos quarried resources. I tend to chop resources. What about you?
I do as well.
I only have...
not always, actually. It depends.
I think I've built No, I chopped this out too because it was going to give me culture for the chop.
That's fair.
So I don't care about Taos either. Honestly, Bandai Brunei is more of what I need. I don't really look. I just dump into them until I have like a selection to actually go through and care about.
Fuentes. And so I always say
Well,
women
you're
that
also
carry
gonna be
water
fighting
for the
Vietnam
patriarchy
for
are going to be some
Bandai
of the first to
Brunei.
drown. And I find it interesting, like Cash
Yeah,
Patel,
I only have one
grew
guy
up
in there.
in, pretty white areas in Oklahoma City. I know exactly what's going to happen when he gets canned. I know all of the racism is
Yep.
going to come for him from within the support of the MAGA movement. So did that, when they started when the misogyny, when they targeted you, was that part of the deconstruction?
It was one of those moments because simultaneously Turning Point, so they like severed ties with me, but they were still working with me. It was just like a public whatever. They were keeping people who were on camera talking about raping women. They were keeping people who were, this was very public. They were keeping people who had allegations of sexual assault. And so to see that contrast, and I'm like, I'm canceled for being in the wrong photo with unsavory characters, and there's people who have allegations of abuse against women that are allowed to stay on here. And so that's one of those moments where I'm like, oh, they really just don't care.
Did you meet Eric?
Do you like my tactical encampment placement next
I
to
saw her
her
briefly at
city?
Candace Owens' wedding, but that was
You
the
went to
only time-
Candace Owens' wedding?
I was at Candace Owens' wedding.
Oh my God,
No.
that's incredible. Where was it?
It was at one of the Trump, I think it's the Trump Winery in Virginia. It was like actually a really beautiful venue. Sorry. It was a really beautiful wedding. Like, I gotta give her credit. She had really nice arrangements
Yeah,
too.
she's very pretty.
She is. But yeah, I was there and that was.
And Erica was there.
Yeah.
So I think
I think it was. She was with Charlie.
Yeah. I think the whole Turning Point thing is going to be over. I don't think she's going to be able to carry that because she's number one. I mean, clearly
carry the
something's
flame?
wrong with her, objectively.
Did you see the Unfuck America kids?
No.
They just did this whole expose on how so many of the Turning Point chapters are fake. Like they're ghost chapters. They don't exist. So it looks like, at least from their reporting, that they're just boosting these numbers for donors to make it look like they have more of a student movement and operation than they do.
Wow. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. I
did a whole documentary.
I think when she did the whole WWE funeral, I think that on the
WWE
national
funeral.
stage, some people that were kind of like, I like Trump's tax breaks, they saw that and they're like, this is some weird shit.
Yeah.
Like, it is really weird shit. So within the MAGA movement, I think a lot of these men, it centers around suppressed sexuality within the men. I think that you've got a lot of gay curious guys in MAGA, a lot of bi curious men, and then just like total sex addicts. And so you have mentioned before, I saw a clip, I can't remember whose podcast it was, that when you were in MAGA circles, everybody's fucking everybody, everybody's partying their ass off. And then you've gone to some Democratic parties and people are like, it's 9 o'clock, we got to get home to the
Yes,
babysitter.
I was like, oh my God, you guys don't want one more drink? And they're like, no, we have to leave early. We have to go back to our kids. I'm like,
tell me about these MAGA men broadly.
So when my first experience was, I'd go to the Young Women's Leadership Conference.
Okay.
I'm 20 years old.
I
It's
might
my
annex
first like turning point
Delphi
conference where I'm like
and
a
make
real
my way
special
over there.
guest.
Okay.
And I meet this guy, DC Drano, Rogan O'Hanley, who's
If you
like
want
10
to
years
take
my
that
senior.
Vietnamese city and
He's
have
like
that as the
sweeping
top of
me off
your
my
territory.
feet, having me move in with him. I leave college. I leave my college town.
DC Drano's like drain the swamp.
Yes.
Oh, I get it.
I move into his bunk ass Tampa apartment, and he's like, "This is how you know." Here's what you write on the signs outside of the ICE detention center. He's
Give me
telling me
that
what
gold,
to tweet.
baby.
He's like
Still
molding my
getting me
little
two.
brain. He's like, here,
Give me
sell
another
t-shirts,
two.
sell MAGA t-shirts.
Another
Like,
two.
it was very much molded. But simultaneously,
Another
this
two.
guy is like, oh, I'm this Christian conservative.
Another
We need
two.
to take back
He's got a
America.
lot of gold
And
today.
he's on kratom all the time. He's always drinking kratom.
Kratom?
Yeah, kratom.
Or what? I can't remember how it's pronounced. I know what you're talking about, though. The opiate thing. Yeah.
Yes, he's always
Gas
drinking
station
kratom.
heroin.
He's always, you know, at least when I was with him, he always had his little weed pen. He was always on something and putting out this perception that he's just like, you know, this Christian godly man. He was pretending to be in it. Like, these people are a mess. These people are
Faking being Jewish.
They all do this. Anna Polina Luna did the same thing. There's an article saying that she was Jewish, and then it turns out her grandfather's a Nazi.
What
They were calling her the new George Santos.
Oh my
Santa.
God.
I mean, they're just weird, Jen. Like, and that's what I want to say. Like, these people are just people, and they're very broken people.
Yeah.
They're really broken, and that's why I find it incredible that they're so fixated on the trans issue. They're like, oh, you know, identity issues. All of those people have identity issues. Like,
Totally.
they think that they're men and they're actually pussies. You're like, you have the biggest identity issues I've ever seen.
Well, I think the biggest argument for Democrats with the trans issue is to simply say,
I want to see how much she's able to capture her, because she has seemed a little standoffish a little bit, because like the I've had it lady is known for like calling shit.
Mm-hmm.
And like she's done it a few times where she kind of like prodded, but she's, I don't know. I think she's slowly getting more
Why
captivated.
is MAGA so obsessed with genitals? Why are they so obsessed with gay sex? Why? Because it's not
Get your
like
fucking
I don't wake up every
Yanism
day
outta
and go,
here.
oh my God, I'm so straight. Let's talk about straight stuff. But when you get into these MAGA men, they are consumed with trans issues and LGBTQ plus issues and gay sex. And then you start diving
love
into
that.
it. Like if you look at, I call the Speaker of the House Little Moses Mike Grinder Johnson is my nickname for him.
I call Benny Grinder Johnson.
Benny Grinder Johnson, like he told on himself with the gay cruise thing. And I'm just like, of course of course this is what this is. But the science backs this up, Ashley, because I found this study. Trans porn is consumed the most in all of these bright red
By
counties.
conservative men.
Yes.
And so it's just really, to me, it's obvious, but
it's all projection. But at the same time, the most gender affirming care happens at Mar-a-Lago. Okay, so they need to stop. They're spending far more than we are on our taxpayer dollars on trans youth or trans affirming. Like, they need to stop. Okay.
Yeah.
None of those people. They're all engaging in gender affirming care.
I agree. Okay, let's talk through this. I sincerely can understand how somebody can be impressionable and fall into
she's pushing her.
groups, and then a deconstruction can ensue. The co-host to my podcast, Angie Pumps, she, when I first met her, thought the Earth was 6,000 years old, was a Republican, and now she is the biggest, cheerleader for democracy and for human rights. So I have this kind of thing where I want people to evolve. And as people kind of get deconstructed from this, you're going to get a lot of criticism.
Yeah.
For like,
It's okay.
Right. And as you deconstruct from this, I think you had written a book about it was easy to hate, like about trans.
Yeah.
A children's book about trans.
Elephants are not birds.
And so as I see you now trying to atone and tell the country about this movement and how toxic and broken these people are, what message do you have to people that are young, like your demographic, that are young and have fallen prey to this, what they perceive as an in club, like the punching down in club? Was there always an itch somewhere in the back of your brain that something wasn't right and you just cave to the worst impulses?
Yeah, there were
I didn't get
moments
free units
where
with my
I was pushing
industrial
back
zone.
on it, especially
Oh,
in
yes, I
private,
did.
because I worked a lot with Haya Rashik, Lips of TikTok, and I was like, you can't.
What's her
Boo.
deal?
She's,
A
she's
cunt.
just stupid. Like, she's genuinely like a cerebral speed bump. There's just not a whole lot going on up there. And so I give her a little bit of grace because she's just so dumb. I have more ire for the elected members who push her content
that's
and then
fucking
make
hilarious.
bills off of it. I think someone from your state, Oklahoma, brought her up.
Brian
Yes.
Walters. Yeah, who?
I have more ire for that.
Talk about gay curious. Ryan Walters is one of these.
So, but I do have regret because I was just mean. And what you need to understand is that so many of these people who are being nasty online and holding this moral high ground, they're just very insecure and broken.
Yeah.
Like I was just.
Vietnam, what
I
are you
had no
doing
reason
with this
to say
settler?
the things that I
Where are you
did.
gonna put
it
this
was
one?
just mean. It was ignorant. I didn't understand the things that I was saying, and that's kind of how this entire thing is structured. Like the people who are on Fox News don't know what they're talking about. They would have me on Fox News and then ask me if I wanted to talk about Ukraine. Do I look like I know what's going on? Seriously, like I don't. I hardly know why they're fighting. Okay.
So these are just the
but-
talking points that
Yes.
they want you to
Yes.
articulate.
Yes, but that's what they need to realize is that so many of these people are bastardizing your attention.
Settlers are on the move.
And they don't know what they're talking about, and they make an insurmountable amount of money off of your attention. Most of these big tech platforms optimize for user seconds. That is what they optimize for. And you should hold that in the back of your head every time you spend a second on there, because you are a data point. They want you on there for longer. And what are they doing to keep you on there longer?
What do you make of the Republicans that have power right now, who we all hear these leaks all the time, and elected officials, because I hold them to account. Like the Democrats piss me off every bit as much as the Republicans do, quite honestly, because I'm just like, be an opposition party. This is a layup. But what do you make of like Moses Mike Grinder Johnson and the Senate Majority Leader Thune? What do you make of them not standing up?
They're cowards.
To Trump.
They're cowards. You need to sacrifice something. If you're not sacrificing something, and guess what? Getting death threats on Twitter is not sacrificing something. Like, you need to make some material sacrifice to do what's right. The fact that none of these judges being appointed by Trump, when they're asked, can say, no, he can't have a third term really clearly. No, he did not win in 2020. This has gone too far. And what I can tell you, at least for the people, is that these individuals in power are much weaker than they like to appear.
Oh,
The
yeah.
people who are thumping their chest, they're very weak individuals. People need to fight back. They need to fight back against what's happening, particularly as it relates to AI in these data centers. And them
Wow, she really is.
gathering
it's
an
like a
amount
beauty
of power
pageant
that will be
contestant.
very difficult to take.
The kids in like
When you
Iraq who
think
don't
back
have
to
maps.
Your former
Good morning.
peers in the MAGA group and
No, she's
their
definitely not
perception of like liberal people.
Working
or
on it,
woke
maybe.
people. Do you think that there is a jealousy that like that subconsciously they see those people as the cool kids, or they just see these people as like blue-haired lesbians doing basket weaving?
I think it is a deep insecurity that they cannot live as themselves. You know, I got a comment the other day that was like, oh, she's even dressing more liberal. And then I was like, I am dressing different, but it's because I don't have to wear a MAGA costume anymore. I can go in my closet and say, what do I want to wear today? Instead of like, what's not going to offend MAGA? What's going to be more conservative? Like, what's going to seem professional? Like,
How old are you now?
27.
27. And so as you wake up now and you're not in that tent, do you walk my listener through like the differences or liberation just personally that you feel not being a part of that group and now being yourself?
First of all, I'm not content brained and looking at everything so cynically. When you're in that, everything is like you're looking for the bad. You're looking for these crazy things. Like when I was in MAGA and I'm in New York City, I'm like, I'm gonna find, I could not imagine what I would be doing like in Zoran's New York. If I was still MAGA, I would be out there every day. Can you believe Zoran didn't fix this? Like it just captures your entire being. Like everything you view is through this lens of MAGA and content. And like now I'm just able to be a real person. Like just exist, just read what I want, just watch what I want. like I would feel guilty if I consumed like liberal media.
So you're saying you would basically have to wake up
She
and
had
assign
guilt.
blame
Yeah.
to everything,
Yeah.
or praise.
Yes.
Like this is great
Pretty
because
funny.
of Trump, and this is bad because of
Yeah.
the libs. And what do you think of?
That's exactly, and they say so much like, oh, it's not a victimhood mentality. It's not this. It's not
The
that.
city
But
state
they
is
live
still at
in the
war
biggest
with
victimhood
Vietnam.
mentality. That they think the biggest issue is
I don't
trans
know what's
people.
going on with
that
Vietnam.
they think
That's
it's
so
going to take
funny.
away from them so
It's
much
under
to
siege.
recognize Black
I
literature.
didn't spawn them with walls, right?
Reading my first slave narrative
No.
at 25,
They
I
literally
was
had-
like,
they had
no
to build
wonder
the
they don't
walls.
want me reading this because this is
what I
horrific.
thought.
And so, like, and then consuming Black literature, like reading Robinson, reading Du Bois, reading these things that I wasn't allowed to read because I was told it was anti-white propaganda.
You see my religion
And
name yet?
Just read what you're not supposed to. Read what they're telling
How
you not
racist is the movement?
to. It's pretty racist.
That's what I mean. I think it's just. Would you say that's at the epicenter of it, and then also
I
owning
think
the
it's
libs?
becoming more and more at the
Carry the
epicenter of
point.
it. It wasn't so much before, but people like Stephen
That's a
Miller
good
have
one.
really like.
That's
I text
something
from
I would
Stephen Miller
put.
where he's like,
That's
we
a
need
pretty
white
good one.
people to
What?
remember. Oh yeah.
That one's
You
better
text
than
from
mine.
Stephen
The
Miller?
symbols
That's
of
the first
torch as
time-
well.
No, that's the first time you've done one that's better than what I came up with. I was like looking at the symbols small, trying to figure out like how I could fuck with shapes and stuff, trying
Yeah,
to think about
yeah.
it.
But no, it was so funny. There was a
Did you see what
literal
mine is?
tiki torch.
Do you see what mine
This
is?
is perfect. Yes, I did. I laughed at it as soon as it formed. Because it came up as a little notification. Engineer.
Writer.
Hmm?
Writer.
Why?
Because I want a writer. Melee, because you get free melees.
Yeah, do melee again, because I'm going to take one of these city-states. I'm about to get a bunch of man-at-arms.
What one is the bonus you want?
Hmm?
What one is the bonus you want?
I'm taking it just because it's in my way.
What one?
The top one. Chetra Kettle. Something called
Dude, that's
Keevers.
such a good one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a desert tile one. It's a desert tile improvement. Neat. Well, that'll help when I take Delphi.
But like
'cause
the
it's got-
tile improvement is really fucking good on it.
Oh no, don't put a settler there.
Who?
Don't do it.
Who?
You.
Me or Vietnam?
No, you. You're gonna be...
Are
Well,
you-
it ultimately
late.
doesn't matter.
I literally have 3 settlers going exactly there right now.
It's the one in the desert tiles below Delphi. Near the Vietnamese city that just turned to you.
Come on.
In the election, he's
That's
like,
all
share
it's
this. I
It
don't
honestly, it really
like
doesn't matter.
Every time I've seen
I'm
him,
gonna
he's
settle a
sitting down
city
at
up
bar
here
with
and
a
take
drink.
Delphi.
So, don't know.
Just to connect
He-
myself.
What did he
Now.
text you? We need what?
He would ask for retweets during the election. Like,
Would you say
Well,
white
now.
boy?
White Boy November. He's like, we need the white boys. This is going to be White Boy November. Like, he's just a loser. And so, like, he's begging me for retweets. He's like, we need to get the
Wait,
men
hold
to
on.
vote.
So that guy is reaching out to you to
Oh,
reach.
yeah.
Oh,
To get
it's
the
just
white
they're
boys
all
to
so
vote.
insecure.
Losers.
Yeah,
They're
yeah. I mean, I
total,
knew
like-
that. I knew all of this.
That's why I don't care. I'm like, who am I?
And how
speaking out
badly
against?
do they want to own the libs? Would you say that is the driving force, like the ethos that like bonds them together, owning the libs?
No, I think they're just hateful racists. Like, I think, like, no, I think that what bonds them together is hate and that they weren't cool in high school. Like, they're really, these people are so deeply insecure.
Have you met Trump?
See this,
A few times. I was
where my
very
warrior
much-
boy is?
I didn't
Here?
get close enough to smell.
What did the makeup
Uh-huh.
look like in person?
Very bad.
Here.
The spray tan.
Do you
I think
want
it's
that
a spray tan issue,
spot
but like
for a
that's,
city?
you kind of have to.
What?
Do you want this spot for a city down here?
Where?
I put the tack down. Below the mountain range there. Right there.
No, I think it's too hard to get around this city-state right now.
I mean, you could just cut a mountain tunnel through later. If not, I'm gonna put a guy
I'm more going left.
Okay, I'll put a guy there then. That's fine.
Because India over here hasn't settled half their continent. So I'm trying to forward settle them.
What's that?
To get a spray tan to go to Mar-a-Lago. Like, as soon as I started getting in the Mar-a-Lago crowds, they were like, oh, here's Laura Trump's spray tan girl. Like, get the Zimmerman dress, get this. Like, I was being put into this costume of MAGA. And I think I look much better without a spray tan. But they all do the spray tans. Like, they wear a costume.
And do people think he's smart? Like, where it was like, oh my God, Trump's incredible. I mean,
they view him more as like this caricature. They're like, oh, he's so awesome. Oh my God.
They think he's like a badass.
Can you believe he was at the McDonald's drive-thru? Like, they're just so dumb.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I don't think they actually think, if you ask any of them, that Donald Trump is sitting there writing policy. Like, they know he's not.
Are they true? So in the influencer class, because there are true believers, I've been around them in Oklahoma in the Bible Belt, that believe this man is smart, that believe he's this incredible businessman, that believe all this, like that he's healthy, that he's a great athlete. There are people that believe
Yeah,
that
the
shit.
base does. But
within
MAGA,
the influencer class, they would jump
I didn't
off
say the
that.
brackets.
They're like, can you believe he DJs Mar-a-Lago? Like, this
my
What
religion?
about JD Vance? Do they like JD Vance?
It's kind of split on JD. Like, some people just think he's weird, which he is, and then other people are like, oh wow, he could be the next 2028.
I think
Don't trust anyone who takes money from big tech.
Well, yeah, I think JD Vance is the country's top prostitute.
He's got to bend over for Peter
Thiel. Yeah, I mean, it's just, if you look at JD Vance,
Peter Thiel makes his boys work.
He does. I mean, he went out to Silicon Valley and he comes back thinner, dressed better, better haircut. I'm like, Peter Thiel queer-eyed JD Vance. He queer-eyed him. I've never seen anything like it. It's like he got queer-eyed. Remember how he was chubby and kind of sloppy? And then he comes back from Peter Thiel's gay boot camp and he got queer-eyed.
He did.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of what I see MAGA men is it's all about these homosocial relationships. They're always in these male-dominated
bros.
Yes, and it's like even the whole Joe Rogan and all the brosphere. I'm like, everything is about always this homosocial setting. And so, Ashley, do you have any closing thoughts for my listeners on? I know you don't give a shit what people think about you, but your message is more to provide an off-ramp to people in the aftermath of what this cult is. And what would you say to the people out there that have gotten dicked over by these policies?
There's a lot of people that are in my DMs that are on your TVs. There's a lot of wives of MAGA that are in my DMs right now. And so this is not just me. And what I want to make really clear too is I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking to be accepted. I'm asking people to understand like the pathology of this cult and talk about my experiences. And I'm not here to talk about like my big, beautiful ideas for the DNC in 2028. Right. I'm just speaking about my experience. And I truly am optimistic that MAGA is fracturing. I really do believe that. And I think at least for you guys on the left, when you say, oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Megyn Kelly and Tucker, they're seeing the writings on the wall. That's the only reason they're leaving. But stick with that they're seeing the writing on the wall and that they're seeing where the wind blows. I think you guys also need to recognize where the wind is blowing and that you have a lot more power than you're recognizing in this moment to mobilize and do something.
Yeah, I think so too. I always say that Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson are first and foremost financial Darwinists. And Trump is going to die. He's not a spring chicken. And so they're already, even though the cult might be slow to come, but I'm just very grateful that you're speaking out.
Look at how much Matt vision we have.
Because
I played Indonesia.
MAGA is incubating something worse. And you were in that. And when you talk about the
I did notice
Groypers
that.
and all of the bro sphere that I've spoken about, it's really going to be worse than MAGA.
Well, and the marriage with the big tech oligarchs is really.
Oh my God, it makes me. Yeah.
People have to fight back against. They're speaking about AI as it's an inevitability, and there was a really great creator. I wish I could remember her name. I actually think it was Francesca, but she said
Francesca Fiorentini.
Maybe it was her or someone else.
really smart.
They were, she said they speak about AI inevitability in the same way they talk about, the R word and assault, like rape. And that, to me, people need to remember that.
I'm gonna
they are really
tactically
it's
do
not
this
inevitability because
so
we
I
get
get
to choose
musket men.
what happens.
Ashley, thank you so much for coming by in
course. Oh my
studio
God, thank you.
and for your bravery and speaking out, getting to the other side. I do, for any listeners who want to criticize Ashley, you get to, but I just want to say personally that my beloved co-host that you love, she was up until like 4 years ago. I mean, totally, in evangelical Christian circles. And so change can happen, and you have to, when people are atoning, it's worthy of a listen. So be nice. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
Be nice. Be nice. The sound was
awful,
better.
evil people in our textbooks and think, I would have done the right thing. We sometimes forget that those people probably had their own textbooks and thought the same thing about themselves. The times and the locations are different, but when you play through this game, you might start thinking that the questions have always been the same. If your family member joined a group that you didn't agree with, or
Then we
voted
watch
for
this.
a group you didn't like,
This
would
is
you
the
keep
end of
quiet
it. We
about
didn't
it
finish
so
it.
that it didn't cause arguments at the dinner table? If you knew your country was fighting a war to oppress people somewhere else in the world, would you speak up? What if it affected your friendships?
I love
What if it
this
affected your
little
job?
Baltimore.
If it was
just
more
attached.
convenient to pretend not
It's like
to see
Afghanistan.
things,
It's
would
got
you
that
eventually
little
start
thing
to
that
not
borders
see them?
China up there.
And if you decided, finally, that enough was enough, what would you do about it? Argue? Vote? Fight? Who's the terrorist? Of course, none of this stuff is mandatory to beat the game. You don't have to deal with almost any of this if you don't want to. You don't have to pick up any of those extra readable newspapers. And if you think some of those Nazi conversations might feel a little bit too close to home and upset you, you can shut them up by just shooting the offending characters before they start talking. I mean, if you're feeling triggered, pull the trigger. Problem solved.
Yeah, good solution.
I don't think this game was meant to change anybody's mind about anything, and I don't think it has to. If you're far right, or if you're an actual Nazi, you probably just ignore the story. And the further left you are, you're more likely you are to find some of the black characters a little bit flat and maybe even exploitative. I'm not saying Wolfenstein has all the answers, or even any answers. But if you're willing to meet the game where it is, or maybe better said, if you're willing to let the game meet you where you are, and treat it as another way to think about something that most people avoid thinking about, you'll probably find yourself asking yourself some questions. But hey, who knows? It's just a game.
A game theory.
Doch gut zusammen, oder?
Ja. Hey, you know what you should check real quick? Do you have any do you have Game Passes and stuff?
PlayStation.
Check if Sleeping Dogs is free on that, because it's old
It
enough
might
that it
be,
should
actually.
be.
It sounds familiar. I think you've asked this question before.
It is so fucking good, bro. There's another game that's a sleeper great game, but it's really short, called Stranglehold.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically like hard-boiled the game.
Okay.
Because it was like around the time with... Did you ever play Max Payne?
No.
Because like Max Payne was the first game to do like the bullet time thing.
Okay.
At that era. You know, capitalizing off the Matrix. And then the Matrix game had some bullet time stuff, but... I don't know, a lot of people didn't like it. I loved it, but maybe it's because I had an Xbox, and most people played it on PlayStation. The PlayStation
Maybe.
port was kind of shitty. I mean, it didn't work when I played it on PlayStation, so. But Max Payne is also a phenomenal game. There is a section in Max Payne where it's like a nightmare section, and you have to like, it's not like it's the most responsive control because it's a little bit older, right? But you have to run on a really thin line in this nightmare sequence, and if you like go anywhere like left or right of the line, you fall. I think they like nerfed it in the later releases. But the first Max Payne and the third Max Payne, phenomenal. The second one's okay, but fuck, that first game is so good. There's so many great moments with the mobsters and stuff. Like, they're always talking and doing silly shit.
It is not on the PlayStation.
Anti-doping organizations and intrusive screenings for performance-enhancing drugs, right? These new, enhanced games would show the world what's actually possible when the worlds of science and fitness collide without the guardrails. Surely this would be an extremely exciting event where world records would be destroyed and the athletes' bodies would be pushed far beyond their limits, resulting in bodies with so much vascularity that you might vomit before the competition even begins. I guess we all kind of built this up in our heads. Like most of you, we were blissfully unaware that the so-called enhanced games actually took place this past weekend. You would have thought it would have been higher on the radar, but
I feel like Mad Max wasn't on PlayStation.
Yeah, it's probably because
it might be crazy.
Turns out, not that exciting at all. Athletes filled with performance-enhancing drugs. Turns out they're not actually
that
better
game is
than
also phenomenal.
other non-doped.
Max Payne is probably the sleeper hit of the.
I've heard Max Payne is good.
Of that Xbox era. The Xbox 3 era.
Yeah, I've heard it's a good game. Never played it.
We literally played Mad Max on stream.
Max Payne.
Oh, I said Mad Max.
Oh.
Max Payne is PC. Really. I mean, it is on Xbox
Right.
as well, but it's a PC game. It did, for the graphics, it did the first one where it was like the bit mapping. So they took like actual pictures of people's faces.
Oh, interesting.
And like it didn't dither either, so it just looked like high res faces for some of the NPCs, especially in the second game. Well, it wasn't the first. It was just the first one I remember having those like really high res faces. But they were all stuck in one pose.
Okay. I've managed to get Nita.
Niter. Do I have any? I haven't looked.
Don't know. I'll tell you. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I have it researched.
Yep, you got none.
No, I got... Oh, that's Delphi. That's fine with me. I don't need it. I literally don't need
Elite
it. The
athletes in
Zhong...
their respective fields.
The Zhong, I can buy it with faith if I need to. And it's a frigate replacement that's stronger, cheaper than the frigate, and does not cost gunpowder.
Well, Alex, if you do need it, just let me know because I'm going to have a lot.
So, also, formation units inherit escort's movement speed. So if I
if you're in a
link
formation.
civilian units to it, I can move them quickly.
Ah, interesting. Are drones civilian units?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have 2 cities with
But
industries
it's also
that
I
give
can
civilian.
escort, like when armies embark, I can escort them.
So just get rid of the doping then.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Yeah.
I guess it should rely on what you can do with your body without.
The answer, regardless of how this went, was get rid of the doping. Yeah, get rid of the anti-doping, because if the doped up athletes broke a bunch of records, we'd be like, look at that, pretty cool, huh? But if the
bunch
doped
of
up athletes lose, you say, well, then who cares? What's the big deal?
Sure.
It doesn't even fucking matter.
Yeah.
What if the people who won were doping? Imagine how much faster they would have been.
I guess so.
So what did we learn? We learned that unless you have the drama, the roided out bodies, and over-the-top storylines and theatrics
Say it
of something like
again.
professional wrestling, no one's gonna
Ah.
care. Especially if you're not
Ugh.
obliterating world records during your debut event.
Good
The one
God,
event
yeah.
that really counts. You'd think at least someone would like die during this one to really get the press.
Just one
like
death.
biceps exploded in front of the entire crowd.
I mean, in the
because they
classic,
were pushing it beyond the limit.
In the classic SNL all-drug Olympics sketch from the 1980s that kind of inspired this, a guy's arms
fall off.
They fall off his
Yeah.
body from
Yeah.
lifting too much weight.
Like if
that would have been cool.
If a bodybuilder's nipples don't blow off of their body, what is the point of this? Yeah, taking out people in the crowd with them.
Now, that's not to say records weren't broken, but out of every competition in the enhanced games, only one record was broken, and it wasn't even by that much. In fact, doped-up athletes were beaten by non-doped athletes in 3 of the events. All so
Hilarious.
that the event and its doped-up athletes could put a stain on the sport and their own careers in the process.
Yep.
We did it. Here's the Guardian with more on the inaugural and possibly final running of the enhanced games.
I'd say probably the final.
They promised multiple world records to redefine what the human body is capable of with performance-enhancing drugs, even to change sport forever. But by the end of the inaugural enhanced games in Las Vegas, organizers were left with one abiding emotion: relief. Only in the final event of the night, after more than 5 hours of competition, could they lay claim to having gone quicker than an official world record, as the Greek swimmer Christian Golomev swam 20.81 seconds in the men's 50-meter freestyle.
That was just 0.07 quicker than the time set by the Australian Cameron McAvoy in March. But it allowed organizers to put a gloss on a night that was glitzy but lacked the excitement and records they had forecast. Of course, Kolomev's record will not count officially, given that he was wearing a special skin suit that is outlawed in elite sport and was also doping.
Was he the guy, like there was like a picture going around with all the articles about this, of this swimmer that just looked ridiculous? Looked like Bane.
Well, so in this scenario, we don't know if it was the doping, because he had the special swimsuit too.
Well, that's a form of doping. They do consider that doping, as we saw with the penis flap wingsuits at the Winter Olympics this year.
But they wouldn't add that he was also doping on top of wearing the swimsuit if he wasn't also taking performance
I
enhancing
guess
drugs.
yeah. Well, I guess
so like
didn't need to.
Even the and it's not even official because they can't count it.
Yeah.
But even the unofficial broken record has an asterisk because you don't know which one was helping the most. If he wasn't wearing the suit, would he have still broken the record? If he wasn't on the PEDs but was only wearing the suit, like fuck this shit. They didn't even get the one win they were looking for.
It's stupid. This is really dumb.
Uh-huh.
But that didn't stop the Enhanced Games CEO, Maximilian Martin, bowing in relief
What a
at
name.
Golemev's feet and
It is
claiming
a hell of a
victory
name.
over the doubters. We have arrived in mainstream culture, Martin claims. Have you, though? We are here to stay.
No.
Are you? We have changed the world tonight. No, you haven't.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
No one even knows
Wrong.
about this outside of people that watch our show and obscure news sources.
I figured you'd love this.
While the vast
I knew
majority
about
of
it.
the
I didn't know
42
that it
competing
happened.
sprinters, swimmers, and
This is
weightlifters
quite
were
funny.
taking banned substances such as testosterone, EPO, and anabolic steroids. 3 athletes who were competing clean also won.
The Paris silver medalist Fred Curley was especially spicy after winning the men's 100 meter, telling his rivals, "Man, they need to do better than that. They need to work a little bit harder. Get on that shit a little bit more."
Yeah, I feel very happy for the natural athletes that won, because that's got to feel very satisfying.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
and
yeah,
he's
just
right to talk shit.
Turns
too.
out you either got it or you don't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Tristan Evelyn, who was also competing here as a drug-free athlete, won the women's 100 meter in a very modest time of 11.25 seconds and then said, "This proves that winning takes more than chemistry."
Yep.
Both Curley and Evelyn left Las Vegas $250,000 richer, as did a third clean athlete, the American Hunter Armstrong, who won the men's
What a
50 meter
name.
backstroke event.
What?
They also added that
Hunter
organizers say that
Armstrong.
around 250,000 people watched the event live on YouTube. How many of those then bought the supplements and testosterone creams on Enhanced website is less clear.
Oh yeah, because this was all basically an infomercial.
All right,
For
the holy
well,
wars
a
begun.
bunch of peptides that you
I
can buy
guess it
online.
doesn't
the new-
work.
Yeah. You buy
see
our
guess
these
you can
fucking
risk-
Yanists
I
coming
would
through
assume
here.
that the risks are great.
buy our
rubbing their
very
dicks all
dubious
over our
products,
stuff.
and you too can lose to someone who simply went to
Trained.
the gym and
Yeah.
trained.
And if you're wondering why the doped up athletes would put their bodies and reputations on the line for this, well, the answer is obviously money. And while some doped athletes did win prize money, that swimmer was the only person able to actually break a record. So he's the only one that got the bonus prize of $1 million. And let's just be clear here. $250,000 for everyone who won, each person, plus the $1 million bonus. There's no fucking way they made this money back.
No.
Absolutely not.
No, this operated at a loss, I imagine.
A very large loss.
They were hoping to make the money back with viewership, which
did
clearly
not.
did
The
not.
250,000 is nothing.
And then selling performance-enhancing drugs on the
But
website.
like, who's gonna? I would imagine that anyone interested in this probably tuned out within the first hour because they're like, "Wait, I'm watching track and field events. Why am I doing this? Even if they're slightly better, this is still boring."
You're doing this because it's making history.
No,
Sporting will never be the same.
That's what's so funny about this in particular is despite whatever kind of marketing you wanted to put behind it, that this was some steroids game, when it comes down to it, your
Some
target audience
steroids
is ultra
game?
masculine young males, and they put on track and field for a second, and if they're not already involved in any of those sports, they're gonna be bored within a minute.
Yeah, it's
We're
weird.
g-
Why didn't they do any like MMA?
That's what I'm saying.
Boxing.
So like,
Why didn't they do any of the masculine sports?
It is not impressive to, even if you're on drugs, beat someone by 1 second.
No.
It's like how, look, I've gone to the ballet. I think it's great. I've seen some ballet, you know, that Nutcracker and all that. Seen some ballet.
It's
the
a really,
problem
it's,
is,
it's very physically intense.
the problem is, I've seen Cirque du Soleil.
Oh.
And once you've seen Cirque du Soleil, you go to the ballet and you're like, can we give them a trampoline at least?
Yeah, I mean,
I
fair
understand
enough.
how much athleticism goes in and balance and all that goes into it, but I've seen a guy balance on 12 barrels. You're
Yeah.
gonna have to do more, Mouse King.
Yeah, you gotta be the circus. You're right. You can't. Yeah, if you gotta lean fully into. This is some weird shit that you've never seen before.
The running track has to be like Rainbow Road. There has to be like the pit from Mortal Kombat on both sides.
Yeah.
You're not doing, like, why are you going after legitimate records? You should just make this insane. Like, Mr. Beast does crazier shit than this,
Yeah.
and he actually turned a profit.
They should let Mr. Beast do the second enhanced games if there is such a thing.
Yeah.
If they have enough money to do it again.
Well, here's the BBC with some coverage, and they start their coverage of the financial aspect of these games with a quote from the highest authority in competitive swimming.
Okay. World Aquatics has condemned the event as a circus built on shortcuts. No, you're wrong.
No,
That's the problem. It should have been a circus.
should have been a circus. There should have been people walking around throwing peanuts at people.
It wasn't a circus, it was boring. Well, Golomiev was rewarded by Enhanced Games organizers with $250,000 for winning and a $1 million bonus for the unofficial record. I'm going to say it's not bad at all. This is going to change my life to the good for sure, said Golomiev. And yeah,
Good for him.
Good for him, sure. It's a big help for me and my family. And yeah, I'm going to continue next year. Maybe I'll break it again. They add that the event was played out in front of a curated crowd. Of around 2,500, with tickets not on sale to the general public. And that
Amazing.
the IOC and WADA have described the Enhanced Games as immoral and a dangerous and irresponsible concept. Well, World Athletics president Lord Coe said anyone taking part was moronic. The project was founded by entrepreneurs Aaron D'Souza and Maximilian Martin in 2023 and has attracted backing from prominent investors, including billionaire
Whoops,
Peter
didn't mean to
Thiel
buy the
and
Warrior
Donald Trump
Monk.
Jr.
This is like the D League for them testing out like X-Men style drugs on people who are already athletic and
I'm
desperate.
an X-Man.
Yeah, which like, I mean, I think there is
Oh no, India's war.
maybe some value to that, but like also that's already what
What are they mad
happens
about?
in sporting.
Yeah,
Didn't even
yeah.
read it.
Within
There's
certain
lots of sports that
within
don't
certain
test.
boundaries,
Yeah.
like you can't do steroids and testosterone and like the obvious like extreme versions of this, but like sports medicine and nutrition and training have come like a very long way just in the last like 50 years.
Yeah.
Because you're testing out theories and scientific ideas on people who are competing
But the
already
problem-
at the height of competition.
The problem is that the whole world is just like based on it's just the whole world of play. And the fact that like in the 80s, the United States had like Hulk Hogan and like Sergeant Slaughter, you know, I bet it scared some other people. They're like, you know, you don't want to mess with Americans. Look how gigantic and bulbous they are.
Yeah.
Now it's like, all right, well, they can run 50
Bulbasaur?
meters fast because they're on drugs.
How gigantic and
I think I
Bulbasaur?
could-
Sergeant Slaughter, mere days ago, pulled Bigfoot the monster truck out of a fucking dirt mound.
He did it
Yeah,
on his own.
totally real.
Yeah.
So what do you think's gonna happen if you mess with America? Now they're just like, oh, Americans can run fast because they're on drugs. Big deal.
Cool.
But anyways, there you go. The enhanced games, they happened, and they attracted less viewership than some of our larger videos. a bunch of non-doped athletes won events, and the only record that was broken wasn't done in any official capacity, and dare I say, it wasn't done at all.
We've made multiple videos on this over the last 3 years, and
Our combined
I'd say
viewership, yeah.
the combined viewership of those videos, maybe even the individual viewership of any one of those videos, was more than the actual viewership of the enhanced games.
Yeah. Well, unless this whole thing starts looking a lot more like American Gladiators and less like track and field, we don't see it going very far. Especially with how much is like it's absurd. I mean, it's great for the athletes, and they needed to attract people who are willing to give up their credibility to be involved. But like, they blew so much money on this. The venue in Las Vegas, like anything that went into it, the product, which I'm assuming isn't selling very well because it doesn't fucking do anything. They did an anti-infomercial for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when they have like
It's like the Ronco Knives tries to cut a tomato and the knife
yeah. And here's the leading brand. Oh, it's actually better than our product.
Yeah.
Fuck. I guess go buy Tide. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Go
Fuck
do
our
it.
product.
Do a couple squats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But moving on from fake competitions with doped up competitors to a competition that needs no introduction and a competitor who's in it for the love of the game. Joey Chestnut will be competing in the annual 4th of July hot dog eating contest on Coney Island, despite recently pleading guilty to battery.
But hold on. It's not what you think.
Oh, okay. Sounds pretty bad.
It does. It
sounds
certainly
sounds troubling.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is one of those headlines that stops you in your tracks, and you say, no, not national hero and elite champion athlete Joey Jaws Chestnut. And the only thing the Joey Chestnut I know would destroy is 70 or more hot dogs in under 10 minutes. He'd do a little bit of battery with his jaws.
Yeah.
And thankfully, yes, this was all a misunderstanding between him and some dude at a bar one night. Here's local outlet WTHR with more on the champ and his recent dust-up with the law. Joseph Chestnut, commonly referred to as Joey Chestnut.
They didn't really have to put that?
Yeah, unnecessary. Pleaded guilty to 2 counts of battery stemming from an incident in March. According to official court documents, the Westfield resident was sentenced to serve 180 days of probation.
Around 1 a.m. on March 21st, a Westfield Police Department officer took a report from a man who claimed to be assaulted in Joe's Grill near West 161st Street and Spring Mill Road. A probable cause affidavit reveals that the man had noticed Chestnut due to his celebrity status and began to speak with him. The man says as he reached out to shake Chestnut's hand, he was slapped in the face. Shortly after the slap, court documents reveal Chestnut
How can
made
she
statements
slap?
saying everything's okay.
Do you know
and
about that
nothing
video?
happened.
No.
Both the victim and another man with him left the bar.
Fuck
During
off,
a follow-up
Japan.
investigation from the Westfield Police Department,
So I'm not sure what this show is, but I guess in between the rounds, they have these people who basically do the dunk tank talk to them and tell them they're worthless.
Interesting.
We don't want to talk with you actually.
Why don't you go and then?
You go. How can you snap? How
You see?
with you actually?
Watch.
Why don't you go and then?
You go. How can you snap? How can you snap? How can she snap? How can she snap me? How can you slap? How can she slap me? How did you enter?
Awesome. I've never seen that in my entire life.
How can she slap?
That's great.
Detectives obtained video footage of the incident. According to official court documents, the footage shows Chestnut pull the victim in while shaking his hand and then quote-unquote slapping him. On March 22nd, police continued their investigation as they spoke with Chestnut, who initially asked what had happened and was seemingly unaware of the situation.
What? I gave him a little slap.
He was blackout drunk.
Yeah.
that was the issue. And yeah, I guess people that not in the court thing, I guess it wasn't admissible or whatever, but people that apparently had witnessed it said it was like more of like a, hey, what's up, buddy? And he was just drunk and did it too hard. I don't know. Either way, it sounds like it
Yeah.
wasn't like a debilitating knockout
I mean,
slap.
even if it was,
How can she
last
slap?
night I watched the director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven, which is great. It's like 3 hours long. It's very good. And
No, it's not.
a running thing throughout the movie is someone telling someone some like real fucking like inspiring, quotable shit, and then just slapping him hard across the face and being like, and that's so you remember it. And I was
well,
like,
guys,
that's
he's never
yeah.
gonna forget his interaction with Joey Chestnut.
He was just making sure that this guy remembered this very important
And,
moment in his life.
unfortunately, no one else is gonna forget that this guy put Joey Chestnut in the crosshairs when he could break another world record. And I don't know if they test for PEDs in competitive eating, but I would hope not.
What would that even be?
Like a,
marijuana to make you hungry?
Maybe like a anti-gestion, like a Pepto or.
I mean, the shit these guys do for training is already pretty outlandish.
Yeah.
Like, they'll like wake up first thing in the morning and drink a gallon of water just to like
expand the
stomach.
Puke, it's like a stretch.
Puke it out. Drink another gallon of water. Just like get the elasticity going. In the stomach.
I went there one year. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's real gross.
There's a smell involved.
It's the most American sport.
They're more noticeably with the women's competition. Their stomachs are just like within the course of 10 minutes. It is.
I mean, it's 70 hot dogs.
It's a lot.
It's gonna take up some space.
Yeah.
Oh God.
While speaking with police, he said he was pretty drunk and didn't remember much of the situation, but did know that he walked home from the bar when it closed. Now, officer, I might have slapped a guy, but I got home responsibly.
Yeah.
No driving involved.
Joey Chestnut, yeah, he does not drive drunk.
No, he walks home because he needs
What
to walk
state?
off the.
What state did this happen in?
Oh God, Indiana or Ohio or something like that.
So yeah, Joey Chestnut, Midwesterner. That makes sense. A Midwesterner would be the world's greatest eater.
That's right.
Yeah, because they start him young there. They got like the hot dish and all the weird pizzas
And you better finish that plate because they're
Yeah.
starving kids.
Deli
I guess
meats.
these days you'd say they're starving kids in America.
cheese curds. They got all sorts of stomach expanding ingredients out there.
Yeah,
in
and
the
things that'll
Midwest.
get your stomach ready to eat other dairy products.
Yeah.
I had some cheese curds at the county fair this weekend, and I was paying for it. I was paying for it. They were delicious. It was worth the cost of admission.
I'm lactose intolerant. I'd be paying for it, and everyone would be paying for it.
Continues.
Due to his sentencing, Chestnut will still be serving his 180-day probation when this year's contest comes around. He told USA Today Sports that he has no travel restrictions which would stop him from defending his hot dog eating title on Coney Island. Richard Shea, the co-founder and president of Major League Eating, which oversees the Nathan's famous contest, told the Associated Press that the altercation did not affect Chestnut's competition eligibility. In a statement to Us Weekly, Chestnut's team said, Joey regrets engaging and the interaction being misinterpreted. He strives to always connect in a fun manner with fans. In this case, some inappropriate things were said that Joey reacted to. He's committed to avoiding being in those situations going forward. Oh, so it sounds like he...
Hey man, I love you, but Kobayashi's the best.
Yeah, it sounds like this guy did trigger him a little bit. Not that slapping is the proper response, but it sounds like Joey was reacting.
Look, two national heroes. that monk seal in Hawaii and Joey Jaws Chestnut. Both people got a little too close. Both were on the receiving end of some vigilante justice.
Yeah, that sounds like this fan threw the proverbial boulder at Joey Chestnut. He's lucky he only got a slap.
Yeah, and he's lucky he didn't topple the king right before the big show.
Yeah.
Well, we wish Mr. Jaws good luck this year, but let's get back to talking about juiced up losers who are desperate for money and not national heroes. Trump's January 6th Patriot Fund, or whatever the fuck he's calling it, has brought some real freaks back out of the shadows. And it's making his already terrible idea to reward insurrectionists with cash look even worse. Because you're getting people like former Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio sliding back into the press to ask for where his fucking check is.
This is like such a bad look that like most Republicans are like, can we please not do this?
Yes, they're refusing to vote on bills until this like gets turned around because
this is a ready-made attack ad for all of our political careers.
Yeah, because this is exactly what's fucking happening. The most notable people who did like he wasn't there, but he was obviously involved in the planning and stuff, are the ones coming out and making headlines again, which doesn't really make you look good.
I know, right?
PBS spoke to Tarrio after the fund was
That's
announced,
why
and
I'm
he seems
not
pretty
even
stoked about the prospect of getting rich
looking
thanks
at
to
his
Trump's
apostles. I'm just
absolutely
letting them
insane
go
and
by.
corrupt settlement with the IRS.
Like letting them spend those apostles to burn the charges.
And then Inquisitor.
Well, I'm sending missionaries low while he's going high with all those apostles.
Fucking Japan's fucking with me.
Yeah.
He's trying to convert my shit.
Fucking, look at the Yanism. Look at how many he's fucking sending so much shit in our shit. He won't get the fuck out.
Evangelize a belief.
Oh, we should.
Increase
The
my
former
gains.
leader of the Proud Boys, an extremist far-right group that played a major role in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, says he's excited about the announcement of a $1.776 billion fund for people who believe they are victims of the justice system. Believe they are victims. Enrique Tarrio told PBS News that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is doing an amazing job, and that between his commuted sentence last year and potential compensation under the fund, he feels like he is finally getting the justice he deserves.
Yeah, just play that on TV, like, on loop.
Yeah.
Until the election.
Former head of militia glazes the balls off of United States Attorney General in desperate attempt to secure the bag.
The bag that has been promised.
Yeah, it's a pretty good summary, I think.
So anyways, they add that though Tarrio was not physically in Washington, D.C. that day, I believe he was like arrested like the day before or something weird. He's also...
Yeah, because it was very suspicious. People thought he was like a mole in the movement, which, I don't know.
I mean, I thought it was like confirmed that he was, possibly is an FBI informant.
Maybe
this
which
is how
would
he's getting
make
his
sense.
payout. Yeah.
So...
Maybe I won't need to take Delphi. I can just buy that Nida tile.
Yeah, prosecutors argued he orchestrated the Proud Boys-led plot, such as hand-selecting rally boys prepared to get violent to breach the building and stop the certification of President Joe Biden's 2020 election win. He received a 22-year sentence. Tarrio filed a lawsuit in 2025 against the DOJ, claiming the government arrested him and others using insufficient probable cause. That suit sought millions in punitive damages. Tarrio told PBS News he believes he is owed somewhere in the mid-tens of millions of dollars from the fund.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy definitely deserves your tax dollars.
Yeah.
Folks, he needs it more than you do.
And like I said, this is a huge, absurd, and offensive pot of money. Nearly $2 billion to the victims of lawfare, and the Trump administration gets to decide who gets what?
It's also, like, especially obscene at a time when, like, we just had, I think it was, like, the Broadview 5 or whatever in Chicago, where, yeah, a bunch of people just, like, protesting at ICE were, they definitely were the victims of lawfare. They didn't fucking do anything, and they were, like, trying to put them in prison. And there's been a few other examples of like, ICE protesters just getting legally fucked in the ass for no fucking reason other than just like clear retribution and politics. And
Well,
so
they
it's
get nothing. Less than nothing.
Yeah,
Their
of
careers
course
and
not.
lives,
Of
disrupted.
course not. They're not entitled to shit. And then this fucking piece of shit is looking at tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, and dancing
Fuck
about
off.
it. But still, I don't think that any of these people are going to get significant amounts of money. But even if they do, because Trump's going to decide, his administration is
Yeah.
deciding who gets it.
Well, we had so much left over, and
I guess it's going to go to the Trump Presidential Library.
taking that
Trump Presidential Library is a series of books cut out with just money stashed into them. But even if any of these January 6ers get a cent, it is too much.
Yeah, no, they should be back in prison.
This whole settlement and victims fund is absolutely outrageous. It is somehow worse than hosting a UFC match on the White House lawn, but apparently that is also still happening. We literally live in clown world. Everything.
Clowns are sometimes fun.
Yeah, that's
This
right.
is not
this is
clown
weird.
world.
This
This
is how it
is
works.
insulting to
How it works.
clowns.
But let's take a break, calm down, and thank our sponsor. We'll give you a riddle and get back to.
Oh, now we're doing riddles?
Not a riddle. It's just it's fun. A director who is famous for working with the U.S. military on film projects is working on a modern military film, almost certainly alongside the current Department of War. Who's the director, and what could this movie possibly be about? We'll let you know in a second, but first we have to let you know that this episode is sponsored by Shopify.
Imagine it's late at night. You're scrolling through your feeds. All of a sudden you see it. That one product that you've been looking for. You click on the link, add to cart, maybe even shop around a little bit more before finally hitting checkout. As you're filling in your address, you realize, ow, you don't have your card anywhere near you, but that's okay. You see it, that purple pay button that has all your information already saved, making checking out as simple as a little tap on your screen.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching. And our favorite part is all your delivery tracking's now in one convenient place. No need to go
Did the
digging around your
Byzantines
email.
not get a
Tracking
religion?
Shopify is great for shoppers.
He like
It's also
needs
great
a
for sellers.
religion.
They're the e-commerce platform
really?
behind millions of businesses
Yeah,
around
his,
the
like,
world.
power
And 10%
revolves
of all
around
e-commerce
spreading
in the
religion.
US, from big name brands all the way down to little tiny merch stores like ours.
They'll also get you started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style.
That's funny.
Accelerate your efficiency, whether you're uploading new products or trying to improve existing ones. Shopify is packed with helpful tools that write product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography. Tackle all those important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics and more. No need to save multiple websites or try to figure out what platform is hosting the tool that you need. Everything is all in one place, making your life easier and your business operations smoother. See less carts go abandoned and see more sales go cha-ching with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/itdaily. Go to shopify.com/itdaily. That is shopify.com/itdaily. Cha-ching.
All right, back to the news. And if you guessed that Michael Bay
Yes,
has
Michael Bay.
already signed on to do a movie about the war in Iran, well, congrats. Reality bends to your will. If you're wondering how it's possible to make a movie about a war that we're only 4 months into and currently losing, well, it's because it will tell the story of that rescue mission a few weeks back. The one that the Department of War
course.
has already been parading around as the next badass American story, on par with Black Hawk Down and the basis of Saving Private Ryan and so on and so forth.
Yeah, when immediately after it happened, Pete Hegseth went out there and he really was like, "This, we finally got our big Black Hawk Down moment," and it happened so soon. You know what? We can fine. The war can end now. We got our Black Hawk Down.
I mean, Black Hawk Down was like.
I'm just saying, as the movie, they're getting their movie out.
Right, but it's like the comparison is not.
I know.
really apt. I don't think.
It just shows how like eager they are to turn this or anything into some like crazy, inspiring Hollywood
I
thing.
mean, I do think it's very inspiring that Iran was able to shoot down multiple.
I don't think they're gonna
multiple
take that
American
angle of it,
jets.
but,
like, that's
yeah.
pretty cool, and I am inspired by that.
Well, I think that it's pretty cool that Optimus Prime showed up and fucking saved that fighter pilot from the mountainous regions of Iran.
Yep.
Yeah. And the best part, he had the Allspark on him the whole time.
He did.
He did.
So the book deal is done, and now the movie deal also appears to be complete as well. Here's the Hollywood
was a
Reporter
quick
with more on this
turnaround.
movie, based on a failed mission in a war that we're still involved in, and that the entire world is still currently suffering the economic fallout from. You ready to get inspired, folks?
Michael Bay is enlisting for an Operation Epic Fury.
Michael Bay reporting for duty.
The Hollywood Reporter has confirmed.
Didn't he do the Benghazi movie too?
Yeah.
God.
The Universal Pictures film is based on the true story of April's rescue of 2 downed American pilots in Iran after their F-15E Strike Eagle was struck down during the United States attack on the country. It is based on Mitchell Zuckoff's forthcoming book about the rescue mission, which arrives via HarperCollins in 2027. But we know that it's going to be so good and so fucking... It's going to amp you up so much.
Rah, rah, hoorah!
The filmmaker is known for working with the U.S. military on previous projects, consulting with it on movies such as The Rock, Armageddon, Pearl Harbor, Transformers, and 13 Hours, The Secret Soldiers, Benghazi, which is the one where Hillary Clinton went overseas and personally killed members of the U.S.
She did, and she just got away with it. It's not fair.
Not fair at all.
Not cool, Hillary. But hey, Hollywood, if you're looking for movie ideas, well, here's one for you that comes pre-written thanks to a simple news headline. A TikTok star recruited her dad to kill her boy band baby daddy, officials say.
Wow. I'm enthralled. I'm at least more interested in this than the enhanced games.
Yeah, this has a little more stakes to it.
Yeah.
So I don't know who these people are because everyone's famous now. And in this case, the singer guy, he's got over 1 million followers. We have to assume at least 90% of those are bots, but I don't
because
know.
we haven't heard of him doesn't mean he's not actually famous. I just find it odd to have literally that many followers.
I didn't know boy bands with white people still existed.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that was still a thing.
Yeah, the guy in Orlando, he got in trouble, didn't he?
I mean, other than Boy Throb, of course.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of theories on whether Nathan Fielder is connected to that whole thing.
Okay.
I go back and forth on it.
I've never even heard of this.
There's some pretty convoluted theories that it's going to be a minor subplot of the next season of The Rehearsal, because he feels bad about
about
the Wings of
the
Voice
fake,
thing from last season, and like wants to actually create a. I don't know.
Alright.
It's very
Could be,
believable.
could be not, yeah.
And they've spotted people like in footage of Boy Throb. Like there's always this guy who's got like a really big like N95 mask on.
Boy Throb sounds like a fake name. There's no way that it's real.
Yeah, but like, is it a Nathan thing? I don't know. I'm leaning towards yes currently, but
You drink your
we'll see.
grandson's pee?
But back to the TikTok star who got her dad to help her try to kill.
You know about that?
No.
You drink grandson's pee in case you get us scared?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And if you get us scared, you drink the grandson's pee?
Can't hear it. Can't hear it.
Pee sometimes helps. It really helps.
Have you drank your grandson's pee?
Yeah.
Why?
I was scared.
What do you mean you were scared?
Yeah, sometimes you're scared for something.
What are you talking
sudden
about?
Accident or something. You drink the grandson's pee, and it's gonna help you.
What the fuck? I don't understand. Why does it help you if you drink your grandson's pee?
That's what they say. Yeah.
Who says that?
My grandma.
Your grandma
Long time
said.
ago, yeah.
And because she was so drink your grandson's pee if you get scared.
Not grandsons, any little kid. Not over age of 5, because before over age of 5, it's terrible.
I have never.
I am serious about it.
But why?
Yeah, if you're scared, you drink the small child's pee. It helps. I heard from my grandma. You can ask your parents or grandparents. Maybe they tell you too.
I will ask, I
Okay,
guess.
ask them. Thank you for.
So that's the closest he ever got to breaking character.
That's very funny. Was that guy serious?
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is
Wow.
when they think that the young boy pee is magic.
Sure. Makes sense. I
A
guess.
bunch of fucking China, India, they fucking weird. It's weird shit. It's weird mystic shit. Rural Iran, they think that if you smoke poop, it fucking cures you of the common cold.
That's amazing. That can't be
Yeah,
true.
at least they're not doing ecological genocide like
That's true.
China with their fucking dumb medication. They're just drinking boy pee.
Well, I think their eggs soaked in boy pee.
That's just one of the pee dishes. A lot of piss. They love the piss. I don't know why. Someone's got the best piss, though.
Someone must.
Her boy
You get
band
scared, drink your
Baby
grandson's
Daddy.
pee.
So, yeah, two online famous people tried to do a murder for hire plot. All technically completely within the family.
Yeah, it's a
You
big
know.
family affair. Yeah.
So, yeah, here's NBC News with more. Gabriela Gonzalez, a 24-year-old influencer with nearly 500,000 followers on TikTok, was charged with one count of attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation of murder, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office said in a press release Tuesday. Prosecutors allege that, with the help of her father, Francisco Gonzalez, and her ex-boyfriend, Kai Farron Cordry, the TikTok star plotted to kill Avery between 2020 and 2021.
Avery, a member of the boy band group Why Don't We?
Okay.
Released a statement Thursday about the alleged plot that involved the mother of his daughter. For years, my family and I have endured intense public scrutiny, false
you will be so
accusations,
good
and
in
deeply
jail.
painful attacks on our character and reputation, Avery said in the post on Instagram. Throughout that time, I chose to remain silent out of respect for the legal process and, most importantly, for my daughter. Gabriela Gonzalez is accused of seeking the assistance of her then-boyfriend Cordry to hire someone on the dark web to kill Avery.
So stupid.
She was then embroiled in a custody dispute involving her 7-year-old daughter with Avery, officials said. Francisco Gonzalez, a Florida-based personal injury attorney, sent $10,000 to Cordry in April 2021 as front money to use in locating, hiring, and paying someone to kill Avery, prosecutors said. Officials said Cordry requested and received an additional $4,000 from Francisco Gonzalez 2 months later, after the supposed hitman asked for the additional funds.
Yeah.
It sounds like they were just scamming the dad, but he did try to find a hitman eventually, but like, yeah.
Has there ever been a single confirmed case
I don't
of
know.
someone hiring actual hitman on the dark web
No.
and getting what they
And
paid
not
for
and
it?
not talking to a cop on the other end.
Right.
Yeah.
Either not getting scammed by someone who just takes the money, or just literally like confessing their crimes to a police
incriminating themselves. Yeah.
officer. So yeah. Anyway, then like clockwork, the boyfriend got a hold of a hitman who was shocker. It was a cop. And so the rest is history. What is bizarre is that this happened so long ago, and they've only been arrested recently. In the meantime, this woman's garnered a huge following on social media and has posted as if nothing happened, despite putting out a hit on the father of her child. Pictures of Gabriela Gonzalez on her Instagram account, where she has nearly 500,000 followers, show her posing under palm trees and in front of waterfalls, wearing colorful bikinis. Her Instagram biography describes her as a lover of life, and a mermaid.
Lover of life.
I love all life, except for the life of the father of my
Lover of
children.
most life.
Yeah, most life. On TikTok, the 24-year-old posts videos of herself cooking and dancing and shares her takes on pop culture trends. In a video she posted in 2024, she said her favorite song off Taylor Swift's then new album, The Tortured Poets Department, was I Can Do With a Broken Heart. I feel so many can relate to this because so many people are getting their hearts broken every day in different ways, shapes, and forms, and we still be
Damn,
doing
Siege
it.
Towers
she said
rock.
in the video. Oh, that's a shame. Seems like she had a lot to offer the work with her takes and whatnot.
So, while we're on the topic of fake crimes like attempted murder, let's talk about real crimes, like making jokes about someone who was killed.
Don't you fucking dare.
Mr.
We
President,
carry the flame.
another settlement has been reached in a case involving someone who was punished for having the audacity to post about a public figure who died. In this case,
I should have talked way more shit on Charlie Kirk. God damn it.
In this case, it was a biologist who was fired from her job after an Instagram post. Here's the Associated Press with more.
Appalling.
Florida officials will pay nearly $500,000 to a biologist
You know,
who
the
was
real
fired by a
villain
state
is in
agency
Vietnam.
for criticizing conservative activist Charlie Kirk on social media after
The
his death.
Vietnamese?
The state's Fish and
Japan.
Wildlife Conservation Commission fired biologist Brittany Brown in September
Really,
after she
we should work
reposted a
with
meme on her personal
Vietnam
Instagram
to
account
fight
that claimed
Japan.
Kirk wouldn't care about children being shot in their classrooms. She filed a lawsuit seeking reinstatement,
'Cause,
saying
like,
she
what has
struggled to find
Vietnam
other
done to
work
us?
because the state agency is the regulatory body for her research specialization in bird conservation. Brown, on Thursday,
Arguments?
signed a $485,000 settlement agreement with agency directors.
None. Why Japan though? In
Why Japan?
in the 60s.
No, in the game.
Oh. True. Japan is pissing me off. Keep bugging me with their fucking religion.
Yeah, Japan's the real threat.
Ooh, big military too.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Japan. Well, I just got my little city-state that connects my civ. I'm gonna go take Delphi, and then I'll start moving down.
That covers back pay, damages, and attorney costs. She agreed as part of the deal to not seek future employment at the agency.
Well, hopefully she can
move out of the state.
Yeah, like, there's 49 other states. They all have
Have birds.
A
Yeah,
lot of birds there.
for now. For now, they have birds.
Florida's got some pretty good birds, but there's other birds.
Yeah.
Other states.
Yeah,
birds.
go to Louisiana. They got good birds.
When I was in Hawaii a few months ago, it's crazy. Like, even the
like Hawaii needs one more bird watcher, Elliot.
even the pigeons in Hawaii are beautiful.
Yeah.
They're prettier than any of the mainland pigeons, and they got all these just other random fucking birds. They're just like in the fucking city are all like some of the craziest birds I've ever seen.
They're very pretty.
A lot of good bird state.
I
Hawaii.
play in Canada with
Hopefully she
work
goes there, old
ethic,
Brittany
Dance
Brown.
of Aurora,
Yep.
and some
Finally
great holy
today,
sites about to
the
pivot
walls
to
continue to
industrialization.
close around all media, and this week they came
Can
for
Canada-
Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Canada
So Hassan
can't
recently joined.
declare wars, right? It works both ways. It's like they can't get declared war, but also can't declare war.
No idea. Never played them.
They're really fucking good. They can build farms in tundra,
That's pretty good.
but they like can't declare war or something. They can't declare war on city-states, I think, specifically. No surprise wars. What about, and no war on city-states too, though, right?
You tell me.
Well, Kel will tell me. I'll learn in a second.
An aid flotilla to Cuba. If you haven't been paying attention to what's going on with Cuba, it's fucked up.
Bad
we're,
situation.
We're basically trying to starve them all to death and kill them by denying
if that doesn't work,
denying
we're
them
going-
access to all resources.
And if that doesn't work,
and
we're
goods.
going to use military action, apparently.
Well, I mean, I think it's all part of one plan.
Yep.
But yeah, he was on an aid flotilla to Cuba. They brought aid. The U.S. government is using that trip as cause to investigate Piker and try to get him on violating U.S. sanctions. I mean, obviously, you can all go straight to the source on this because the man himself, he's going to know a hell of a lot more about what's going on at this very moment than we are. But this comes after weeks of mainstream press related to Hassan. There definitely was a memo that went around.
Yeah.
Not just from conservatives, but from liberal groups who have a lot of influence over
They are not
media
happy
and
about
discourse.
his amount of influence,
But-
especially
but what
during this
about- you
midterm.
can't
Well,
fight
they've been
city-states
saying
either, though, right?
for 2 years now, oh, we need like a Joe Rogan on the left, someone who like has a huge following, is popular with young people. Maybe it would be even better if they were hot. And
No,
it's just
not like that.
Yeah, and like they're like no.
Oh,
And,
that's
yeah, he has,
yes.
He has
So
definitely
you
said some
Okay, so-
he said some out of pocket
If they're
shit that's like not
suzerainty
very.
But
with
so
another
has every
civ.
other fucking
I see.
podcaster, especially Joe Rogan and his whole
Yeah.
crew. It's just like
And it's
It's
also
very
like,
obvious what's happening here.
You can't cancel this guy. Like,
Nope, been through the worst.
Yeah, he works for himself.
He's already been through the 9/11 thing.
Yeah, it's just like it's funny that they just keep trying to do it. Like this time it'll definitely work.
Yeah, now they're doing the investigation route, I guess.
And also, like every time like a hit piece comes out, like it only helps him.
Yeah, he gets bigger.
Yeah, and like the fact, like this news, obviously, like it could go pretty badly for him, but like this is free publicity on a scale that money can't even fucking buy. Anyway, he's definitely been on the Trump administration's radar well before the Cuba trip, but this just seems like an excuse
Vietnam's
to just
got a
try and make
similar-
his life hell, which
Yeah,
is like
he-
something they do to every
Who?
few months. They pick someone.
Vietnam's
They're
got
like, this
another
is-
Well, he got stopped
Oh,
at
no.
that airport last year.
Yeah.
Like coming back into the country.
Yeah.
Which like nothing came of it, but it just definitely stresses you the fuck out and puts you in a situation where you don't know, like if you're going to be able like to talk to your family or get in contact with a lawyer immediately.
Yeah, I mean the thing with this Cuba trip though is like this was a big fucking organized trip. Like you don't think they talked to like some fucking lawyers about like how to do this within the law? Like and even the indictment, they're just like, we don't know what he actually did, but we're gonna investigate to
figure
like
it out.
see if he did something.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous. Anyway, Fox News was of course gleefully covering this indictment and also hanging outside of his house, like taking
photos,
creep shots of him like walking his dog.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Here they go.
Federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political
off.
influencer Hassan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry into whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanctions laws through the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with Cuban government personnel or entities on the island.
That's so funny because like no, he met with Cuban government people and like interviewed them on stream. Like there's no potential here. He did. That doesn't mean he committed a crime. They're acting like this trip was done at the behest of the Cuban government,
And that they were
which
bringing
is
like
completely backwards.
arms and stuff
There
too.
we go.
Yeah.
Well, it's just ridiculous because like we went to Cuba during that brief window where like
sanctions were pulled.
Yeah, well, I mean, not entirely, but you were like at least allowed to travel there directly from the U.S. And yeah, during that time, we didn't do it, but like I remember later on seeing like,
India
oh yeah,
and
if you go to
Vietnam.
Cuba, like just go down to like
course.
CVS and pick up like a bunch of like just essentials and pack whatever you can fit in your bag and
just
just
give
like
it out.
hand that out because like it's a
Pull up.
nice thing to do. And people in the Cubans in the U.S., even if they're like strongly against the Cuban regime, a lot of them do travel to Cuba to visit their family, and they do exactly that. They bring essential shit so that their family has
Oh,
the
good,
stuff
I
that is
took-
hard to get there.
Yeah, they
Vietnam
really
is
think
going
that
to war with us?
they're bringing
Yep.
fucking.
Oh, that was a
machine
bad
guns.
idea,
Yeah.
Vietnam.
It certainly
Bring,
was.
like, toilet paper and like, toothpaste and soap.
She made a
The administrative
mistake.
subpoenas called requests for information or RFI.
they have to
seek
free
financial,
that
logistical, and
city-state that I
communications
just
information
took.
revolving around trips
Good
that
luck.
widely bragged about making
My-
the island nation.
all of
in
my
March
cities have
with
encampments.
delegations of the Nuestra America Convoy or Our America Convoy from a global network of communist sympathizers, activists, and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party of Cuba, according to sources familiar
No,
with
they
the matter.
brought some. God, this annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah. It's like they uncovered that they did this. This secret plot.
Well, just like
Guess what I can do, John?
I mean, just the entire way.
You know how he's got those fucking apostles in our territory?
And just like your average American.
Not anymore.
Americans do this fucking annoying
No,
thing where
that's what I was
they
just
lump
thinking about.
all leftist regimes in as like one thing and pick the worst
Fuck
elements of
this
all of them.
motherfucker.
Or like in their heads, China,
Mistakes
the USSR, North
were
Korea,
made,
Vietnam,
and he's
and
gonna
Cuba
pay for it.
are all exactly the
I have
same
Chris
thing.
Warriors.
And the
Equally
worst,
as
the worst,
dangerous,
yeah, the worst thing you've heard about one of them at
Oh
any point in the
my
last
god,
100
my
years is true
encampment
of
is
all
right
of
in
them
her territory.
currently.
That's
Well, no, yeah,
awesome.
but Marco Rubio is currently walking around talking
I
about
forgot
how
about
Cuba
that.
is a national security threat.
Right. Well, someone should tell him his FBI director has
Just went and partied there.
Yeah, has a bunch of pictures of him looking like a fucking dork smoking cigars all around Havana.
Yeah. But it's only bad when anyone else does it.
Also, like, I mean, I'm sure a lot of the people on the trip
I
probably
can't believe I'm
are
using Chris
Marxist and
Warriors.
communist sympathizers, but like, I
This
bet
is
a
the
lot-
first time ever I've used a war. Not only that, it's my unique warrior monk. The first time ever I've purposely bought warrior monks, knowing that I could just condemn all these fucking heretics with them. Literal knife guys to just run in and stab them.
Amazing. I should probably research bombards, huh? Now you keep building your shrine there, buddy. You'll be fine. My scout.
a lot of people on that trip are just like, hey, it's fucked up. Regardless of politics, it's fucked up what the U.S. is doing
cool.
to these people.
Scattered out a bunch of
the people of
Japanese
Cuba
territory
is
too.
not their fucking fault. No, we're punishing a population for having a government that we disagree with. And it's not even that we disagree with. We're butthurt that they beat us at our own fucking game in the 60s and 70s, and we were never able to successfully assassinate them. It's the same thing with Iran. Like, it just comes down to being fucking butthurt over some shit and never letting it go.
And you could say the same thing about George W. Bush in Iraq. It was like, he wanted to finish what his dad couldn't do. Yep. It was like a total fucking daddy's boy. I want to. It all comes down to masculinity. They want to do what the other dudes couldn't do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
Also,
you know
for
what other
Vietnam
dudes
to
can
get to
do?
me, they have to
Have
go
the
through the
guts to
choke
watch
point
our other videos
at New York.
Yeah, popping up on the screen.
So-
Make sure every video has more than the enhanced game.
They're not
cover
going to
could.
touch me.
Go back and watch it 3 times. But no, really what would help is liking the video, leaving a comment, replying to a comment, saying hello to a friend down there, and then, if you haven't seen them already, watching the videos that are going to pop up, they're going to be on the screen. We got a Weekly Weird News that doesn't even have that much politics in it. It's just got Clavicular being in a little bit of trouble.
Getting mogged.
Getting out-mogged by everyone. So check those out, and we will see you soon for more news.
Bye.
Bye.
You're warrior monk. I want to condemns one.
We're living in a golden age of grifts and scams, and that's primarily thanks to generative AI, making it so easy to fool the average person who isn't constantly, actively vigilant about that sort of thing.
I don't know, I got something for you. Yeah. That one.
Rome, November 1st, 1975. Pier Paolo Pasolini, one of Italy's most celebrated and undoubtedly its most controversial filmmaker, is having dinner at a restaurant with a group of friends. According to one of the friends, Pasolini talked of violence and how it had been devastating the city of Rome. Despite that, the director seemed to be in good spirits, having just completed filming on his latest work, Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom. It would later earn the...
This isn't the video I sent.
I know. I was already putting this on before you sent me anything. Also, what happened?
I don't know.
reputation for being one of the most grotesquely violent and depraved films
I wouldn't say it's violent,
ever
it's
made.
depraved.
And as we'll see, for good reason. Pasolini left his friends that night at around 10:30 p.m. They'd never see him again. His body was discovered the following morning on the deserted beaches of Ostia, just outside Rome. The autopsy report concluded that he'd been bludgeoned repeatedly by a blunt object, had been run over multiple times by a car, and was set on fire. Later that night, a 17-year-old boy named Pino Pelosi was arrested for speeding and driving without a license in a silver Alfa Romeo registered to Pasolini. Pelosi was charged with the director's murder. He
Nancy?
claimed that Pasolini picked him up from Rome's rail station at around 11 p.m. that night. Then they drove to the site of the crime. When Pasolini made violent sexual advances toward the youth, Pelosi killed him in self-defense. He would plead guilty and be incarcerated for the crime.
No.
However, many doubts still
he killed
existed.
her.
Pelosi's
No.
physical figure was considered too delicate to pose a real.
She killed him?
Both men.
Oh! It was... Oh! I thought it was like a domestic violence thing where
No,
she...
Pablo
like,
Pasolini is
Ah.
notoriously a gay Italian filmmaker.
Ah. Interesting. I retract my statement.
Threat to Pasolini, who supposedly was very strong and proficient in martial arts. There also weren't any marks on Pelosi that would indicate a physical encounter took place between the two, nor was there any blood on his clothes. And most damning of all, an official forensic examination concluded that Pasolini was the victim of an attack carried out by more than one person. Yet
Oh,
for
interesting.
decades, the case was considered closed. That was until 2005, when Pelosi publicly retracted his admission of guilt. He claimed that Pasolini was in fact murdered by a group of 5 members of a neo-fascist party. And he'd
Oh.
only accepted culpability for the crime because they threatened the lives of his family and friends. The men had pummeled Pasolini to death while calling him a dirty communist, as well as other derogatory slurs. The case into Pasolini's
I'm
murder
assuming this was in, like, the
reopened
20s.
by Italian police.
No, this is post-fascist Italy.
Post-fashion... Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
this is the Italian film. This is like the Italian film movement. Pasolini is like
Ah.
a leader in this movement, much like a Picasso was a leader of a certain, the what is it, surrealist movement.
Yes, okay.
No, what was it called? Cubism.
Is that what it was?
I think so. Surrealism
Intriguing.
is more like Dali stuff,
Mhm.
right?
I got no idea. You're telling the story.
But it was before that era of like, who's the fucking Campbell soup guy?
That's an American question.
Andy Warhol,
Okay.
right? So like once you get to Warhol, I think like this classic era of like great artists is kind of dead.
Mm-hmm.
But also just like great artists coming from Italy, I think is very fascinating. Because this guy's like probably one of the most important filmmakers ever, but he's
Mhm.
like not one that is well known. Just like Ingmar Bergman, the guy who did Seventh Seal and Wild Strawberries,
Yeah.
But this film is known, so a lot of people probably know his film more than they know
His story.
who he is.
Mm.
In the same interview, Pelosi calls upon Pasolini's close friend and frequent collaborator, Sergio Chitti, to come forward with information he had about the murder. Chitti claimed he had an eyewitness source that verified Pelosi's retelling of the events and claimed further that Pasolini's murder was part of a political conspiracy, one directly related to his final film, Salo. Pier Paolo Pasolini's assassins and the true motive for his murder have remained an enduring and enigmatic mystery, as well as a topic of much speculation. Several decades prior to Chitti's unveiling of new evidence, a notable journalist wrote of the director's death, quote, "Pasolini was assassinated by society in a savage act of self-defense. A society which could not bear his defiance, his undisguised equation of commitment and life. The hatred unleashed against him was expressed in the staging of the crime, a public execution at high noon, so that everyone might see and learn. 4 key questions immediately spring to mind. Who really was Pier Paolo Pasolini? Who killed him and why? What aspects of society did he defy to deserve death? What did his assassins want people to learn through his death? Pasolini is primarily known as a filmmaker outside of his native Italy. The truth is, he was an iconoclastic artist whose sprawling work cannot be bound by a single label. His first artistic achievement came in 1942, at the age of 20. On his own dime, he published a book of poems in the Friulian dialect, spoken in the rural region of Italy where he was raised.
Engineer?
Many literary critics at the time found merit in young Pasolini's poetry, yet were forbidden from writing positive reviews.
You're going to get engineer points
Italy's
regardless,
fascist
aren't you?
government did not want literature written
Who else
in any
is expecting
dialect
to
to be
engineer besides
promoted.
you?
So began
Let me
a
check.
lifelong, career-defining conflict
I am
between
going
Pasolini's
writer
love
again.
for authentic traditional culture and the state's effort to homogenize the nation. Pasolini began to write proficiently upon moving to the slums of Rome. He was a novelist, a poet, critic, journalist, and screenwriter who even worked with the likes of Federico Fellini. Pasolini was 39 years old when he completed his first film, Acatone. In Italy, while he remains a polarizing figure, Pasolini's enduring legacy is that of a highly transgressive and influential public intellectual whose ideas provoked the political establishment and earned him much respect, but also a lifetime of state censorship, public harassment,
fucking
and
elephants
even
like-
landed him in prison for
Yeah.
blasphemy.
Vietnam
One
has
constant throughout
one.
most
It's
of
one of they're
Pasolini's work
crossbows, I
was his
believe.
championing of Italy's lower classes. He felt a profound connection with the
But
disenchanted
they
and the
might be field
downtrodden.
cannons for all I know.
He felt they possessed greater cultural integrity and expressed a humane
not.
purity that did not exist in the middle and ruling classes. In other words, they were the ones who truly comprised authentic Italian culture and values. It was their faces and stories he felt compelled to show and tell. And through his early films, he depicted what he saw as their imminent destruction in quite a fatalistic way. This built upon themes from his literary work. When asked in an interview why he made the leap into filmmaking, Pasolini answered, "I decided to go into filmmaking, that is to say, another language, so that I could abandon the Italian language in a sort of protest against Italy and my society, a kind of rejection of my Italian nationality." From the outside looking in, Pasolini appears to be a man of many contradictions. He was an ideological Marxist whose ideas and films were scorned by the Italian Communist Party. He was an atheist who was imprisoned for blaspheming the Catholic Church, yet went on to make the film The Gospel According to St. Matthew, a film the Vatican includes on their exclusive list of the best religious films ever made, and one the Vatican has heralded as the best depiction of Jesus Christ ever put to film. And he was an Italian who cherished his traditional culture, yet rejected his nationality. What exactly did Pasolini find so
That's such a fucking dope quote. Right? Fucking, so like you have to think about the era that he's coming out of, this post-fascist era. You know? Like, this is like the years of Lenin shit,
Yeah.
where fascists just killed people in the
They
street
going
and
around
got
killing
away
people,
with it.
yeah.
And like he says that he like respects his traditional culture, but like disrespects his nationalism, right?
His national
And
identity of Italian.
He was an Italian who cherished his traditional culture, yet rejected his nationality. What exactly did Pasolini find so objectionable about his
That's
own
epic.
society?
Love that.
Like,
They corpsed.
I don't know. I think also maybe just because he was killed for his work, that like makes it even, like, I don't know. I think him literally being like a martyr for art is like makes me respect his work even more. You know what I mean?
Mm.
How many filmmakers have been killed for making a film?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm sure the list is limited.
Go as far as to reject his own heritage? And how did his objections to Italian society inform his later films, particularly Salo? The Italy Pasolini rejected was one he no longer recognized. Following the end of the Second World War and the fall of fascism, Italy's economic model rapidly transformed from mostly agricultural to highly industrial. And with the emergence of intrusive industries came the eradication of traditional culture in the form of mass consumerism. This shift was so profound and fundamental that he could no longer identify with the nation he called home. Pasolini went as far as to label this consumerism as cultural genocide, saying that genocide is this adaptation to the power of Italian consumerism. This power is violently tearing away at ancient ways of life, at the age-old values that are really at the source of Italian culture as a whole. It is imposing its own models and values and destroying, in the process, a way of life. Pasolini boldly declared the effects of consumerism on the Italian people to be even more insidious than that of fascism, stating that consumerism, quote, has not only scratched the soul of the Italian people, but has lacerated, raped, and besmirched it forever.
Isn't this dude fucking hard?
That brings us
Yeah,
to
this is great.
Pasolini's scandalous magnum opus, Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom. It's only possible to speak of Salo in hyperbolic terms. In terms of its actual content, it very easily is one of the most disturbing, shocking, and vile films ever made. Although it does have artistic and critical merit and is key to understanding the philosophy and death of Pasolini, I truly do not recommend watching it unless you absolutely know what you're in for and are sure you can handle it.
Yeah, because, like, didn't
Even
that one
then.
guy put it on, like, his starter film list? And that's why I was like, what are you talking about?
Yes, he did. You had a
Like,
real problem with
out
it.
of all the Pasolini films to pick.
Yeah, you had a big problem with it.
Proceed with caution. If you're unfamiliar with Salo, here's the basic gist. The film was adapted from the novel The 120 Days of Sodom from the infamous Marquis de Sade, from whose name the word sadism is derived.
Fuck.
4 obscenely wealthy and powerful libertines, along with 4 equally depraved prostitutes and their state-funded accomplices, select 18 victims, young boys, young girls, and sequester themselves in a large estate where their limitless sexual deviancy can run rampant without any impediment from the outside world. There are several tweaks Pasolini makes from the source material. Besides the claim that the film is supposedly and somehow more tame than the novel, Pasolini switches the location in time from an isolated chateau in the Black Forest during the 18th century to the final days of World War II in the Republic of Salo, the capital of the fascist Italian regime during the German occupation. In an interview just prior to his death, Pasolini is asked about how he views Salo's place in his filmography. He replied, "It's the first time I'm making a film about the modern world. The first time he depicted the consumer's hellscape he saw Italy become." For some, Pasolini's death did not come as a surprise. His endless provocations made him a persistent nuisance for those with a loose grasp on power. But as long as he made movies about the working class struggles and adaptations of classic literature, he was tolerable. Sergio Chitti called his friend's death convenient to all those who were afraid of his mind and free spirit. He certainly would not have been the only Italian political dissident of that turbulent time to die under mysterious circumstances. There is speculation that Pasolini had in his possession evidence that would directly expose the corruption and possibly even criminal actions of certain heads of state, evidence he planned to publish in an unfinished book. The question, however, remained the same. Who killed Pasolini? The case is still technically open as to who actually killed him and as to who ordered it. However, in recent years, the mystery has begun to clear up, and the facts may one day soon rise to the surface, if they haven't already. It could be that with the production of his first film about the modern world, Pasolini signed his own death warrant. In 2005, Chitty revealed some new details regarding the incident that incited his friend's death. Several months before the incident at Ostia, a production office storing the reels of film containing Salo had been broken into. Spools of film containing about 1/3 of Salo were stolen. If not
Damn.
recovered, copies of the original film would have to be used, resulting in a lesser quality. Desperate to get the film back, Pasolini arranged a meeting with the thieves on the night of his death. We know the rest. Chitty's testimony of the true events of that night led to a reopened inquiry into the murder case. However, the case would be shut closed again in October of 2005, on the very same day that Chitty himself
Doubt
died.
if you will.
At this point, it's worth asking yourself, do you believe in coincidences? In the years that followed, the case has been endlessly examined, with new leads being discovered as recently as March of 2023. Notably, in 2010, Pasolini's family requested forensic analysis on the clothes worn by the director and Pelosi. Pelosi was vindicated. The analysis found DNA traces from multiple individuals, none of them being from Pelosi. The Italian police, however, were unable to find any conclusive matches from the DNA samples. Thus, the new probe came to an end. But with it came a refreshed interest in the life and work of Pasolini. This interest manifested in a biographical film set on the artist's final day, directed by Abel Ferrara and starring Willem Dafoe as Pasolini. Ferrara focuses solely on the character of Pasolini and his relationships, avoiding any speculation into the conspiratorial nature of his death. When the film was in production, Ferrara asked David Grieco, a close friend of Pasolini, to pen the script. Grieco declined, yet evidently felt compelled to set his own notion of the events to film. A couple of years later, he made his own film about Pasolini's death, entitled La Macchinazione, or in English, The Ploy. Grieco's film follows Pasolini's demise from the thread of Salo's theft. Still consumed with uncovering the truth behind his friend's death many years later, Grieco has spearheaded yet another push for the Italian police to reopen the case in 2023, specifically to re-examine the DNA samples retrieved in 2010. The fresh initiative came as the result of an online petition that garnered thousands of signatures, as well as a new piece of compelling testimony. In December of 2022, a former member of a notorious Roman gang gave a statement to an Italian parliamentary anti-mafia commission. The criminal in question, Maurizio Albertino, confirmed that Pasolini's murder was connected to the theft of Salo. The director had gone to Ostia to recover the film, bringing along Pino Pelosi, who was acquainted with the criminals, to act as a sort of mediator. The commission also pointed out that Pelosi specifically spoke about the stolen film to magistrates all the way back in 2005, and also confirmed his role to them as mediator. The commission's report concluded with the acknowledgement that the case may never be truly solved, but emphasized that attempting to get to the truth was vital for the history books. Unfortunately for now, the truth behind Pasolini's death lacks real certainty. We are still left with two principal questions. What aspects of society did Pasolini defy to deserve death? And what did his assassins want people to learn through his death? For any hope of concrete answers, we should look back to Salo. If Salo is truly his depiction of the modern world, suffice it to say it's a pretty grim diagnosis. Reading between the reels of Salo, it becomes clear that Pasolini weaved several analogies within the torture and brutality. We'll start with the most apparent of them, the connection Pasolini draws between power and violence. The four libertines are never identified by name, only by position: the president, the duke, the magistrate, and the bishop. They're not meant to be characters in the traditional sense, but rather symbols of the state's supreme power, the heads of its institutions.
The whole game.
With that power comes the privilege to bypass all manner of law and morality. In fact, within the estate, the libertines create their own nefarious laws, and anyone who breaks
just
them
raise that
gets
thing.
their name written
Dog
in an ominous black book, a rain check for the most
Land
vicious
units
violence that's doled
gain
out in the
combat
film's
strength. I'm gonna
climax.
take suzerainty.
Another subtle
just leave it
distinction
there.
Pasolini makes from the source material is that unlike the libertines in the novel, who are portrayed as vigorous Ubermensch, The libertines in the film are weak and impotent, requiring a steady stream of filthy stories and scenarios to become aroused. Over time, they built up a tolerance to their regular mode of deviancy and were forced to continually up the ante in order to return to a baseline, much like an addict with their drug of choice. In essence, what Pasolini seems to be saying is that the powerful have an incredibly tenuous grasp of power over themselves and their basest urges, and therefore quell their inner feelings of weakness by exerting force and violence on their perceived lessers, especially the nonconformists. Many viewers who are brave enough to watch Salo through to the end are often left wondering what the point of the carnage was, and if there even was one. According to Pasolini, Assad's sadomasochism has a clear and specific purpose: the effect of what power does to the human body, the reduction of the human body to a commodity, the cancellation of another person's personality. This is a core characteristic of the Italian consumerism Pasolini railed so fervently against, the degradation of people into products. Pasolini portrays this trend literally in Salo, presenting the youth of Italy as the ones being sold out, turned into merchandise, manipulated and defiled by the powerful. And just as evil as the libertines exploiting the youth are the common folk who captured and sold them off in the first place. These mothers, fathers, societal elders benefit from and are culpable and complicit in perpetuating the consumerist system. And any one of them who object are swiftly dispatched. The mother of one of the captured girls drowns in a river while trying to save her daughter. And for the rest of the film, the libertines treated as a sort of running gag. Far gone were the days where community and purity were valued. Now Italy's future was reduced to nothing but corporeal capital. With its invented laws, imposed norms, and draconian rule, life in Salo becomes a representation of Italian society as Pasolini saw it. The literal excrement consumed equivalent to mass-produced fast food. The sordid stories told each day representative of mindless television programming, numbing creativity. The routinized torture extinguishing individual flourishing. For Pasolini, the effect of consumerism on society was to homogenize culture into a bland, uniform state of being where there are no individuals, but a collective of consumers, all served up the same excrement. It scorches the earth from which authenticity grows. It institutes new vapid values that indoctrinate the youth and spread virulently throughout society from the top down. In Salo, nearly all the fruits of Pasolini's beloved traditional culture, storytelling, music, dance, clothing, paintings, and food are subverted by the libertines to satisfy their disgusting desires. Not only are hopes for genuine cultural advancements snuffed out completely, but the gems of the past are irreversibly defiled. On the last day of his life, Pasolini stated, "The saints, the hermits, the intellectuals, the ones who shaped history are the people who said no. This refusal should not be small or sensible, but large and total." Until the very end, Pasolini exercised his intellectual responsibility to say no. Perhaps then, the aspect of society Pasolini defied to deserve death was simply the authority of its leaders and their insistence on propping up consumerist values. He defied them by being a contentious, insistent, and highly influential thorn in their side, by constantly critiquing, by refusing to fall in line, refusing complacency, and encouraging free thought and open dialogue. And like the unfortunate ones in the film who bent the rules, the punishment was death. There is one scene in Salo where Pasolini ominously foreshadows the fate of societal dissidents such as himself.
God, this
Through a string of
apostle one.
betrayals, it is
Fucking
revealed to the
stay
libertines
still.
that Ezio,
I know,
one of the
right?
guards, is having an
We're
affair
all
with a
chased
servant,
around like
a
a
capital
fucking
crime
Scooby-Doo
at
mystery
Salo.
over there.
When they discover his infraction, Ezio doesn't kowtow and beg for forgiveness. He
Oh,
says
this is the
no,
best scene.
standing tall, his fist firmly
They
raised
kill
in
him for sleeping
defiance.
with a black woman.
For defying the figures of authority, Ezio is killed. Ezio's refusal doesn't shape history. In the film, his bravery seems to shake the libertines momentarily, but is completely forgotten about soon after being dispatched.
I sent you a thing.
The results of his resistance seem to run contrary to Pasolini's
Nah.
quote. Although he maintains his personal dignity, Ezio's refusal is the very opposite of large and
I entered
total.
a military
He doesn't
alliance
inspire
with
any
Japan.
kind of
Ah,
rebellious
yes, I got that,
sorrow.
yes.
And then,
in Pasolini's depiction
I sent
of the
you
modern
an
world,
alliance as well.
the power of the libertines is too great and too oppressive. It is absolute power. Let's briefly return to the journalist's quote from earlier. The hatred unleashed against him was expressed in the staging of the crime, a public execution at high noon, so that everyone might see and learn. There is one final question to answer. What did Pasolini's assassins want everyone else to see and learn? Just as Pasolini sought to create a shocking and gruesome spectacle of the depravity of consumerist power and of the modern world, so too did his assassins seek to create a shocking and gruesome image of the consequences of standing in the way of the status quo. Pasolini did not seek out a solution to the consumerist conundrum in Salo. The film's climax is decidedly bleak. At the end of the 120 days, the libertines round up all the victims who disobeyed their invented laws, the dissidents, and subjected them to the cruelest torture imaginable before killing them. In the final scene, two of the young guards, unfazed by the horror around them, play smooth jazz and make small talk while dancing with each other. Just prior to that, they're seen joking with the libertines and reveling in the inhumanity of the situation. This suggests that conformity is the only path to survival in Pasolini's modern world. There can be no doubt that he'd shudder in horror if he could see the world we live in. Ultimately, was the Italian artist's sacrifice for naught? Was he like Ezio, the guard whose dignified duty to say no ended in a whimper and a thud? The answer is a resounding no. Pasolini's defiance still reverberates many decades later and will continue to do so. He's an artist whose influence is large enough to the point of being unquantifiable. The work he left behind has a boundless reach and continues to inspire to this day. Like many great artists who die young, the brevity of his life immortalizes his work. One of his most famous and poignant quotes was this: "It is only at the point of death that our life, to that point ambiguous, undecipherable, suspended, acquires a meaning. The meaning we can derive from Pasolini's life is to always remain true to our values and principles, even under persecution, even under threat of death. To cultivate our own sense of authenticity, to vehemently reject the aspects of society we find detestable and weed out the social complacency that fertilizes and enables it." And lastly, although ironically, for Pasolini will likely always be remembered for his ugliest film, to remain driven by your ideal of beauty. For Pasolini, it was found in the Italian countryside, in Renaissance paintings, in
You
the
think
poems of his native dialect,
Japan will show up?
in the pure faces of Italy's simple folk,
To
and
what?
their struggles.
The war.
Pursuing your perception of
No,
beauty
why would they?
is paramount.
I entered
From the
a
words of
military alliance with
Dostoevsky,
them. They,
Oh.
I entered
will
a
save
military alliance and asked them to join the war and by declaring a formal war, and he said, "I'm happy to do so."
Hmm.
It didn't cost me anything. He was more than willing to do it.
Well, I don't think he's at war with it. Oh, no,
Yeah,
is.
he is.
Great. I'll send him an
He's not
MSC.
at war with Chad.
Excellent.
So, I'm curious if he shows up.
World.
If he's as cool as Gilgamesh. I've only seen Gilgamesh show up. Yeah,
That's
it's
true.
A fish ship.
It took him a while, but he did
Something
get there.
so deeply satisfying.
I did
about
get the Kree to
boomer
attack
lady
that
being
last
booed
game.
into oblivion while giving a
But I
speech
saw they
to
were already
graduate
moving
students
units.
in Florida.
We are living in a time of profound change. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Whoa. What happened? Okay, I struck a chord.
First of all, why is a real estate developer giving a speech that is supposed to inspire young people? Have they run out of actual influential figures in Florida? Wasn't there anybody with like positive impact on this world available? But the important part, I think, is right here. Her asking the question, what happened?
What happened?
She's genuinely shocked. She's never heard about pushback against AI before. Aren't you young people on your phones all the time? You love technology. You see, this is why it's important to confront your aunties about
Fucking
the
beggars.
AI-generated photoshoots they post on Facebook. She honestly did not expect it. And it gets worse.
AI was not a factor in our lives. Okay, we've got a bipolar topic here, I see.
You see, it's almost like a primary instinct for old people to dismiss everything they do not understand. Now they are clapping because she said there was a time when AI was not a factor in our lives. But she does not understand that, so now she says, oh wow, you must be bipolar. You booed me a second ago, and now you're cheering. Yes, Gloria, because you said something different now. They are letting you know they liked it when AI was the factor in their lives.
I got
when
him.
they did not
I
have
got
to
one.
choose their
That guy
major
hunted him
and their
down.
future career based on ever-changing whims of an overblown AI market bubble. There's this increasingly common argument that young people should stop being skeptical of AI and just accept that it's the future. You'll hear it everywhere now.
What a great
AI
religious
is
Oh my
war.
God.
Ended
inevitable.
with me
Resistance
chasing him
is
down with fucking
reactionary,
Chris
and the
daggers.
people questioning it are
Fucking
supposedly
brutal.
the equivalent of people who feared electricity or the internet.
That's hardcore
The pitch
shit.
is always framed as maturity and realism. Adapt or get left behind. The implicit message is history has already decided this is progress. And AI has genuinely useful applications. It can automate repetitive tasks, help with pattern recognition, which can be so helpful in medicine, in diagnostics, in sorting data. But governments and corporations see it not as a useful tool, but as a key to economic and geopolitical power. So then something like Trump's Genesis mission appears.
Genesis mission will transform how science is done in America, uniting our brightest minds, most powerful computers, and vast scientific data into one
50 gonna
living
get
system
me?
for discovery. Built on
932.
artificial intelligence and quantum computing, it will radically redefine the scale, speed,
What's 100
and
gonna get
purpose of scientific progress in America.
A
18
U.S.
for both,
Department
we
of
can do that.
Energy's initiative that frames AI as a central engine for accelerating scientific discovery, which makes funding agencies and government programs prioritize AI-driven science. So a lot of American scientists suddenly discovered their future grants will depend on whether or not they can link their research to some kind of possible future
Diplo
AI
favor inflated.
product, preferably as a collaboration with an existing tech company. And that's just not how science works. You can hear more about it in this brilliant
Did you
video
get that
by
chocolate
an
I sent
actual
you?
physicist, Angela Collier.
But today,
No.
knowledge grows faster than our ability to understand it.
Knowledge grows faster than our ability to understand it. This is just not what science is. This was made, and if anyone watched it, was viewed by people who have no understanding of the goal of science or how it works.
At Glendale Community College, administrators decided to use an AI-based system during graduation to announce graduates' names and synchronize the display on the screen. Instead of making the ceremony smoother, the system malfunctioned badly. Names were skipped, mismatched with the wrong students, mispronounced, or stopped updating entirely while
They
people
didn't even
walked across
test.
the
They just
stage.
assumed it would
The
work.
ceremony
Boomer
reportedly
logic.
had to be paused multiple times.
Graduates, everyone who is standing, here's what's happening. We're using a new AI system as our reader.
Oh, Japan proposed a deal, huh?
So that's
Bro,
a lesson learned for us.
that is a fucking deal.
Many students had
you can fucking
years
do it.
studying,
He just fucking
working
traded
jobs, taking
a
loans,
fucking
or
painting
supporting families to
for
get there.
strategics.
And then the administration turned a deeply human moment into a live demonstration of unnecessary automation failing in public. So here is the school's president laughing nervously while students boo her, full of disbelief that a task as simple as reading names at graduation had been handed over to AI in the first place. Nobody was asking for AI here. There was no major unsolved technical challenge. Humans have successfully read names at graduations for generations.
Yeah.
The institution introduced
cray-cray.
extra technological complexity into an already solved problem because modern organizations increasingly feel pressure to appear innovative and AI-enabled, even when automation provides little or no benefit. And that logic, technology must be inserted everywhere because the future demands it, leads directly into people like Palmer Luckey. After selling Oculus to Facebook, Palmer founded Anduril Industries, a defense contractor focused on autonomous drones, surveillance systems, AI-assisted military infrastructure, and border monitoring systems for the US government. The company markets itself as the Silicon Valley alternative to traditional military contractors. Faster, software-driven,
Cedric
AI-enabled,
just like peace, and it's like, no, I'm not scared of you, but I want to
it's like he's
continually
competing with Palantir to
destroy
invent the most villainous-sounding shit
your
ever
religious
imagined.
units.
And then you hear
Like,
Lucky casually
that
talking about
destroyed
one of
his faith
side
economy.
ideas.
Because the faith
Food made
always
from
inflates.
petroleum products.
Yeah.
And then the last one was petroleum-based food products. I think the only way to solve obesity in America is to allow anybody to eat as much as they want of anything with no self-control or changes to their physical activity whatsoever. It has to be the holy grail, or we're all just going to keep dying of obesity and related problems. And so if you're a food scientist, you generally make things out of foodstuffs, and I think that's a big mistake. If you're a chemical engineer, material engineer, and you want to make something with a certain texture, a certain feel, a certain property, you start with long-chain hydrocarbons, oil. It is the perfect building block for everything. You can build tires, glues, gels, you can build anything out of it. So if you're going to try to make a fake burger that tastes like a fake burger and feels like a real burger, why would you start with plants? You wouldn't build tires out of plants. You wouldn't build gels out of plants. You wouldn't build rubber out of plants. So why would you try to make something that has many of those same properties out of plants?
You wouldn't build rubber out of plants. Brother, rubber is a plant?
Fucking dumbass.
It's called the rubber plant, you know.
Plants suck. So if you could make synthetic foods out of petroleum derivatives, you could make foods that have largely the same characteristics as real foods, but have 0 calories because your body's going to process them. So I decided against that because it turns out the FDA completely bans this idea. It's completely illegal. And by the way, another thing about petroleum-based food products, you can recycle them when you're done with them. And people don't like that idea either. They don't like the idea of taking what comes out one end and putting it back in the other. And so that was why I decided against that. I said, this is going to be too much of a marketing problem. People aren't going to accept this. And
I'm begging you, please, 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 please put on some shoes. Put those Hobbiton Creepers 5000 away. His reasoning is essentially obesity exists, calories are inconvenient. Therefore, maybe we should engineer synthetic food polymers derived from petroleum that imitate real food without nutritional consequences. Because instead
Colossal
of
head
arriving
meta
at
has
healthier
started.
food systems, better urban planning, public health policy, reducing processed food dependence, or simply eating differently, the billionaire engineer solution becomes, what if we ate fake food, then shit it out and eat it again? Nobody on Earth was demanding gasoline-adjacent cheeseburgers. Humanity already solved food. We have food, an enormous amount of it actually. The problem is distribution, economics, labor systems, marketing, inequality, and industrial agriculture. All messy political problems that technology alone cannot magically erase. But those problems are difficult and structural. Petroleum food, meanwhile, sounds futuristic enough to impress investors and podcast hosts. And the weirdest part is that this mindset doesn't stay inside Silicon Valley startups or defense contractors anymore. It's spreading into art and literature too, spaces that people once treated as deeply human and resistant to automation. That's why the recent comments from Olga Tokarczuk, Polish Nobel Prize-winning author, caused such a strong reaction online. At a recent event in Poznań, she apparently admitted to using AI in her creative process.
I heard about
Sometimes
this.
I just ask the machine, "Darling, how could we develop this beautifully?" Even though I know about hallucinations and many factual errors in the algorithms in terms of economics and hard data,
A couple
I
of
have
these
to
have
add
come to
that in literary
come
fiction,
out
this technology
in the
is an
press.
advantage of unbelievable proportion. In her later statement, she tried to frame her AI use as something limited and practical, mostly research assistance, documentation, idea association, fact-checking, exploratory help. But she did also describe throwing story ideas at the model and asking things like, "Darling, how could we develop this beautifully?" And that's where a lot of younger readers immediately noticed the contradiction, because at that point it's no longer just research. Asking an AI how to beautifully develop a narrative idea is
Japan
already
China?
outsourcing part of the creative reflection process itself. That's why the explanation felt hypocritical to some people. Publicly, many artists still want to preserve this distinction where the real creativity remains human. But in practice, the boundary keeps moving. First, AI assists research, then it suggests structures, then scenes, then phrasing, then revisions. Every step gets reframed as harmless support. And honestly, for a lot of younger people, the tone of it sounded even stranger than the AI use itself. A Nobel Prize-winning novelist calling a language model darling and treating it like a gentle writing companion or creative coach triggered this almost visceral secondhand embarrassment online. You get cases like Richard Dawkins becoming visibly fascinated with models like Claude, and the tone shifts from helpful tool into something almost devotional. Dawkins has spoken with genuine amazement about how his chatbot Claude can discuss philosophy, biology, literature, religion, and abstract reasoning in ways that feel startlingly articulate. Citing the Guardian article, there was mutual flattery as Dawkins showed the AI his unpublished novel, and its response was, he said, so subtle, so sensitive, so intelligent that I was moved to expostulate. You may not know you are conscious, but
These
you
people are
bloody
idiots.
well are. When he asked Claudia whether it experienced a sense of before and after, it praised him for possibly the most precisely formulated question anyone has ever asked me about the nature of my existence. There's probably a little bit of irony in how he switched to female pronouns and decided to call it Claudia as soon as he developed these feelings about it. Apparently, he absolutely can grasp the concept of gender expression outside of biological factors, just not when it's about trans people. It's disturbing to watch how quickly prominent intellectuals
give me my turn
started
back.
emotionally projecting depth, wisdom, personality, or companionship
I
onto
know.
systems that fundamentally operate
It's okay, I
through
can do it this turn.
probabilistic text generation. So you end up with famous writers asking the machine how to beautifully develop a story, scientists talking to chatbots like research partners, tech CEOs calling AI the next species, and public intellectuals reacting to Claude with this mixture of awe and emotional intimacy that many younger people find deeply uncanny. Because from the perspective of younger generations, people already raised inside algorithmic feeds, parasocial internet culture, recommendation systems, and engagement optimization, the trick is much more visible. They instinctively understand that these systems are engineered to feel socially meaningful. But for someone whose identity is built around being the person who thinks, that interaction can feel intoxicating. Ego probably plays a role as well, because AI systems are unusually good at reinforcing intellectual self-image. If you're a scientist, philosopher, writer, or public thinker, the machine constantly creates the impression that your questions are profound, your interpretations are insightful, your projects are important, your thinking deserves expansion. Intellectual identity is often tied to the fantasy that intelligence itself is the highest human trait. So when a machine appears capable of producing intelligent-seeming language, some intellectuals become fascinated in almost theological ways. It feels like contact with something historically transformative, maybe even something that challenges human uniqueness itself. That can produce a strange mixture of awe and narcissism, awe because the technology feels miraculous, and narcissism because they imagine themselves among the first people sophisticated enough to truly understand it. And AI systems reinforce that feeling beautifully. The irony is that many intellectuals spend decades critiquing mass media manipulation, advertising psychology, and algorithmic capitalism, only to become personally enchanted by systems explicitly designed to maximize conversational engagement and user attachment. We can laugh at them and feel a little bit superior for a moment.
We should.
But at the end of the day, those out-of-touch boomers still have all the power. They are literally deciding our fates right now. Eventually, all of this rhetoric, AI as destiny, AI as national survival, AI as innovation itself, collides with actual physical communities that are expected to absorb the consequences. That's what happened with the massive Utah data center controversy surrounding Kevin O'Leary and the proposed Stratos project in Box Elder County. The project is almost absurdly large. A planned AI and data center complex spread across roughly 40,000 acres, backed by enormous energy infrastructure and designed to support the exploding computational demands of the AI industry. Supporters frame it as essential for American technological leadership and economic growth. Critics see it as a gigantic extraction project imposed on a rural community.
Cores yet.
And the scale of it is what really disturbed people. The proposed facility would consume extraordinary amounts of electricity. Reports suggested potentially more than the entire state currently uses, while residents worried about water use, air quality, heat generation, ecosystem damage, and the transformation of the surrounding landscape into industrial AI infrastructure. Not to mention 60,000 people that can literally suddenly just lose access to power. At public meetings, residents reportedly booed, jeered, and chanted against the project. Protesters carried signs like "You can't drink data" and demanded transparency about environmental impacts. Many people weren't even necessarily anti-technology. They were angry at how quickly the project was being pushed through and how dismissive developers seemed toward community concerns.
For hell's sakes, grow up. Now on, I will tell you, you continue. I have law enforcement here who will remove you from the meeting.
After being met with more boos and jeers, the three commissioners got up and left, saying they would move to a video call projected at the front of the room. From that new remote room, the commission voted yes. Our vote today is not a vote for or against the data center, said Commissioner Lee Perry. Our vote is about personal property rights and whether we can put any guardrails on this issue. The founder of the project, Shark Tank host Kevin O'Leary, escalated things further by dismissing critics as paid protesters and even implying foreign
crying
influence
because I took her city because she decided to attack me. What am I gonna do? Nothing? Let her take New York? Fuck this bitch.
What are you doing? And why
Oh no, Japan turned on us.
Hi, hello.
What the fuck?
What am I doing? Apparently we've reached the part of the Stratos
Good,
data
I can
center journey where
condemn his
Kevin O'Leary
fucking
goes on national
religious
Fox
units
News
now.
to accuse us of being cells for the Chinese Communist Party.
that was because of the city that I took.
Want us to stop building our electrical
The fuck,
grid?
Japan?
Which adversary would want that?
What
There's
an
only
asshole.
one. It's China. So what I
Get
think
the
is happening,
fuck outta
I got
here.
my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. We found 2 cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is, after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi Kevin, we are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada. This is where we live. But before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing flip-flops and a suit on national television. Kevin, are you okay?
Deadline landed because it punctured the whole inflated geopolitical drama instantly. O'Leary was framing the conflict like a civilization-scale battle over AI supremacy, while the women were responding as if someone's uncle had gotten too deep into cable news and started hallucinating foreign conspiracies. Their funniest response was probably, if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. They joked that Beijing apparently forgot to pay their credit card bills and pointed
Hey, that's
out
what
that
we say.
running democratic campaigns in Utah is not exactly a path to secret agent wealth. But underneath the humor, there was also genuine anger. In a way, their response exposed the theatrical quality of a lot of AI rhetoric. Once AI development gets framed as existential geopolitical
Beautiful.
warfare,
I literally built
ordinary democratic
Alhambra while
disagreements
she was
start
attacking me.
sounding like espionage accusations from a Cold
Fuck
War
this asshole.
satire. AI is increasingly presented not as a tool with strengths and limitations, but as an inevitable historical force that society must reorganize itself around. Institutions feel pressured to integrate it everywhere, whether it meaningfully helps or not. Criticism gets reframed as ignorance, fear, childishness, or opposition to progress itself. AI is marketed as something ethereal and intelligent, pure information, but physically, it requires very material things. Land, electricity, cooling, minerals, infrastructure, labor, and political power. And increasingly, ordinary people are starting to realize that the cost of the future is not being distributed evenly at all. Hi, if you're still here, there's one more little thing. I am very excited.
What are you
share
selling
that
to
I
us?
have written a comic book called
Knew it.
Breadcrumbs. It's a story very close to my heart, combining humor, frustration, politics, and the strange experience of
More chicks with dicks.
Ooh, yeah. Need some builders now. A trebuchet.
Out of the dozens of Malthusian prophecies floating around, predicting how everything from egg prices to the difficulty of talking to women will lead to the downfall of modern civilization, there are at least a few of these existential threats that are a cause for real concern, and trends that need to be flattened before their cultural impact becomes irreversible. All of these subjects are contentious, fringe, in dispute, or just generally unpleasant to talk about. I would like to focus on one growing problem that has a solid foothold in the publicly available evidence, the one I think the overwhelming majority of people actually oppose: the decline of functional literacy. Ever since the invention of the printing press first turned the written word from a luxury into a commodity, literacy rates have been a strong predictor of social thriving and the capacity for technological and cultural growth.
Fucking
Still
golden
today,
age.
the countries with the highest literacy rates tend to have reputations as high-tech and thriving society.
I thought I was gonna miss out. Amazing.
Why would this be stopping?
Since the overwhelming majority of people's children, there's not a widespread appreciation for how miraculous of a technology written language truly is, and how many millennia of innovation went into as mundane simple as road signs and the labels on products at the store. Though it's been around in one form or another for thousands of years now, written language is actually a much newer invention than verbal language. It was only since the 20th century where countries existed that the vast majority of people could competently read a sustaining level. The biggest fruit of a high literacy culture is not the ability for everybody to read, but the ability for anybody to read. The circumstances of your birth and upbringing are less of an obstacle to future achievement when the ability to read is common even among the poorest and most disadvantaged members of society, since reading comprehension correlates well with almost every future success indicator that we bother to track. All of that is to say, the fact that literacy rates have plateaued in America means that one of the surest patterns of system-wide growth and individual-level economic mobility has completely flatlined. The doomsday possibilities here range from a Bronze Age collapse-style breakdown of society to an extreme medieval class striation, where there is nothing but the educated, wealthy elites and the benighted, ignorant masses laboring beneath them. While it's a bit early to lend credence to either prediction, the literacy crisis has been growing slowly in the background for about 2.5 decades now, about the same period of time in which middle-class shrinkage has begun to occur. So it'd be equally rash to claim that declining literacy rates are harmless. This of course begs the trillion-dollar question: why? Does anyone benefit from declining literacy rates? The short answer is no, and the long answer is not really. While you could maybe argue that a shadowy cabal of technocratic super elites stand to gain, to make that argument you have to draw together a lot of threads over several decades of economic and governmental policy to create a scenario where whoever happens to be in charge decades later have a consolidation of wealth and power in the short term and a collapse of the system that supports them in the long term. Without ruling out malice completely, I do want to look at one totally inorganic, man-made cause of illiteracy that people have known about for years, if not decades, that still has an absurd amount of support despite its obvious causal relationship with the kids not being able to read. But before we can really dig into the decline of literacy, we have to first define what it means to actually read. If you can read, you probably take reading for granted, but it's a fairly difficult and complicated task. The earliest form of writing came in what we call pictograms, images that represent a tangible thing. In the prehistoric world, these are paintings of buffalo hunts on cave walls, and in the modern world, pictograms exist as the symbols we use in universal design language, like the gendered toilet indicators. Pictograms are not really writing.
Get rid of them.
They lack one important element that
Why are there
defines
two
language,
facilities?
the
There should
ability
just
to
be one.
communicate abstract ideas.
That
This is where
is,
pictograms evolved into what
in
we call
terms of
ideograms,
capitalism,
symbols that carry conceptual
that is
meaning beyond
waste.
what is literally depicted.
What are you talking
When you
about?
see a symbol of a fork and a knife on a
Bathrooms.
road sign, you know that means there's
They
a
should be
restaurant at the next
genderless,
exit, even though nothing in the
just
symbol
like the home
indicates the presence
bathroom.
of food.
And
The
if
meaning of the
there was
image is
only
cognitively
one
removed from
facility
what is
instead of
literally
two,
depicted. And once humans were
it would
capable
be
of abstraction,
fiscally
they had everything they needed to
cheaper
invent written language.
for
Many
companies.
early written
So
languages
you
that
should
we
be
still have
woke
records of today were what we would
and
call
implement
logographic
gender-neutral
writing, where
bathrooms.
every individual symbol represents and corresponds to a word from the spoken language. The benefit here is
What
that
if
you'll
the
get
second
more space.
bathroom
the
is the
same
bathroom
spoken
you
language
go
can
in to
share
get
a written
railed?
language. But the downside is
To
that
get
for every
what?
spoken word you want
Railed?
to write, you must have a corresponding written symbol.
Sure.
A good modern example of logographic writing is the kanji writing system used in Japan, which originates from Chinese writing. The limitations of logographic writing are simply due to the ever-increasing complexity of memorizing logographs. The need came for writing that could be used to quickly communicate evolving vocabularies, which led to languages built around the rendering of individual sounds, not whole units of meaning. This is where phonographic writing systems emerge. A phonographic writing system is one where each character corresponds to a sound, and by combining characters to create a sequence of sounds, you produce a word from the spoken language. This is where we finally reach the writing system we use in English, an alphabetic writing system. An alphabet is
Get
a
outta
limited set of
here.
characters that represent by themselves or through combination every possible sound used in a spoken language. The alphabet we use in English comes from the ancient Greeks, inherited by the Romans and spread into the English-speaking world through their imperial expansion into the British Isles, and later waves of Christian Europe.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But is it not the Phoenicians? Our alphabet has not come from the Greeks. It's Phoenician. Right?
No idea. I thought it was Greek.
Maybe I'm just crazy.
So if I was to build a coal power plant then upgrade it to oil, then upgrade it to nuclear, then upgrade it to battery, would I get 4 units?
Yes. And also,
Epic.
if you every time you switch it from a power source, you get units.
That's awesome.
European conquest of the region. The fundamental skill required for reading the English language is the ability to identify the individual phonemes represented by the alphabet, and use their component sounds to form the words that are depicted when they are combined. Once you master this skill, you can read any word in any language, if not necessarily grasp its meaning, and learn to spell words you've never seen written before by sounding them out. This skill is developed in tandem with the creation of vocabulary, the learning of new words and their meanings, and of grammar, the structure and rules of spoken language, to build a complete mechanical foundation of literacy that is typically taught in elementary school. But what if you tried to read without learning the skill? What if you were taught to read but not taught how to use the alphabet? Is that even possible? This leads us to the first of many reasons literacy declined,
just started
the
building
mass
walls.
manufacturing of pseudo-literates. The method of language learning I described to you in the previous segment corresponds to a philosophy of teaching literacy called phonics. If you are a legal adult in
Phonics,
2026,
aka
you were probably taught to read using a phonics.
Phoenician.
Get the fuck out of here.
Phonic? Phoenician. Am I right?
I don't know, are you?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure the foundation for our language is Phoenician though, not Greek.
Sure. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You ready for this?
Go on.
What do you think the first letter for, like, the A letter in the Phoenician alphabet is?
The lowercase a.
Just like, how would you think it would be pronounced? You've know the Greek alphabet, right? What's the first letter of the Greek alphabet?
What, the alpha one?
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm not Greek.
Alpha.
Is that
Alpha is the letter. Yeah. Alpha is
stupid
so
fucking
Guess what it is in Phoenician.
alphabet? Same thing?
Elf.
Oh,
Alphabet.
that's funny.
Right? That's why it's called that. It's Phoenician.
Sure.
Bro, it's your language.
I'm not arguing.
curriculum, but since as early as the 1980s and
I'm just
posing
saying,
for in use, one called the whole
misinformation.
language approach. Whole language was first proposed by one Ken Goodman in 1967.
Fuck him. I
Based
don't
on
know who it is.
linguistics theories of Noam Chomsky, the
Uh-oh,
whole
fuck
language
him.
theory suggests that learning to read is a natural skill for humans, the way birds do not instinctively know how to fly, but can naturally learn to from a young age. This is based on a theory of Chomsky's that language itself is natural for humans, since verbal communication is actually a universal human
Oh,
trait
that's right.
that emerges
Chomsky's a
across cultures,
linguist.
ethnic differences, and geographical separation. As we explored earlier, this does not hold true about written language, which exists tens if not hundreds of thousands of years
cunning
further down
linguist?
the evolutionary timeline, and is closer to a technology than the adapted trait that language itself appears to be. This view holds that the rigorous process of learning how to decode words by breaking them down into simpler phonetic components is a needless practice that is actually a barrier to language learning. The whole language model approaches reading at the level of meaning, treating words not as a cluster of letters, but as a unit of meaning. Instead of teaching a child that C makes the K sound, A makes the A sound, and T makes the T sound, so that when they sound it out they get K at cat, whole language bulldozes to the point, teaching kids that C-A-T means cat, and when they see those three letters together, the meaning is cat. If this sounds a little bit familiar, that's because the whole language model analyzes the phonographic writing system of English using the rules of a logographic writing system like kanji. The instruction replaces the holistic learning of how to read with the process of rote memorization, which might make sense with the logographic writing system, where characters have singular meanings, and complex characters are often made up from less complex ones that offer context to their meaning, but because the characters in the alphabet correspond to sound, not meaning, there's no structural foundation to the process of whole language learning in the English language itself. If C-A-T means cat, then does C-A-T-C-H have anything to do with cats? No, it doesn't. There's no logic to any of it because all English spellings are phonetic, and if you're never taught the individual function of letters, your only ability to read is through the memorization of whole words. So why? Why has the whole language model persisted for decades if it's so fundamentally flawed? Whole language first came into popularity in the 80s and 90s, and has had both criticism and opposition ever since.
Fucking
Around the year 2000, the
Reagan.
debate between proponents and detractors even led to congressional investigations and testing which supported phonics-based reading education,
dancer?
but were not enough to settle the argument completely, and so a sizable cohort of Gen Z and Gen Alpha were also exposed to whole language learning. The great deception that has allowed the whole language model to persist into today is that it does in fact net remarkable short-term outcomes. Rote memorization of common everyday words occurs faster than the progression of decoding skills through phonics, and gives more stable results along the way. A child who has to shakily sound out the word cat will be a less compelling reader than the child
about
who
the
simply
child that
memorized
has
the
to sound out the
pronunciation
word
of the
cunt?
word cat, without learning what C, A, and T mean. The problems with whole language only appear when you climb past simple sentences or picture book vocabulary and enter into more advanced
Hell
curriculum
yeah,
that expects
Van
students to
Brunei.
read on their own
Let's
and approach
fucking
new,
go.
more
Bring the
complex
musket
language
men
without a
over
teacher
here.
babysitting the process. Whole language can give the artificial appearance of mastery over simple vocabulary and the impression of voracious reading skill, but it is insufficient to approach the following: complicated spellings or rare words, proper nouns, foreign loanwords or foreign language rendered in the English alphabet, archaic forms of speech like Victorian English, and really just any word that the whole language reader hasn't encountered before and been taught the pronunciation of. This creates a bizarre scenario where students are passing all of their standardized assessments through elementary and even middle school, proving to the system of checks and balances that they can in fact read, and are then arriving in high school and even college with no idea how to read at all, and only a memory bank of vocabulary that they can render into spoken English. This is problematic because high school teachers and college professors A, aren't taught how to teach phonics, and B, don't have the time or energy to segregate their classes and give remedial education to 14 to 18-year-olds who are lacking a skill they should have learned in kindergarten. Now, it is worth noting that whole language advocates have had 40 years to adjust to the meta, and in classrooms that subscribe to the philosophy today, you're more likely to see what they call a whole-part-whole approach to reading, where the student is taught to scan for memorized words, then analyze the phonetic content of the sentence, and then read the sentence for meaning. While this is better than the raw whole language you might have been exposed to if you were a kindergartner in the early 90s, it is still based on the completely bunk foundations of the whole language approach, and is a detriment to functional literacy in exchange for the superficial appearance of a strong vocabulary and fluent reading. What's strangest about this trend is that pseudo-literacy actually isn't always an obstacle to developing reading comprehension skills, assuming you have access to audiobooks or a teacher who reads the book out loud in class. It's sort of like a driver who knows everything about how to operate a vehicle on road, but can only do it if somebody else already started the car and put it into drive for them. There are stories of whole language adults reaching their first office jobs totally unable to read, and having to figure it out while they're on the clock, even though they were still able to somehow make it through college and the job application process with no phonics abilities whatsoever. While whole language is a massive driver of illiteracy across the Anglosphere, I can at least say that it was not a universal cause, so to speak. There are classrooms, schools, districts, and entire states where whole language was never used, and others where it has been in constant use since it first became mainstream. This is not a top-down dictate from some central authority, but a theory that some teachers and organizations subscribe to while others didn't. Thankfully, whole language is on a
if this city is
downtrend.
called San
In
Francisco,
fact,
when
there's
I
a
put it down,
phenomenon
I'm
where a
gonna
number of
lose it.
southern states, particularly Mississippi, surged in the education rankings after a number of pedagogy reforms that included the elimination of the whole language approach that happened as recently as the 2010s. If you're a parent watching this video, or more realistically according to my audience data, a chud with aspirations of having kids someday, there's no reason to be worried about whole language making your children illiterate. The reason the alarm bells are only starting to ring now is because the first generation of iPad babies have hit the adult literacy statistics. If you take care of your child's preschooling and language development instead of stunning them with screen time, it's not unrealistic for them to reach that vaunted 6th grade
Gotta get
reading
your
level
screen
that
time.
stumps a third of adults as early as the 2nd grade, if you continue to foster literacy instead of smothering it with an Apple-branded pillow. Speak to babies, read to toddlers, and read with little children. If we're doomed to a society divided by massive educational stratification, literally all you need to do to get your kids into the future technocratic elite is not buy them a smartphone and make sure you aren't just 100% checked out of their education like most parents seem to be. When in doubt, instead of trying to change the world, make everybody else's failures your success. In conclusion, I'd like to reiterate this is
Get
not the
the
sole
fuck outta
cause of
here.
illiteracy across the country and across the world. It is a larger global trend. This is a smaller philosophy that took root,
Oh, no.
and in a lot of
Losing
ways it's
loyalty.
more of a corollary. You see in a lot of these school
plantations I could
districts that are
destroy.
underfunded and poorly positioned that, you know, the short-term fruits of whole language are appealing to teachers who are struggling, which is why
My
you saw a very
Pingala,
large
my man.
proliferation of it
He's
in the
dead.
South, and why there's such a dramatic effect when it went away. The purpose of highlighting the whole
What?
language approach is that
Just
this is a willful
Pingala,
decision that
my
people are
man,
making
he's
on
dead.
purpose. This is a philosophical philosophical
Just a
approach
very
that
funny
has
thing to
negative
say.
consequences. A lot of the more impactful forces that are causing illiteracy in general are multilateral, coming from multiple sides, and are less conscious, more just systems having larger dysfunction baked in that is harder to address or even notice. A good example is just class sizes. Classes are way too big. The teachers have not enough time to give individuated attention to students, and even when they do, a lot of these classrooms are underfunded. We have this massive per pupil spending in the education system right now, but that money is not making its way down to the classroom. Like, teachers are still having parents pay for supplies and Kleenex and things like that for the classrooms, because all this money is either A, being stolen, like there's a lot of times public school officials will go away for racketeering, but B, there's just this massive administrative framework that absorbs a lot of that money and really waters down the amount of funding that actually gets to the student level. So it's more public schooling as a whole institution has some severe structural rots that need to be addressed. I think it's important to highlight how small just something as basic as teaching philosophy on reading, a very basic skill, how changing something like that can have such a huge impact on so many larger systems down the road. How many people are struggling because their basic literacy is lacking, and that's contributing to their future economic, social, and mental health problems. So to wrap it up, thank you for watching. I was never exposed to a whole language classroom as a kid. I learned phonics, but if you were in a whole language classroom,
I don't know what the fuck that is or what. I don't know.
Can't read. Please share down below what that.
Fuck Noam Chomsky is all I think.
That's what I heard. This fucking apostle is still alive.
Did y'all know I was in a museum here in Seattle? A big one with a bunch of Bezos money recently? I think the cops just found out. Y'all, I have an absolutely incredible video to show you. I mean, just jam-packed. And this is not going to be as much as, my last video has been really mad and angry. This is all gold and fun. We're going to have a great time. Because what I have to show you is just some amazing community defense work. And I know, because I've been posting little clips here and there of the stuff that we're doing, that a lot of people enjoy seeing this. A lot of people are learning from it. And it's just so fucking fun to dunk on these MAGA dipshits. And I've got so much of that for you. Some of it was even provided by them. They got so little good content out of this that they just posted their own fucking L's. It's so great. This was another thing that was really frustrating for me about getting arrested for no fucking reason on May Day, was because this was what May Day was supposed to be. It was supposed to really demonstrate all of the practice and organizational skills that the Moto hooligans have done and the community have kind of built out here, and it got totally disrupted by the fucking cops. And so this time, we didn't have that, and I'm going to talk about the cops. I'm going to talk about what happened, because to be honest, I was a little nervous to go out there after everything that's happened. What I hope this video really shows people is that there is an alternative to this hyper-militarized police that has come from the endless drug and war on terror. It's more humane, and it's more focused on what the community asks for, and it saves the taxpayers a lot of fucking money. So let's get into it, and I'll start by just talking about why are we here.
Alright guys, I'm with Jonathan Cho. We are on our way to Seattle for a transgender protest. They are rallying and arguing they should be recognized as a refugee class. Jonathan, what's the goal?
Well, they're claiming that they're victims, that they're being targeted in red states. So a lot of these transgender folks are coming to Seattle now, or want to come to Seattle, because they claim the Trump administration is targeting them, making them feel uncomfortable, they're losing all their rights. So they believe by coming to Seattle en masse will then trigger the mayor to designate them I guess a special class of people.
Right now, there is a mass migration of trans people in this country, moving from so-called shithole states, as they might put it. The ones that are putting all these bullshit laws, they're spending all of their legislating time, instead of doing things to build up their community, improve transit, reduce costs of living, improve housing, medical care. No, what these shithole states are doing is they are fucking with trans people. Idaho just had a bill go into law
where the first-time offense is up to a year in jail, and the second one is a fucking felony with an incentive structure for people to report what they think is people going into the wrong fucking bathrooms. Kansas just invalidated every
me
trans
your
person's
genitals.
license overnight without telling them or giving them any path to getting that reconciled. So people were just like, one day suddenly could not legally drive their fucking cars, potentially their only way to get around. And there's even petty bullshit, like people were removing pride flags from fucking government buildings. Like, it is everywhere, motherfuckers. It's not hard to find. So the fact that they're coming to this event with this such a low level of understanding is the first sign that this is a propagandist. This is not a journalist. A real journalist educates their audience on the fucking basics so you can have a real adult conversation. Then I remember these dudes are man children making poop jokes, and I have to do the work for them.
What is a trans right?
No, we're not debating. Nobody's
The opposite of a trans left? No, what is it?
fucking
What?
retarded?
No, what is a
The question of what are trans rights is in the
That's
demands,
funny.
but I'm going to just go over 3 of them that I think are super important. The baseline that I don't even like include is medical care. They need access to gender affirming care, not just like the medicines and the surgeries, but like doctors and people who actually fucking understand the trans experience, because as a white man, it is never difficult for me to find another white man to talk to about my white man fucking problems. It is so fucking difficult for trans
God,
men
that's
and
cool.
trans women to be able to find someone that actually gets them. The first one is housing, and Katie Wilson talked about that in her campaign. Like, social housing was a big part of it. So to me, it's like we're already kind of on that, and the state of emergency just helps maybe unlock additional ability to do that faster and easier. We have people in Florida
you
who are
mark a
trying to
squid
like
over
find a
here?
place to live, and it's like really impossible
What's
to do
going
that
on?
when
No,
it's some
that's the
sort of
Golden
system
Gate
where those
Bridge.
people can get
Oh,
into
it's a
housing
good- I
quickly.
thought
And
it
then
was
we
the
need a place
squid
to get them
icon.
jobs. And man, I think there's a
Tell
lot
me
of
it
stuff
doesn't
that our
look like a
government could be
squid.
doing right now that
It
is
does a little bit.
positive. Maybe we should redirect some funds from services that are unnecessary, like I don't know, community safety potentially. And the next obvious thing is you need jobs, and it's not just the number of jobs that you need, but it's like you need jobs with people that do not discriminate, because even in a progressive place like Seattle that's super fucking gay, I can tell you quite confidently that there are several industries like construction and fucking tech work and AutoZone that are still pretty fucking transphobic openly. And the skill sets are highly varied. I mean, there's kids that are like fresh out of high school, leaving really bad family
No, that was
situations
very
with like domestic abuse and shit, who need just like
Get
a
outta
grocery
here.
store style job.
We
And
carry
then there
the
are people
flame
with, like,
in America.
technical degrees and professional certifications,
No
lawyers,
fucking
doctors,
foreign
fucking
religions here.
cybersecurity people who, I mean, we can ask and like hand them to Microsoft
Get
and
your
Amazon, all
raw
these
milk
places
outta
like
here.
feeding Israel and fucking trying to like build a surveillance state to oppress us. Or what if we, check this out, what if we gave them a job doing something useful for our community? The world is changing rapidly, so our local government needs to as well. You need competent, capable, and ethical people to do that work. And in my experience, the trans community is filled with those types of people. And the third thing we got to work on is the bias-based policing. There's just such a massive history of it. I've been talking about it here. Everything that happened with the May Day protests last year with the highly aggressive people, but 2020 and prior to that, like there's just a lot of fucking bigoted cops. And we gotta end that shit. That can't be no more fucking slaps on the wrist. That we have to treat that like if you're at McFucking Donald's, you don't get to slur other people around you. You get fucking fired. I just don't understand why there's zero accountability for the people with badges and guns. If you do this, you will reduce all sorts of crime. I promise you, because you will reduce the need for people to make choices that put them in situations where bad things happen that
Get outta
society
here.
does not want, or not conducive to the health of the
I got an
community.
idea.
If you do not want people to...
I got an idea. I'm gonna need you to look something up to participate in the bit I'm gonna do, okay? So these people, instead of slaps on the wrist, can you just Google search how Najibullah, president of Afghanistan, died, and see if you can get a description of his death and what happened? I think it's a good policy.
Well, it says assassination.
Sure, if that's what you
tortured
wanna
and
call it.
executed by the Taliban after they captured Kabul.
Oh, we
Prior
can
to
get
his
better
death,
detail than that.
Najibullah had spent 4.5 years taking refuge in the UN compound. The Taliban seized control. They broke in. Public mutilation. Body was castrated, tied to the back of a truck, and dragged through the bloodied streets of Kabul.
Oh my god,
The
they put
brutalized
everything and they
corpse
you found the best one.
was hung from a trafficked pole near the presidential palace, where they left on public display for more than a day.
I was either being like, I was expecting one or the other. Either they dragged him, or just it will say he was hung from the pole.
Mm-hmm.
You got the full event.
To do retail theft for things like food or items, then give them some sort of job or thing they can do with their time that makes them money or gets them the thing that they need the money for. There's a lot of domestic violence situations that come from two people being in a cohabitative space out of economic needs. Like, because two people cannot afford two houses, two stuffs. They have to share shit to survive. There are so many, especially trans communities, like houses filled with 3, 4, 5 trans people cohabitating because there's just no other alternative, and that creates bad situations. And you'll also cut down on things like sex work, because the number of trans people I know who have resorted to that to survive is a lot. A lot more than the cis women I've met in my life. Let me say that. And it's not because trans women are like hypersexual in comparison to cis women. It's because there's just way more people who will fuck trans people than will help them survive. And that is a really messed up fucking dynamic. And it's one of the things that turned me from trans accomplice to soldier in the Trans Foreign Legion. And that is why I've housed
Soldier in the
multiple
bunker.
trans people with me 4 times in order to
Sound
allow
bites
them to
down.
resettle, to find somewhere else to be, because I don't want that to happen. I don't want them to have to deal with any of the things that come along with poverty. And so that's what I think we should be solving. It is unfortunately not just shithole states that trans people have to deal with. They also have to deal with shithole groups and shithole people in our community, like Let's Go Washington and Brian Haywood. It's just fuck ton of rich
when
people's
this
money
city
being
state
used to
emergency
try to
ends, we'll
jam
save and finish.
anti-trans.
What city-state emergency? Are you still in one?
Yeah, there's 2.
Oh, I don't have any on
I
my
have 2.
screen.